This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, Real Game Battlefield. Auxiliary function turned on. Everyone, please prepare your bracelets. We are ready to test. Today is the last mock test before the college entrance examination. I hope everyone will take it seriously. According to reliable information, this year's college entrance examination will be more difficult. You may encounter Silver 1 Masters in the examination room. Although the number will not be large, it will be enough to create difficulties for you. Ding Yuning, the head teacher of Class 12, Grade 3, stood on the podium, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and looked at her students with a serious face. Silver 1? Oh my god. The college entrance examination is so difficult this year? It's over. It's over. I'm only bronze level 5. But I'm dead if I meet a silver level 1 master. Hey, I'm in bronze 4. There are still 2 weeks before the college entrance examination. If I work hard, I should be able to get to bronze 3. I can't beat silver 1. It shouldn't be a big problem to beat others. I have decided that I will be the 6th grader in the college entrance examination. And I will count every death. The noisy sounds around him woke up Wang Hao. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment around him in confusion. Why are you here? Immediately, a large amount of information poured into Wang Hao's mind. Did you actually travel through time? Wang Hao had an incredible expression on his face. He was originally an ordinary person on Earth. But after taking a nap, he inexplicably traveled to this strange world. 100 years ago, after a meteorite rain, the world underwent tremendous changes. The originally docile animals mutated and became violent and bloodthirsty. Even some humans turned into murderous zombies. Human civilization was destroyed. Blow. Just when mankind was in despair, someone developed some of the technologies that landed on the Earth along with the meteorite rain. The most important one was the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao was surprised to find that the so-called virtual battlefield is very similar to the chicken game on Earth. It is a real chicken game. The difference is that the individual or team that takes first place in the virtual battlefield can obtain items from the treasure box. And these items can be brought into reality. At the same time, participating in the virtual battlefield can also obtain exchange points, which can be exchanged for materials from the virtual battlefield mall. In addition, the virtual battlefield can train the marksmanship and even consciousness of those participating in it. It was through the virtual battlefield that the surviving humans trained batches of excellent warriors and obtained various materials at the same time. So they persisted. Of course, they just persisted. The zombies and mutated beasts have not been completely eliminated. They are still entrenched outside the city, threatening the surviving humans. It is precisely because of the importance of the virtual battlefield that the annual college entrance examination no longer tests cultural knowledge, but is judged by the results of participating in the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao, who traveled through time, was a graduating student, and he was still about 2 weeks away from the college entrance examination. Dong dong dong. Ding Yuning knocked on the desk. Quiet. Prepare your watches and prepare for the exam. Today's exam mode is solo queue. You will not have teammates on the battlefield. Everything must be done by yourself. Virtual battlefield is good, but not without access restrictions. First, if you are under 18 years old, you cannot enter the game. Second, virtual battlefield is divided into 3 modes: single row, double row and 4 row. Each mode can be entered at most once a day. Single row mode is free to enter, while double row and 4 row modes require redemption points. Before you can enter, Wang Hao took out his watch. This is a smartwatch. It is equivalent to an ID card. Wang Hao's personal information is recorded on it. It is also the connector to enter the virtual battlefield. Ding Yuning wrote the room number and password for this exam on the blackboard. Generally speaking, you do not need to open a room to enter the virtual battlefield. But today's solo queue is an exam, and the content of the exam is uniformly formulated by the school, and not a random match. So houses need to be built. Wang Hao and the classmates around him entered the room number and password. Then, everyone in the classroom disappeared. When Wang Hao regained his sight again, he was already in a square. Wang Hao turned around and looked at the surrounding environment. There were a group of people standing scattered in the square, and there was a blue sea around the square. It's really very similar to the scene in the chicken game. Wang Hao glanced at his smartwatch, which displayed the data and minimap of this game, including him. There were 100 people in the entire square. Hello, buddy. Where are you from? Beauty. What's your name? Can we be friends? Your clothes are very handsome. Which one is it? Wang Hao tried to communicate with the people around him, but he found that his actions were completely in vain. These people did not respond at all to his conversation. As expected, they are all virtual characters and cannot communicate. Wang Hao said to himself. Virtual Battlefield has multiple modes. Today's test is a single row mode. In the entire battlefield, except for Wang Hao, everyone else is a virtual character, and no one is a real person. The strength of these virtual characters is set uniformly by the school. The other players assigned to each student on the battlefield are the same. This is like every student playing the same copy. These copies they exist independently, and do not affect each other. Just as Wang Hao was watching the countdown and waiting for the battle to officially begin, a mechanical-like voice suddenly came to his ears. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. More supplies. Level 1 you can see more supplies, double, than others. 2. Perspective. Level 1 other players within 200 meters can't hide in front of you. 3. More redemption points. Level 1 earn more redemption points, double, easily. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. This sudden sound startled Wang Hao, but he quickly reacted and looked happy. Traveling through the golden finger. Late but here. Even I have encountered things during time travel, and it is easy to accept it if there is another golden finger. The countdown continues, and Wang Hao must determine the auxiliary functions of this game before getting on the plane. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao made a decision. I choose the second one. Perspective. Although the first and third options are good for Wang Hao, they are not that helpful. The materials can be collected slowly. Although the exchange points are precious, they will not survive until the end. Even if they can get double the exchange points, the help is still limited. In comparison, the perspective function is undoubtedly more helpful. Select OK. Then, Wang Hao discovered that everyone became clearer in his eyes, and how far they were from him was marked. With this function, I don't have to worry about sneak attacks on the battlefield, let alone being killed, Wang Hao said to himself. However, the surprise goes beyond that. Since this is the first time for the player to enter the game, a random auxiliary function will be given as a gift. Random auxiliary function confirmed. Congratulations to the player for getting assistance. Bullets through walls. Perspective? Bullet through wall? Interesting. Chapter 2 First experience of the game. As the countdown ended, Wang Hao left the island plaza and appeared on the plane. In this game, the plane's flight route starts from Port G and ends in the sea near Port N. In the chicken game, G-Port is one of the places with relatively rich supplies. Therefore, there are usually many players jumping here. This has also caused G-Port to become one of the holy places for steel guns. Players who like steel guns are flying if the route permits. I usually choose to jump here. In the virtual battlefield, the situation is almost the same. When the plane flew over Port G and was allowed to parachute, 15 or 6 people jumped out of the entire plane almost instantly. The destination of these people was Port G. Wang Hao is also one of them. Jumping off the plane, the whistling wind was in his ears. Apart from the sound of wind, Wang Hao could no longer hear any other sounds. The vision in front of him gradually became clearer, and containers appeared in his field of vision one after another. The biggest feature of G-Port is that there are many containers, and there are rich materials inside and outside the containers. Wang Hao's location is on the containers. After landing on the container, Wang Hao quickly picked up the supplies. He was lucky. There was an M416 at the landing point. Although there were no corresponding accessories near the gun, there were 60 rounds of ammunition in the container next to it. Above, there are also 60 rounds of ammunition. Wang Hao picked up the M416 and the 120 rounds of ammunition, then quickly jumped off the container and hid in an open container. From the moment they landed until now, the gunshots throughout G-Port have not stopped. In such a short time, only 12 of the 16 people who jumped into G-Port remained. This is a reduction of 4 people? It's too fast, Wang Hao complained. But his hand movements were not slow. Duh. The unique gunshot of the M416 sounded, and the bullets passed through the wall of the container and flew towards the target. Although he was hiding in the container, with the auxiliary function of see-through, Wang Hao's field of vision was wider than anyone else. 11 people except him appeared in his field of vision, like little golden people. Inside, and every target that appears within the field of vision will be the target of his attack. Duh. You use the assault rifle M416 to eliminate virtual player No. 28. A virtual player, who was searching for supplies on the container, was eliminated by Wang Hao. You use the assault rifle M416 to eliminate virtual player No. 17. A virtual player hiding in a container was eliminated by Wang Hao. The gunshots continue to sound. Wang Hao hid in the container and frantically harvested the virtual players in the entire G-port. He had perspective and could clearly see the distribution of surrounding players, and could easily avoid the sight of other players, and attack other players at the same time. At this time, in the real world, Ding Yuning, as the class teacher, was not idle. She observed the real-time battle situation of the 32 students in the class in the virtual battlefield through projection. Due to technical limitations, Ding Yuning cannot see the specific battle images of each student. He can only see whether they are alive and how many enemies they killed. Boom! A dull sound sounded, and one of the 32 avatars suddenly disappeared. Ding Yuning frowned when he saw this, and muttered to himself displeased. Li Ziming was eliminated so quickly. He died before the first lap was refreshed. I usually ask him to practice more, and he completely ignored my words, as if it were nothing. He was eliminated before even refreshing in the first circle, which was obviously a box shape. After that, the portraits of students turned gray one after another, which meant that his students were eliminated one by one, and Ding Yuning's face became increasingly ugly. Teacher Ding, how is your class? Several inspectors walked in outside the classroom, including the principal, dean of students, and other school leaders. It was Principal Guanling who asked the question. Hey, why are there so many grays? Zhu Guang, the teaching director, looked at the projection of a third of the head that was grayed out. He was a little surprised and dissatisfied. This is only the second round, and a third of Ding has been eliminated. Teacher, although your class is an ordinary class, your score is too bad. Right. This test is a bit more difficult, Ding Yuning explained with some embarrassment. The content of the test is the same for the whole grade. If it is difficult for you, it will be difficult for others. When we just passed by class 1, no one in their class was reduced, and Xiao Tianlei in their class killed 4 people. Zhu Guang said with a straight face. That's class 1. That's Xiao Tianlei. Ding Yuning complained secretly in her heart. Class 1 is a key class. The average age of the students in the class is 19.5 years old. This means that the average time for students in class 1 to enter the virtual battlefield has been 1.5 years. Xiao Tianlei will be 20 years old next month, so he is quite older. Not to mention, his talent is also excellent. Now his rank is as high as Silver 5. He is one of the few silver-level masters in the entire division. There is no comparison at all between the students in his class and Xiao Tianlei. Principal Guanling also showed displeasure. He looked at Ding Yuning and said solemnly, Teacher Ding, there are still 2 weeks until the college entrance examination. I hope you can hurry up. I don't ask you class 12 to bring glory to our school, but at least you can't hold us back. If your class still performs like today in the college entrance examination, it will be over, and you will have no hope in this year's professional title selection. After saying that, Guanling turned and left, while Ding Yuning stood there with a bitter look on his face. Teacher Lu, why are you dazed? Let's go. Lu Guang, who was following the principal, found that a teacher who was patrolling with them was standing next to Ding Yuning, looking at the screen motionless, and did not follow them away. School, principal, director, look at this student. Teacher Lu pointed at the projection and said with trembling lips, What's wrong with this student? Zhu Guang looked in the direction of Teacher Lu's finger with dissatisfaction. Immediately, Zhu Guang froze there, his face full of shock. What's wrong? Seeing the expressions of the two of them, Guanling felt a little confused and turned around. When Guanling also looked at the student that Teacher Lu was referring to, his expression changed almost exactly the same as Zhu Guang's. No. 30. Wang Hao. Number of kills, 22. How is this possible? 22 kills. This was only the second lap, and he had killed 22. This is too exaggerated. Ding Yuning was right in what he said before. This test is indeed more difficult. The school leaders have evaluated the difficulty of this test. They all agree that if the number of kills can reach 8 this time, they can enter the top 10 in grade. If you reach 10, you can basically enter the top 3, or even win the first place in the school. But what's going on now? This was only the second lap, and someone actually killed 22 people. This is too outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this student is actually a student in an ordinary class. When did students in ordinary classes become so strong? Chapter 3. This is definitely a top student. Teacher Ding. What's going on with Wang Hao? Guanling pointed at Wang Hao's head, surprised and delighted. Just as he was asking this question, Wang Hao's kill count jumped again and became 23. This is a master. A real expert. There is such a top student hidden in their school. How come they weren't discovered before? I don't know either. Ding Yuning also looked at Wang Hao's profile picture. Confused. She was also in a state of confusion now. She has been invigilating the exam since the beginning. But her attention was basically on those who were eliminated and the students with better grades in the class. She did not notice Wang Hao's situation. She only discovered now that Wang Hao actually killed 22 people without knowing it. No. It was 23. Is there such a top student in my class? Even those talented students in key classes can't compare with this score. Right? Teacher Ding. Isn't he a student in your class? How could you not know? Xu Guang reacted and couldn't help but speak. He is a student in our class. Ding Yuning said, however. He is the youngest student in our class. He only turned 18 yesterday. Today should be his first or second time entering the virtual battlefield. And I thought he would perform so well. He just turned 18 yesterday? When Guanling and others heard this, their faces became even more surprised. Of course, in addition to being surprised, I am even more delighted, regardless of whether it is Wang Hao's first or second time entering the virtual battlefield. His performance today is enough to prove that he is a genius and an out-and-out academic. You can achieve 23 kills by just entering the virtual battlefield once or twice. This is quite explosive in the entire education world. Guanling and others have never heard of anyone achieving this before today. What makes them happy is that such a top student is a student of their school. Teacher Ding. You must focus on cultivating talented students like this. Guanling said to Ding Yuning solemnly. I have collected some battle videos of top players. After this exam is over, I will show them to him. Look. In addition, the opportunity to pay to enter the virtual battlefield twice a day cannot be wasted. You arrange it for him, and the cost will be borne by the school. What he lacks most now is experience. Taking part in more battles will help him. Okay. Principal. Ding Yuning responded quickly. It is a great joy for her to have a genius student in her class. If Wang Hao can perform well in the college entrance examination, she, the class teacher, will also be able to benefit from it. Principal. I think it is inappropriate for a talented student like this to stay in class 12. Just when Ding Yuning was secretly happy and ready to make Wang Hao his key training target, the grade leader Fei Chong suddenly spoke. Oh, what do you think? Guanling looked at Fei Chong and asked. Ding Yuning also looked at Fei Chong, with a bad feeling in her heart. Class 12 is just an ordinary class. The talents and strengths of other students in this class are limited. Wang Hao staying with them may affect his progress. Fei Chong said, moreover. Teacher Ding has always been in the ordinary class. The head teacher may not be able to teach Wang Hao well without the experience of teaching. My suggestion is to transfer Wang Hao to class 1 and be taught by Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao is the gold medal teacher in our school. I believe that under Teacher Zhao, under his guidance, Wang Hao's strength can be improved rapidly. Fei Chong spoke seriously, as if his words were entirely for Wang Hao's sake. But Ding Yuning could hear the selfishness in his words. The first class teacher is a relative of Fei Chong. However, although he could hear Fei Chang's selfishness, Ding Yuning was unable to argue because what Fei Chong said made sense. She had indeed been teaching ordinary classes before, and Teacher Zhao in class 1 was indeed a gold medal teacher. After hearing this, Guanling thought for a while and said, What you said makes sense. I'll have a chat with Wang Hao after the exam is over. Guanling's words made Ding Yuning feel bitter in her heart, and the joy that had just risen in her heart, now gone. At this time, Wang Hao, who was on the virtual battlefield, did not know what was happening in reality. At this time, he was driving a bouncer and looking for people everywhere, possessing the two powerful assistants of perspective and bullet-penetrating wall. Wang Hao was extremely safe on the battlefield. First, he hid in the container and cleared away all the virtual players in Port G. Then he drove around looking for people. Because of his see-through, Wang Hao can clearly discover the precise positions of all virtual players within 200 meters. In this way, he does not have to worry about being attacked by sneak attacks. In addition, with the assistance of bullets through walls, Wang Hao can always need to park the car far away, then find a hidden place to hide, and then start shooting wildly. Wang Hao's backpack is a third-level bag. There is nothing else in his bag. Only bullets. Hundreds of bullets are enough for Wang Hao to squander. It's so unfair. It's so unfair to other people. At this time, Wang Hao was hiding in a small toilet on the roadside, facing a 2-story small building more than 100 meters away. Lu fired wildly, shaking his hair and sighing. If there is anything that dissatisfies Wang Hao now, it is that his marksmanship is so bad. It often takes hundreds of bullets to kill a person. This is achieved when the opponent has nowhere to hide and no way to fight back. As a result, if the opponent can hide, Wang Hao won't be able to kill many even with clairvoyance. Regarding marksmanship, Wang Hao can't be blamed. This was his first time entering a virtual battlefield. Before this, he had not received relevant training, so it was normal for his marksmanship to be poorer. After using nearly 100 rounds of bullets to kill the unlucky guy in the building, Wang Hao came out of the toilet and drove straight to the building. The poor guy had turned into a box glowing red. Wang Hao unceremoniously took away all the .56 bullets in the box, and then collected 60 rounds of .56 bullets in the building. Then, Wang Hao jumped downstairs, drove his car, and went to find the next victim. Oh my god! Another kill! This is the 27th one. It's really hard to imagine how many kills he will kill in this round. This is the 3rd lap. The game is still early. He can still kill. In the classroom of Class 12, Grade 3, Ding Yuning, the head teacher, has become a spectator. Guan Ling and others firmly occupied the vantage point and looked at Wang Hao's head on the projection. After discovering Wang Hao, a genius academic master, Guan Ling and others did not continue their inspection, but stayed here in Class 12, obviously waiting for Wang Hao's exam to end. Chapter 4 Hype Price. I saw you. You're hiding well, but no matter how well you hide, you can't escape my eyes. On the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao raised his sniper rifle and aimed at the corner of a small room in a 2-story building in the distance. There is a virtual player lying there at this time. This man is also the only survivor besides Wang Hao on this battlefield. As for other virtual players, they were either killed by Wang Hao or died in the battle between them. At this time, the 4th circle had just appeared. There are 8 circles in the virtual battlefield. The further back, the shorter the circle shrinking time, and the smaller the safe area within the circle. The 4th circle has only been refreshed now, and the area of the safe area is quite large. But this relatively large circle was turned into the finals, and Wang Hao's contribution was naturally indispensable. It was Wang Hao who drove around looking for people, which accelerated the speed of dropping people and made the finals come early. If it weren't for Wang Hao's poor shooting skills and the need to constantly replenish bullets, the finals might have come earlier. Bump! There was a gunshot, and the virtual player in the field of vision burst out with blood. His helmet was smashed, and his blood volume was reduced by more than half. The virtual player, who was attacked, hurriedly stood up and ran away. However, he did not know where the attack came from, and he did not know where to hide to avoid being attacked again. His avoidance was completely subconscious behavior. Wang Hao did not fire again. His marksmanship was already average, and now he was using sniping. It was too difficult for him to hit a moving target. He is not in a hurry. He believes that the target will definitely stop to recover blood. He just needs to wait patiently for the opponent to stop moving. Sure enough, after about 10 seconds, the virtual player did not move anymore. Instead, he found a place he thought was safe, laid down on the ground again, and then began to eat blood packs to increase blood. Have you finally stopped? Wang Hao raised his gun and aimed again, muttering to himself, then, the game is over. Touch! Gunfire rang out again. Within the field of vision, the virtual player's blood volume was emptied and turned into a glowing box. Good luck. After Wang Hao sniped the player, 4 large golden characters appeared in the void in front of him. Then, an airdrop box slowly fell from the sky. This is the most exciting moment. According to the memory in Wang Hao's mind, various items can be randomly released from the airdrop box. The most common one is food. In addition, there are also weapons, vehicles, genetic medicines, etc. Some people have even released living objects from it. Generally speaking, the lower the level of the battlefield, the lower the value of the items opened in the airdrop box. The higher the level, the higher the probability of getting high-quality items. The airdrop box was indispensable to the fact that humans were able to persevere back then. Of course, it is difficult to eat chicken, even in low-level battlefields. There are very few people who can survive to the end. More people enter the battlefield not to get first place. But they also know that they don't have that strength. Their goal is to live as long as possible and kill as many people as possible. Because participating in the virtual battlefield can not only obtain airdrop boxes, but also obtain exchange points. According to the rules of the virtual battlefield, you can get 1 redemption point for every circle you survive. And you can get 1 redemption point for every kill. If you survive to the end, you can get an additional 10 redemption points. The redemption point is for ordinary players to participate in the virtual battlefield, which is more in line with actual pursuits. With exchange points, you can exchange various materials in the virtual battlefield mall. The mall of virtual battlefield can be said to include everything. However, it is not easy to redeem those things. Firstly, the things in the mall are generally expensive, and it is not easy to obtain redemption points. Secondly, there are restrictions on the exchange of items. Some have requirements for rank, some have requirements for KD, and some even have requirements for field damage. The more precious the item, the more and higher the requirements. In other words, even if you have enough redemption points, you may not be able to redeem what you want. Bang! The airdrop box landed heavily on the open space in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao walked to the airdrop box, put his hand on it, and then the airdrop box was opened. Lunchbox. What appeared in front of Wang Hao was a lunch box. Wang Hao reluctantly opened one of the lunch boxes, which was filled with white rice. Wang Hao was completely disappointed. So bad luck? White rice was actually served. Wang Hao said to himself. Wang Hao's current rank is Bronze 5, and the difficulty of this exam is around Bronze 1. Although he also knows that the probability of getting good things from airdrop boxes at lower ranks is extremely low. But only boxed lunches were opened, which really disappointed him. The only thing that pleased Wang Hao was that the lunch box was quite big. It was estimated that 1 box of lunch was enough for Wang Hao to eat for a day, and there were 100 lunches in total. Generally speaking, after receiving the reward from the airdrop box, Wang Hao should be transported back to reality. But the current situation is that Wang Hao is still on the virtual battlefield. Just when Wang Hao was confused, the mechanical voice appeared in his mind again. Players can use redemption points to choose one of the 3 randomly selected assistants to keep permanently. Permanent retention? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. If he could retain it permanently and enter the virtual battlefield in the future, it would be equivalent to having an additional assistant. Of the 3 assistants, Wang Hao's favorite was naturally Perspective. However, after seeing the prices of the 3 assistants, Wang Hao instantly turned off. More supplies, level 1 200 redemption points. Clairvoyance, level 1 10,000 redemption points. More redemption points, level 1 500 redemption points. Even the cheapest support requires 200 redemption points. In this game, Wang Hao survived to the 4th circle and was rewarded with 4 redemption points. He killed 30 people and was rewarded with 30 redemption points. In the end, he succeeded in winning the chicken and was rewarded with 10 redemption points. After 1 game, he got 44. The rate of earning redemption points is definitely not slow. For ordinary people, if they can get 5 redemption points in 1 game, it is considered good. If they can get more than 10, it will definitely be enough to show off for a long time. However, although Wang Hao earned a lot of redemption points in this game, he still fell short of the point he wanted to purchase auxiliary functions. In desperation, Wang Hao could only choose to give up. Brush. The next second, Wang Hao appeared in the classroom of Class 12. Grade 3. Also appearing with him were the 100 box lunches. Wang Hao's sudden appearance startled Guan Ling and others. Wang Hao, why are you coming out now? Ding Yuning looked at Wang Hao in surprise and asked. On the virtual battlefield, even if you are killed early, you will not be able to get out temporarily. Only when the whole game is over. That is to say, someone successfully wins the chicken, and the people who participated in this game will be teleported back. Today's exam is held at the same time for the whole grade. Generally speaking, the winner can be determined in the 6th or even 7th circle on the virtual battlefield, and the final winner is decided. Now, the exam time has just reached the 4th circle, and there is still a long time before the end of the exam. Wang Hao suddenly appeared at this time, which naturally surprised Ding Yuning and others. Chapter 5. The exam is over. After the fight, I was teleported out. Wang Hao replied casually. Finished? So fast? The game ended at this time, which was obviously abnormal. Are you classmate Wang Hao? Guan Ling led the leaders, and came to Wang Hao with a smile on his face. I am. Wang Hao nodded. Are you? Wang Hao. This is Principal Guan. Ding Yuning hurriedly came over to introduce him, and then introduced Zhu Guang and others. Are they all school leaders? Wang Hao looked at Guan Ling and the others and secretly sighed in his heart. Thank you for your hard work, classmate Wang Hao. Guan Ling said with concern and a smile. It's not hard. Not hard at all, Wang Hao said. What Wang Hao said was the truth. He stayed far away during the entire game. He didn't even see the faces of other players. He could just hide in a hidden place and keep shooting. It would be hard work. Classmate Wang Hao. I heard that you are only 18 years old. Guan Ling continued to ask. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Today is my first time to enter the virtual battlefield. Hearing this, Guan Ling's eyes lit up a lot, and the smile on his face became brighter. It's my first time to enter the virtual battlefield. You can achieve a record of 30 kills. Classmate Wang Hao. You are simply a genius. Our school will never ignore a genius like you. Follow me to the principal's office later. I have several top players there. You can watch and learn from the battle video. In addition, I decided to transfer you to Class 1. Class 1 is a key class in our school. The teachers are experienced. Although the college entrance examination is only 2 weeks away, there are still more. I can help you improve your strength. Ding Yuting stood behind the crowd, and her face fell instantly when she heard Guan Ling's words. Seeing the students being poached, Ding Yuting was helpless because it was the principal who poached them. Wang Hao looked at Guan Ling and said with a smile, Thank you, principal, for your concern. But there is no need to change classes. I think class 12 is very good. I like this class. There are still 2 weeks until the college entrance examination. If I were to change classes now, transferring to a new class will take time to adapt to the new environment, which may affect my condition. What a twist! Ding Yuning, who was originally extremely disappointed, instantly changed from disappointment to shock and then ecstasy when she heard Wang Hao's words. Fei Chang, who was standing next to the principal, changed his face slightly and looked at Wang Hao with some surprise. After listening to Wang Hao's words, Guan Ling thought for a while and said, What you said makes sense. Then you will continue to stay in class 12. Teacher Ding, you must take good care of Wang Hao and not bury his talent. Principal, don't worry. I will do my best to help Wang Hao, and I will never be negligent. Ding Yuning quickly promised. Whether Wang Hao can win the professional title evaluation is very important, and Ding Yuning will naturally not slack off at all. Guan Ling nodded with satisfaction, and then led Wang Hao out of the class 12 classroom and went to the principal's office. After Guan Ling and others left, Ding Yuning noticed that there were hundreds of boxed lunches next to Wang Hao's seat. Lunch box? Could it be that Wang Hao is still the final winner? Is this what he opened from the airdrop box? Ding Yuning looked at the crystal white rice in surprise, and her mouth opened wide in surprise. Everyone was startled by Wang Hao's sudden appearance before, and their attention was on Wang Hao. Not noticing the lunch box next to Wang Hao's table, Ding Yuning determined that these lunch boxes did not exist here before Wang Hao went to the virtual battlefield. In other words, these lunch boxes were brought out by Wang Hao from the virtual battlefield. The first time I participated in the virtual battlefield, I was able to kill 30, and still survive to the end, and ended the battle much faster than others. What a heaven-defying talent! Not long after, students began to appear in the originally empty classroom. The exams ended one after another, and everyone handed in their papers. Damn it! This exam is too difficult. I only killed 2 humans and machines. You killed 2 more, which is good. I fell into a box and waited for almost the whole game. Who knows? Who did the best in the exam this time? Is it him? He does well every time. It's definitely not him. Look at the projection. Damn it! Why did Wang Hao kill so many people? Didn't he become so powerful when he turned 18? The virtual battlefield has existed for hundreds of years. Many technology companies have tried to crack it without success. I have never heard of anyone who could open the technology in it. How could Wang Hao open it? That's what I said. Of course, I know there is no technology on the virtual battlefield. But isn't Wang Hao's record too scary? The entire class 12 was extremely noisy, like a vegetable market. At the beginning, the students who came out of the examination room were still there. They exchanged their respective results with each other. But soon, their attention was attracted by Wang Hao's performance. 30 kills. This is a result that even students in key classes find it difficult to achieve. Wang Hao, a student in an ordinary class like them, actually achieved it. This simply subverted everyone's perception. You can imagine the sensation it caused among the students in class 12. And no. Bang bang bang. Ding Yuning, who stood on the podium again, clapped her hands, and signaled her students to quiet down. You have all seen that Wang Hao achieved 30 kills. He also managed to survive to the end and received the airdrop box reward. Ding Yuding looked at her students and said, "He is the pride of our class 12. You should learn more from him in the future." Wang Hao also received an airdrop box reward. Only then did everyone notice that there were indeed hundreds of lunch boxes placed next to Wang Hao's seat. How long has it been since anyone in class 12 received an airdrop box reward? As students in the ordinary class, their level is limited. Every time they enter the virtual battlefield, they are mostly indifferent, although being indifferent can allow them to live longer. In the later stages, the safe zone is very small and battles are inevitable. They are often eliminated at this time, and almost no one can survive to the end. Now, Wang Hao has done it. Teacher Ding is right. Wang Hao is indeed the pride of their class 12 students. They have a genius in class 12. On the other side, after Guanling led Wang Hao to the principal's office, he did not rush to show him the video, but started chatting with Wang Hao. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the principal's office, and 3 more students walked in. "Everyone is here. Let me introduce you." Guanling stood up with a smile, looked at the 3 people and said, "You 3 should be familiar with each other. The classmate next to me is named Wang Hao, from class 12. Classmate Wang Hao. These 3 are Zhuang Shuer, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng, respectively, from classes 1, 2 and 3. I believe you have heard of their names before." Chapter 6 3 Outstanding Heroes Among the 5. Yes, of course I have. Wang Hao was indeed familiar with the names of Zhuang Shuer and the others. These 3 had always occupied the top 3 in their grade. The rankings among the 3 had occasionally changed, but the top 3 had never fallen out of them. However, this was Wang Hao's first time seeing a real person. Classes 1, 2, and 3 are the 3 key classes in the school, while class 12, where Wang Hao is in, is just an ordinary class. The gap between the key classes and the ordinary classes is huge, and it is impossible for the 2 sides to have any intersection. From class 12? Principal, why did you call the students from class 12 here? Jiang Ji glanced at Wang Hao with some contempt. Class 12? That is an ordinary class. There is no way to compare with their key classes. I'm calling a few of you here. I'm going to let you watch the battle videos of masters first. Then, the 4 of you will team up and enter the virtual battlefield to fight. Guanling said. Form a team to enter the virtual battlefield to fight? With him? Hong Lisheng pointed at Wang Hao. The contempt on his face was undisguised. Principal, are you mistaken? Let a few of us enter with him. Virtual battlefield. Isn't this simply a burden for us? The opportunity to enter the virtual battlefield every day is very precious. If it is a burden, it is equivalent to a wasted opportunity. Classmate Wang Hao is still very strong. Guanling said. These people are all the top academics in the school, and Guanling is quite indulgent towards them. If anyone else had spoken like this, he would have kicked them out a long time ago. How strong can a student in the ordinary class be? Jiangji said, not as good as Li Bin, Su San and the others. Jiangji said that Li Bin, Su San and others had slightly lower grades than them, and their performance was when he is good. He can break into the top 10 in his grade. Usually, he will occasionally sit in the 4th row with Jiangji and others. Classmate Wang Hao is better than them, Guanling said. Okay, let's watch the video first. Can Wang Hao be better than Li Bin and the others? How can it be? Jiangji and others did not believe Guanling's words. But after all, Guanling was the principal, and he had already decided so. So they could not say anything more. If you don't perform well on the battlefield, let's see how I react. Jiangji and Hong Lisheng had already made a decision in their hearts. Zhuang Shuer, on the other hand, just looked at Wang Hao curiously and didn't say anything. As for Wang Hao, he has not spoken. He is secretly sizing up these 3 people. He has only heard of the names of these 3 people before, but has never had any contact with them. Today is the first time he has had close contact with them. Jiang Jihe and Hong Lisheng both had their nostrils turned upward and looked arrogant, while Zhuang Shuer was relatively quiet, but her lively eyes showed that she was also a clever character. Is this the 3 outstanding heroes out of 5? It seems like. That's it. Guanling played the battle videos of top players he had collected on his computer. Wang Hao took a look and found that the so-called battle video was actually annihilation and confrontation. In the virtual battlefield, you can also perform annihilation and dueling, and you can even bet on each other. However, the cards that open the annihilation and dueling rooms are very expensive and have rank restrictions, so ordinary people cannot buy them. Of course, rune cards can also be obtained from airdrop boxes, but the probability is very low. Watch carefully and study hard. Guanling said to several people. These people are all gold level at the lowest level, and 2 of them have reached platinum level. Their body skills and marksmanship are very strong. The platinum rank is very strong. But with my talent, I can definitely reach a given time, Jiangji said confidently. Zhuang Shuer, Jiangji and Han Lisheng have all reached the silver rank, and are the top masters and top academics in the school. In the virtual battlefield, it is difficult to improve your rank. After all, this is not a game, but you need to fight in person. Factors such as psychology and on-the-spot performance affect the outcome of the battle. In addition, every major rank improvement is a threshold. It does not mean that if you reach the score, you will definitely be able to improve. To improve the major rank, you need to conduct a promotion competition, and the promotion competition is very difficult. Big. And as the rank increases, the difficulty of the promotional competition also increases. For many people, people with platinum rank are already masters. I believe that all of you can reach platinum, Guanling said. There's nothing wrong with the 3 of us. But with him, that's not necessarily the case. Han Lisheng looked at Wang Hao and said angrily, Can you speak normally? If you can't speak, just keep your mouth shut. Wang Hao looked at Han Lisheng and said, What? Are you talking about your sore point? Han Lisheng said disdainfully, A student in the ordinary class is worthy of being compared with us? He has no self-awareness at all. Classmate Han Lisheng and Wang Hao are also very strong. He was your teammate during the college entrance examination. Guanling reminded with a headache. These were all top students he valued. His original intention was to let these people form a team to participate in the 4th row of the college entrance examination. But he did not expect that Jiangji and Han Lisheng did not look down on Wang Hao at all. The contempt in their words almost made him unabashed. There are 3 games in the college entrance examination, namely single row, double row and 4 rows. Each student's score will be assessed based on his performance in these 3 games. Points can be earned for kills, assists, saving teammates, etc. I won't be teammates with this kind of person, Jiangji said. Yes, teaming up with such people will only drag us down. Han Lisheng also agreed. The stronger the teammates, the greater the help to the entire team. After all, there are ranking points in the college entrance examination. Hearing this, Guanling felt an even bigger headache. He subconsciously looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao shrugged and said, Principal, actually, I also have my own team. Today's college entrance examination model has been around for many years. So many people will form a team in advance and take the college entrance examination with a fixed team. The fixed team usually enters the virtual battlefield to practice together to increase tacit understanding. However, Wang Hao only turned 18 yesterday, so it is naturally impossible for him to have a fixed team. He said this because he just didn't want to form a team with Jiangji and the others. Okay. Seeing Wang Hao say the same thing, Guanling decided not to force it. Otherwise, a few people who don't like each other would have the opposite effect. However, since everyone is here today, wait for let's play together as a team. And I'll pay for it. Neither Jiangji nor Han Lisheng had any objections to this arrangement. Anyway, as long as they are not on the same team as Wang Hao for the college entrance examination, it would be fine. Moreover, they were thinking about it. On the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao opened his eyes. Wang Hao has no objection to this. There is only one chance to enter the virtual battlefield for free every day. The other 2 times can only be entered by spending redemption points. And redemption points are extremely precious things. The little you can save is worth it. Chapter 7 Self-Aiming. Are you guys ready? After several battle videos were played, Guanling personally formed a team for the 4 of them. Wang Hao and others nodded. Subsequently, Guanling transferred 10 exchange points to each of the 4 people to pay for entering the virtual battlefield. In 2-row and 4-row modes, everyone who enters the virtual battlefield needs to pay 10 redemption points as a fee. After paying the fee, Wang Hao and the other 4 disappeared from the principal's office and appeared in the virtual battlefield square. Is there anyone who has formed a team? My teammates have withdrawn. Please let me in. Everyone here is a happy person. And if they have the ability, they will jump to G-port. The one who doesn't come is my grandson. I'm here to separate. Please let me go. Pass. In the square, many people turned on their microphones and shouted. And the whole square seemed extremely noisy. Entering the virtual battlefield this time is different from the previous exam. It was a room built by the school itself in order to ensure that the exam content is consistent. But this time the 4 people came in and were randomly matched. Just like when they played the chicken game on Earth. Most of them are real people. And there are also some human machine ones. Wang Hao. Don't follow us to parachute later. You can fly alone. Jiang Ji suddenly said to Wang Hao. We are here to earn exchange points. Carrying you as a burden will hold us back. Hong Lexing said. The 2 of them had looked down on Wang Hao from the beginning. And now they didn't want to go with Wang Hao even if they teamed up to enter the virtual battlefield. That's exactly what I meant. Wang Hao said. They don't want to be with Wang Hao. And Wang Hao doesn't want to be with them. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that Zhuang Shuer, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Classmate Wang Hao, I will dance with you later. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer in surprise. He thought Zhuang Shuer was in the same group as Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng. And they all looked down on him. Unexpectedly, she would actually ask to act with him. Also surprised were Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng. Zhuang Shuer, why are you with him? He is a burden. If you go with him, you won't survive long. Jiang Ji Dao. That's right. It's safer for the 3 of us to be together. With our strength. Even if we can't win the championship, it won't be a big problem to break into the finals. Why do you want to join him? Hong Lisheng was also very puzzled. There is no need to explain to you who I am with. Zhuang Shuer said arrogantly. Although she often lines up with Jiang Ji and others. It is just an ordinary teammate relationship. They are to earn redemption points, and to gain points to improve their ranks. They do not have a deep friendship. Classmate Zhuang Shuer, you'd better stay with them. I want someone. Wang Hao said. He is assistant. So it is undoubtedly more convenient to move alone. Look, I don't appreciate it at all. Zhuang Shuer, you'd better come with us. Jiang Ji advised. Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at Wang Hao and said, This virtual battlefield is not your home. I can dance wherever I want. Zhuang Shuer wanted to follow Wang Hao. So naturally, she was not attracted by Wang Hao's charm. Not because of knowing that Wang Hao can support, but because of Guanling's attitude towards Wang Hao. Although Guanling did not go into too much detail, it is not difficult to see that Guanling is very optimistic about Wang Hao. This made Zhuang Shuer curious. Not knowing that Wang Hao what is so special about Hao, a student in the ordinary class, that Guanling takes him so seriously? Zhuang Shuer's persistence gave Wang Hao a headache. Zhuang Shuer is his teammate. He can refuse the other party to follow him. But he can't restrict the other party's actions. If Zhuang Shuer wholeheartedly follows him, there is nothing he can do. It's up to you. Wang Hao said perfunctorily. At this time, the mechanical voice sounded in his mind again. The game is about to start. And the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Sprint. Level 1 you move faster than others double. 2. Firearms mastery. Level 1 when you use a firearm, the power of the firearm is enhanced, increased damage by 50%. 3. Self-aiming. Level 1 within a distance of 100 meters. If you hit the target within 5 meters, it will be automatically determined as hitting the target. Please select the auxiliary function for this game. 3 random auxiliary functions have appeared in this game. Wang Hao thought about it for a while, and made the decision. Choose. I choose self-aiming. Select OK. Both sprinting and firearms proficiency are very good aids. Especially firearms proficiency. Once this aid is obtained, the power of the firearms used by Wang Hao will be greatly enhanced. But in comparison, Wang Hao thinks self-aiming is better, because his current marksmanship is very poor. Even if he is proficient in firearms, if he can't hit someone, this assistant will have no effect. And with auto-aiming is different. It can greatly make up for Wang Hao's poor marksmanship. The countdown ended quickly, and Wang Hao and others left the square and appeared on the plane. Until they got on the plane, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng did not stop persuading Zhuang Shuer. However, Zhuang Shuer ignored them at all and responded with silence. Wang Hao ignored the 3 people. He was thinking about the starting point of this battle. The jumping point of G-Port in the previous game was first eliminated by Wang Hao. Firstly, it was relatively far away from the route. Secondly, without perspective and wall penetration. The complex environment of G-Port was too dangerous for Wang Hao. His assist in this game is self-aiming, and this assist has a distance limit. Therefore, it is best to choose a place with a wide field of vision and a high point. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao made a decision. Research Institute. The location of the research institute is quite special. It is almost in the middle of the island map. No matter which direction the safe zone is refreshed, the players are more likely to pass by the research institute when changing points. Moreover, the dormitory building of the research institute. There are two taller buildings, and the dormitory buildings are surrounded by plains and have a relatively wide view. Once a car passes by, Wang Hao can detect it in time. I've decided. Let's jump to the research institute. Although the route this time did not pass directly above the research institute, the distance was not too far. You could fly there after parachuting. Wang Hao kept watching the route until he made his choice. When he found his location, he immediately jumped out of the plane. The moment Wang Hao jumped off the plane, Zhuang Shuer, who had been paying attention to him, also jumped off the plane and followed closely beside Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer, don't follow him. He will kill you. Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng were still trying to persuade Zhuang Shuer in the team channel, hoping that she would change her mind at the last moment. However, Zhuang Shuer still didn't bother to pay attention to them, and the two of them finally gave up their persuasion. Where should we dance? Jiang Ji asked Han Lisheng. Find a remote place to develop first, Han Lisheng said. Let's just use the ruins on the top of the mountain. Okay. Chapter 8 Falling into a Box. This game has 4 rows, and each team has 4 people. Most teams will not act separately like Wang Hao's team. After all, although this game will not really die, it is related to points and redemption. Point is very important. Although Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng are both very confident in themselves, there are only 2 of them now. Compared with other teams, they are at a numerical disadvantage. Therefore, they have to avoid crowded places and choose remote places to develop. You actually jumped to the research institute? That's the center of the map. People often jump. They are really going to fall into pieces, Jiang Ji said. Because of the route, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer parachuted first. Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng had been observing their jumping points, seeing that they were actually in the research institute. Out of distrust of Wang Hao's strength, Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng unanimously took a negative view. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. This is a pity for Zhuang Shuer. I told you not to follow that scumbag from the regular class. If you don't listen, you will have to pay the price. Once you land in a box, it will take 2 or 3 days to earn back the lost points. Han Lisheng continued. The two were chatting in the team channel, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were not blocked. Therefore, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer could hear their conversation. Wang Hao didn't pay much attention, but Zhuang Shuer felt a little nervous, and even regretted whether his previous decision was too impulsive. If he fell into a box out of curiosity, the price would be too high. On the virtual battlefield, not only is it difficult to earn redemption points, but it is also difficult to earn points. Don't look at them. We are ready to jump. Just as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were about to land, the plane also flew over the ruins on the top of the mountain. Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng also jumped out of the plane at this time. Is there no one in the Research Institute's dormitory building? Here, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had already landed. When they were about to land, Zhuang Shuer chose to break away from following, and they each landed in 2 adjacent dormitories. Rooftop. After landing, Zhuang Shuer did not rush to search for supplies, but immediately observed the surrounding situation. What made her relieved was that in this game, only she and Wang Hao chose to jump from the dormitory building. Except for the 2 of them. Except, there is no one else. At least you don't have to worry about it falling into a box, Zhuang Shuer thought as he began to search for supplies. Ah! Why is there someone here? Damn it! I'm losing blood. Han Lisheng, help me. Just as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were quickly searching for supplies, Jiang Ji's screams and pleas for help suddenly came from the team channel. Voice. Then, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer saw Jiang Ji being knocked to the ground. Where is the person? I can't see the punctuation mark. Han Lisheng's voice was filled with panic. He just ran to the small room. I think he is out of bullets. Come and save me, Jiang Ji said. When Han Lisheng heard this, he ran towards Jiang Ji without thinking too much. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was also attacked. Holy crap! What's going on? Jiang Ji, didn't you say he went to the small room? Why did he appear next to me? Han Lisheng panicked and complained while firing back. However, Han Lisheng, who had been beaten first, had already lost the opportunity. In addition, the sudden attack caused him to be in chaos, and he was knocked down not long after. Your teammate Han Lisheng was eliminated by player Zhou Yun using M416. Your teammate Jiangji was eliminated by player Li Zong using AK-47. As soon as Hong Lisheng was knocked down, he was hit and replenished by a barrage of bullets from the opponent. Well, Jiangji, who fell to the ground first, did not escape the fate of being eliminated. Everything happened so fast. It only took less than 10 seconds from Jiangji being attacked to the two being eliminated one after another. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer didn't even react. Hack me! Hack me! Jiangji and Hong Lisheng, who were eliminated, swore directly. Not to mention that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer didn't react. They were also in a state of confusion. They thought they were in a remote mountaintop ruins. No one else would, unexpectedly, be attacked. Jiangji, didn't you say you left? Why was I attacked? It's all your fault. Hong Lisheng complained in the team channel. How did I know there were others? You chose the ruins on the top of the mountain. It's all your fault. If you don't go to the housing area, you have to come to this damn place. If you hadn't chosen this place, I wouldn't have landed in a box. I dropped 36 points. I have to play for 2 days to make up for this. I'm going crazy. Jiang Jifei didn't feel guilty at all, but complained to Hong Lisheng. How do I know that so many people jumped at the ruins on the top of the mountain? Why didn't you observe the surrounding environment when you were in the sky just now? There were so many people jumping in this place. And you didn't notice it? Didn't you see it too? What if you can we be beaten to death? I thought you were watching. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng were arguing fiercely in the team channel. For anyone, it is a huge blow to be launched into a box. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng originally wanted to develop for a period of time in the early stage, but they did not expect that it would be launched into a box. You two don't like to play by yourself, but only like to watch the battle. Just when the two of them were arguing, Wang Hao suddenly spoke. Wang Hao's words made Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng, who were quarreling, immediately quiet down, feeling extremely embarrassed. You know, before they landed, they kept saying that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer would fall into boxes. As a result, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were safe, and they landed into boxes first. Humph. Wang Hao, don't be complacent. With your level, you won't live long, Jiang Ji said angrily. At least I'll live longer than you. Right? Wang Hao said. So what? Even if we fall into a box, our rank will still be higher than yours, Hong Lisheng said. Higher ranks can only prove that you have been in the virtual battlefield longer than me. But it does not prove that you are better than me, Wang Hao said. I want to see how high your level is. Jiang Jidao. So you really like to watch the battle? Wang Hao said with a smile. Okay. Then watch and study hard. After saying that, Wang Hao ignored these two people and continued to search for supplies. If these two people hadn't looked like him before, they bit him like a mad dog and wouldn't let go. And he didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Wang Hao's words made Jiang Ji and Hong Le angry. They had already decided that after Wang Hao died, they would use all their firepower to ridicule them. There were 7 buildings in the dormitory building. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer searched separately and quickly searched all 7 buildings. Where are we going now? Zhuang Shuer asked Wang Hao. She made up her mind to follow Wang Hao throughout the game. I'm not going anywhere. Just stay here, Wang Hao said. Chapter 9, taking the initiative to shoot. Just stay here? Just fine. Zhuang Shuer misunderstood Wang Hao's meaning. And Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng thought so too. I thought you were so powerful. But it turns out you're just a bitch? Jiang Ji said angrily. Watch well and study hard. Hong Lisheng imitated Wang Hao's tone and repeated Wang Hao's previous words. I'll just learn how you behave. Wang Hao ignored the two of them. He lay on the roof of the tallest dormitory building, stroking the light brown Car 98K in his hand, and observing the surrounding situation with his eyes. On the virtual battlefield, everyone can bring 2 long guns and 1 pistol. Needless to say, the matching of long guns is very particular. Most people like a rifle and a submachine gun. Such a combination can be as close as possible. Far. But Wang Hao's firearms combination in this game is a little different. An S686 shotgun, paired with a Car 98K sniper rifle. Such a combination is extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, Wang Hao would not match it like this. The reason why he made such a choice was entirely because of the assistance. Self-aim. Within a distance of 100 meters and a range of 5 meters around the target, it will be automatically determined as a hit. Wang Hao's level of suppressing the gun is very low. 100 meters is not too far, but it is not too close. At this distance, it is difficult for him to suppress the gun when he fires continuously. If he cannot suppress the gun, the bullets will fly. With this auxiliary aim, the bullet may also go beyond 5 meters around the target. In that case, it will not be able to cause damage to the target. Therefore, Wang Hao gave up the rifle and chose a sniper rifle. 98K is characterized by a single shot and high damage. Wang Hao does not need to hit the target continuously. He only needs to hit 1 or 2 shots to kill the target. With the help of the self-aiming assist, Wang Hao felt that it was not a big problem after hitting 1 or 2 shots. As for choosing S686, it is also because of self-aiming. The damage of the S686 is extremely high. It is not too much to say that 1 shot can kill a child. Its disadvantage is that its bullet capacity is small, with only 2 bullets. Once the 2 bullets cannot kill the target, there is a very high risk of being counter-killed. In this game, Wang Hao is self-aim, so when you are at close range, you don't have to worry about missing someone. Using the S686 will work very well. Hey, there's a car! Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Hao suddenly saw a car driving towards here in the distance. Its target might be the research institute, or it might just be passing by. In either case, depending on its route, its distance from the research institute getting closer, a car is coming. In the team channel, Zhuang Shuer issued a reminder. I saw, Wang Hao said, but his hands were marked. There is danger ahead. 254 meters. Through the mark, Wang Hao observed the distance between the car and himself. There is danger ahead. 198 meters. There is danger ahead. Wang Hao kept making marks. Although the self-aiming assist was very powerful, it had a distance limit. Now that the car was more than 100 meters away from him, the assist function could not take effect. Wang Hao could only wait for the car to approach. Wang Hao, are you sick? Why do you keep ordering this? Jiang Ji became impatient. The 4-row mode is the same as the single-row mode. Even if you land in a box, you cannot exit early. You can only wait for this game to determine the final champion. Therefore, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng had to stay in the game and watch Wang Hao and Zhuang Shui. Operation. Is it possible that you still want to fight? Hong Lisheng said, this is a car. And there is probably a formation of 4 people in the car. If I were you, I would pray that this car was just passing by. Otherwise, you two come and keep us company soon. Classmate Wang Hao. I think what he said makes sense. Let's observe first. Zhuang Shuer couldn't help but say, I know it well. Wang Hao replied. When Zhuang Shuer heard this, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a deep voice sounded. Bump! Zhuang Shuer was stunned immediately. This is the sound of gunfire. And the sound comes from Wang Hao. Wang Hao fired. Didn't you just say you knew what you were doing? Why did he shoot suddenly? Zhuang Shuer was speechless. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng were extremely happy because they saw that after the gunshots were fired, the car that was supposed to be passing by and preparing to stay away suddenly changed direction and drove towards Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao, I have to admit that your shot was just right. You didn't have to die. But now you are dead. Ha. Jiang Ji did not hide his inner joy. Zhuang Shuer, I told you a long time ago that if you follow him, he will kill you sooner or later. You should be prepared to lose big points. Hong Lisheng's words were filled with gloating. Although if you die now, you won't end up in a box. But in fact, you have only just appeared in the second circle. If you are eliminated at this time, you will also lose a lot of points. Seeing that Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were about to lose big points, the depression in Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng's hearts due to the box they had previously dropped was instantly relieved. Wang Hao, are you on fire? Zhuang Shuer asked after reacting. What if I say I did it on purpose? Wang Hao replied calmly. On purpose? Zhuang Shuer found it difficult to understand. On purpose? Is it possible that you still want to kill him? Jiang Ji asked with a smile. Why not? Wang Hao indeed fired the gun deliberately, because he found that the car was just passing by and was already within 100 meters. As a result, the other car actually walked away. Wang Hao deliberately fired the gun in order to attract the other party. Just pretend. We'll see how you do it later. Bump! Before Hong Lisheng could say the word death, Wang Hao fired again. Your teammate Wang Hao used car 98K to knock down player Li San. In the distance, the speed of the car heading this way suddenly slowed down. The player in the driver's seat was shot down by Wang Hao, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng, who were in a state of nothingness. opened their eyes almost instantly. Han Lisheng was never able to say the word death. Shit luck. Jiangji couldn't help but say after reacting. Bump! Another dull sound sounded. The 98K, which was not equipped with silencer, made a loud sound when shooting. Your teammate Wang Hao used Car 98K to knock down the player Shajin. Again! 2 shots killed 2. Is this Wang Hao's bad luck, or his sniper rifle skills? Jiangji and Han Lisheng were speechless at this time, and were filled with shock and uncertainty. Don't be in a daze, and refill your guns. Wang Hao reminded Zhuang Shuer in the team channel. Ah. Oh. Good. Zhuang Shuer was a little ashamed when she reacted. She usually reacted quickly, but just now she acted like a rookie. However, she can't be blamed for this. Who made Wang Hao's sniper rifle so slippery? Chapter 10. One person kills a team with 1 shot. When Wang Hao knocked down the second player, the car had stopped completely. The 2 remaining players jumped out of the car and immediately sealed their cigarettes. Help me! Help me! Li San continued to send out distress signals while crawling on his knees on the ground. I saw someone on the roof of the highest building in the dormitory. Wu Jin, one of the survivors in the team, said confidently, Lin Zi, you go rescue him, and I'll deal with him. With that said, Wu Jin took out the arm on his back. This is an airdrop gun. It is also a sniper rifle. It is much more powerful than the 98K. It can explode even the 3rd level head with 1 shot. Before passing by the research institute, they licked an airdrop with an 8x lens inside. Be careful. That guy's sniper is very accurate. Lin Zi warned Wu Jin while saving people. My sniping is not bad either. Wu Jin was still confident. As he spoke, he poked half of his head out of the smoke, raised his gun, and was about to aim at Wang Hao. However, the next second, a dull sound was heard, and then Wu Jin flew backwards. The moment he landed, he knelt on the ground and held his stomach. Holy crap! I've been beaten. Save me. Save me. Wu Jin, who was confident just now, suddenly panicked. Duh. As soon as Wu Jin finished speaking, bullets rained down on him like raindrops. Although many bullets missed, many hit him, and his blood volume was instantly cleared. Zhuang Shuer. It was Zhuang Shuer who made up the gun. As for the one who knocked him down, it was naturally Wang Hao. The 2 of them coordinated perfectly, one knocking down and the other killing. Wu Jin only missed half of his head and was eliminated. Holy shit! Wu Jin, who was eliminated, couldn't help but curse. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even react. He was gone. Lin Zi, be careful. There is a master on the other side. Wu Jin reminded. Do you need to say this? Lin Zi murmured in his heart. But he did not stop rescuing people. The smoke was blocking him, which could buy him time. Bump! Another gunshot rang out. And Li San, who was about to be rescued, instantly turned into a box. Holy crap! Can this hit? Li San, the box spirit, was quite speechless. Although Lin Zi was also amazed by the opponent's sniper rifle skills. It was obviously not the time to think about such things now. Li San was replaced, and only he and Shajin were left in the team. He had to save Shajin immediately. Watching the progress bar of the rescue keep advancing, Lin Zi felt a little uneasy for some reason. Sure enough, with another gunshot, Shajin, who was kneeling on the ground, was also hit, and his health bar was instantly cleared. Holy shit! This time, the 4 members of the team almost exclaimed at the same time. Is it fired from the other side? Can these be hit? And 2 shots hit too? Wu Jin looked unbelievable. Lin Zi was also quite speechless. Was he saving people or harming them? How to save one from death? However, Lin Zi has no time to think about other people now. He has to think about what to do. He is the only one alive in the entire team, and he will inevitably become the next target of attack. Although the smoke has not dissipated. The smoke obviously it doesn't bring him a sense of security. Run! This was the only thought in Lin Zi's mind at this time. He had been scared out of his wits by the sniper rifle on the opposite side, and he did not have the courage to stay here, let alone the courage to act recklessly. Bump! Just when Lin Zi ran to the car through the cover of the smoke, a bullet was fired and hit his body. Fortunately, he was wearing level 3 armor. Although the level 3 armor was red and his health was also reduced. Most of them were lost. But luckily they were not lost in seconds. This shot also strengthened Lin Zi's determination to escape. Want to run? Looking at the car driving out of the smoke, Wang Hao pulled the gun bolt and whispered to himself. What Lin Zi and others didn't know was that the smoke they thought could cover and protect them actually restricted them invisibly and helped Wang Hao. The self-aiming function has a limited range. It can only hit the target within 5 meters of the target. Although the smoke blocks Wang Hao's sight, it also limits the traces of Lin Zi and others. Wang Hao only needs to go to shooting in the middle area of the smoke will definitely hit Lin Zi and others in the smoke. As for who will be hit, it depends on luck. Lin Zi can survive to the end, which also shows that he is lucky. However, his luck apparently ended here. Bump! There was another gunshot, and Wang Hao pulled the trigger again. Lin Zi, who was escaping in a panic, was hit and fell from the driver's seat, turning into a box with red light. The group is destroyed. The 8 people present, except Wang Hao, were all shocked. With just one sniper rifle, Wang Hao actually wiped out a fully equipped formation. Among them, although Zhuang Xuer also fired a gun, without perspective or self-aiming aids, it was not easy for her to pass through the smoke and hit the people in the smoke. If Wu Jin had not confidently revealed his head and exposed his position, she might have can't even get an assist. Even so, her contribution in this battle was extremely limited. It is not an exaggeration to say that Wang Hao destroyed an entire formation with one shot. Wang Hao, your sniper rifle is so accurate? Zhuang Xuer said in surprise. This is the most powerful sniper rifle Zhuang Xuer has ever seen so far. Even if there is smoke, Wang Hao can still hit the target. It's okay, Wang Hao said. It's just bad luck to pretend, Jiangji muttered. However, everyone can hear the sourness and guilt in his words. Shit luck? If he only knocked down one, it might be bad luck. But Wang Hao knocked down 4. The 4 who were killed were either in the smoke or on a moving vehicle. Under such circumstances, 4 of them could be killed. It definitely cannot be described as shit luck. Is it so difficult to admit that others are great? Zhuang Xuer retorted. Jiangji was quite embarrassed by what he said. He could only curse Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer in his heart for having done it earlier. Zhuang Xuer didn't talk nonsense to them. After observing the surrounding environment, she jumped onto the ground and then headed straight for the 4 boxes. What do you want to do? Wang Hao asked. Lick the bag, Zhuang Xuer replied. Wang Hao. Sure enough. As long as they are female gamers, there is no one who doesn't like to lick the bag. Even if they don't like anything, they can't help but lick the box when they see it. Wang Hao, holding his sniper rifle, was still lying on the roof of the building observing the surrounding situation, with no intention of following him. Level 3 armor. There is also a level 3 helmet, but it's a pity that this helmet is already red. Dog smashing? Hee hee. Dog smashing and all that. I like it best. These guys are really rich. There is actually Zhuang Xuer exclaimed while licking her bag. In front of the wealth of goods, she completely lost her previous quiet demeanor. Wang Hao was not moved at first. Even when he heard a dog smashing an airdrop gun like this, he was not moved. He even felt that Zhuang Xuer's reaction was too exaggerated. But when Wang Hao heard that there was in his bag, he suddenly lost his composure. I want it. Chapter 11 Turning Point. Wang Hao was lying on the roof of the dormitory building, touching the dark green in his hand, his eyes full of love. The most powerful single-shot bolt-action sniper rifle in the chicken game. The damage is very high, and it can even directly ignore the level 3 helmet. Its damage is far more than 98k. The only flaw is that this gun can only be obtained from airdrop boxes, and the bullets are limited and the quantity is limited. In the virtual battlefield, this is also an extremely powerful sniper rifle. After Wang Hao said he wanted the Zhuang Xuer had the good sense not to pick up the gun. In the battle just now, Wang Hao had already proven his strength. The could be of greater value in his hands. Now the two of them, it was a team situation. Wang Hao performed well, and Zhuang Xuer naturally benefited from it. Classmate Jiangji. Classmate Han Lisheng. How was my sniping performance just now? With nothing to do, Wang Hao became disgusted with Jiangji and Han Lisheng. I remember someone just said that we were destined to die. But this result seems to be similar to someone these people think differently. Jiangji and Han Lisheng naturally knew that Wang Hao was talking about them, and they were quite embarrassed. They both thought that Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer were dead this time, but they didn't expect that they would be killed. It wasn't Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer who were there, but the full formation driving by. A bunch of trash. For can't beat too. No. Zhuang Xuer basically didn't take any action. For can't beat one. What a waste. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng cursed the full formation several times in their hearts. It's just bullshit luck. Jiang Ji was still arrogant and refused to admit Wang Hao's strength. The team just now was definitely a rookie. They fought a man-machine team and saw how good you were. Wait until they meet the real ones. Master, you don't even know how you died. Even with such a team, I can defeat 4 of them. What's so great about it? Hong Lisheng also agreed. However, the 2 of them said so, but their words were not very confident. The team just now was definitely not a human machine, but a real player. If it were them, it would be very difficult or even impossible for them to achieve Wang Hao's level. However, in front of Wang Hao, a scumbag in the ordinary class, the 2 of them cannot show their cowardice. They are top students in the key class. Naturally, a top student must have the arrogance of a top student. You're quite tough. Wang Hao smiled lightly, but he didn't take it seriously. Afterwards, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer stood guard in the graduate dormitory building, sniping at the players passing by. Wang Hao's configuration is very simple. An AUM and a 98K, both of which are long-range weapons, and their damage is higher than that of ordinary rifles. As for the S686 equipped before, Wang Hao threw it on the ground next to him. Relying on 2 sniper rifles, Wang Hao made all the teams passing by the research institute frightened. If they left directly, it would be okay. If they dared to attack Wang Hao and the others, the result would be that the team would be wiped out. Wang Hao, the 2 high-damage sniper rifles, combined with the auto-aim auxiliary function, can almost hit the target within 100 meters. And as long as they are hit, the high damage of the sniper rifle will cause the target to lose more than half of its blood, or even fall directly. Land. Zhuang Shuer performed equally well. After the initial shock, she gradually entered the state, and cooperated with Wang Hao to snipe passing players. She used not a sniper rifle, but 2 rifles. Wang Hao discovered Zhuang Shuer's skill with guns is more than twice as high as his. As expected, he can be ranked among the top 3 in his grade all year round. His strength should not be underestimated. With the cooperation of the 2, the dormitory building of the Research Institute has become a forbidden area. All players who pass by will have to shed their skin even if they die. Finally, after the 4 circle was refreshed, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had to leave the dormitory building of the institute. It was not that they wanted to leave, but the 4 circle refreshed the dormitory building outside the safe zone. Wang Hao, where are we going? After some cooperation, Zhuang Shuer has fully recognized Wang Hao's strength. Unlike Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng, she has been prejudiced against Wang Hao from the beginning. On the contrary, she as Wang Hao was not only unbiased, but full of curiosity. After a battle, she was even more impressed by Wang Hao's sniper rifle skills. Therefore, before changing the point, Zhuang Shuer subconsciously asked Wang Hao for his opinion. Wang Hao glanced at the map and said, "Go to P City. P City is in the safe zone, and there is a high probability that the next circle will be in the circle." Wang Hao is preparing to occupy points in advance. Okay. There happened to be a bungalow on the road not far from the dormitory building, and the 2 of them drove the bungalow straight to P City. In the team channel, only Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were communicating. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng seemed to be offline, and did not make any sound. Of course, they didn't really disconnect, but they didn't dare or didn't know what to say. They even wished Wang Hao would forget their existence. 16. From the beginning to now, Wang Hao has killed 16 people. Of these 16 people, Wang Hao killed them all with sniper rifles. Those players were all killed by Wang Hao before they could even reach the dormitory downstairs. Even Zhuang Shue's son. In the process, he also killed 5 people. The 2 of them became the male and female evil spirits on this virtual battlefield. At the beginning, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng were able to speak harshly, saying that all Wang Hao killed were rookies and newcomers, and even said that those killed were all humans and machines. But now, they cannot say such words. Especially the 2 witnessed the entire process, and saw the ferocity of Wang Hao's sniper rifle. They didn't dare to say a word, for fear that Wang Hao would realize that they were still in the team and mock them verbally. The Bang Bang car arrived at P City without any incident. P City is also one of the holy places for steel guns. There are many houses here, and there are supplies in each house that can be collected. It can support 2 or even 3 full formations. Of course, in addition to collectible materials, each house may also contain other players. This is also one of the most suitable places for old 6 players to survive. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer sniped and killed many players in the dormitory building. Just by licking the bags. They were fully armed. Now they were not short of supplies. Therefore, after arriving in P City, the two chose a house and prepared to go in and grab some points. However, just when Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer entered the first floor, footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. Someone. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked at each other. Zhuang Shuer's eyes asked, should we attack the building or change the house? Attacking the building is dangerous, and defending the building has a natural advantage. However, if you can capture it, you can gain another kill. Changing a house is undoubtedly a conservative and safe choice. The most important thing in P City is houses. Hit! Wang Hao whispered. Chapter 12 Attacking and Defending Buildings. You're in front. Wang Hao said to Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer was slightly startled when he heard this. Attacking a building is very dangerous. The person rushing in front will undoubtedly become the focus of the defender's attack. Is Wang Hao using her to attract firepower? Don't worry. With me here, even if you are knocked down, you will not be replaced. Wang Hao assured Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer. Don't go. He just wants you to die on purpose. That's right. He will definitely betray you on purpose later. Don't believe him. He is the one who wants to attack the building. Let him rush in front. Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng, who had never known how to speak, finally found an opportunity and continued to provoke Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao did not explain. He just looked at Zhuang Shuer, waiting for the other party's decision. Zhuang Shuer also ignored Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng. She took a deep look at Wang Hao and nodded in agreement. Okay. Then, Zhuang Shuer rushed forward without hesitation. Wang Hao followed closely behind, holding an S686 shotgun in his hand. In this environment, the sniper rifle was obviously not as useful as the spray gun. Duh. As soon as Zhuang Shuer rushed to the second floor, bullets roared towards him. There were indeed people upstairs, and there were two of them. One was facing the stairs, and the other was in the corner. The two set up a simple formation, and aimed their guns at the stairs at the same time. Zhuang Shuer, who was rushing at the front, lost most of her health in an instant. In panic, she quickly fought back. However, in her panic, her waist shooting level dropped a lot, and most of the bullets hit the air. It's over. Wang Hao. Take action quickly. Bump. The unique heart-shaking sound of S686 sounded, and Zhuang Shuer saw that the player opposite him flew backwards in an instant, and the secondary helmet on his head turned into pieces the moment he was hit. Duh. The player in the corner, although shocked that his companion was knocked down, did not stop moving. The AK-47 in his hand was spitting flames, and bullets were pouring towards Zhuang Shuer. You were knocked down by player Shen Biao using an AK-47. Zhuang Shuer's blood volume was emptied, and he knelt down on the ground, clutching his stomach. Save. Touch. Just as Zhuang Shuer was about to call for help, S686 roared again. The huge sound caused Zhuang Shuer, who was too close, to have a brief tinnitus. Your teammate Wang Hao used S686 to kill Lu Shi. Your teammate Wang Hao used S686 to kill Shen Biao. Double kill. The two players upstairs turned into two boxes with red light in the blink of an eye. Wang Hao did not immediately go to lick the bag, but bent down to rescue Zhuang Shuer. I said, I won't give them a chance to fall in love with you. Wang Hao said with a smile towards Zhuang Shuer. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer nodded while recovering his blood. Wang Hao, I didn't expect you to be so good at trolling. There is a saying on the virtual battlefield that all living beings are equal before trolls. No matter what kind of equipment is it. When facing trolls, as long as they are hit, they will basically be shot down. This shows how powerful the trolls are. However, the bullet capacity of sprayers is usually very small. Take the S686. For example, it has only 2 bullets and a reloading time of 3 seconds. If these 2 bullets cannot knock down the target, it will be easily counterattacked by the opponent. Therefore, although trolling is very powerful, there are very few people who play trolling. For most people, trolling is no different from a fire stick. Novices will not even touch it, and only experts dare to play it. Troll. When Zhuang Shuer and the others saw that Wang Hao actually chose the S686 as his main weapon, they were all very unfavorable. Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng even ridiculed him. But now, all 3 of them have seen Wang Hao's level of trolling. No one dared to question it again. The 2 of them replenished their health and stayed in the room without going anywhere else. It's not that they don't want to kill people. But there are many houses in P City. And there are definitely a lot of old 6 players. They don't know which room they are lying in. They were not tricked just now. Or because the 2 players upstairs missed their steps first. Otherwise, there is a high possibility that the 2 of them will be tricked. The game Virtual Battlefield is somewhat different from other games. Although the overall strength of high-level players is definitely stronger than that of low-level players. This does not mean that low-level players cannot beat high-level players at all. On the contrary, attacks completely exist. And the common means for low-level players to counterattack is to be the old 6 and fight in groups. Faced with these 2 situations, especially the former, no matter how high the rank is and how strong the strength is, they will often roll over. Wang Hao did not dare to wander around P City without the aid of clairvoyance. Ever since Wang Hao and the others entered P City, the gunfire in P City had basically never stopped. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer remained unmoved and remained calm bystanders. Sure enough, as Wang Hao expected, the next circle was also drawn in P City. And Wang Hao and the 2 did not need to change points. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after the safe zone was refreshed, the roar of a car suddenly came from outside Wang Hao's house. The roar came from far to near, and finally stopped outside Wang Hao's house. Then, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer heard footsteps. Isn't it? Such a coincidence? Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked at each other, both speechless. This is obviously someone who came to P City. But there are so many buildings in P City that you can go to. But the other party chose theirs. I don't know whether to say they are lucky or unlucky. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked at each other, and were ready to fight. Their positions at this time were exactly the same as the 2 before. The difference was that the 2 did not make a sound. They were the standard old 6. Thump, thump, thump. There were 2 footsteps coming from downstairs. After getting off the car, the 2 people rushed upstairs without any hesitation. I don't know if they were overconfident or simply not alert. Bump! As soon as the current player emerged from the stairs, the spray gun in Wang Hao's hand went off. The player fell to the ground. The companion behind him did not react at all and continued to rush upwards based on inertia. Duh. The unique gunshot of the M416 rang out, and the player was beaten up and down, and his health quickly reached the bottom. Together with his companions, he turned into a box and drank in the northwest. Yeah! Zhuang Shuer cheered, looking quite happy. It's not your first time killing someone. Why are you so excited? Wang Hao asked. You don't know how difficult it is to snatch a head from your hands, Zhuang Shuer said. But it's really a sense of accomplishment to be able to snatch it. Wang Hao played well whether it was a sniper rifle or a troll. Zhuang Shuer's own strength is quite good. But next to Wang Hao, she looks like a rookie. And she managed to win several heads. Chapter 13, Being Framed. It seems that I delayed you, Wang Hao said. No. Zhuang Shuer said quickly. I took advantage of being able to form a team with you. Zhuang Shuer's strength is very good. People like her are also full of arrogance in their hearts. Most people. She really doesn't like him. But Wang Hao has conquered her with his strength. She is now convinced of Wang Hao's strength. Zhuang Shuer's words were not false flattery, but came from the heart. Teaming up with Wang Hao. Although it is difficult for her to steal kills from Wang Hao, with a master like Wang Hao in the team, the probability of survival of the entire team will be much higher. Of course, this is without being scattered. Except for cases like Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng who acted alone. And if you can live longer, you can not only get survival rewards, but also have more opportunities and time to kill other players. For example, in this game, it was difficult for Zhuang Shuer to grab the kill from Wang Hao. But faced with it there are many other players who are right. She can always grab a few. In this game, she has killed 6, which is not much less than her usual kills. What's more, this game is not over yet. And if you can win the championship in the end, it will be a big profit. In short, it is definitely better to team up with experts than to team up with rookies. The 5th circle quickly began to shrink. After shrinking the poisonous circle, the 6th circle also came out. The bad news is that the north of P City has been cleared, and the safety zone of the 6th circle is on the plain next to P City. The good news is that the circle is very close to Wang Hao and the others. Let's not rush into the circle now. Let's wait until the circle shrinks before entering. Wang Hao took out his sniper rifle again and looked at the planes outside the window and said, Okay. Zhuang Shuer also took out his gun and observed the situation on the plane outside the window. Soon, a figure appeared in the field of vision of the 2 people. The player put away his gun and ran straight into the circle. No smoking or driving. Is this for dry pull? Naturally. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer would not be polite when facing this big gift. Bump! Duh. The gunshots of 98K and M416 sounded almost at the same time. And the player in the field of vision turned into a box almost instantly. Your teammate Zhuang Shuer used M416 to kill the player in Duan. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer and saw Zhuang Shuer's face looking happy. Wang Hao's shot accurately hit the target. However, he hit the opponent's body. The damage caused by this shot was not fatal. The 98K reloading time was relatively long. By the time Wang Hao finished loading, the target had already been shot. He was beaten to death by Zhuang Shuer. Equipped with an expanded M416. It has 40 rounds of ammunition. Enough for Zhuang Shuer to kill the target. Although he didn't get the kill, Wang Hao didn't have any dissatisfaction. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Zhuang Shuer was able to get the kill because of her great shooting skills. Wang Hao had nothing to be dissatisfied with. After the two of them joined hands to kill the player, two more players soon appeared in the field of vision. These two players were also fighting, but they were more cautious than the previous one. They ran while smoking. Bump! Wang Hao's sniper rifle went off soon. The smoke seal was not of much use to Wang Hao. With the auto-aim auxiliary, he only needed to shoot into the smoke. Zhuang Shuer fired almost at the same time, but without self-aim or perspective. She could only try her luck by shooting wildly at the smoke. He used 98K to knock down the player Zheng Lin. When Wang Hao fired his second shot, he knocked down one of the players. Your teammate Zhuang Shuer used M416 to kill the player Li Shui. Not long after Wang Hao knocked down the player, Zhuang Shuer also made a contribution. Her luck seemed a bit unnatural. Even if she had no vision, she just relied on luck. His crazy shooting actually knocked down another person. So Wang Hao's knockdown became a kill. In a short period of time, the two worked together to kill 3 people. However, this is just the beginning, not the end. In this round, there are undoubtedly many people who want to score points. They have already entered the finals. And there are actually 15 people. Most of them were hidden in P City before. Therefore, they all have no transportation. If they want to entering the circle, the only option was to pull and pull, which gave Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, who were watching eagerly from the side, an opportunity. The two of them used a sniper rifle and a rifle to cooperate with each other to knock down the targets in their field of vision one by one. By the time the poison circle reached the two of them, Wang Hao's kill count had reached 27, and Zhuang Shuer had also reached 12. It would not be an exaggeration to call the two of them a virtual battlefield with black and white evil spirits. Wang Hao, should we enter the circle? Zhuang Shuer was a little nervous. The 6th circle is already very toxic. If they don't enter the circle early, they will all be poisoned to death. Okay. Wang Hao had no objection. However, just as the two jumped downstairs and were about to enter the circle, an accident happened. Gunshots were heard in the distance, and bullets were pouring towards Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Although Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer sealed their cigarettes in time, Zhuang Shuer, who was unlucky, was still knocked to the ground. They're stuck. It was obvious that other players in the distance had discovered them a long time ago and had been waiting for them to enter the circle. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had been hunting down poison-eating players before, but they did not notice that they had already become prey in the eyes of others. Wang Hao, leave her alone. Hurry up and get into the circle. The poisonous circle is coming soon. There are only 5 people left. There is a high chance of winning this round. If you win, you will be rewarded with 10 exchange points and an airdrop box. At the moment Zhuang Shuer fell to the ground, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng spoke out almost at the same time. This time, they were not mocking Wang Hao, but urging Wang Hao to abandon the fallen Zhuang Shuer and enter the circle. He looked like he was thinking about Wang Hao, but in fact, they are thinking about themselves. In this game, it was a foregone conclusion that they would land in a box. Not only were they deducted a large number of points, but they also had no redemption points. Now, if they want to gain something from this game, they can only hope for Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. People can win the final championship. In that case, they can earn 10 exchange points and get treasures from the airdrop box. It can also give them some comfort and not get nothing, although they still look down on Wang Hao in their hearts. Wang Hao performed very well in this round. There are not many people left in this round. If Wang Hao successfully enters the circle, he has a great chance of winning. However, Wang Hao was beyond their expectations. Instead of entering the circle, he squatted down to save people. Wang Hao. Don't save me. It's too late. If I try to save you, you'll die here. Hurry up and get into the circle. Who else can we save at this time? If you enter the circle alone, you have a good chance of winning. Wang Hao's actions made Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng anxious. Chapter 14 Breaking Defense. Playing chicken is quite difficult for many people, especially after reaching high levels. Even for strong players, it is very difficult to play chicken. Often, they may not be able to win a game for several days. After all, if you want to play chicken, you may not be able to win a game. To win chicken, you need not only strong personal strength, but luck is also a big factor. Although Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng are not weak in strength, for them, eating chicken is not as simple as daily life. It may even take several days to win a game by chance. Therefore, they now see the hope of eating chicken. Wang Hao's movements were extremely urgent. Wang Hao, you go first. If you stay and save me, we will both die here, Zhuang Shuer also said. Zhuang Shuer was very touched that Wang Hao did not abandon her. On the virtual battlefield, it often happened that players abandoned or even betrayed their teammates. In particular, some players who formed a temporary team only cared about themselves and did not care about the lives of their teammates. Zhuang Shuer was really touched that Wang Hao could stay to save himself in this situation. However, this is obviously not a rational decision. If Wang Hao stayed to save himself in this situation, it would probably be difficult for Wang Hao to enter the circle alive. It's okay, Wang Hao said nonchalantly. Wang Hao, leave quickly. The poisonous circle is coming. Hurry up and enter the circle. There is no time. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng continued to urge Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao remained unmoved. The poisonous circle approached quickly, and soon passed Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer. Their signal values continued to decrease. To make matters worse, the players holding them on the opposite side continued to shoot at them. Duh. Bullets flew like raindrops. And even with the smoke blocking them, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer still got hit by 1 or 2 shots from time to time. Seeing Wang Hao's blood volume and signal value decreasing, Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng were both going crazy with anxiety. They couldn't figure out why Wang Hao was so crazy that he didn't even enter the circle. Aren't he waiting to die if he continued to stay here? Finally, what they were most worried about finally happened, when Wang Hao was about to rescue Zhuang Shuer. He was shot one after another. His blood volume was emptied, and he and Zhuang Shuer were instantly turned into boxes. Game over. Team ranking, 3rd. Because there were still 2 teams fighting in the finals. The whole game was not over. Therefore, Wang Hao and the 4 were not transported back to the real world. Instead, they seemed to be standing high in the sky, overlooking the entire virtual battlefield. However, because no teammates survived, they could only see the panoramic view of the battlefield at this time, but could not see any player operations. This is the first time Wang Hao has appeared on the virtual battlefield in such a state. Under the high-altitude view, the entire battlefield is clearly visible. Wang Hao was leisurely looking at the panoramic view, while Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng were cursing. Wang Hao, you are a bastard. In that situation, you actually stayed to save people. Is there something wrong with your brain? You are a rookie, and you still don't admit it. Do you think you are great because you have some shooting skills? I tell you, you are far away from becoming a master. You were able to win the game like this. What a waste. The 2 of them were obviously defeated by Wang Hao's last operation. And they looked at each other. They were about to receive an exchange point and airdrop supplies. But they just flew away like this. How could the 2 of them stay calm? You 2 still have the nerve to argue? If you fall into a box, who is the waste? You didn't kill a single person in a round. But you still have the nerve to say that Wang Hao, who killed 27 people, is a rookie. Where are you? In this case, how do you do it? Are you embarrassed to say it? If I were you, I would just hit the wall. Before Wang Hao could speak, Zhuang Shuer responded with sharp and merciless words. Wang Hao, who originally wanted to refute, simply stopped speaking. Arguing with people like Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng was a waste of his own saliva and completely unnecessary. About 10 seconds later, Wang Hao and the other 2 were teleported back to the principal's office. Seeing the 4 people reappearing, Guanling came up to them with a smile. However, when he saw that Jiang Ji, Hong Lisheng and Zhuang Shuer's expressions were not very good, his smile froze on his face. What's wrong? Did you lose points? Obviously, it can be seen from the faces of the 3 of them that their game did not seem to go well. The strange thing is that Wang Hao's expression is as usual. Principal, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After Jiang Ji finished speaking, he left with a gloomy look. Principal, I'm leaving first. Han Lisheng followed closely behind. The attitude of the two people made Guan Ling very dissatisfied, and he secretly wondered if he had been too spoiled to them and made the two of them forget his identity. Classmate Zhuang Shuer, what's wrong with the two of them? Guan Ling looked at Zhuang Shuer and asked. The two of them have no shame in staying here any longer. Zhuang Shuer gloated. In that game just now, the two of them fell into a box. Although he failed to win the chicken, Zhuang Shuer was still in a good mood. In the game just now, she gained 18 redemption points, which was already beyond her usual average. It fell into a box? Guan Ling was shocked when he heard this. No wonder the two people's faces were so ugly. What about you? Us? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and said, we have reached the finals. Wang Hao killed 27. And I killed 12. So many? Guan Ling was shocked again. Immediately, the shock on his face turned into a rich smile. Okay. Wang Hao is doing well. There are still 2 weeks to go. Keep up the good work. I will. Wang Hao nodded. Afterwards, Guan Ling encouraged Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer before letting them leave. Why didn't you leave me behind in the game before? Zhuang Shuer couldn't wait to ask Wang Hao as soon as she left the principal's office. Her shining eyes seemed to be expecting something. Wang Hao subconsciously avoided Zhuang Shuer's overly enthusiastic eyes and said, I just don't want them to eat chicken. Chicken? Just win the championship. But in this case, you can't. Is there an airdrop box for getting the final redemption point reward? Zhuang Shuer obviously didn't believe it. I don't care, Wang Hao said casually. With the support of Wang Hao, he really doesn't care about winning or losing in a round. For him, winning chicken is not too difficult. Although he cannot guarantee winning chicken in every round, the probability of winning chicken is definitely higher. Much taller than the others. It doesn't matter? Zhuang Shuer obviously didn't believe it. She knows how important exchange points are. She knows how rare airdrop boxes are. Even the super players she knows don't dare to say that it doesn't matter whether they win or not. Because the difference between winning and not winning is too big. In addition to redemption points and airdrop boxes, it also affects field damage, KD and other values. Can Wang Hao really be indifferent to this? Zhuang Shuer didn't believe it. Chapter 15 Precious Lunch Box. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The look in Zhuang Shuer's eyes made Wang Hao feel scared. I just saved her once. Why is her look so scary? Wang Hao thought in his heart. Wait! Zhuang Shuer stopped Wang Hao. She walked around to Wang Hao, looked at Wang Hao and asked, have you played double row today? Not yet. Neither have I. Zhuang Shuer's eyes widened. How about we form a team? To Zhuang Shuer's expectation, Wang Hao shook his head and refused. No. I have a teammate. Didn't you just turn 18? Where did you come from? Teammate? Obviously. Zhuang Shuer didn't believe Wang Hao's words. She's not that easy to fool. However, Wang Hao really didn't lie this time. It's true that I just turned 18. But it doesn't affect me to find teammates in advance. Right? This situation does happen. And many people can enter the virtual battlefield. Teammates have been agreed upon before. But this way of teaming up is not very effective. Because no one knows how they or their teammates will perform after entering the virtual battlefield. Some people have high talents, and some people have low talents. The battlefield performance, there are good and bad. And it's okay if the time is short. But if the time is long, it is easy for conflicts to arise within such a team. After all, in the final analysis, virtual battlefield is not an ordinary game. It will affect the real life of every participant. Who doesn't want to improve their lives or even improve their social status through the virtual battlefield? Therefore, no one is willing to enter the virtual battlefield with burdens for a long time. Who are you looking for as a teammate? Your classmate? I'm no worse than your classmates. Right? Otherwise, would you consider changing your teammates? Zhuang Shuer obviously doesn't want to give up. Although he only played one game with Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer was convinced by Wang Hao's strength. Everyone knew that there were many benefits to teaming up with a master. Now that he met one, Zhuang Shuer was naturally unwilling to give up. More importantly, Wang Hao is younger than her. Having shown such high talent at such a young age, his future is absolutely limitless. My teammates are not my classmates. So don't make random guesses. I haven't considered changing my teammates. Okay. I'll leave first. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left without giving Zhuang Shuer a chance to speak again. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao's back, clenched her pink fists, and said to herself, Wang Hao, I will never give up. Naturally, Wang Hao didn't know that Zhuang Shuer had already targeted him. He and Zhuang Shuer, after the children separated, they returned to class. Wang Hao is back, someone shouted, and everyone in class 12 looked at the door at the same time. Wang Hao, how did you achieve 30 kills? Wang Hao, your score was first in the school in this mock test. That's awesome. Wang Hao, you helped our class 12 make enough money this time. Look, you haven't seen Teacher Ding's smile, which is as bright as a dog's tail flower. Wang Hao. The students from class 12 quickly surrounded Wang Hao. Everyone was excited, as if it was not Wang Hao who was killed by 30, but them. Son Deming, who did you just say smiles like a dog's tail? Just when Wang Hao was tired of dealing with the overly enthusiastic classmates around him, Ding Yuning's voice rang out. In an instant, the classmates surrounding Wang Hao dispersed. Ding Yuning glared hard at Son Deming, who just said bad things about her, then put on a smiling expression and walked up to Wang Hao. Classmate Wang Hao, I have put your lunch boxes in the back of my car. In the box, I will help you send it back after school. Don't leave such precious things lying around next time. Ding Yuning had already learned from Guan Ling that Wang Hao killed 27 people in the 4-row game. Although he failed to win the championship, the number of kills was eye-catching and once again confirmed Wang Hao's genius status. Wang Hao's status in Ding Yuning's heart became even higher. However, Wang Hao was a little confused at this time. Precious? It's just a lunchbox. How precious can it be? However, Wang Hao soon realized that he was no longer on the earth, but in another time and space. This time and space is in the end of the world, and all materials have become extremely precious, including rice, fresh vegetables and fruits, etc. Wait, what ordinary people usually eat are synthetic ointments, which can only wrap around the abdomen and prevent people from starving to death. But the taste is very average, and even a little difficult to swallow. Things like white rice, fresh vegetables, and fruits are very expensive. They are very expensive, and most people can't afford them. Looking at it this way, I seem to be lucky enough to be able to deliver 100 box lunches. Wang Hao said to himself. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Wang Hao said. 100 box lunches are quite heavy. It would be really troublesome for Wang Hao to take them back. It's a little thing. Ding Yuning smiled even more happily. How satisfied she was with Wang Hao now. Why didn't she realize that Wang Hao was so handsome and cute before? By the way, have you played in double Q today? Ding Yuning remembered what Guan Ling told her and asked quickly, if you haven't played in double Q yet, I can help you arrange teammates. They can be from our class, or it's from other classes. You can choose the team members. I can coordinate. If I can't coordinate, the principal can step in. As soon as Ding Yuning finished speaking, all the students in class 12 looked at Wang Hao with burning eyes. Who doesn't want to team up with experts? Wang Hao is definitely the strongest person in his class right now. No need. I have my own teammates. Wang Hao refused. Is that so? How are the strengths of your teammates? Ding Yuning was obviously a little worried. Student Wang Hao, you also know that there are still about 2 weeks until the college entrance examination. You are young and entered the virtual battlefield late. Now every game is very important to you. If your teammates are not strong enough, it may affect your college entrance examination results. Ding Yuning can't help but worry. On the one hand, she is really thinking about Wang Hao and is afraid of Wang Hao's selection. Inadvertently, it affects her own performance. Secondly, Wang Hao is now the key student in their class. Whether their class 12 can perform well in the college entrance examination, Wang Hao's performance is crucial. Wang Hao's performance is also good or bad for her. Great impact. Teacher Ding, don't worry. I know what's going on. Wang Hao said. I'll play a game first and see how the situation goes. If the team formation doesn't work well, I'll ask Teacher Ding to help me arrange it tomorrow. That's it. That's okay. Ding Yuning thought about it and felt that Wang Hao's words made sense. So she stopped forcing it. The students in the class were quite disappointed when they heard Wang Hao's answer. After school, Ding Yuning drove Wang Hao back in person, which saved Wang Hao's taxi fare. Before leaving, she didn't forget to transfer 10 exchange points to Wang Hao to pay for the double row. Chapter 16 Personal Information. District 38. This is the area where Wang Hao lives. Most of the houses here are short and dilapidated. During the walk, most of the residents had shabby clothes and sallow complexions. This is one of the slums in the city, and the people living here are the poor in the city. Although it is the end of the world, there is still a gap between the rich and the poor among the surviving humans. The rich live in high-rise buildings with strong defenses and eat delicious food, while the poor can only live in dilapidated slums and have difficulty eating synthetic ointment for the throat. Moreover, the slums in the city are all close to the city wall, and the rich areas are in the central area of the city. If one day the city is invaded by crazy beasts and mutated zombies, the houses and humans in the slums will be the first line of attack for the rich. Line of defense. Obviously, Wang Hao is one of the poor. When Ding Yuning sent Wang Hao back just now, she was quite surprised to see that he actually lived in District 38, and immediately offered to apply for a scholarship for Wang Hao. Ding Yuning knew very well how chaotic the slums were, and she didn't want her best student to have any accidents before the college entrance examination. Wang Hao was lying on his bed, looking at the damp and broken ceiling, feeling quite speechless. My home in this world is really too poor, not to mention the shabby house. My family has no savings at all. If it weren't for Su Guangyuan's care, I might have become a beggar on the roadside. The Su Guangyuan mentioned in Wang Hao's words was his neighbor, and the double-row teammate he was planning to invite. Wang Hao is preparing to form a team with Su Guangyuan, not because of his talent and strength, but because of his gratitude. 100 years ago, although humans survived by relying on the virtual battlefield, the crisis has not been resolved. Mutated beasts and zombies are still rampant outside the city, threatening human safety. After all, the food humans can obtain from the virtual battlefield is limited and requires luck. Most people can only rely on consuming synthetic ointments to maintain their health. The materials in synthetic ointments are mainly meat, bones, and even fur from various beasts. All of them. There are different types of ointments. A few people, in order to make money and survive, went out of the city to hunt mutant beasts. This was naturally a dangerous behavior, and many people died as a result. Back then, Wang Hao's parents and Su Guangyuan's parents went out to the city to hunt wild animals. As a result, neither of them came back. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan became orphans. Su Guangyuan was 3 years older than Wang Hao. The two played and grew up together when they were children. After both parents died, Su Guangyuan has been taking care of Wang Hao. Su Guangyuan's talent in the virtual battlefield is average. Although he entered the virtual battlefield 3 years earlier than Wang Hao, his rank has always been between Silver 3 and Silver 1, making it difficult to break through. You know, although everyone can enter the virtual battlefield 3 times a day, double rows and 4 rows require redemption points. One game requires 10 redemption points, and many people can't make any money playing one game. Up to 10 redemption points. For these people, participating in 2-row and 4-row games will not make any profit at all, but will make a loss. Su Guangyuan is like this. Over the years, he has basically only participated in solo queue every day, accumulating points and redemption points. But even so, his solo queue rank is not very high. The rank is not high, and the strength is not strong. So naturally, he cannot earn much money and exchange points. However, even so, Su Guangyuan has not given up taking care of Wang Hao, and usually does odd jobs to support their lives. Wang Hao is old Xiao, was not qualified to enter the virtual battlefield before. In recent years, he basically relied on Su Guangyuan's help to survive. Therefore, when Wang Hao thinks of his teammates in the double row, the first thing that comes to mind is Su Guangyuan. Although Su Guangyuan's strength is average, Wang Hao doesn't mind. He has auxiliary functions to help, so bringing Su Guangyuan is not a big problem. Speaking of which, my impression of Su Guangyuan comes from my own memory. I haven't seen him since I came to this world, Wang Hao said to himself. He has been in this world for less than a day. At this time, Su Guangyuan should still be working and has not returned. By the way, I haven't checked my personal information yet. Wang Hao suddenly thought that he had been in this world for a long time, and he still hadn't checked his personal information. Thinking in his mind, Wang Hao looked at his personal information through the bracelet. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years old. Address, District 38, Huaxia Silver City. Rank, single row, hot-blooded bronze 5, 1250, double row, hot-blooded bronze 5, 1200, fourth row, hot-blooded bronze 5, 1241, redemption points, 77 team affiliation, none legion, none auxiliary functions, none See, after reading his bracelet information, Wang Hao sat up in surprise. Something is wrong. There is one more item in personal information, accessibility. Wang Hao had previously understood what the bracelet information included, and had even seen other people's bracelet information. There was no auxiliary function in other people's information. Thinking of the golden finger he had obtained, Wang Hao made a guess. Could it be that only he has the information about this auxiliary function? This should be the case. And this auxiliary function cannot be a temporary auxiliary function. Only a permanent auxiliary function will be displayed. The question now is whether other people can see his auxiliary function information. If so, he has to find a way to keep it secret. He doesn't want to become the research target of those powerful people. As for other information in the bracelet, it is quite normal. Needless to say, name and age are the most basic. In the rank information, you can also click to enter the subpage. In the subpage, there are various specific data in the 3 modes of single row, double row and 4 row, such as KD, field damage, maximum number of kills, maximum survival time, etc., are very similar to the chicken-eating game on Earth. After entering the virtual battlefield, individuals can choose to disclose this information or hide it. The power is in your own hands. As for the team and Legion information later, those have nothing to do with Wang Hao for the time being. Of course, it's only temporary. According to regulations, everyone has the responsibility to protect their home and country. However, people of different ranks are assigned different tasks. People like Su Guangyuan, who have no strength, talent, and low rank, can only join the militia. Occasionally there will be training and a small salary will be paid. Those who reach the gold rank can join the regular army. That is, the Legion. These people can receive very high wages every month. As for the team, it is a special mode. The Legion will select some top experts to form a team to perform some special or dangerous tasks. Of course, individuals can also form a team, but the people who form the team must be in the Star Diamond rank. Above, the team member's rank must not be lower than Platinum. Chapter 17 Selling Lunch Boxes. Wang Hao, are you back? Just as Wang Hao was studying his personal information, Su Guangyuan's voice came from outside the room. Back? Wang Hao responded. Then, Su Guangyuan opened the door and walked in. Su Guangyuan is about 1.8 meters tall, and his face is full of traces of weathering. Although he is only 3 years older than Wang Hao, he looks much older than he is because he has been working as a coolie all year round. I took on a job digging a swimming pool today. The owner is a wealthy family, and they were very generous. They gave him 300 yuan. On the way back, I bought some meat and some coarse rice. Let's have a tooth festival tonight. Su Guangyuan looked at Wang Hao and said happily. Working as a coolie usually only costs about 100 yuan a day. In today's social environment, 100 yuan is barely enough for Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan to eat and drink for a day. The owner can give 300 yuan, which is rare and generous. No wonder Su Guangyuan is so generous. Happy, brother Su. I also have good things here. Wang Hao pointed to the lunch boxes. What? Lunch box? Wang Hao said. Lunch boxes? Su Guangyuan opened one of the boxes, and was instantly intoxicated by the aroma of rice. It's actually white rice made from polished rice. Su Guangyuan said in surprise. You know, only rich people are entitled to enjoy polished rice. Poor people can only eat synthetic ointments. If they want to improve their lives, they can only do what he did and buy some coarse rice mixed with wheat bran. Like the one in the lunchbox in front of him. People like them simply cannot afford crystal clear white rice. Wang Hao, where did you get these white rice? Su Guangyuan turned to look at Wang Hao and asked in surprise. A total of 100 copies were obtained by opening the airdrop box. Wang Hao said. Airdrop box? Yes. It was your birthday yesterday, and you can already enter the virtual battlefield. However, in the virtual battlefield, don't you have the opportunity to open the airdrop box only if you win the championship? Could it be? The look on Su Guangyuan's face, the look of surprise, became even stronger. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. Wang Hao, you are so amazing. You actually won the championship on the first day you entered the virtual battlefield. That's amazing. Su Guangyuan was very excited, as if he was the one eating the chicken. Calm down. Calm down. Wang Hao smiled and said, it's just a first place. That's it? Su Guangyuan looked at Wang Hao with wide eyes. After all, you don't know how many masters there are. In 10 days you may not be able to win first place in half a month. You can win first place on the first day you enter the virtual battlefield. This will definitely cause a sensation. Low-key. We better keep a low profile. Wang Hao said quickly. It took Su Guangyuan a while to calm down. And he said to Wang Hao, "We should really celebrate today. But what do you do with so many lunch boxes? There will definitely be too much to eat. And we don't have a refrigerator. Otherwise, sold? This is indeed a problem. The two live in poverty, and do not have a refrigerator at home. These 100 boxes of lunch are good. But they obviously cannot be kept for too long. Otherwise they will deteriorate. If such a good thing is wasted like this, then what a shame." "Okay." Wang Hao nodded. "Let's go now." Su Guangyuan couldn't wait any longer. It's dinner time now. There should be many people interested. Wang Hao had no objection to this. So the two of them just did what they said. Hailed a taxi. Put the lunch boxes in the trunk. And headed straight to the city center. This white rice is a luxury product. There is no market in a slum area like District 38. And it may even arouse malicious prying eyes from some people. Therefore, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan can only sell it in the wealthy areas of the city. Taking a taxi is relatively luxurious for two people. But with so many packed lunches, the two of them can only choose to take a taxi. Sure enough, whether in the real world or in this apocalypse, cars are very important. I don't know if a car can be driven out of the airdrop box in the future, Wang Hao said to himself. The airdrop box is all-encompassing. And anything can be opened. Opening the airdrop box is like scratching a lottery ticket. Even if a car is actually opened, it will not be surprising. The two of them soon arrived at the wealthy area, where there is a market dedicated to buying and selling things. Su Guangyuan is far more familiar with the situation here than Wang Hao. He often came here to work for wealthy men. Under the leadership of Su Guangyuan, the two came to the market. Su Guangyuan paid 100 yuan to temporarily rent a somewhat remote stall. The rent of the stalls here is not cheap. Su Guangyuan can only use the 100 yuan temporarily for 1 hour. That's all. Selling boxed lunches? Fragrant white rice. I guarantee that after you take one bite, you will want to have another bite. After placing the boxed lunches on the stall, Su Guangyuan began to sell, while Wang Hao looked at it curiously, of the surrounding environment and people. This is Wang Hao's first time in a wealthy area. The people here are not comparable to the people in District 38 in terms of clothing or appearance. In comparison, the residents in District 38 are almost like beggars. Perhaps, among the rich in his eyes, people in places like District 38 are no different from beggars. Su Guangyuan often does hard work, and hawking items is no stranger to him. And his skillful hawking voice also attracted some people to watch. White rice. It looks nice. It tastes so good. I remember that the white rice I ate last time didn't taste as good as this. This rice must be of high quality. Look at how you two can actually do it in ordinary clothes. With such high quality white rice. You must have gotten it from the airdrop box. Right? You're lucky to be able to win a championship. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were surrounded by people in a short time. With few people, white rice is already very popular. The 100 portions of white rice that Wang Hao ordered are of high quality, so they are naturally more popular. My brother brought these white rice from the virtual battlefield. The quality is absolutely good, and it's still hot. Su Guangyuan vigorously promoted the white rice. Look at the color and smell the fragrance. It's absolutely delicious. It's the best. If you miss it, you'll lose it. How much does it cost? Someone couldn't help but ask the price. 80 apiece. No counter-offering, Su Guangyuan said. Su Guangyuan usually only earns about 100 yuan for a day's hard work. This portion of white rice sells for 80 yuan, which is really not low. However, Su Guangyuan is not worried about not being able to sell it. White rice is hard currency, and there are many people who like it. At this price, it can definitely be sold. Sure enough, after everyone heard the price, without much hesitation, someone bid to buy it. I'll buy 1. I'll buy 3. 5. Give me 5. Just as everyone was bidding, a hearty voice drowned out the shouts. 150 a box. I want them all. Chapter 18. Shan Yunjin. Who is so arrogant? This sudden voice made everyone very dissatisfied. Is it great to be rich? They have money too. However, when everyone saw who the speaker was, they all swallowed back what they were about to say. Shan Yunjin, the eldest son of the Shang family. The Shang family is a wealthy and prominent family in Silver Light City, with great influence in both the military and business fields. As the son of the head of the Shang family, Shan Yunjin's influence in Yingguang City can be imagined. The people gathered in front of the stall subconsciously gave up a passage, although they also lived in a wealthy area and had some money at home. The monk's family was completely incomparable. The two sides were not on the same level. Shang Yunjin walked slowly to the stall and looked carefully at the lunch boxes on the stall. The quality is indeed good, although the packaging is a bit ugly. Shang Yunjin looked at Su Guangyuan and asked, "Is this lunch box yours?" "Yes, it belongs to my brother." Facing Shang Yunjin, Su Guangyuan was obviously somewhat nervous. He got this from the virtual battlefield. Rice of this quality can only be obtained from the virtual battlefield. Shang Yunjin said, turning his eyes to Wang Hao, "You are quite lucky to win the championship on the virtual battlefield. Strength is one thing, and luck is also important. But even if you win the championship, you may not be able to get good things from the airdrop box. Luck is also important in this aspect. Very important." Wang Hao just smiled and didn't say anything. This white rice was a treasure to everyone. But to him, it was just SOSO. "I want these lunch boxes. They cost 150 each. Is there any problem?" Shang Yunjin asked. "No." Wang Hao shook his head. "If someone is willing to pay more, he will naturally not refuse. No matter where you are, money is a very important thing." Then, two people walked out from behind Shang Yunjin, gave Wang Hao 15,000, and then moved all the lunch boxes from the stall. When the people around saw that the lunch boxes were gone, they gradually dispersed. "If you have any good things in the future, you can contact me. Money is not an issue. Remember, I only want good things," Shang Yunjin said to Wang Hao. Shang Yunjin knows very well that there are many valuable and good things on the virtual battlefield. These things cannot be measured with money. If they can be bought with money, it will definitely be a big profit. The reason why their Shang family has been so successful in these years to be able to stand firm and even become stronger is because it has acquired a lot of good things from the virtual battlefield. Therefore, when they meet potential players, they often leave their contact information. Of course, what Shang Yunjin left was not his own contact information, but the contact information of his assistant. As the eldest son of the Shang family, he could not give his contact information to strangers casually. Wang Hao took the business card and looked at it. But at this time, Shang Yunjin had already left with others. "Wang Hao, we sent it." Ha ha ha. After Shang Yunjin and others left, Su Guangyuan finally couldn't hold back the joy in his heart and laughed. 15,000. How long did he have to work as a coolie to earn so much? And Wang Hao made such a large amount of money just by playing a game. Sure enough, if he wants to gain a foothold in this society or even make a fortune, he can only rely on the virtual battlefield. Unfortunately, he himself does not have the talent in this area. However, Wang Hao seemed to be quite talented in this area, which made Su Guangyuan very happy. "It's only 15,000. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Right?" Wang Hao put away the business card and said with a smile. "Only 15,000? Su Guangyuan looked at Wang Hao with wide eyes. "Wang Hao, this is 15,000. With this money, you can even rent a house in a civilian area. Moving out of the slums is Su Guangyuan has always dreamed of moving away from there. Brother Su, we need to take a long-term view. This is just the beginning," Wang Hao said with a smile, after a while. "Let alone renting a house. We can even buy a house directly, and buy it in a wealthy area. However," but Su Guangyuan shook his head and said, "I don't dare to think about the rich area. I will be satisfied if I can have a house of my own in the civilian area in this life." Su Guangyuan has struggled in society over the years. I have long recognized the cruelty of society. In this society, if you do not have the talent to play virtual battlefield, it is basically impossible to stand up and live a good life, let alone cross-class. Although you can also hunt mutant beasts outside the city. This is a way to make money, but it is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you may die outside the city. What's more, if you don't have the talent to play virtual battlefield, you can't get good equipment. Without good equipment, you can't get good equipment outside the city. Without the ability to protect oneself, it is easier to die at the claws of mutant beasts and zombies. Su Guangyuan is very clear that he does not have the talent to play virtual battlefield. Given his situation, if nothing unexpected happens, he will always be able to survive at the bottom of the class. Being able to buy a house in a civilian area is already very high. Target. Isn't this still me? Wang Hao said with a smile. It's just a house. It won't be long before this dream will come true. Su Guangyuan just smiled and didn't say anything. He obviously didn't believe Wang Hao. In his opinion, Wang Hao has not yet entered the society, does not understand the cruelty of this society, and underestimates the difficulty of buying a house. coupled with an accidental first place. His self-confidence is bursting. Wang Hao didn't explain much. He could see that Su Guangyuan didn't believe it. But at this time, no matter how much he said, it was useless. Only when he really made so much money would Su Guangyuan believe it. Brother Su, I want to go shopping in the virtual mall. Will you go? Wang Hao asked. A great use of the exchange point is to exchange items in the virtual mall. And this virtual mall is not inside the virtual battlefield, but in a building. This building is the famous virtual mall. There is such a mall building in the center of every city. This building appears together with the virtual battlefield. I won't go, Su Guangyuan said. I just ran out of exchange points a few days ago. Okay, Wang Hao said. Then you go shopping here first and buy some food. We both don't have much inventory at home. As he said this, Wang Hao gave Su Guangyuan 5,000 yuan. So much! Looking at the money Wang Hao handed over, Su Guangyuan refused repeatedly. This is the money you earned. I can't take it. I have money myself. The two of us still distinguish so clearly. Wang Hao said, if you hadn't taken care of me these years, I would have starved to death. You should save your money first and use mine first. Before Su Guangyuan could refuse, Wang Hao directly put the money into his hand. Seeing that Su Guangyuan wanted to return the money, Wang Hao said, Brother Su, if you are polite to me, then I will be separated from you in the future. Hearing this, Su Guangyuan stopped and looked at Wang Hao. And then I accepted the money. Chapter 19 Virtual Mall Building. This is the virtual mall building? Looking at the towering building in front of him, Wang Hao looked shocked. This was Wang Hao's first time seeing the virtual mall building with his own eyes. But before that, he had heard its name more than once. The virtual mall building appeared along with the virtual battlefield. The moment humans deciphered the virtual battlefield technology, the virtual mall building suddenly appeared. No one knew how they came from and who built them. Their appearance is sudden. In the center of every big city where surviving humans gather, a virtual mall building appears. There are a total of 9 such big cities in China. And correspondingly, there are also a total of 9 virtual mall buildings. No one knows how high the virtual mall is. It towers into the clouds, with a faint smoke surrounding it at the top, blocking the view. Some people fly planes and try to approach from the air. However, whenever these planes approached the building, when there was smoke all around, they would lose control and lose several planes one after another. No one dared to try again. In the apocalypse, airplanes are a very precious resource that no one is willing to waste. After the virtual mall building appeared, people quickly figured out some information. First of all, the virtual mall is integrated with the virtual battlefield. The redemption points obtained on the virtual battlefield can be purchased in the virtual mall. Secondly, there are restrictions on shopping in the virtual mall. On the first level, everyone can enter. From the second level onwards, each level has restrictions, and this restriction is related to the highest rank in the virtual battlefield. If you want to enter the second level of the virtual mall, you must reach bronze level 4 in any mode in the virtual battlefield. If you want to enter the third level, you need to reach bronze level 3 of the virtual battlefield. Analogy. In short, if you want to enter a high floor, you must have a high rank in the virtual battlefield. Every time someone reaches a certain floor, the smoke around that floor will automatically disappear. So far, the highest known rank is Ace 4-star. In other words, the virtual mall building in the city where this person is located has been unlocked to the third level. 14th floor. The Silver Light City where Wang Hao is located is one of the 9 major cities in China. The virtual mall building here is currently unlocked to the 28th floor. Yinguang City is so poor, there is not even one ace-level person at present, Wang Hao said to himself as he looked at the virtual mall building in front of him. As he spoke, Wang Hao had already walked towards the building. Neither he now nor he before had ever entered the virtual mall. After all, he had just turned 18 yesterday. Surrounding the building are bustling markets. The importance of the virtual mall is self-evident. Almost every adult comes here, which results in a very large flow of people here. By the way, the area around the building, the place where every inch of land is at a premium, has become a place where the prosperity here is no less than the bustling streets of the first-tier cities on Earth. Or even more so. Wang Hao crossed the crowded crowd and finally entered the building. Inside the building, the lights are bright and magnificent, and it looks more like a large shopping mall with luxurious decoration. In the middle of the hall, there are small booths neatly arranged. The display objects are placed on the booths, and the screens above display the introduction of the objects. Wang Hao came to one of the booths. There was a pistol on display, and an introduction to it on the screen. P18C, pistol, the least powerful pistol in the virtual battlefield. It uses 9mm bullets. Can switch to full automatic mode. Can shoot. Has a fast rate of fire. Has an ammunition capacity of 17 rounds. And 25 rounds after expansion. The recoil of shooting is large. Exchange price, 30 redemption points. It turns out to be a P18C pistol. Wang Hao said to himself. Wang Hao naturally knows about this pistol. Whether it is in the chicken game or on the virtual battlefield. It is not a popular firearm. If there is no gun to pick up, there will definitely not be many people pick it up because its damage is so low that it barely does any damage to armor. But even for such a pistol that everyone looks down upon, its price is as high as 30 redemption points. Don't look at Wang Hao, who can earn more than 30 or even 40 redemption points in one game. Most people on the virtual battlefield can only earn 5 or 6 redemption points in one game. This pistol's the price is enough for ordinary people to enter the virtual battlefield 5 or 6 times. And the price is not low. This is just the most common pistol. If it were a submachine gun, a rifle, or even an airdrop gun, how exaggerated would the price be? Wang Hao said to himself. However, Wang Hao cannot see the prices of those firearms today, because his current highest rank is only Bronze 5, and he is not qualified to go to the second floor. On the entire first floor, there are only pistols, and the quantity is limited. There are 5 types of pistols. These 5 types of pistols all have average reviews in all aspects. Obviously, there are no good things on the first floor, a place where everyone can come. If you want to buy good things, you can only go to a higher floor. Wang Hao read all 5 types of pistols, including their introductions, and found that they were basically the same as those in chicken games and virtual battlefields. In the end, Wang Hao didn't buy anything, although he already has some redemption points. He does not intend to waste his redemption points on such a low-cost effective firearm. He does not need the gun for the time being and can completely redeem it later. The first floor of the virtual mall is very large, but there are only 5 kinds of goods for sale. The other areas are empty. Many people gather there in 2s and 3s to chat and discuss the virtual battlefield and the virtual mall matter. Brother, are you here to buy something? Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind and stopped him. Let's take a look, Wang Hao said casually while sizing this man up. This man was older than me, about the same height, but obviously much fatter than me. His small eyes showed shrewdness. No redemption? Fatty asked. No. Wang Hao shook his head. What's the matter with you? That's right. I'm a businessman. The fat man said, if you need money urgently, you can exchange the items and sell them to me, and I can give you a satisfactory price. Sold to you? Wang Hao seemed to understand his identity. Isn't this a middleman? Or an intermediary? Of course. It seems right to call it a scalper. Chapter 20 Middleman. Not bad, the fat man said. I sell it to you. And you sell it to someone else? After figuring out his identity, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, no matter where he is, there are such people. Yes. Fatty didn't deny it. Then why don't I just exchange the points and sell them to others? Wang Hao said. The exchange points can be transferred directly. Right? Wang Hao didn't believe that this fat man would be kind enough to give him a high price. Since he was in business, he will benefit from it. Wang Hao didn't want him to make this money. The exchange points can be transferred directly, Fatty said, but can you trust the buyer? Are you afraid that the other party will take the exchange points and not pay? I, Sun Yanfeng, have been in this business for many years. Go and find out. There is absolutely no problem with my credibility. And I know many people who can guarantee that I can help you ship the goods. If some people are in urgent need of money, they will sell their own exchange points. The exchange points are hard currency, and there are many people who want to buy them. This is especially true for the rich. Su Guangyuan has sold exchange points before, and the sale and purchase of exchange points has even formed a market. The fat man in front of him, named Sun Yanfeng, is obviously engaged in this industry. However, there is often a phenomenon of cheating in transactions at exchange points, especially when dealing with unfamiliar people. This is often the case. Either the exchange point is swallowed up, or the money is robbed. In short, if you want to complete the transaction smoothly, is indeed not an easy task. Then it's okay if I just sell the exchange point to you. Why are you buying things here? Wang Hao asked. This is Wang Hao's first contact with this circle, so he naturally wants to know more about it, although he has no intention of selling the exchange points. Of course, this is possible, Sun Yanfeng said. However, many times, items are more valuable than the exchange points. Anyone can buy these items on the lower floors, but the items on the higher floors can even be obtained on the virtual battlefield. Not everyone can own things. These things are of high value. If you have such things and want to sell them, I can help you deal with them. It turns out that Sun Yanfeng's goal is these things. As he said, not everyone can own the things in the high floors of the virtual mall, and the things in the airdrop boxes of the virtual battlefield. The former requires high rank, while the latter requires strength and luck. In short, these two types of items are not as common as the items on the first floor. These are the types of items that Sun Yanfeng wants or is reselling. The value of such things is usually very high, and it is easy for other people to spy on them. If it really needs to be sold, it would be a good help to have someone like Sun Yanfeng to help. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were actually doing similar things when selling lunch boxes today. Although their sales process went smoothly today, if they hadn't happened to meet Shang Yunjin, they might not have been able to sell the lunch boxes at a high price. But if there were people like Sun Yanfeng, maybe things will be different. I would like to sell these things, but unfortunately I don't have them, Wang Hao said with a smile. It's okay. If you don't have it now, it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Let's add a contact information. If you have anything you want to sell in the future, you can contact me. Of course, if you want to buy something, you can also come to me, Sun Yanfeng said. Okay. Wang Hao did not refuse and added Sun Yanfeng's contact information. The bracelet is still used to a contact information. This thing can be used as a phone. In short, it has many functions. Sun Yanfeng added Wang Hao's contact information and then left. Wang Hao saw him and struck up a conversation with another person, without even changing his words. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao smiled and shook his head. Around the virtual battlefield and virtual mall, many related markets and circles have emerged. Many people rely on these markets and circles to survive. Sun Yanfeng is one of them, and even Wang Hao is also. Due to rank restrictions, Wang Hao could not go to the second floor, and the things on the first floor were limited. After Wang Hao read it, he left directly. When Wang Hao met Su Guangyuan again, he found that he had bought a lot of things, most of which were daily necessities, and some were food. Buy so much? Wang Hao said while helping to get things. Take advantage of the opportunity to buy more, Su Guangyuan said with a smile. They are all things that need to be used, and I didn't waste them. Brother Su, I'm not saying you're wasting money. Wang Hao looked at Su Guangyuan, who was busy explaining, and said, I've given you the money. You can decide how to use it. I won't interfere. Oh! Su Guangyuan scratched his head in embarrassment. The two took their things and took a taxi back to the slums. After returning home, Su Guangyuan went to the kitchen to get busy. As for Wang Hao, he was not very good at cooking. Su Guangyuan has been taking care of him these years. Wang Hao looked at Su Guangyuan's home and found that it was slightly better than his own home. But only slightly. They both lived in slums, so the accommodation environment would not be much different. It's done. Let's eat. Not long after, Su Guangyuan was busy cooking a few dishes. Wang Hao smelled the aroma of the food and couldn't help sniffing. He said with a smile, Brother Su, your cooking skills are so good that you can go to a 5-star restaurant. It's more than enough to be a chef. I think so. But no one wants me, Su Guangyuan said with a smile. Wang Hao was really hungry, and Su Guangyuan's craftsmanship was really good. He quickly got into the process of cooking. It wasn't until he finished the second bowl of rice that he had the thought to ask what he had wanted to ask before. Brother Su, look at my bracelet. Is there anything special about it? Wang Hao stretched out his bracelet in front of Su Guangyuan. Special? Su Guangyuan chewed the meat and looked at Wang Hao's bracelet doubtfully, and said, It's nothing special. Wang Hao ate a lot, and Su Guangyuan also ate a lot. For him, today was a special day. A rare treat. Take a closer look. Is it true? Wang Hao shared the bracelet information with Su Guangyuan. Really not, Su Guangyuan said. In this information, have you seen something called auxiliary function? Wang Hao asked worriedly. Wang Hao trusted Su Guangyuan very much, so he asked Su Guangyuan to check his bracelet. Auxiliary function? No, Su Guangyuan said. What is the auxiliary function you are talking about? How come there is this information in the bracelet? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just asking. Wang Hao took his hand back and said. Su Guangyuan looked at it several times, but said he didn't see it. It seemed that only he could see the auxiliary function information. In this way, Wang Hao was completely relieved. Chapter 21 invites Su Guangyuan to play double row. Brother Su, did you play double Q today? After dinner, Wang Hao talked about business. No. Su Guangyuan shook his head and said, double row and 4-row require a registration fee of 10 redemption points. I can't earn 10 redemption points after one game. It's useless to participate in double row and 4-row competitions. It's not cost effective. I usually don't play double row or 4-row. Let's try it today, Wang Hao said with a smile. Try? Double row? Yes. Wang Hao nodded. I haven't played double row today yet. So we just happened to be together. Who knows? When Su Guangyuan heard this, he shook his head like a rattle. What? You don't want to double Q with me? Although I just entered the virtual battlefield today, I'm not a complete rookie. Wang Hao thought that Su Guangyuan didn't trust his strength, so he refused to form a team. I know you are very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win the championship. Su Guangyuan said, I don't want to double Q with you, because I don't want to drag you down. If you team up with me, you will not have an extra helper, but an extra burden. It's just food. Su Guangyuan felt a little embarrassed when he said this. It's not like he didn't put some thought into it, but his talent was mediocre. Whether it was marksmanship, reaction, or operations, it was all a mess. Although he had been in the virtual battlefield for a few years, his strength had not improved much. As for Wang Hao, he was able to win the championship on the first day he entered the virtual battlefield. There was an element of luck in this, but there must also be a factor of strength. Su Guangyuan was very happy to see that Wang Hao had extraordinary talent on the virtual battlefield. He didn't want to because of himself. Wang Hao was dragged down. It's okay. Wang Hao didn't care. I can lead you. Just follow me when the time comes. However, Su Guangyuan still did not agree to form a team. It was not like he had never participated in double Q before. Most of the time, he fell into a box. Occasionally he was lucky enough to survive the early stage, but he couldn't last long. Because of his poor performance, he was scolded by his teammates more than once. He felt a little shadowed in his heart, and he was not very confident about teaming up with other people. Naturally at this time, Wang Hao cannot be dragged down. Brother Su, I haven't even played double Q today. You don't want to see me wasting such an opportunity. Right. You can only play double Q once a day, Wang Hao said, although there are people in the team lobby. But I don't know those people, and I know nothing about their strength. Wouldn't it be worse if I get matched with someone who is a loser? Moreover, many of the people in the team building hall don't listen to orders and are self-righteous. Not only may it not be able to help me, but it may also harm me. Su Guangyuan hesitated when he heard this. He is very clear about how bad the environment in the team lobby is. He has not had fixed teammates before. The occasional double and quadruple Qs are all matched teammates. Therefore, he is very clear that the team lobby or random matching it depends on luck. If the matched teammates are not good enough, it will affect the whole game. Seeing Su Guangyuan's hesitation, Wang Hao continued his efforts, and after much persuasion, he agreed to team up with Wang Hao. The two of them each paid the registration fee for 10 redemption points and entered the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao, I will obey your command later. I will go wherever you ask me to go. In the island square, Su Guangyuan looked at the other players around him and said to Wang Hao nervously. Although he is older than Wang Hao and has been taking care of Wang Hao as his brother these years, he is extremely unconfident in this virtual battlefield, and Wang Hao has become his support. Okay, Wang Hao responded. At this moment, the mechanical sound that Wang Hao was expecting appeared again. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following three options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Eavesdropping. Level 1, you can hear other people within a 100-meter range. The team's call information. 2. Thor. Level 1, the damage of grenades, Molotov cocktails, and other thrown objects you use is increased by 50%. And the area of effect is increased by 50%. 3. Range damage. Level 1, when you launch an attack, the attack range is expanded to within 5 meters around the target. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. The 3 auxiliary functions of the system have appeared. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment, and then made his choice. I choose the third one, range damage. The first auxiliary is not very helpful in combat. The second auxiliary is helpful in combat, but its effect is small. In the future, you can choose it if you have other assistants. But now, with only one support available, Wang Hao decided to give it up. Select OK. Soon after Wang Hao selected the auxiliary function, he and Su Guangyuan got on the plane. Wang Hao, where should we jump? Su Guangyuan asked Wang Hao on the plane. Wang Hao glanced at the route and said, let's jump to the ruins on the top of the mountain. The ruins on the top of the mountain are close to the end of the route. There are relatively few people jumping here. Although Wang Hao is assistance. Wang Hao's assistance in this case is not that big. Confidence. After all, his own shooting skills are relatively poor. Even with the area damage auxiliary, he may not be able to do much. Therefore, in this game, Wang Hao focused on playing it safe. Okay. Su Guangyuan had no objection to Wang Hao's decision. The plane kept flying, and there were fewer and fewer players on the plane. When the plane was about to fly over the mountaintop ruins, Wang Hao chose to parachute, while Su Guangyuan chose to follow. There was a whistling wind in his ears, and Wang Hao couldn't open his eyes. Although this virtual battlefield is similar to the chicken game on Earth. After all, he is participating in it, and everything seems very real. Therefore, at this time, Wang Hao's eyes felt a little painful. Soon, the mountaintop ruins building appeared in the field of vision, and the parachutes of Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were also opened. Wang Hao was floating his umbrella while observing the surrounding situation. He had not forgotten what happened to Jiangji and Han Lixing during the fourth road during the day. Someone, Wang Hao, who dragged his field of view to observe the surrounding situation, found that not far from them, there was also a team falling slowly. Their landing point was also the ruins on the top of the mountain. Wang Hao, there's someone next to you. Su Guangyuan apparently also discovered the pair of players. I saw it. Don't panic. Pick up the gun first when you get down, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. The pair of players should have also discovered Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan, and they seemed to be very confident in their own strength. They did not drift away, but stayed close to Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. Obviously, they were planning to fight and kill Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan, and then the exclusive mountaintop ruins. Okay, Su Guangyuan responded solemnly, his voice slightly nervous. Chapter 22. Why didn't I die? Lizzie, there's someone next to you. Zhao Fei was sharing information with his teammate Yan Lu in the team channel. I've seen it a long time ago. What should I say? Do it directly or avoid it first? Yan Lu asked. Of course. Do it directly. Escape is not my style, Zhao Fei said. Okay, Yan Lu said. I also like to fight directly. Zhao Fei and Yan Lu are the players not far away from Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. The two are good friends in real life and often play together. When they form a team and enter the virtual battlefield, there is nothing to say about their tacit understanding. On the virtual battlefield, the strength of the two is not too strong, but because of their tacit cooperation, they can often gain an advantage in the battle. The style of the two of them is that they will never hide when they encounter someone, and they will fight regardless of whether they have done something wrong or not. This time, they were no exception. After the two discovered Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan, they did not choose to avoid them. Instead, they flew close to Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan, preparing to fight when they landed. They often did this kind of thing, so the two of them didn't feel nervous. At this time, the four people in the ruins on the mountaintop all understood that the battle was imminent, and even if Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan wanted to avoid it, there was not enough time. Soon, the four of them landed on the ground one after another. After landing, each of the four looked for their guns. Haha. M416. Those two are finished. Zhao Fei picked up his dream gun as soon as he landed, and his face was filled with joy. AK-47. My luck is not bad. Yan Lu picked up the AK-47 on the ground and was equally happy, since they were about to fight when they landed. The guns they picked up after landing were very important. Not only did Zhao Fei and Yan Lu pick up good guns, they also found that Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were much less lucky than them. Only a pistol was picked up, and the other one picked up a troll. The damage of a pistol is far inferior to that of a rifle. As for trolls, what is the difference between that and a fire stick? The ruins on the top of the mountain are very large, and there are a lot of supplies here, but many of the supplies are far apart. Now that the four people are very close to each other, there is basically no chance to find other guns. Go to H.L. Yan Lu and Zhao Fei. after picking up their guns, shot at Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan with ferocious faces. Because Su Guangyuan was closer to the two of them, they both subconsciously regarded Su Guangyuan as their target. It's over. Looking at Yang Lu and Zhao Fei each holding a rifle, Su Guangyuan's face was full of despair. After he landed, he only picked up a pistol. At such a close distance, his pistol was no match for the opponent's two rifles. As for Wang Hao, he just saw it. Wang Hao only picked up an S686. The guns, although the damage is good, the accuracy is very poor, and ordinary people cannot play it at all. For the vast majority of players on the virtual battlefield, it is just a fire stick. When facing two rifles, holding a spray gun, Wang Hao has no chance of winning. They're going to land in boxes. Su Guangyuan's face was filled with bitterness. He regretted not persisting before. If he and Wang Hao had not played in this double row, although Wang Hao might have lost an opportunity to enter the virtual battlefield, at least he would not have points deducted. But now, once they land in a box, big points will be deducted. By the way, this is the first time Wang Hao has entered the virtual battlefield today. This is the first time he has played double row in the virtual battlefield. Even if he lands in a box in this game, there will be no points deduction. Su Guangyuan thought in his mind. On the virtual battlefield, the minimum score in the three modes is 1,200 points. This is the starting score and the lowest score that everyone can achieve. Wang Hao is currently at 1,200 points. Therefore, even if he becomes an adult, the score of box and double row will not be lower than 1,200. Thinking of this, Su Guangyuan felt a lot better. As for himself, he didn't think about it. His double row points were not high. He only played double row occasionally. Therefore, his points in double row were not important. The only pity is the registration fee for the 10 redemption points. Bump. Although Su Guangyuan thought about it a lot. In fact, it all happened in a flash of lightning, when he picked up the pistol and subconsciously pointed it at Yang Lu and Zhao Fei. The sound of gunfire rang in his ears. Next, Su Guangyuan knelt down, holding his stomach. Sure enough, it fell into a box. The corner of Su Guangyuan's mouth couldn't help but bring up a bitter smile. Although he was prepared, when he actually landed in the box, he still felt very uncomfortable. Hey, that's not right. I am not a box. Su Guangyuan, who was feeling lost, was suddenly surprised to find that he was just kneeling on the ground with his stomach in his hands, in a state of being knocked down. It is true that he had not fought Yang Lu and Zhao Fei, but he did not die or turn into a box. On the contrary, he was Yang Lu and Zhao Fei on the opposite side had disappeared, where they were before. Two boxes with red light appeared. How is this going? Su Guangyuan was stunned. Am I not dead? Are they dead? Could it be? Brother Su, what are you thinking about? When Su Guangyuan was shocked, Wang Hao's voice sounded in his ears. And then he saw that he was already in a rescue state, and the rescue progress bar kept moving forward. Why am I not dead? Su Guangyuan asked subconsciously. Why are you not dead? We are not dead. Naturally, because we defeated them, Wang Hao said matter-of-factly. I mean, how did we win? Su Guangyuan said. I am a pistol. You are a troll. And both of them are automatic rifles. How did we win? Su Guangyuan still found it difficult to understand. Can't you win against a pistol and a troll? Wang Hao asked with a smile. My troll is very strong. Although Su Guangyuan was still shocked, he had to accept it. This fact. There are only 4 of them here. Now the other 2 players have been killed, and they have no kill count. Obviously, those 2 players were killed by Wang Hao. Wang Hao, you are so awesome. You actually won in this situation. I thought we were dead just now. Su Guangyuan said excitedly after reacting. How could it be? Wang Hao had already rescued Su Guangyuan at this time. While searching for supplies, he said with a smile in the team channel, it's not that easy to kill us. Yes. Su Guangyuan responded heavily. I still felt incredible in my heart. In the situation just now, anyone else would probably have fallen into a box. But Wang Hao was able to turn things around in that situation, which is really amazing. Wang Hao, indeed, has extremely high talent in the virtual battlefield. Su Guangyuan, who was in shock and joy, didn't realize that he just heard the sound of a troll. Chapter 23 Configuration. What happened just now? Yang Lu and Zhao Fei, who were in a state of nothingness, were still in a state of confusion. Why did he die suddenly? Things happened so fast that neither of them had reacted yet. Look at the prompts. We should have been killed by Wang Hao. He should be Su Guangyuan's teammate. Yan Le said, but how did he do it? He only had a fire stick in his hand. How could he do it in an instant? I don't understand either. Zhao Fei said. The S686 is very powerful. It is indeed possible to kill one person with one shot. But how could he kill both of us in such a short time? They were all killed? I only heard one gunshot. Yan Le continued. On the virtual battlefield, the sound of each gun is different. Veteran players can use the sound of the gun to determine what kind of firearm the opponent is using. The sound of the S686 gun is quite a shocking force. In particular, neither of them are novices on the battlefield, and they can still distinguish the gunshots of S686. Maybe, probably, we misheard. Zhao Fei said with some uncertainty. How could one gunshot knock down two of us? It should have been two shots. Yan Le nodded subconsciously. This is the only way to explain it. Otherwise it would not make sense at all. Unfortunately, the virtual battlefield did not have a kill replay, and the two of them could not see how they were killed. He fired two shots in such a short period of time, and was able to knock down both of us. He is such a powerful troll. Zhao Fei said. I heard that some people specialize in trolling. The person we met may be a master who is good at trolling. Yan Le said, we are also very unlucky today. Ah! It fell into a box. 31 points were deducted in this round. Yan Le was still sighing, but Zhao Fei had already let out a miserable cry. Yan Le's expression changed, and he quickly looked at his information, minus 33 points. Yan Le's face completely collapsed. He had to play 2 games to earn back 33 points. Moreover, not only could he not land a box in these 2 games, he also had to survive to the end as much as possible, and even kill as many people as possible. What a bad luck. Yan Le couldn't help but curse. Points are important to everyone, and it's not bad for low-scoring ranks. You can basically earn back the money in 2 days if you land it into a box at one time. Some masters can earn it in 1 day. But when you reach high-scoring ranks, you need to earn it back after you land it into a box at one time. It takes 10 days and a half a month, or even longer, to make money back. So it is very frustrating every time it is put into a box. On the other side, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan, who had killed Zhao Fei and Yan Le, occupied the ruins on the top of the mountain alone. They divided into 2 directions, and conducted a blanket search in the ruins on the top of the mountain. Wang Hao, what kind of gun or accessories do you want? I'll bring them for you, Su Guangyuan said. Su Guangyuan knew very well that in this team, Wang Hao was the main force, and he was only an auxiliary. It could even be said to be Wang Hao's 4th level mobile package. I use trolls and sniper rifles in this round. Wang Hao replied in the team channel. The trolls use S686. Just bring some bullets for me. As for the sniper rifle, it is best to use a single-shot sniper. Mosin Nagant, 98K or M24 will all do. Wang Hao's marksmanship level is not very high. Even with the range damage assist, he can only do the maximum damage in the shortest time possible. Although the rifle is not bad, but the damage is obviously not as high as that of the sprayer. It may take him 3 or 4 shots to kill someone. And at this time, it is very likely that the opponent has already killed him. Of course, the sprayer is not without its shortcomings. That is, the ammunition capacity is too small, and the reloading time is long, so it cannot be used by non-experts. However, Wang Hao has the area damage auxiliary, which can greatly make up for his shortcomings in shooting skills. As for the sniper rifle, it is naturally aimed at single-shot damage. With the auxiliary function of range damage, the power of a sniper rifle will be greatly increased. Okay, I'll help you bring it. Although he was confused about Wang Hao's firearms, Su Guangyuan still agreed. Without the interruption of outsiders, the 2 quickly searched the entire mountaintop ruins. Unfortunately, the 2 did not find the single-shot sniper. However, this is normal. After all, the single-shot sniper is the main weapon in the game. There are relatively few of them, and they only cover an area. It's normal to not find them. Wang Hao is carrying the mini on his back for the time being. However, what surprised Wang Hao was that he found DBS in the ruins on the top of the mountain. This is also a shotgun, and its overall performance is even better than the S686. Although the power is slightly lower than that of the S686, it is not much different. Level 2 armor can also be defeated with 1 shot, while level 3 armor requires 2 shots. However, This gun can shoot twice with one load. After 2 shots, it can still hit. Contrary to any player, Wang Hao has absolutely no chance of missing a hit. Therefore, the damage gap between it and S686 does not exist at all for him. The most important thing is that after 2 shots, it can load bullets instantly. The whole process does not take more than 1 second. And its ammunition capacity can be as high as 14 rounds. Wang Hao had only thought about S686 before. That was because DBS was relatively rare. This gun had very few refreshes on the entire map. Picking it up was purely a matter of luck. Where are we going now? Su Guangyuan asked. Go to the Institute's dormitory building. Wang Hao glanced at the map and said, the troll can maximize its power in a small space. But in the wild, there are some restrictions on its use. Therefore, Wang Hao preferred the dormitory area. And there is also room for sniper rifles to be used on the roof of the Institute's dormitory building. Okay. The two of them were lucky. A bouncer appeared on the outside of the mountaintop ruins. And the two drove straight to the Institute's dormitory building. It was safe all the way. And now the first poisonous circle has just started to be cleared. The safe zone is very large. Although there are many surviving players, the branches are relatively scattered, so it is not easy to encounter them. The two of them hurried along and arrived at the dormitory building successfully. At this time, the first poisonous circle was almost completely refreshed. The door hasn't been opened, so no one should be coming, Su Guangyuan said. Wang Hao nodded, and the two of them spread out, each choosing a building to start searching for supplies. Just a ruin on the top of a mountain cannot fully equip the two of them. They are still short of a lot of supplies. Wang Hao chose the highest building, which had the best view. After he planned to search the building, he would lie on the roof and observe the surroundings. He would let Su Guangyuan search the remaining rooms. Whatever he lacked, Su Guangyuan would bring it over. However, just when Wang Hao finished searching the first floor and went up to the second floor to search for supplies, the moment the door opened, 2 figures came into view. One standing in the middle of the living room facing the door, and the other at the door of the small room on the left. Both men's guns were pointed in the direction of Wang Hao's door. Chapter 24. There is a 6th child. There is the 6th child. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Bump! The moment Wang Hao appeared, the 2 players, who had been ambushed here, immediately opened fire. Bullets rained down on Wang Hao like raindrops. Wang Hao was startled by the sudden appearance of these 2 players, and subconsciously pulled the trigger. The next second, you used the shotgun DBS to kill the player Yan Fei. You used the shotgun DBS to kill the player Li Ziguang. You were knocked down by the player Yan Fei using the assault rifle M416. Die together. The 3 of them fell to the ground almost at the same time. The difference was that Wang Hao just knelt on the ground, while the other 2 had turned into boxes with red light. Brother Su, come and save me. Wang Hao immediately called for help. Here we come. Upon hearing Wang Hao's call for help, Su Guangyuan ran over immediately, regardless of searching for supplies. Here, Wang Hao looked at the 2 boxes not far away from him with a lingering fear on his face. Just a little bit closer, he almost died from the gunfire of these 2 people. Wang Hao knew very well that he didn't react at all just now. He didn't even think that there were 2 people hiding in the room. It was his instinctive reaction that saved him. The 2 shots he fired were completely subconscious actions. No aiming action was taken. Fortunately, he has the area damage auxiliary function. Otherwise, even if he fired according to instinct, he would be the only one who died just now. Not to mention the other 2. Not even a drop of blood would be lost. At the critical moment, the auxiliary function is still strong. Wang Hao sighed with lingering fear. Without this assistance, it would just be a different ending. What's going on? Asked Su Guangyuan, who ran over to rescue. There are 2 old 6s hidden here, Wang Hao explained casually. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, all you saw would be my box. If you didn't react quickly, I probably wouldn't even be able to see your box. If you die, those 2 people will definitely attack me. And I can't beat them, Su Guangyuan said while rescuing them. Su Guangyuan is still self-aware and knows his level of strength. Wang Hao smiled and immediately took medicine to restore his health after being rescued. At this time, Yan Fei and Li Ziguang, who were killed by Wang Hao, were extremely depressed. What's going on? Why are we dead? Yan Fei looked confused. I don't know either. Li Ziguang was also confused. We must have met a master now. Right? 2 shots took us 2 away. DBS is indeed strong, but his reaction was too fast. We were the ones who struck first. And we were actually killed, Yanfei said speechlessly. Both of them were average in strength. So they had no choice but to choose to be the sixth one. They thought they could kill one of them through surprise. But they didn't expect to be killed by Wang Hao. Everything just happened in the blink of an eye. They didn't see Wang Hao's movements clearly. But there were indeed 2 gunshots. Therefore, the 2 of them just thought it was Wang Hao who reacted quickly, and shot them one by one. Gone. Let's search the remaining rooms together first. After returning to full health, Wang Hao said to Su Guangyuan. Wang Hao was still frightened by what happened just now. There were still so many buildings left. And no one could guarantee that no one was hiding inside. Okay. Su Guangyuan had no objections. He was also afraid of meeting Lao Lu. He didn't have Wang Hao's quick reaction. Once he encountered the kind of situation Wang Hao just encountered, he would be finished. After that, Wang Hao accompanied Su Guangyuan and quickly searched the entire dormitory building. After searching the entire dormitory building, Wang Hao came to the top of the highest building in the entire dormitory building. Except for the team of players just now, there are no other players. As for the supplies, they are quite abundant. Unfortunately, there are no level 3 sets. There are plenty of various medicines and bullets. Wang Hao also found a Mosin Nagant to replace Mini 14. The rest of the time is just boring waiting. Wang Hao didn't have clairvoyance, and Su Guangyuan's strength was average. In this case, Wang Hao still felt that it would be safer to keep the score. Although he couldn't get a kill reward, there was a survival reward. Wang Hao originally planned to use his sniper rifle to hunt down the players passing by the dormitory building. However, in this round, his luck did not seem to be very good. After waiting for a long time, no players appeared. Occasionally, a car passed by. He also walked around far away. Even if he heard the gunfire, he did not come to the dormitory building. Are all players so timid now? Wang Hao complained speechlessly as he looked at the double mirror and saw another car moving away. In fact, this is normal. Whether it is in a chicken game on Earth or on a virtual battlefield, it is very difficult to encounter too many players without cheating, let alone kill them. So, in the chicken game on Earth, some anchors can kill 40 or 50 people in one game, and many players can't even see that many people in one game. Therefore, the audience cannot be blamed for doubting those anchors. However, on the virtual battlefield, cheating is not allowed. Therefore, a player who can kill more than 10 people in one round is already a complete master. Wang Hao and the others have not seen many other players now, which is completely normal. Condition. Of course, saying that virtual battlefield cannot be cheated was before Wang Hao came, and his current auxiliary functions are equivalent to cheating. Until the fourth circle, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan did not encounter other players attacking the dormitory building. They had to leave at this time because they had been kicked out of the safe zone. Where to go? Su Guangyuan is still the same old question. He completely left the operation to Wang Hao. Go to Port P. The final round should be near there. Wang Hao glanced at the map and said. Afterwards, the 2 of them changed points and went to Port P. This time, their transfer process was not very smooth. They met another team of players, who almost swept Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan off the car, because the opponent was in the wild and there were no bunkers around. Wang Hao did not choose to rush over. If he rushed over directly, he would probably be kicked off the car halfway. The destination of him and Su Guangyuan remained unchanged, and they still went straight to Port P. As soon as he arrived at Port P, Wang Hao heard the crackling sound of gunfire. Apparently, many people had the same idea as them and came to Port to occupy points. Su Guangyuan looked at Wang Hao, obviously seeking Wang Hao's opinion. This time, Wang Hao did not choose to avoid the fight, but said, while they are fighting, let's get over there. There are many harbor areas, and the power of the trolls can be maximized. Moreover, when gunshots are heard, their target to be clear, there is no need to worry about meeting old 6 players. After the 2 made a decision, they parked the car and headed toward the direction of the gunfire with their guns in hand. Chapter 25 Taking Su Guangyuan to eat chicken. It's right in front, Wang Hao said while moving towards the place where the gunfire came from. When we attack the building later, you will be in front. Okay. Faced with Wang Hao's arrangement, Su Guangyuan did not hesitate at all. If it were anyone else, he would probably think that Wang Hao was deliberately betraying him and using him as a target. The 2 came outside the target room. At this moment, one of the 2 people upstairs was blown up by another team of players. Chance. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately said to Su Guangyuan, "Run now. Rush." After hearing Wang Hao's order, Su Guangyuan didn't hesitate at all and rushed upstairs with a gun in hand, while Wang Hao followed closely behind Su Guangyuan. His companions were blown down, and the surviving player upstairs realized that someone would definitely attack. However, he thought it would be the team that had just fought with them, but he never thought that Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan would come here specifically, the one who stirs up trouble. However, at this time, he no longer cared about who was coming. Seeing the footsteps on the small map, he had already aimed in the direction of the stairs. Duh. As soon as Su Guangyuan showed his head, he was violently attacked by the player. Su Guangyuan was also prepared and started shooting almost at the same time. Wang Hao, who followed closely behind, calmly fired when Su Guangyuan caught the opponent's attention. Bump! DBS made a unique gunshot sound. 2 bullets flew out of the barrel almost in no particular order, and the player opposite fell to the ground. You killed Feng Li with a shotgun. Only 1 kill tip? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. And then he remembered that another player in this team was knocked down by another team. Naturally, this kill would not be counted on his head. Not good. Thinking of the other team of players, Wang Hao immediately realized that they were not safe yet. Brother Su, if you stand in this corner, the team next to you will probably attack. Wang Hao pointed a place to Su Guangyuan, and he hid in a small room. Wang Hao's arrangement still used Su Guangyuan to attract the opponent's firepower and attention, while he harvested it. Good. Su Guangyuan immediately ran to the place designated by Wang Hao, and then, while recovering blood, waited for another team of players to attack. Sure enough, not long after, there were footsteps. However, that team of players did not rush to attack, but threw a few grenades upstairs. Fortunately, Wang Hao was hiding in the small room, and Su Guangyuan was also hiding in the corner. This wave of grenade attacks did not kill the two of them. However, the space upstairs was limited after all. Although Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were not killed, they were killed by the explosion, but affected by the aftermath. Both of them were not satisfied with their health. The 2 people downstairs seemed to understand this. After the grenade exploded, they immediately attacked Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan without giving them time to recover. The moment the 2 of them went upstairs, Su Guangyuan didn't care about recovering blood and immediately opened fire. The 2 people's attention was indeed attracted by Su Guangyuan, and they aimed their guns at Su Guangyuan almost instantly. Su Guangyuan was already dissatisfied with his condition, fell down almost as soon as he met him. However, Su Guangyuan, who was knocked down, did not panic at all because he knew that Wang Hao would take action. Bump! Sure enough, DBS gunshots came quickly, and the 2 players who had just knocked down Su Guangyuan were instantly reduced to boxes. Wang Hao didn't care about recovering blood and went to save Su Guangyuan first. After rescuing Su Guangyuan, the 2 immediately replenished their status, and then started licking bags. Wang Hao mainly replenished medicine bags and throwing objects. As for bullets, he used shotguns. This kind of gun was rarely used in the later period. Therefore, there will be no corresponding bullets in the player's backpack. Fortunately, Wang Hao has already considered this situation and collected a lot of bullets in the early stage. The remaining bullets are enough now. While Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were replenishing their status and supplies, the gunfire in Port P gradually became sparse until it disappeared completely. The disappearance of the gunfire does not mean that there is no one in Port P, but the fighting here is temporarily over. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan are no longer running around. Port P without gunfire is the most dangerous, because no one knows which house is inside. Just hiding a person. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were lying in the room, waiting patiently for the safe area to be refreshed. In the 5th circle, P City is still in the safe zone. Gunfire continued in the distance. The 6th circle, a small area of Port P, is still within the safe zone. The room where Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were located was right on the edge of the safe zone. In this way, the 2 of them still don't have to enter the circle. But others did not have such luck. Gunshots came from all directions. It was already the finals. The safe zone was very small. There were still 12 surviving players, including Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. But in the blink of an eye, the number became 8, and then quickly became 5. Just when Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were sitting on the mountain watching the tiger fight, the sound of footsteps was heard downstairs. The 2 looked at each other and remained silent. Since adding the bags, the 2 of them had not made any sound. So, The people downstairs probably don't know there's anyone upstairs. Sure enough, the person downstairs ran towards the stairs without stopping at all. Obviously, he didn't know there was anyone upstairs. The poor guy showed his head, and was killed by Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. This time, the killing fell on Su Guangyuan. 4 more people. The championship is in sight. Su Guangyuan became excited. Wang Hao, who was not far away from him, even saw Su Guangyuan's body shaking. Brother Su, calm down. It's a small scene, Wang Hao said with a smile. I can't calm down. Su Guangyuan showed a wry smile. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I have been in the virtual battlefield for more than 3 years, and I have never won the first place. Today's game is the closest I have ever been to the first place. Never won once? Wang Hao was a little surprised. Su Guangyuan shook his head. Wang Hao was a little surprised. Wasn't his luck too bad? I haven't eaten chicken in more than 3 years, so I should have picked it up even if I missed it. Right? What Wang Hao doesn't know is that the difficulty of fighting chicken on the virtual battlefield is even more difficult than that of the mobile game on Earth. Because the surviving humans in this world all play the virtual battlefield and regard it as of the most important things in life. There are many people participating and everyone pays attention to it. In this case, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky for people with poor talent to win the chicken. I will definitely help you win a game today. After learning about Su Guangyuan's situation, Wang Hao became more determined to lead Su Guangyuan to win the game. Su Guangyuan nodded heavily. At this time, smoke bombs appeared in the distance. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. And the last 2 people appeared? Wang Hao squatted up, raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the center of the smoke on the opposite side, and pulled the trigger. Bump! 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 5 shots in a row. And finally when Wang Hao fired his 5th shot, the elimination announcement came. Then, 4 golden characters appeared in the void. Good luck. Chapter 26 Su Guangyuan's Considerations. Number 1. We are number 1. When he saw the 4 golden characters good luck and good luck appearing in the sky, Su Guangyuan became excited. This is the first time he has played chicken since he entered the virtual battlefield for more than 3 years. Usually, he envies other people for having the opportunity to open an airdrop box. But today, he finally has the opportunity to open an airdrop box. Wang Hao looked at Su Guangyuan, who jumped down with a smile on his face. Wang Hao, come on. Let's see what we can get out. Su Guangyuan stood in front of the airdrop box that had just landed and greeted Wang Hao excitedly. Here we come. Wang Hao called back and quickly came to the airdrop box. Although this is not the first time he has opened an airdrop box, Wang Hao is still very excited and looking forward to it. Every time he opens an airdrop box, it is like a lottery. The unknown rewards always make people excited. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan reached out to the airdrop box almost at the same time. Then, Su Guangyuan took out a motorcycle, and Wang Hao took out a roll of bandages. Wang Hao looked at Su Guangyuan's motorcycle, and then at the 5-weight bandage in his hand. He was speechless. Hey! Su Guangyuan touched his new motorcycle with gleaming eyes. Looking like he couldn't put it down, this motorcycle came at the right time. With it, it will be much more convenient for me to go to work in the future. Then, Su Guangyuan looking at Wang Hao and the bandage in his hand. He was a little stunned. Then, he comforted Wang Hao and said, this bandage is actually not bad. It has a very good hemostatic effect. People who go on adventures in the wild often bring some spares. Take this thing out. If you go and sell it, you can make some money. This naturally comforted Wang Hao. Generally speaking, rich people bring large medical bags and all-purpose medical kits with them when they go out of the city. Only poor people like them would do this. Choose to wear a bandage. After all, the hemostatic effect of bandages is not as good as medicines such as large medicine bags and all-purpose medicine kits. Okay, I believe you, Wang Hao said with a shrug. He was completely convinced by his luck in the lottery. He touched the airdrop box twice, and found that the items he touched were not good. Although they could not be called garbage, the quality was really mediocre. Soon, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were teleported back to reality. Fortunately, Su Guangyuan was so immersed in the joy of getting the motorcycle that he didn't notice that it was not the first time that they were time transported. There was a gap period in between. And this gap period was reserved for Wang Hao to choose whether to retain a certain auxiliary function of this game. Fortunately, this gap period is not long. If you don't pay attention deliberately, you may not notice it. Faced with the system's inquiry, Wang Hao still chose no. It was not that he did not want to retain the auxiliary functions. Every auxiliary function had its role. Wang Hao did not retain it just because his current redemption points were not enough. In this game, Wang Hao killed 9 players and survived to the 6th circle. In addition, he successfully won the chicken in the end. This game ended happily. Wang Hao earned 25 exchange points, plus the previous points he had accumulated, 77 redemption points. Now, his total number of redemption points has reached 102, earning 102 exchange points in one day. The speed at which he can earn exchange points is absolutely terrifying, far surpassing others. But even so, Wang Hao cannot retain any auxiliary functions. The scene changed, and Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan returned to reality. Wang Hao, in the future, you should find someone else to form a team in duo queue. After hesitating for a while, Su Guangyuan finally spoke to Wang Hao. Why? Wang Hao, who was not prepared at all, looked stunned and quite surprised. I can't help you at all, Su Guangyuan said, in that game just now. Apart from bringing you some supplies, I basically didn't provide any help. Wang Hao, your talent is very high and cannot be wasted. You should not team up with me. Team, you should find stronger teammates. Only in this way can you develop better in the virtual battlefield. Su Guangyuan naturally also wanted to earn more redemption points. But he did not want to hinder Wang Hao because of this. In the game just now, he clearly felt the huge gap between himself and Wang Hao. With his strength, he could not provide any help to Wang Hao at all. Teaming up with Wang Hao would only drag down Wang Hao and become Wang Hao. Wang Hao is a burden. In that case, even if Wang Hao has a high talent, he may not be able to display it perfectly. Who said you didn't help me? Wang Hao said with a smile. Every time I attack a building, you rush to the front to help me block bullets. This is not what everyone is willing to do. Just because of this, you are my ideal good teammate. I am a little disappointed. Wang Hao's auxiliary function requires the sacrifice of his teammates. For example, in the round that just ended, if Wang Hao rushed in front every time and his teammates did not catch up in time, then he may not be able to win the chicken smoothly, and he may be outflanked by others. Although Su Guangyuan's level is average, he believes in himself and is willing to follow any of his arrangements, which is already very good. Based on this alone, he is more suitable for him than many masters. But this is the simplest. Su Guangyuan said, if the teammates you find realize your strength, they will also be willing to make sacrifices. This is not necessarily true. Wang Hao said, blocking a gun is not something everyone is willing to do. Once the cooperation is not good and you are killed by other players, even if Wang Hao leads the opponent to eat the dead chicken, the income will be greatly reduced, and it is impossible for others. Don't consider this. Only Su Guangyuan would believe in himself unconditionally, at least for now. But, this matter has been decided. Wang Hao did not give Su Guangyuan a chance to refuse. Okay. Su Guangyuan could only nod. At this time, his thoughts were quite complicated. On the one hand, Wang Hao was never willing to give up on him, and was willing to take him with him, which moved him very much. Being able to follow a master like Wang Hao would definitely be much better than randomly matching teammates. But on the other hand, he was worried that his lack of strength would hinder Wang Hao and affect Wang Hao's development. Especially since Wang Hao was going to take the college entrance examination in 2 weeks. At this critical moment, he didn't want to be a burden. Wait until tomorrow. I will sign up for a class and train hard. I will definitely not be a drag on Wang Hao. Su Guangyuan secretly decided in his heart. In reality, there is a lot of virtual battlefield-related training. The importance of virtual battlefield is self-evident. Everyone attaches great importance to it. Everyone wants to enter the virtual battlefield in the best condition. Therefore, reality, there is a lot of corresponding training. Of course, these trainings cost money. And the better the institution, and the better the instructors, the more money it will cost. Su Guangyuan was reluctant to spend this money before. But now, he feels that this money is very valuable. It is necessary to spend. Chapter 27. A Furious Xiao Tianlei. The next morning, Wang Hao unexpectedly met Zhuang Xuer at the school gate. To be precise, Zhuang Xuer should be waiting for him. Wang Hao, I want to team up with you for today's double queue. Zhuang Xuer stopped in front of Wang Hao and directly stated his intention. The reason why Zhuang Xuer blocked Wang Hao at the school gate was because he was afraid that Wang Hao would form a team with others after he went to class. However, Wang Hao still shook his head and said, I already have a fixed teammate in the double queue, and I won't change it. Who is that person? Do I know him? How is his strength compared to mine? Zhuang Shuer asked with a frown. You don't know him. He is my friend. His strength is not as good as yours. Wang Hao said truthfully. Su Guangyuan's marksmanship, consciousness, operations, etc. are indeed inferior to Zhuang Shuer. Then why did you choose him instead of me? Zhuang Shuer was puzzled. If Wang Hao found a teammate who was stronger than her, Zhuang Shuer would accept it. But the teammate Wang Hao found was not as strong as her, which Zhuang Shuer couldn't accept. There are so many reasons, Wang Hao said. Zhuang Shuer, aren't we always in double row? How do you find him? At this time, a man came out from the side and looked at Zhuang Shuer with a confused and annoyed look. Xiao Tianlei. It's none of your business who I double queue with, Zhuang Shuer said with a cold face. I usually double queue with you. Not just you. Please make it clear. Xiao Tianlei. Wang Hao looked at this frustrated classmate curiously. Wang Hao had also heard of his name. He was also one of the few silver-level masters in the 5th middle school. He was ranked in the top 10 in the entire 5th middle school. Xiao Tianlei and Zhuang Shuer are both students in Class 1. And their strengths are almost the same. They usually play in tandem, which is normal. Zhuang Shuer. Don't we usually cooperate very well? Why do you want to change people? Facing the cold-faced Zhuang Shuer, Xiao Tianlei, who was furious just now, softened instantly. What did I do wrong? Okay. If you point it out, I will definitely change it. Looking at Xiao Tianlei, who was licking his face and groveling, Wang Hao's eyes were a little playful. Xiao Tianlei's thoughts about Zhuang Shuer don't seem so innocent. He seems to not only regard Zhuang Shuer as his double-row teammate, but also seems to be interested in Zhuang Shuer. However, this is no wonder for Xiao Tianlei. Zhuang Shuer is not only good in strength, but also outstanding in appearance. Even if you look at the entire 5th middle school, Zhuang Shuer's appearance is quite good. Who can refuse such a powerful and beautiful girl? What's more, judging from what Xiao Tianlei said, the two of them had been in a double row before. After getting a long day and night, it was normal for Xiao Tianlei to be attracted to Zhuang Shuer. However, Zhuang Shuer seemed to have no such thoughts about Xiao Tianlei. Hearing Xiao Tianlei's words, she looked disgusted. Xiao Tianlei, you are a grown man. Can you speak normally? Zhuang Shuer, I just want to play double queue with you. In front of Zhuang Shuer, Xiao Tianlei behaved like a little girl. If he hadn't known that his strength had reached the silver level, Wang Hao would not have believed that Xiao Tianlei was also a little girl. Master, I don't want to. Zhuang Shuer refused. However, Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and asked, Wang Hao, what you mean is that your teammates in the double row should not be students from our school. Don't you think about the college entrance examination in 2 weeks? Wang Hao hesitated when he heard this. Su Guangyuan obviously cannot take the college entrance examination. And in the college entrance examination, it is allowed to form a team in advance. Therefore, many people will find teammates in advance for double and 4 lines, and play together every day to increase their tacit understanding. In a situation like Wang Hao's, when the time comes, he can only choose to take the exam through random matching. It's okay to randomly choose a person with high strength. If he randomly chooses a person with low strength, it will become a burden for both parties. In terms of tacit understanding, it is completely zero. In fact, the random matches will basically match the bad students, because the masters are basically booked in advance. Who doesn't want to team up with the masters during the college entrance examination? Therefore, masters have no shortage of teammates. They can easily select the ones with the strongest strength and the best cooperation among the many students who want to form a team. Only those scumbags. No one wants them. In this case, they can only take the college entrance examination through random matching. Therefore, if Wang Hao is randomly matched, the possibility of matching with a bad student is very high. Wang Hao is not afraid of being matched with a scumbag. He is only afraid that the other party will not listen to his orders and thus harm himself. How about you? Consider me? Seeing Wang Hao's move, Zhuang Shuer became more energetic. Seeing his goddess actually praying in front of Wang Hao, Xiao Tianlei almost exploded with anger. Zhuang Shuer, why do you beg him like this? He is just a scumbag in the ordinary class. It's nothing special to get the first place by chance. It's not like the two of us have never won before. Xiao Tianlei pointed at Wang Hao and said to Zhuang Shuer, I'm stronger than him. I'm your best teammate. Are you worthy of being compared with him? Zhuang Shuer glanced at Xiao Tianlei with disdain. You can't even lift one of his fingers, even worse. Zhuang Shuer has played games with Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei, so she naturally knows which one is stronger and which one is weaker. Wang Hao is indeed stronger than Xiao Tianlei, but Xiao Tianlei is not as unbearable as she said. The reason why she is so it was just to get rid of Xiao Tianlei. How could Zhuang Shuer not know about Xiao Tianlei's little thoughts about her? However, she had no idea about Xiao Tianlei. Therefore, after knowing Xiao Tianlei's thoughts about her, Zhuang Shuer was already resistant to forming a team with Xiao Tianlei. However, the teammates in the double row are basically fixed. If she replaces Xiao Tianlei, she cannot find another more suitable one. Her class teacher will not allow her to find someone with poor ability to form a team. But now, the situation is different. Wang Hao appears. After comparison, Zhuang Shuer discovered that Wang Hao was much better than Xiao Tianlei. If he could team up with Wang Hao, he would not only be able to stay away from the increasingly aggressive Xiao Tianlei, but also be able to form more powerful teammates. This would kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, Zhuang Shuer launched an offensive against Wang Hao. She knew very well that Wang Hao's reputation as a master would soon spread. By then, more than one person would definitely come to Wang Hao to form a team, who would be willing to miss an expert teammate. So Zhuang Shuer still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. When Wang Hao heard Zhuang Shuer's words and saw Xiao Tianlei's angry face, he quickly said, "Classmate Zhuang Shuer, you think so highly of me. In fact, I'm just lucky. For virtual you may not know as much about the battlefield as you do." Chapter 28 Consider it. Wang Hao. This is the truth. Although he played a lot of chicken games when he was on Earth, and this virtual battlefield is highly similar to the chicken game, there is still a difference between the two. He entered the virtual battlefield for a longer time than Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer and Xiao Tianlei are not as good as Zhuang Shuer and Xiao Tianlei. Therefore, their understanding of the virtual battlefield may indeed be inferior to that of Zhuang Shuer and Xiao Tianlei. Of course, when Wang Hao said this, he also meant that he didn't want to cause trouble. It's not that he is afraid of Xiao Tianlei. He just doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble when the college entrance examination is approaching. After the college entrance examination, there is a high probability that he and Xiao Tianlei will not have any intersection again. So why bother at this time? We'd better continue to be passers-by. However, Wang Hao did not intend to get entangled with Xiao Tianlei. But Xiao Tianlei did not seem to be self-aware. Zhuang Shuer. Look! He himself said that he is just lucky. You think too highly of him. Xiao Tianlei pointed at Wang Hao and said to Zhuang Shuer, "How can a scumbag from an ordinary class have such a good reputation? What kind of strength? Don't be blinded by an accident." Xiao Tianlei spoke loudly. Not only Wang Hao heard it, but also the students passing by. Many of these students were ordinary. Although their grades are not very good, they are so blatantly called scumbags. Who cannot be angry? Everyone looked at Xiao Tianlei angrily. However, Xiao Tianlei not only did not feel ashamed at all, but raised his neck, looked at the students around him with disdain, and said loudly, "What are you looking at? Is there anything wrong with what I said? You ordinary class members, those scumbags will only be qualified to be low-level militiamen in the future, while people like us will be officers in the regular army in the future. After we graduate, we will be people from two worlds, and there will no longer be any intersection." Xiao Tianlei's words made the surrounding ordinary people, the students in the class, were even more annoyed, but they had no way to refute. After all, although Xiao Tianlei's words are unpleasant, they are also true. Without talent or strength, they will probably be at the bottom of society in the future, while people like Xiao Tianlei who have high talents on the virtual battlefield can live a better life. Good life. After Xiao Tianlei taught the other students around him, he actually targeted Wang Hao again. Wang Hao, I advise you to recognize the reality. You and Zhuang Shuer are not from the same world. Stay away from her in the future. You will not be able to reach her. Xiao Tianlei looked at Wang Hao and said. Although Xiao Tianlei looked like a dog in front of Zhuang Shuer, he looked arrogant when facing other students and Wang Hao. Wang Hao frowned. He didn't intend to quarrel with Xiao Tianlei, but he didn't expect that his avoidance would actually make the other party push forward. However, just when Wang Hao was about to retort, Zhuang Shuer spoke first. She looked at Xiao Tianlei with a look of disgust and said, "Xiao Tianlei, is there something wrong with your brain? If you want to go crazy nearby. Stay away." Then, Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao with an apologetic look and said, "Wang Hao, I'm sorry, but I hope you can seriously consider forming a team. I don't think I'm any worse than others. After saying that, Zhuang Shuer glared at Xiao Tianlei, then turned and walked towards the school. Zhuang Shuer, wait for me. Listen to my explanation, Xiao Tianlei said, and chased after Zhuang Shuer. Wang Hao looked at the backs of Zhuang Shuer and Xiao Tianlei and shook his head speechlessly. What is this? In Wang Hao's opinion, even if someone like Xiao Tianlei has some talent, his future achievements will not be too high. His arrogant character will probably cause trouble in the future. However, this has nothing to do with Wang Hao. Wang Hao was too lazy to care about Xiao Tianlei. He didn't want to deal with such a person at all. However, Zhuang Shuer's suggestion, maybe I should really consider it, Wang Hao said to himself as he walked. The college entrance examination, whether on Earth or in this world, is very important and has a great impact on a person. Being able to go to university, especially a good university, is also very important in this world. Which means that this person will develop better in the future and get more resources and better education. Although Wang Hao has auxiliary functions, he would not mind getting more resources and better education. However, Wang Hao didn't want to give up on Su Guangyuan. Although Su Guangyuan's talent is not as good as Zhuang Shuer, he is more worthy of Wang Hao's trust, which is very important. When he was about to arrive at the class, Wang Hao came up with a solution. Team up with Zhuang Shuer in the 4th tier. When the college entrance examination comes, Zhuang Shuer will be chosen as a double-tier teammate. The usual 4-tier can cultivate a tacit understanding between the two. The usual double-row teammate still chooses Su Guangyuan. That's it. I'll go to Zhuang Shuer to discuss the matter later, Wang Hao said to himself. Zhuang Shuer usually has 4 rows of teammates, and Wang Hao doesn't know if she agrees to change. Entering the class, the students have almost arrived. Wang Hao's appearance did not cause as much of a sensation as yesterday. Many of them also believe that luck accounted for a large factor in Wang Hao's first place in the first game. In the virtual battlefield, luck is often very important, and Wang Hao happened to be extremely lucky yesterday. There was no commotion, which made Wang Hao relieved. He didn't want to be watched like a monkey in a zoo. The school bell rang and Ding Yuning walked in. She was the teacher of the first period. The college entrance examination is in 2 weeks. We have pretty much covered what we have to talk about before. The remaining 2 weeks or so are mainly about reviewing and improving your memory. Ding Yuning stood on the lecture table and said he looked around at his students and spoke slowly. When her eyes passed by Wang Hao, they were obviously much softer, and there was even a faint smile on her face. In this first lesson today, we will review all the scoring points on the virtual battlefield. Ding Yuning continued, on the virtual battlefield, if you want to get points, in addition to killing other players, Go points are also a very important means, especially for ordinary classes like ours. It is even more important to find a suitable point. Every time you survive one more circle, you can get more points. If you can get more points during this period, or if you are lucky enough to kill a few other players in the finals, you may be able to perform exceptionally and get better results than you usually do in simulations. Therefore, it is particularly important to be familiar with all the scoring points on the virtual battlefield. Everyone, look at the projection. Then, a huge virtual battlefield map appeared on the projection in front of everyone. On this map, many places were marked with red circles by Ding Yuning. The places marked by these red circles are more suitable for making distinctions. Let's take a closer look at them one by one. Ding Yuning zoomed in on one of the places marked by red circles and began to give a detailed introduction. Chapter 29 Special Courses. During the entire class, Ding Yuning was introducing the Go points on the virtual battlefield map. It was only after listening to this lesson that Wang Hao realized that there were actually so many Go points on the island map. Obviously, people in this world understand the virtual battlefield better than players on Earth understand the Chicken Island map. After all, the virtual battlefield has been around for hundreds of years and is related to the life and death of mankind. This for hundreds of years. Humans have not stopped exploring the virtual battlefield for a moment. Although they have not been able to develop the technology to cheat on the virtual battlefield, they have deepened their understanding of the virtual battlefield. It can be said that the people here are familiar with every corner of the virtual battlefield. In this case, they will naturally have a clearer idea of where the differences can be better. In the first class, the review was about familiarity with Go points. In the second class, a different teacher was used, and the content of this class was body teaching. On the virtual battlefield, physical skills are extremely important, especially when it comes to face-to-face situations. People with good physical skills have a higher chance of survival. The teacher in charge of teaching Wang Hao and others is named Huang. When teacher Huang was talking, he glanced at Wang Hao several times. Apparently, he had learned about Wang Hao from Ding Yuning or other teachers. In today's class, we are going to review several common movements in the game. After teacher Huang finished speaking, he began to demonstrate to everyone. Wang Hao took a look and found that teacher Huang mainly taught the dodging gun, worshipping Buddha. And Wang Hao had known several operations such as the second squat before, but they were performed in the game. He had never done any real person training. In addition to these operations that Wang Hao has seen, teacher Huang also taught several operations that Wang Hao has not seen before. These operations are very practical in actual combat, and different operations are used for different environments. Sure enough, people in this world have a deeper understanding of the virtual battlefield than players on Earth understand the chicken game. Wang Hao sighed in his heart again. While feeling emotional, Wang Hao did not forget to train seriously with teacher Huang. He knew very well that good body skills can often make up for the disadvantages of marksmanship. In actual combat, body skills are particularly important. Therefore, Wang Hao learned very well. Serious. However, this was Wang Hao's first time practicing these movements in reality, and many operations seemed very awkward, and he even often made mistakes. This made teacher Huang, who was secretly observing him, frown secretly. Wang Hao guessed well. Before teacher Huang came to class, he had indeed learned about Wang Hao from Ding Yuning. He knew that Wang Hao had won the first place in the game for the first time. This inevitably made teacher Huang dissatisfied with Wang Hao. Hao Yi looked up, and during class, he inevitably paid more attention to Wang Hao. After all, it is quite rare, even rare, for such a top student to appear in an ordinary class. However, after some observation, teacher Huang discovered that this Wang Hao was no different from ordinary novices in terms of body movements. His body movements were very jerky, and he even often made mistakes. Can such a person be a top student? Teacher Huang expressed doubts. Although body skills cannot determine everything, they are quite basic. Which of those masters is not quite proficient in body skills? Wang Hao's body skills are so raw. How can he be a master? Perhaps his first place that time was really due to luck. Teacher Huang thought secretly in his heart. After witnessing Wang Hao's training moves with his own eyes, teacher Huang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and regarded Wang Hao's first place as luck. However, teacher Huang did not step forward to attack Wang Hao, nor did he mean to expose him. Self-confidence is often very important. It can affect a person's operations, and make Wang Hao believe that he is a genius academic master. Maybe he can also influence his achievements should have a positive impact. Wang Hao didn't know that teacher Huang was already disappointed with him, but he was still training seriously. Others may think that Wang Hao is an academic master, but only Wang Hao himself knows that what he relies on is the auxiliary function system. It is really worse than many people in basic operations. But now that he has the opportunity to learn and improve, Wang Hao naturally would not miss it. Throughout the entire class, Wang Hao practiced various body movements without slacking off at all. The third class in the morning was about marksmanship. The teacher in charge of teaching was named Zhao. Similar to teacher Huang, teacher Zhao also paid a lot of attention to Wang Hao during class. Ding Yuning reminded them before they went to class, asking them to pay more attention to Wang Hao. This was her intention and the principal's intention. But after one class, teacher Zhao discovered that Wang Hao's marksmanship was really bad. Not to mention the rookies who were quite good at it, compared with the students in the key classes. Even in class 12, there were many people whose marksmanship was better than Wang Hao's. This made teacher Zhao quite puzzled. How did Wang Hao get the first place with such a bad marksmanship? Is it just luck? Obviously, teacher Zhao came to the same conclusion as teacher Huang. In fact, we can't blame them. The main reason is that Wang Hao's performance in class was really average, and he didn't have any master's demeanor at all. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to teacher Zhao's eyes. He was completely immersed in training. Wang Hao also attaches great importance to marksmanship. Although there are auxiliary functions, they are random. Before permanently retaining a certain auxiliary function, Wang Hao himself does not know what auxiliary functions he will get in the next game. If there is no auxiliary function, being able to randomly obtain auxiliary functions related to marksmanship, he can only rely on his true marksmanship level to play the game. Therefore, he attaches great importance to marksmanship training. The 3 classes in the morning passed quickly. Wang Hao felt that he had benefited a lot from taking this kind of class for the first time. Wang Hao, why did you stretch your crotch so much during training in the morning? Your marksmanship is worse than mine. Are you feeling uncomfortable today? On the way to the cafeteria for dinner, classmate Chung Su asked Wang Hao curiously. During the morning training, Wang Hao's performance was noticed not only by the two teachers, but also by many of his classmates. After all, Wang Hao was now the star student in their class, so he would definitely receive more attention. And these students also found that Wang Hao's performance was mediocre, even clumsy. This made everyone curious about how Wang Hao got the first place. No discomfort. Wang Hao shook his head. Then what do you? Actually, that's my true level, Wang Hao said with a smile. Regarding his true level, Wang Hao is not afraid to admit that what matters is his performance on the virtual battlefield. How he performs in real training has no impact on Wang Hao. However, is there really no impact? Chapter 30 Attention. Wang Hao underestimated the degree of attention he now received in the school. What happened in the morning training session quickly spread throughout the school. Many people believed that Wang Hao had finally exposed his true level. Yesterday's first place was probably due to luck. Before yesterday's mock exam, Wang Hao was unknown in the 5th middle school. But after the mock exam, Wang Hao instantly became famous. After all, this was the last mock exam before the college entrance examination. The results of this exam are the same as the final college entrance examination results. There will be almost no big difference. So everyone is paying attention to the results of this exam. It was under such a spotlight that Wang Hao won the first place in his grade. You can imagine how much attention everyone paid to him. In addition, Wang Hao himself came from an ordinary class, not a key class. This status gave him a more miraculous flavor. Subsequently, the head teacher, grade leader, principal, and others paid great attention to Wang Hao, which instantly pushed Wang Hao to the forefront. It can be said that Wang Hao truly became famous in one test. And even some other surrounding schools have information about Wang Hao being spread. Many people are paying attention to Wang Hao. Because of this, Wang Hao's poor performance in today's body and marksmanship training class quickly spread throughout the school. Some people sighed. Some were surprised. Some were gloating. And everyone was different. Classmate Wang Hao, are you feeling unwell today? After lunch, Wang Hao was just about to go back to the classroom when Ding Yuning called him to the office. Wang Hao has been asked this question no less than 10 times since get out of class in the morning. However, this time, the person who asked him was no longer a classmate, but his class teacher Ding Yuning. No discomfort. Wang Hao still gave the same answer. Wang Hao knew why these people asked him this question. He wanted to find an excuse to get away with it. But the problem was that there were still 2 weeks before the college entrance examination. During these 2 weeks, he would have classes every day. He couldn't keep going. Are you making excuses to say that you are not in the best condition? So you keep performing so poorly? Once or twice is okay. But if it happens too many times, even a fool won't believe it. Since he was destined to be unable to hide it, Wang Hao simply didn't think of any excuses. What's more, he didn't feel the need to make any excuses. What's wrong with your usual poor performance? Doesn't it mean good enough if you do well in the college entrance examination? Because Wang Hao was quite calm when answering these people's questions. Then how did you? Ding Yuning was a little hard to understand. Could it be that, as the rumors say, Wang Hao's first place yesterday was just because of good luck? But no matter how lucky you are, it's hard to get first place in the virtual battlefield for the first time. Right? Teacher Ding. What's wrong with me? Wang Hao pretended not to understand what Ding Yuning meant. It's nothing. Ding Yuning hesitated for a moment, but still did not ask the doubts in her heart. There are still 2 weeks until the college entrance examination. Review well, and don't feel any pressure. Perhaps Wang Hao was too stressed, which led to abnormal performance in class today. Ding Yuning comforted herself in her heart. This is actually understandable. After all, Wang Hao was from their ordinary class. But suddenly, he won the first place in the last mock exam and instantly became the focus of the whole school. It is normal for him to feel pressure. Okay, teacher, Wang Hao said. Teacher, is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to class first. There's one more thing. Ding Yuning took out a bank card from the drawer next to her. He handed it to Wang Hao and said, "This is the scholarship I applied for you." So fast? Wang Hao said in surprise as he took the bank card. I just applied yesterday and got it today. How efficient is this? The principal is very concerned about you, Ding Yuning said with a smile. After learning about your situation, I gave special approval and got it done in the morning. It turned out that this was the case. Wang Hao suddenly realized. Sure enough, no matter where they are, Academic masters can enjoy preferential treatment. Wang Hao even hesitated whether he should use an excuse to fool him and continue to pretend to be a top student. There are 10,000 yuan in the card, Ding Yuning said, because you will graduate in 2 weeks. The principal cannot approve too much. This is the maximum amount within his scope of authority. What the principal means is that you move out of the slums as soon as possible and rent a house in a civilian area. Of course, this is what I mean. It's not long before the college entrance examination. There can't be any accidents during this time. The slums are not safe. I understand. Wang Hao nodded. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, principal. He graduated in 2 weeks and received a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Wang Hao was already quite satisfied. After all, for him, this money was considered valuable. If you pick it up for free, you will earn whatever it takes. As for Guanling and Ding Yuning's suggestions, Wang Hao will also seriously consider them. The slums are indeed a messy place. Su Guangyuan has said this many times. Otherwise, Su Guangyuan would not have said that his biggest dream in this life is to move out of the slums and own a house of his own in a civilian area. Okay, you go back first, Ding Yuning said. During this period, you will focus on your review. If you hear any bad rumors, don't take it to heart. You know? Ding Yuning knew very well. Because of Wang Hao's poor performance in the morning, many people are already discussing Wang Hao. And most of these discussions are negative. She is afraid that Wang Hao will hear those comments and affect his mentality. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Wang Hao thanked him again. In his heart, Wang Hao was sincerely grateful to Ding Yuning. Although Ding Yuning did this out of consideration for herself, she was indeed interested and caring enough for Wang Hao. And Wang Hao's previous choice to stay in class 12 was not in vain. Instead of transferring to the first class, Ding Yuning smiled and nodded. After leaving the teacher's office, Wang Hao walked towards the classroom. As a result, before he reached the classroom, he ran into Zhuang Xuer again. Is something wrong? Looking at Zhuang Xuer standing in front of him, Wang Hao seemed to have guessed why she appeared. What happened this morning? Zhuang Xuer asked. Sure enough, it was the same problem again. Wang Hao felt helpless. Then, just when Wang Hao was about to answer Zhuang Xuer, as he had answered others before, Zhuang Xuer spoke again. Why do you want to hide your clumsiness on purpose? Hide your clumsiness? Zhuang Xuer heard this. Wang Hao was shocked. Am I hiding something? Please, I'm very clumsy to begin with. Are you afraid that other people will be jealous of you? Or are you afraid of putting pressure on your classmates in the ordinary class? Zhuang Xuer asked, staring at Wang Hao. Obviously, she misunderstood Wang Hao and thought that Wang Hao's behavior in the morning was deliberately acting. Chapter 31. Agree with the 4th platoon. Ahem. Wang Hao coughed twice and said, Classmate Zhuang Xuer, I think you have misunderstood. I am not hiding my clumsiness. Nor am I afraid that anyone will be jealous. Nor do I think I will put pressure on anyone. My performance this morning is my normal level. Wang Hao originally thought that Zhuang Xuer would look disappointed or surprised. However, what appeared on Zhuang Xuer's face was an expression of you can't fool me. Do you think I will believe it? Zhuang Xuer asked back, if you think that if you say this, I will give up the team invitation, then you are totally wrong. This, Wang Hao was speechless again. What he said was true. But why didn't Zhuang Xuer believe it? If you don't believe it, don't believe it. Why did she act like she was deliberately looking for an excuse to refuse to team up with her when she said this? Zhuang Xuer really didn't believe what Wang Hao said. She had formed a team with Wang Hao, which was different from others. Therefore, she knew Wang Hao's level clearly. She would never believe Wang Hao's 2 training sessions in the morning. The level shown in the class is Wang Hao's true level. Wang Hao did this mostly because he was annoyed by too many people inviting him to form a team. So he deliberately hid his clumsiness to make those who invited him think he was a rookie and give up the idea of forming a team with him. This was Zhuang Xuer's guess after learning about Wang Hao's performance in the training class. She didn't believe that she was the only one who invited Wang Hao to form a team. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a master? Zhuang Xuer believed in her guess so much that she didn't believe it even if Wang Hao told the truth himself. She only believes in what she thinks is the reason. You don't need to explain, Zhuang Xuer said. No matter what, my decision will not change. Do you really want to team up with me? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, looking at Zhuang Xuer, who looked serious. Of course. After hearing Wang Hao's question and feeling that Wang Hao's attitude seemed to be loosening, Zhuang Xuer became energetic. Even if my level is as shown this morning, you don't regret it? Wang Hao said. Of course. Zhuang Xuer replied affirmatively again. Still want to test me? I'm not that easy to lie. Okay. Since you are so sincere, I will team up with you. Wang Hao looked like a reluctant demon sheep. Really? Zhuang Shuer was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Of course, Wang Hao said. But I can't queue up with you. When Zhuang Shuer heard this, the smile that had just appeared suddenly froze on his face. What I mean is that we can form a team of 4 platoons. Wang Hao continued. The 4 platoons can still have a tacit understanding. When we take the college entrance examination, we will double platoon. At that time, we don't have to worry about the tacit understanding. 4 platoons, Zhuang Shuer hesitated. She is about half a year older than Wang Hao, which means she entered the virtual battlefield half a year earlier than Wang Hao. In the past 6 months, although her teammates in the 4th row have changed occasionally, they are basically the same few people. In terms of tacit understanding, she is already very high. It is a very risky behavior for her to rashly change her teammates in the 4th row now. Especially now that there are only about 2 weeks until the college entrance examination. This time is not long. Being able to develop a tacit understanding will directly affect her college entrance examination results. Zhuang Shuer came to Wang Hao because she only wanted to team up with Wang Hao. Firstly, she was reluctant to team up with Xiao Tianlei. Secondly, there were only 2 people in the duo queue, so it was faster to practice coordination. However, Wang Hao now wanted to sit in a row with her, which made her a little surprised and a little embarrassed. Why? You can't accept it? Wang Hao also saw Zhuang Shuer's hesitation, and said, It doesn't matter if you can't accept it. Forming a team is a two-way choice. Zhuang Shuer didn't want to accept it, and Wang Hao didn't force it. Weekly time is neither long nor short, and he still has time to find his teammates. Wait! Just as Wang Hao turned to leave, Zhuang Shuer stopped him. Is there anything else? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer doubtfully. I agree, Zhuang Shuer said solemnly. What do you agree to? Wang Hao didn't react for a while. I agree to form 4 platoons with you, Zhuang Shuer said. Are you sure? Sure. Obviously, Zhuang Shuer made this decision after some consideration. But now that she has made the decision, she will not regret it. Okay. Wang Hao nodded and asked, Do you have any suitable teammates in the 4th row? Forget the 2 last time. The 2 in Wang Hao's mouth were naturally Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng. For them, Wang Hao didn't have a good impression of them at all. Originally, I wanted to recommend a few to you, Zhuang Shuer said. But when you put it like that, I don't have any suitable ones here. Zhuang Shuer usually hangs out with them, mainly Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng. Although she sometimes dislikes Jiang Ji, Han Lisheng and others, they are already the masters in the school. For the sake of points, rank, and university, she can only play with those few. However, it is obvious that Wang Hao does not like those people, and Zhuang Shuer does not recommend them. It doesn't matter if you don't have it, Wang Hao said. We still have time to walk slowly. It's better to be short than wasteful. If we really can't find it, when we take the college entrance examination, we can arrange a double row for 4 people. A double row for 4 people? Zhuang Shuer hearing this, he was shocked. Are you sure? Virtual battlefield can also be used as a 2-person 4-row, or even a single 4-row. But there are very few people who actually have a double 4-row or even a single 4-row. Because the virtual battlefield is so important that no one dares to joke about it. Even if they are very confident in their own skills, they won't mind having a few more teammates. Especially teammates who know everything about it. Although Zhuang Shuer was very confident in her skills in the past, she had never thought about such a thing as 2-person 4-row. If it fell into a box, the loss would be huge, and no one was willing to bear that loss. Sure, Wang Hao said with a smile. Of course, if you can find a suitable teammate, that would be the best. Double 4-row is very difficult, and few people usually do it, let alone in the college entrance examination room. Zhuang Shuer said, I don't want to make fun of the college entrance examination. Let's try to find teammates. Obviously, even if Zhuang Shuer has confidence in Wang Hao's strength, he does not dare to try a double quad easily. It is too much pressure. Although yesterday when they were in 4 rows, Jiang Ji and Han Lisheng had already formed a box. She and Wang Hao had always been in double rows, which was equivalent to a double 4 rows. The final result was also good. But there was an accident in this situation. No one can guarantee that they can perform like this every time. Even those recognized masters cannot guarantee that they can explode every game. The existence of teammates is very important. Chapter 32 Escape. When Wang Hao returned to class, He often felt strange looks from his classmates. But he didn't take it to heart. There are only 2 classes in the afternoon, both of which are physical education classes. One is running, and the other is swimming. These 2 trainings are naturally preparations for the college entrance examination. The difference between the virtual battlefield and chicken fighting is that it is real. Here, everyone takes the field in person. Therefore, the running and swimming speeds are not exactly the same. People who are good at running and swimming are naturally better than those who are good at running and swimming. Those who are not good at it will have an advantage in this aspect. Therefore, running and swimming must be exercised. This time, Wang Hao did not pull his hips. Although his running results were not excellent, they were not bad either. As for swimming, he knew it before crossing, and his level was neither high nor low. After 2 physical education classes, it's game time. As students, our teammates in double platoon and quad platoon are usually our classmates. Firstly, because we have the same schedule, meet each other for a lot of time, and know the basics. Secondly, everyone has to take the college entrance examination. So it is convenient to find classmates as teammates during the college entrance examination. Therefore, the school arranges for everyone to line up in double rows and 4 rows every day. Of course, the school arranges it, and not everyone will participate, especially the students in the general class. Most of them will not participate, because there is a fee for double rows and 4 rows. For students in the general class, after a game, it is difficult to earn more than 10 redemption points, which means that every time they participate in a double row or 4-row game, they have to lose some redemption points. Once or twice is okay, but more often, no one can bear it. After all, exchange points are hard to earn and very precious. Therefore, students in ordinary classes can only occasionally do double rows or quadruple rows. Affected by this, their grades in double rows and quadruple rows will naturally not be very good. The worse their grades are, the less they dare to double rows and quadruple rows. Perhaps it is a vicious cycle, and the final college entrance examination results will also be affected. Therefore, when the time for double rows and 4 rows arranged by the school came, many students in ordinary classes gave up on double rows and 4 rows and directly chose single rows. The same goes for Wang Hao. It's not that he's afraid of losing redemption points for the double row, but because his double row has to wait with Su Guangyuan after school. And as for the 4th row, he has to wait for Zhuang Shuer. Zhuang Shuer is currently looking for someone to double queue, and the 4th row is with him. If you want to queue, you have to wait for a while. And at this time, Wang Hao just used it for solo queue. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Flying, level 1. After activating this auxiliary function, you can fly for a while. Time, duration is 1 minute. Cooling time is 3 minutes. You can move and attack while in the air, and you can automatically return to the ground in the middle and enter the cooling time directly. 2. Escape, level 1. After activating this auxiliary function, you can hide underground for a period of time. Duration is 1 minute. Cooling time is 3 minutes. When escaping, you can move, have vision, and attack. You will automatically return to the ground during the process and enter the cooling time directly. 3. Diving, level 1. You can submerge underwater for a long time without losing signal value. Duration is 3 minutes. Cooling time is 3 minutes. And you can attack underwater and return to the ground during the process, directly entering the cooling time. Note, players can use redemption. Click to strengthen the auxiliary function. Please choose this field auxiliary function. Soon, the 3 optional auxiliary functions of this game appeared as expected. These 3 auxiliary functions look like a series. Wang Hao said to himself. Flying, escaping, diving, sea, land and air are all occupied. Moreover, these 3 auxiliary functions are as buggy as ever. If possible, Wang Hao would like to retain all 3 auxiliary functions. Unfortunately, now he can only choose one of them. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao made a choice. I choose the second one. Escape to the ground. Flying is of course also good, but after taking the initiative to attack, there is a risk of exposure. While diving is subject to limited to the map, the effect is relatively small. In comparison, escape is better. Confirm your choice. As the countdown ended, Wang Hao appeared on the plane. Below the plane is the entire virtual battlefield. At this time, the virtual battlefield is surrounded by a thick fog, and only the names of various locations can be seen faintly flashing. Is there anyone in a team on the plane? Let's jump to the institute together. I'll team up. My name is Zhang Ming. Don't hit me later. Ha ha. 2 rookies. The virtual battlefield does not allow illegal team formation. Don't you know? If you are found to be in an illegal team, your redemption points and points will be deducted. Brother, are you telling the truth? This is my first time entering the virtual battlefield. You know, I don't dare to form a team anymore. The plane was still lively. Wang Hao listened to their shouts and observed the route. Illegal team formation is indeed not allowed in the virtual battlefield, especially in single-row mode. And this kind of behavior is severely cracked down on. Once it is judged as illegal team formation, the punishment is quite severe. Wang Hao was informed of this information before entering the virtual battlefield for the first time. The 2 people who just wanted to form a team may have been negligent, or they were not in school at all, and no one told them this information. Sure enough, information is very important no matter where it is. Soon, Wang Hao determined his jumping point. G port. As the sound of wind in the ears intensified, Port G gradually became clearer in the field of vision. Port G. Wang Hao is here again. This place is, as always, the first choice for players who like steel guns. In this place alone, nearly 20 players jumped. Wang Hao's solo queue rank is only bronze 5. He can be said to be a complete novice. Most of the players in the same game are also at this rank. It can be said that in a game at this rank, most of the players are rookies. And the rookie is a real rookie and loves to be tough. Quite like a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Therefore, Port G is very lively. When Wang Hao parachuted, he was observing the surrounding situation. He deliberately avoided the dense crowd and leaned towards the edge. When he landed, there were no other players around him. But not far away, I saw many players picking up supplies, especially from the containers. Many people were picking up and shooting at the same time, and the entire G port suddenly erupted in gunfire. Although it is a marginal location, Port G is Port G. The materials here are quite abundant. Wang Hao built a SCAR-L as soon as he landed, and he also had 60 rounds of ammunition. A gun is enough. Wang Hao immediately jumped off the container. The moment he jumped, the bullet passed by him. It can be seen that even if he landed on the edge, he was being targeted by players in the distance. The moment he jumped off the container, Wang Hao used the cover of the container to immediately activate the escape auxiliary function. The next second, Wang Hao disappeared from the place. Chapter 33. The results are good. Wang Hao didn't really disappear completely, but his position changed from the ground to the underground, and it was directly below where he was standing just now. Sure enough, it doesn't affect the field of vision at all. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although he was underground, his vision was normal. Wang Hao didn't waste any time and immediately started running towards the place where the gunfire came from in the distance. Time is limited. He can't delay. Soon, a player appeared in the field of vision. He was hiding in an open container and taking medicine. He was taking medicine while observing the surrounding situation. He was very vigilant. It's a pity that he met Wang Hao. Duh. The gunfire rang out, and he, who was already dissatisfied with his health, instantly became a box. You used the SCAR-L assault rifle to kill player Feng Tian. The first kill was obtained. Wang Hao did not lick the box and continued to look for the next player. Feng Tian, who was killed, looked confused at this time. I was killed. Wang Hao. Who is he? Where is he? How did he kill me? Feng Tian asked with all his thoughts in mind. He could be sure that the location where he was hiding was very hidden, with not much visible field of view. And he had been observing the surrounding situation, and did not notice any other players in his field of vision at all. Strange, since no other players appeared. How was he killed? Could it be that Wang Hao can still become invisible? This is obviously impossible. There is no such plugin on the virtual battlefield. But if it wasn't a plugin, how could he explain that he was suddenly killed? Feng Tian couldn't figure it out. And there was no death replay in the virtual battlefield. Therefore, he had no way of knowing how he became the soul of Wang Hao's gun. Feng Tian was not an exception. In the next minute, as many as 5 players died inexplicably under Wang Hao's gun. No matter where they were hiding, they could not escape from Wang Hao's gun. Bullets. These people did not understand until their death how they were suddenly attacked. It would be okay if they were in a place with a relatively open field of vision. After all, in such a place, attacks may come from many places. It was found that it's normal if they don't. But if they are in a relatively small and hidden place, It is really difficult for them to accept that they are suddenly killed. But even if they can't accept it, they can't do anything about it. There is no customer service or forum in this game, so they can't complain. In addition, in more than 100 years, there has never been a cheat on the virtual battlefield. Even if it is a powerful technology company, and could not research its plugins, which convinced the surviving humans that the virtual battlefield could not be hacked. Even if they all died inexplicably, they did not think about plugins. The results are not bad. Wang Hao hid in a container, licking the box and muttering to himself. This box was the last victim of his sneak attack just now. At that time, he was getting back to his good state and was about to go out and do something big. As a result, he was attacked by Wang Hao and turned into a box for no apparent reason. After all, the 60 rounds of bullets were less, and the duration of 1 minute was still a bit shorter. Otherwise, Wang Hao could kill more. The gunshots in Port G are still coming one after another. Although Wang Hao has killed 6, there are too many players jumping down here. He can't kill them all in this minute. After all, Port G is still very big, and he can't search them all in 1 minute. Not to mention that 60 rounds of bullets are not many. Wang Hao always tries to get closer to the player to increase the hit rate and save bullets. This guy is quite fat. I don't know what was in the previous boxes, Wang Hao said to himself. After adding this bag, Wang Hao has all his headgear. Although they are all second level, they are enough. As for the bullets, there are more than 200 rounds. Wang Hao is also equipped with a second gun, the M416. I also replenished a few big medicines and drinks. It can be said that after some licking, Wang Hao's supplies instantly became richer. Sure enough, the old saying makes sense. It is better to search a city than to kill one. Although the supplies were abundant, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he hid in the container. His escape skill entered the cooling time and could not be used again before the cooling time expired. The terrain environment of Port G is very complicated. There may be people hiding in containers, warehouses, or even high-rise buildings. If they attack rashly, Wang Hao is not sure that he can leave Port G alive. Wang Hao's pursuit is to eat chicken. Naturally, he cannot hate the northwest early. It is necessary to be cautious. While Wang Hao was waiting, the gunshots outside gradually became sparse. Obviously, there were fewer and fewer surviving players in G-Port. Finally, 3 long minutes finally passed. Wang Hao immediately activated the escape auxiliary function and began to search for surviving players in the direction from which the gunfire came. In just 1 minute, 3 more players died at the hands of Wang Hao, and Wang Hao's kill count came to 9. He became the first elimination king in this game. The reason why it went so smoothly was, first of all, because he had the heaven-defying auxiliary skill of escape. Secondly, after all, this was only a Bronze 5 game. The overall strength of the players was not strong and their reactions were slow. This allowed Wang Hao to succeed repeatedly. Hao even felt that he could survive in such a game even without using the auxiliary function. Of course, this idea only floated around in his mind for a moment before Wang Hao dismissed it. Everything should be done safely. After all, virtual battlefield is not just a game. Its impact is too great. Since there are auxiliary functions available, it is natural to make full use of them. There should be people in Port G, but it's troublesome to search. So let's just close it when we're ready. When Wang Hao's ground escape effect was about to disappear, he came to the roadside outside the container. There was a car parked there. Wang Hao got in. I got the car and drove directly out of G-Port. The poisonous circle has slowly subsided. Port G is not in the safe zone. There are not many players left. They are relatively lazy and do not miss footsteps or gunshots. It is very troublesome to find them. Wang Hao simply gave up and changed the focus to the safe zone. Holy crap! Why did that car run away by itself? Didn't you see any players passing by? What Wang Hao didn't notice was that on the hill outside G-Port, a player was lying there, watching every move in G-Port. This is an old 6 player. When he landed, he did not go directly to G-Port, but went to Xiaoqing district not far from G-Port. After searching for some supplies, he lay on the top of the hill and monitored. He followed every move in G-Port and looked for opportunities to make sneak attacks. His operation actually allowed him to get 2. The car Wang Hao drove was also within the scope of his surveillance, and was even the focus of his surveillance, because there is a high probability that the surviving players in Port G will drive away in this car. And as long as he guards this car, he can wait and attack the player who is driving, catching the opponent off guard. But now, the car actually drove away. What's even more outrageous is that he never saw any player approaching the car from beginning to end. Chapter 34 Underground Transfer. Could it be that the cars on this virtual battlefield can be driverless? This is obviously impossible. The car can start because someone is driving it. But the problem is that the player has been lying here, monitoring the car, and has never seen anyone approaching. Could it be that the player can teleport? This is obviously impossible. The old 6th-year player quickly opened the magnifying glass and looked at the car. Sure enough, he saw a player in the driver's seat. There is actually someone. How did he get up there? The player's face was full of confusion and shock. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how the player got into the car. He was so angry that he immediately started shooting wildly at the car. Crackling. Wang Hao, who was driving, suddenly lost a lot of health. And the durability of the car also dropped by 1/3. There was a sound like a firecracker exploding from the car. And black smoke even started to rise from the rear of the car. Holy crap! What's going on? Wang Hao in the car was instantly shocked. Someone is attacking. After Wang Hao reacted, he stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel at the same time, not daring to walk in a straight line. Finally, as he moved away from Port G, the bullet's hit rate dropped significantly and no longer hit his car. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Hao, who left Port G, went straight to the research institute. Firstly, it was the center of the circle and a safe zone. Secondly, when he was on the plane, Wang Hao also heard someone saying that he wanted to jump to the research institute. If he went now, he should be able to do so. To people. Sure enough, when he was about to arrive at the dormitory building of the research institute, Wang Hao heard the sound of gunshots. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the car straight to the tall building. However, before Wang Hao could reach the bottom of the high-rise building, a man suddenly stood up on the roof of the high-rise building and shot wildly at him with a gun. The car, which had little durability, was falling rapidly. The smoke is getting thicker and thicker. Wang Hao was frightened for a moment, but he did not dare to slow down, let alone turn around and leave. There was a wasteland behind him. Once he turned around, he would only be beaten, and most likely he would be kicked out of the car. God bless. The car won't explode. Wang Hao prayed while driving. Fortunately, his prayers had an effect. Although the car was emitting black smoke, it did not explode after all. He successfully arrived at the bottom of the tallest building. Because of the view, the player on the top of the building was nowhere to be seen. You can't attack him. As soon as the car stopped, Wang Hao jumped out of the car immediately, and then activated the escape auxiliary function, and Wang Hao disappeared from the place. However, after activating the auxiliary function of escape to the ground, Wang Hao realized that this auxiliary function was not omnipotent. It had no effect on attacking the building. Once he went upstairs, he would be regarded as actively returning to the ground. The auxiliary function, the effect disappears, and the cooldown period enters. And the building where this player is located is the tallest building among all the dormitories. He can't reach it at all if he goes to other floors. And if he hides underground, he has no view. After all, this auxiliary function only ignores the obstruction of the ground, not the building. Occlusion. This is too much trouble, Wang Hao muttered, but went underground to the dormitory next door, and then took the initiative to leave the ground and enter the next floor. Obviously, Wang Hao has not given up. He is waiting for the player on the highest floor to leave the high building. As long as the other player leaves the high building, he will have a chance. If he leaves the blockage on the ground and enters the next building without the other player's vision, he can also eliminate the opponent. Be wary. When Wang Hao went to the next building, the player on the top of the highest building was waiting for him. He saw Wang Hao driving his car straight downstairs, thinking that Wang Hao would attack the building. He was already prepared to defend the building. Defending the building would have a certain advantage over attacking the building. Moreover, this was a single row. In the game, there is only one enemy, which makes it easier to defend the building. However, to his expectation, Wang Hao did not attack the building. He saw on the small map that Wang Hao's footsteps were actually moving away. Looking at the sound and mark of leaving, they should have gone to the building next door, the player said to himself while looking at the mini-map. Because he was still in the safe zone, he wasn't too anxious. However, after the third circle was refreshed, he had to consider how to evacuate safely, because the newly refreshed circle pushed the institute out. Since he is in the next building, I will go around it, the player on the top of the highest building said to himself. It was difficult to attack the building, Although the player judged that Wang Hao had entered the building next door, he did not dare to attack rashly. He did not have enough confidence in his own strength. Therefore, he decided to avoid Wang Hao's sight and escape from here first. With the decision made, he quickly took action. After coming down from the highest building, he went around to the back. As for Wang Hao's car, he didn't drive it. The car was about to explode. Once the car was started, Wang Hao would definitely listen. If he heard any movement, if he fired 2 shots at the car would probably explode and he would be finished. Hey, I'm leaving. Just stay here slowly, and I won't accompany you, the player said proudly to himself as he ran. He was very proud that he had deceived Wang Hao and got rid of Wang Hao. However, just when he was feeling proud, bullets suddenly flew towards him. He didn't even realize from which direction the bullets were coming. He was knocked to the ground and turned into a box with red light. Holy crap! Who hit me? The player was shocked, with an unbelievable look on his face. Before Wang Hao came, he had already searched this dormitory building. There were only 2 players. After he killed another player, he was the only one in the dormitory building. Although after Wang Hao came, it became 2 players. But he knew where Wang Hao was. From where Wang Hao was, he couldn't see himself at all, let alone hit him. So who is the person who killed him? Wang Hao. Who is he? When did he come? The direction where the gunfire came from was also in the dormitory building. But there is no third person in the dormitory building. What is going on? This player couldn't figure it out. This is how he died. Unfortunately, the virtual battlefield only showed who killed him. As for where the person who killed him was hiding, there was no improvement. He could only end the game with doubts. The person who killed him was Wang Hao. After Wang Hao entered the building next door, he realized that going upstairs would leave traces of his footsteps. So, after the cooling time expired, he used the auxiliary function of escape, and then moved from the underground to another building. Wang Hao had discovered before that using the auxiliary function of escape would not make any sound or leave any traces on the minimap. Therefore, the player had no idea that Wang Hao had moved. He thought he had deceived Wang Hao. But he didn't know that since he came downstairs, all his actions were within Wang Hao's sight. Chapter 35 Prize, Coupon. 10 kills. Wang Hao's kill count reached double figures in this round. However, Wang Hao spent a lot of time for this 10th kill. There's nothing he can do about it. Without the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao doesn't know the specific distribution of players at all. Even if it's the person who abandoned the dormitory building, he can't guarantee that he can find other players quickly. In this case, he might as well hold on the dormitory building is like this. Fortunately, his perseverance had good results, and he finally succeeded in killing the player, increasing the number of enemies killed to 10. After licking the bag, Wang Hao drove to the safe zone. He was speechless. For a long time, he did not meet other players, and his kill count remained at 10. This situation continued until the 6th round. The final round. Crackling. As soon as he entered the safe zone, Wang Hao heard fierce gunfire. There were now 21 people left in the field. But this number was declining rapidly. Obviously, many people chose to settle for points in this round. This may be the reason why Wang Hao has never met other players before. But in the finals, everyone had nothing to hide and had to fight. This circle is well done. Wang Hao looked at the small map and nodded with satisfaction. This small circle is in the wild, although there are some haystacks around for cover. For Wang Hao, these problems are not big. He is most afraid of shrinking into the housing area. In that case, his escape effect will be greatly reduced. In the wild, the role of his auxiliary function can be maximized. Wang Hao did not activate escape immediately. The circle was not big anymore. The 3-minute cooling time was too long. He was likely to die during the 3-minute cooling time. This also meant that he could only use escape together. Escape opportunity. Once the duration of this auxiliary function expires, he is likely to die under the gun of other players. So he needs to think carefully. Killing is important, but eating chicken is even more important. Not only can you get an additional 10 redemption points by eating chicken, but you also have the opportunity to open an airdrop box. Although Wang Hao opened it twice, he did not get anything very good. But this does not mean that he does not like opening airdrop boxes. Every time he opens an airdrop box, Chengdu is a new opportunity, and Wang Hao does not believe that his luck will continue to decline. Therefore, Wang Hao is not in a hurry. He must seize this only opportunity to use it. The gunshots continued, and there were gunshots from almost all directions. Wang Hao looked at the time and observed the surrounding situation. Finally, less than a minute before the circle was cleared, Wang Hao moved. Escape. Wang Hao disappeared from the ground again, and then lurked in the direction he had already observed. Duh. 1. Duh. 2. Wang Hao, who was hiding underground, turned on the harvest mode. The poor players didn't even figure out the direction from which the bullets came, and they turned into boxes with red light one after another. Because this is a wasteland, and the surroundings are too empty, no one will doubt the sudden appearance of bullets. They will only be angry that they were attacked by someone, and they will not even know where the other party fired the gun until they die. With the countdown technology, the 7th circle was refreshed. Some players who had been hiding well had to come out at this time. This 7th circle is too toxic. Those who are not in the circle must escape as soon as possible. Just enter the circle. The gunfire became more intense, and Wang Hao's gunfire was hidden in the gunfire. He wandered around everywhere, the gun in his hand, like the scythe of death, crazily harvesting the lives of other players. 15, 13, 9. There are fewer and fewer players on the field. While Wang Hao is harvesting, other players are also busy. How long will it take if we don't fight it this time? Finally, when Wang Hao's escape auxiliary function was still 2 seconds away, Wang Hao discovered the last player on the field besides him. Duh. Wang Hao opened fire immediately, but the opponent reacted quickly. After being shot, he immediately made a rolling motion to avoid Wang Hao's attack. At the same time, he also turned to look at Wang Hao. But at this time, the duration of Wang Hao's escape ended, and Wang Hao was forced to move from the underground to the ground. The player who was attacked by Wang Hao was stunned when he saw this scene. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. How did this person appear out of thin air? However, when he was in a daze, Wang Hao would not follow him in a daze. When the other party was in a daze, Wang Hao had already fired again. Duh. This time, Wang Hao's bullet did not miss, and the player's already dissatisfied health was instantly emptied. Holy shit! The player didn't react until he turned into a box. However, it was obviously too late at this time. But why can he appear out of thin air? Or is it my eyesight? The player was still struggling with the scene he just saw. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he could only attribute it to Wang Hao creeping over quietly, and he didn't notice the movement from behind. It seems that this can only be explained. After all, it is impossible to cheat in the virtual battlefield. But, is this really the case? The player was still muttering in his heart. On the other side, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 golden characters good luck and good luck. So close. The situation just now was indeed dangerous. If the player hadn't suddenly become stunned at the critical moment, Wang Hao might not have been able to win the chicken smoothly. Wang Hao could probably guess why the other party was in a daze, but he didn't really care. After all, this virtual battlefield was not just a game. There was no operating company or customer service here. Even if the player just wanted to report him, there is no place to report, and it is even less likely that your account will be blocked. Of course, you still have to pay some attention. After all, Wang Hao still understands the principle of every man is innocent, but only carries the jade. If his ability to cheat is known to others, he will probably be punished, bringing trouble to oneself. You should be more careful in the future and try to hide it as much as possible, Wang Hao said to himself. However, the auxiliary function is sometimes too buggy, and even if he wants to hide it, he may not be able to. After temporarily putting aside this worry, Wang Hao walked towards the airdrop box that had slowly fallen with excitement. It's time to try your luck. Wang Hao put his hand into the airdrop box. Then, Wang Hao took out a piece of paper. Paper? Wang Hao was a little surprised and a little disappointed. However, when he saw the words written on this piece of paper, his disappointment immediately turned into surprise. Coupon. With this coupon, you can enjoy a 50% discount by retaining any auxiliary functions. Chapter 36. Why did it change to 4 rows? Coupon? This is his exclusive reward. After experiencing the addition of an auxiliary function to his personal information, Wang Hao was no longer surprised that something unique to him appeared. What surprised him was the discount of this coupon, 50% off. This discount is not low. Using this coupon to retain the auxiliary function can help him save a lot of redemption points. Finally, after being embarrassed twice in a row, I finally touched a good thing this time, Wang Hao said happily while holding the coupon. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this reward. Then, the prices of the 3 auxiliary functions that can be retained this time have also come out. Flying. 800. Escape. 800. Diving. 500. Wang Hao killed 17 in this round. Survived to the 7th circle. And finally won the chicken successfully. In this way, after 1 round, he earned 34 redemption points. And the total number of redemption points came to 136. Yes, even if you have a coupon, you can't retain any auxiliary functions. Wang Hao said with a wry smile. I have to say that each of these auxiliary skills are very good. But the price is also very touching. And they cannot be kept casually. What's more, these are still the prices of first-level auxiliary skills. High-level auxiliary skills will only be more expensive. Faced with this high price, Wang Hao had no choice but to give up. However, I believe that in a few days, I will have the first auxiliary function permanently, Wang Hao said confidently, at the rate at which he is currently earning exchange points. It shouldn't take too long. Only a few days. To earn enough to retain the auxiliary functions. The scene changed and Wang Hao returned to the classroom again. The moment Wang Hao appeared, many students looked at him. Wang Hao disappeared just now. He was obviously going to participate in the virtual battlefield. After what happened in the morning, everyone is still impressed by his performance in the virtual battlefield. Quite concerned. When they saw Wang Hao come out empty-handed, many people showed disappointment on their faces. Let me tell you, how can we have such a top academic in our ordinary class? Sure enough, yesterday's game was just luck. Hey, to be honest, I still hope that Wang Hao can have a very high talent. In that way, as a classmates, we also have a bright face. Yes, I hope so too. It's best to slap those in the key class. Especially Xiao Tianlei in class 1. What a pity. Of course there are people who laugh at the joke. But most of the students in class 12 still hope that Wang Hao will be extremely talented and become a top student. They also hope that their class will have a top student to slap those who look down on them in the face. Students in key classes. Therefore, many people were disappointed to see Wang Hao empty-handed. Wang Hao naturally noticed the looks in the eyes of other people around him. But he did not explain it. There were many things that he could not explain clearly. Soon, Zhuang Xuer arrived. Zhuang Xuer's arrival attracted the attention of many students in class 12. After all, Zhuang Xuer was a famous top student in the school. And she was also very beautiful. Xiao Tianlei was not the only one in No. 5 middle school who had a crush on Zhuang Xuer. Yes, such a beautiful and talented girl is the goddess in many people's hearts. Why did Zhuang Xuer come to our class? She should be looking for Wang Hao. Looking for Wang Hao? What is she looking for Wang Hao for? Didn't you hear? This morning, Zhuang Xuer was here, especially Wang Hao was waiting at the school gate. And he said he would team up with Wang Hao. Double Q? Isn't Zhuang Xuer's teammate Xiao Tianlei always her partner? She can no longer be like Xiao Tianlei and wants to find another teammate. I can understand that she went to see Wang Hao in the morning. After all, Wang Hao's test scores were quite good yesterday. I don't know how much better than Xiao Tianlei. After knowing what happened this morning, does she still dare to team up with Wang Hao? I'm very doubtful too. Many people looked at Zhuang Xuer and talked about what happened at the school gate this morning. The news spread throughout the school. After all, both Zhuang Xuer and Xiao Tianlei were top students in the 5th middle school. In addition, one of the people involved was Wang Hao, a guy who made a sensation in the mock exam. At the school gate the scene attracted a lot of attention. Many people hate Xiao Tianlei because of this. Especially the students in the ordinary class. Many people are spreading gossip about Zhuang Xuer and Wang Hao. They are at the age where they love to gossip. Not to mention a goddess like Zhuang Xuer. Taking the initiative to find Wang Hao is very exciting in itself. Many people speculated that Zhuang Xuer's new teammate in the double row would be Wang Hao. However, after the 2 training sessions in the morning, these people's ideas changed. Naturally, there were also students from class 12 among them. Zhuang Xuer ignored the concerns and comments about her from the students in class 12. She went straight to Wang Hao and asked, "When will the 4th row start?" 4 rows? Not a double row? Why did it become 4 rows? Moreover, why did Zhuang Xuer invite Wang Hao to form a team? Didn't she know Wang Hao's performance in the 2 training sessions in the morning? Isn't she afraid of being cheated? The classmates around Wang Hao were all extremely surprised when they heard Zhuang Xuer's question to Wang Hao. "Have you finished playing double Q?" Wang Hao did not answer directly. Instead, he asked Zhuang Xuer about double Q. "Yeah. Did you find a new teammate? Or an old teammate?" "New teammate. My friend. Zhuang Shuer said. Wang Hao nodded and said, then in your 4th platoon. Will your friend come? Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said, she has a fixed teammate in the 4th platoon. So she can't come. Okay. Wang Hao thought about it. Thinking about it, he said, 4 rows later. Let's try Lupi. Zhuang Shuer frowned slightly, feeling a little conflicted. The level of Lupi's teammates is not guaranteed. If they are matched with 2 rookies, won't they be held back? It's just that neither she nor Wang Hao have suitable teammates now. And it doesn't seem possible without Lupi. Okay. Zhuang Shuer had no choice but to agree. The students around were a little surprised when they saw the 2 of them actually lining up in 4 rows. And even Lupi. It doesn't mean that Lupi will never meet a master. Some masters like Lupi. But when they meet, the probability of being a master is too low. In class 12, some people were interested and wanted to join. However, they thought of Wang Hao's performance in the morning and Zhuang Shuer's usual unattainability. Although some people were interested, they did not say anything. In fact, if someone told them, Wang Hao might actually agree. After all, he doesn't have good teammates now. So adding a classmate would be no problem. Of course, the premise is that this person must be obedient. Chapter 37 Lupi Teammates. Are we recruiting? Or are we randomly matched? After the 2 teamed up, they entered the virtual battlefield. After entering the virtual battlefield, double rows and 4 rows can enter the team lobby if they are not full. Here, they can choose to recruit teammates, or be randomly matched, or directly participate with less than 100 people. Let's take a look at the recruitment information of other teams first. Wang Hao said. Zhuang Shuer nodded. 2 out of 4. We are looking for young ladies. Look clearly. We are only looking for young ladies. We don't want any men. And we don't want any ants either. 3rd grade. Requires KD 3 or above. Those who can speak can join the team. And those who can't speak can get away with it. The college student team is recruiting teammates. If we have a tacit understanding of cooperation, it can last for a long time. I have KD 1.5. Sister, please take me with you. You can do it offline. The information in the recruitment hall is messy. Many are posting information about recruiting teammates. But there are also some messy information mixed in. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked around and found a few good teams. However, after they entered, they were kicked out one after another. The reasons for being kicked were also very funny. Some said Wang Hao's voice was not good. And some said that Wang Hao's voice was not good. They said that Wang Hao's rank was too low. He was a newcomer. He had only played 1 game. And his KD had no reference value. He also said that Zhuang Shuer's voice was too thin. And he was a bitch. Of course, the last reason was said by a girl in the team. In short, the team Wang Hao and the others were interested and failed to enter. And the teams they did not like naturally had no desire to enter. Forget it. Let's do random matching today. Wang Hao said. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer responded angrily. She was not angry with Wang Hao, but with the girl just now. She didn't cheat at all. And the sound was completely different from that of cheating. That girl was telling lies with her eyes open. She was probably jealous of her looks. Especially since she had just joined the team and another man in the team was so courteous to her. As the captain, Wang Hao chose random matching and only waited for 1 second before the 2 entered the game. The scene changed, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had arrived at the square of the virtual battlefield. And their 2 teammates have also appeared. One is named Su Shi, and the other is named Yuan Su. Both are around 30 years old. No. 3. No. 4. Can you turn on the mic? Wang Hao asked. Some people don't like to open the mic or communicate when playing games, even if their teammates are capable. It is difficult to have a tacit understanding when they work together, and their results are often not very good. Can. I can too. Su Shi and Yuan Su replied one after another. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. I am bronze 5. No. 2 is my friend. And she is silver 5. Su Shi and Yuan Su looked disappointed when they heard Wang Hao say that he was only in the 5th rank of bronze. Although rank does not represent absolute strength. People with strong strength usually have a higher rank. This is not an ordinary game. There will be people who deliberately drop points and rank. Rank is very important here. And masters will never deliberately drop it. Rank thing. The rank of bronze 5 is too low. However, seeing that Wang Hao is not very old, he must have just been exposed to the virtual battlefield not long ago. So his rank is not high. However, he has not been exposed to the virtual battlefield for a long time. which also means that Wang Hao has insufficient experience in this area and does not understand many things. This is also not a good thing. In short, Wang Hao's low rank made Su Shi and Yuan Se feel quite depressed. Fortunately, Zhuang Shuer's rank allowed them to regain some confidence. Otherwise, they might have quit now. If you voluntarily quit the game before skydiving, you will not be deducted points. But you will not be able to enter the virtual battlefield to play the corresponding game mode on the same day. Therefore, unless you have no choice, no one will give up the game voluntarily. I have 2 silvers, and I am 12 points short of 1 silver. Su Shi said. I am buying E. Yuan Se said. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are not at a high rank, so the teammates they are matched with are naturally not much different from their rank. In fact, those who are rank Silver 2 and Silver 1 are already considered high ranks. A few people exchanged a simple okay and waited for the game to start. At this time, Wang Hao was considering which auxiliary function to choose as a boost for this game. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. 1. Large capacity. Level 1 your backpack can hold more items double. 2. Fly fast. Level 1 you can parachute faster twice than others. 3. Headlock. Level 1 within 50 meters. As long as you hit the target, it will automatically be judged as hitting the target's head. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance auxiliary functions. Please choose this assistance. I choose 3. Headlock. This time, Wang Hao made his choice without even thinking about it. 1 and 2. These 2 auxiliary functions are of limited help in combat. Only 3 can significantly improve Wang Hao's strength. Select OK. As the countdown ended, Wang Hao and 4 others got on the plane. You guys dance with me. Our jungler will start this round. Yuan Se said to Wang Hao and the other 3 on the plane. This is also an unspoken rule. For a randomly matched team like this, the person with the highest rank in the team is usually the commander. Of course, others can also choose not to listen or act alone. After all, no one can forcibly restrain others. The behavior of. Obviously, Yuan Se has no confidence in their team. And although the jungler is poor in supplies, it is relatively safe. Su Shi nodded in agreement. And Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao, who said, no problem. Zhuang Shuer immediately agreed. Zhuang Shuer's little move didn't go unnoticed by Su Shi and Yuan Se. Both of them were a little confused. They didn't know why Zhuang Shuer, who was higher in rank, asked Wang Hao, who was in lower rank, for his opinion before making a decision. Aren't those with lower ranks generally obeying those with higher ranks? Could it be that they were lovers? So Zhuang Shuer cared so much about Wang Hao's opinion. This can only be the explanation. Otherwise, Wang Hao should have consulted Zhuang Shuer for his opinion. Soon, Yuan Se chose a hunting location. To the west of Ji Town, there were some scattered housing areas where he could search for supplies. Look around to see if there are any other teams. Yuan Se said in the team channel. Quite cautious. Wang Hao is still very satisfied with Yuan Se's cautious attitude. Although the wild is relatively safe, it is not absolute, and he will occasionally encounter other players. Fortunately, in this round, only their team flew here, and there were no other players around. Chapter 38 Melee in Ji Town. After landing, several people began to search for supplies step by step. After all, it was only in the wild, with few rooms and poor supplies. A few people quickly searched these rooms. However, no one was fully equipped. It was not surprising to them that they continued to move towards the other cabins in the distance. Run. In this way, Wang Hao and others have been active in the west of Ji Town, searching all the housing areas there, and barely equipped the 4 of them with full equipment. However, all the head armor bags are level 2, and the firearms are average. Where are we going next? Su Shi asked. All the housing areas here have been searched, and they are not within the circle. Whether to enter the circle, fight against poison, or find another housing area and continue searching. This needs to be decided as soon as possible. Yuan Se glanced at the small map and said, let's go to Ji Town. Continue the search there. It's also on the edge of the safe zone. It will be convenient to enter the circle later. Okay. Su Shi said he had no objection. Zhuang Shuer said nothing and still obeyed Wang Hao's decision. And Wang Hao immediately said it was okay. So, the 4 of them drove the car they found on the roadside and headed straight to Ji Town. Their location at this time was not far from Ji Town, and they quickly arrived at Ji Town. After parking the car, the 4 of them each chose a house and went in to search for supplies. Someone has been here. Zhuang Shuer, who entered the nearest room first, immediately found traces of being searched on the ground and immediately warned everyone, be careful. They may not have left. It's been so long. Should we go? Susher retorted subconsciously. At this time, the poisonous circle has begun to refresh. If someone had parachuted here from the beginning, after such a long time, they would have been searched and moved. Be kind and be cautious. Wang Hao, who was about to enter the house, immediately stepped back. A house like this is the easiest place to hide people inside. If you enter rashly, you are very likely to be ambushed. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer are right. Don't rush in. If you want to go in, the four of us will go in together. Yuan Tzu also said, if 4 people enter a room together, they will be able to fight back even if they are ambushed. Okay. Although Susher didn't take it seriously, everyone said so, so he had to retreat for the time being. However, just when the 4 of them were about to gather together, move together, and conduct inspections one by one, 4 people suddenly stood up on the roof of the tallest building. The moment the 4 people stood up, they opened fire immediately. However, it was not known whether the 4 of them had agreed or failed to cooperate. When attacking, the targets were only the 2 closest ones, Susher and Yuan Tzu. As for Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were let go. Holy shit. There's really someone on the roof of the highest building. Susher, who was attacked, swore and then fought back. However, due to being focused on fire, his blood volume dropped rapidly, and he quickly evaded. Fortunately, the ambushers had average marksmanship. After he made the evasive action, his hit rate dropped significantly. But even so, his blood volume was also dropping slowly. Who made him become the target of such misfortune? Yuan Tzu also encountered the same situation. However, Yuan Tzu's physical skills were obviously better than Susher's. Although his blood volume dropped, the decline was not as fast as Susher's. Wang Hao and others also discovered the ambushmen and immediately fought back. Wang Hao was also shooting. Although he was not as close to the tallest building as Susher, it was not very far away. Although his shooting skills were average, the positioning of the 4 people was very problematic. They actually gathered together. Even Wang Hao's, even if your marksmanship is bad, you can still hit them. 1 gun head. 2 gun heads. Fall. You knocked down Zhou Chung with an assault rifle AK-47. The auxiliary function headlock came into play. Every bullet Wang Hao hit them hit their heads accurately. The head is a weak point and has a damage bonus. If it only hits the body, it may take 4 shots to knock it down. But if it hits the head, at this distance, 2 shots are enough. He made the first move. And he made the first move when he was well prepared. But he was actually knocked down by the opponent first. The remaining 3 players upstairs panicked instantly. What should I do? Their guns seem to be very accurate. Should we continue to fight? Or should we seal the smoke and save people? Damn it. I was hit in the head and lost half of my blood. Why are they so strong? Just now I just said, don't shoot now. Wait until they come up and then shoot. You have to shoot. What you said is nonsense. Didn't you see that they are ready to gather together and search together? How can they not be able to withstand it? They don't know that we are on top. Let's knock down 1 or 2 of them first. Even if they go together, we can win. Rescue me. Save me. Me. I don't want to lose big points. Wang Hao's knockdown seemed to cause disagreements and even complaints within the team above. This situation actually occurs in low-ranking or temporary teams. It is very common, especially for teams formed temporarily. The team members are not familiar with each other and cannot trust their teammates. It is okay when the wind is going down. But once the wind goes against the wind, there will be complaints in the team. And now, this is the situation of the team upstairs. Some people are complaining. Some are asking for help. Some want to continue shooting. And some are thinking of abandoning their teammates and running away. When they encountered a counterattack and the fighting effect was not as good as expected, the internal conflicts of this temporarily formed team instantly intensified. Your teammate Zhuang Shuer used the assault rifle Scarl to knock down Feng Gui. When everyone upstairs was in disagreement, Wang Hao and the others achieved victory again. And Zhuang Shuer knocked down another person. They're down too. You can charge. Seeing the knockdown prompt, Yuan Tzu immediately made the decision to take the initiative to attack. Wang Hao had no objection to this decision. Although they were the party that was ambushed, the situation was now in their favor. If they did not attack at this time, they would miss the best opportunity to attack. Throw the projectiles first. Don't throw the smoke bombs, Yuan said to several people as he approached the high-rise building. As a result, the four people immediately started throwing objects towards the roof of the building. Grenades and Molotov cocktails were thrown towards the roof. Although there was no knockdown prompt, they completely knocked out the person Wang Hao had knocked down before. Exploded to death. After throwing the objects, the four people started to attack fiercely. The people on the roof didn't know whether they didn't have the throwing objects or they forgot to throw them in panic. In short, Wang Hao and the others were not blocked by the throwing objects during their rush. Although bullets were fired, the four people still rushed to the roof smoothly. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Fierce gunfire rang out again, and 6 people fought in a melee on the roof. In the end, Wang Hao and the others took advantage of their numbers and strength to successfully kill the remaining 2 of the opponent. Chapter 39. The strategy is to be divided. Wang Hao, I didn't expect your marksmanship to be quite accurate. After the battle, the 4 of them began to lick their bags. The 4 people parachuting on the roof landed at G-Town. The entire G-Town was searched by them, and all the supplies were in their bags. However, because G-Town is not very big, their supplies are not very rich, and could only barely give Wang Hao and the others a supplement. The 4 of them chatted while licking their bags. After dealing with the team just now, G-Town was temporarily safe. Originally, when they saw that Wang Hao's rank was only Bronze 5, Su Shi and Yuan Se did not have high hopes for Wang Hao. However, in the previous wave of battles, it was Wang Hao who was the first to knock down one person, and this opened the door. The breakthrough made Su Shi and Yuan Se look at Wang Hao with admiration. As for Zhuang Shuai knocking down one person, the 2 of them were not too surprised. After all, Zhuang Shuai was at the silver level. In such a game, silver was already considered a relatively high level. It's not bad, Wang Hao said casually. In fact, Wang Hao is not very satisfied with this performance. Nor is he very satisfied with the auxiliary function this time. It is not that the auxiliary function of headlock is not good, but if this auxiliary function wants to be used to its maximum effect, you must have a shooting foundation. Otherwise, you will not be able to hit people, and this auxiliary function will not work at all. And Wang Hao, before traveling through time yesterday, was still an ordinary person on Earth. How could he have the chance to touch a gun? It can be said that yesterday's game was the first time he actually touched a gun. How good can Wang Hao's marksmanship be? Although he had a training class this morning, even if Wang Hao trained seriously, he would not be able to make a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Precisely because of his poor basic marksmanship, Wang Hao's headlock was not able to exert its fullest effect. In the battle just now, he only got 1 kill. Compared with the previous games, his performance was absolutely incomparable. Calculated. However, Su Shi and Yuan Se didn't know Wang Hao's situation. After hearing what Wang Hao said, they felt that Wang Hao was a bit pretentious. However, the battle just now went well after all. Now that everyone is happy, the 2 of them don't care about it. What's more, it's not a big deal to pretend a little. As long as you perform well in the battle, it's okay. After the 4 people finished licking the bag, the poison circle happened to come over. The 4 people got in the car again and moved towards the circle. This time, Yuan Se decided to go to P City. City P is in the center of the second circle. Even if this is not the final circle, the next circle is definitely in the safe zone. When we arrive at P City later, let's go together. Don't rush to search for supplies yet, Yuan Se said. Wang Hao and others had no objection. After arriving in P City, the 4 of them found a high-rise building, rushed in together, and then just stayed there. Just fine. This is what Yuan Se thinks. Although he just won a wave in G-Town, there was an element of luck in it. Judging from the reaction of that team, they don't look like a mature team, and there is no tacit understanding of their cooperation. Moreover, their marksmanship is also terrible. If they were another team, they would be the ones who had just been wiped out. Therefore, Yuan Se is still cautious. Zhuang Shuai didn't care. Survival was the most important thing in this game. After all, if you get first place, you would not only get 10 redemption points as a reward, but also an airdrop box to touch. This was far better than killing a few people. However, Zhuang Shuai was worried that Wang Hao wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, she saw Wang Hao's strong performance in yesterday's game. If she kept on keeping on, didn't she restrain Wang Hao and prevent him from killing people? Zhuang Shuai looked at Wang Hao. and Wang Hao expressed that he had no objection. Wang Hao is taking too much care of his teammates. Zhuang Xuer thought to herself. Maybe he thinks these two teammates are not very reliable. Obviously, Zhuang Xuer misunderstood Wang Hao and thought Wang Hao was there. There is no reluctance in trying to get points here. For a master like Wang Hao, killing is very easy. If you kill a few more, you can get a few more exchange points. Now, if you keep trying here, it will affect his income too much. But what Zhuang Xuer didn't know was that Wang Hao had no reluctance at all. After the battle just now, Wang Hao realized that although the auxiliary function in this round was good, his foundation was too poor. It was really difficult to maximize its effect. If he fought rashly, he might be in trouble. To be on the safe side, it's good to be careful. Since the four of them had the same idea, the entire team laid down in P City to divide themselves up. P City was originally one of the holy lands for steel guns, but was turned into a holy land by Wang Hao and others. The second circle, the third circle, the fourth circle, the fifth circle, until the fifth circle, Wang Hao and the others were lying motionless in P City. Occasionally gunshots were heard from other places in P City. They had no intention of going out to break up the fight, so they just kept lying on the ground. It has to be said that Wang Hao's luck in the circle was quite good in this round. They kept in the circle until the sixth circle appeared, and they were kicked out. The area of the sixth circle is already very small, with 18 people left in the audience. Unfortunately for Wang Hao and the others, they were pushed to the farthest place from the safe zone. If they want to enter the circle, they must pass through a large plain with no cover at all. The only thing that comforted them was that their car was still there. With the car, at least the transfer was relatively safe. Let's go! Seeing that he was brushed too far away, Wang Hao suggested moving first, since the strategy of this round is to keep the score close. Enter the circle early and find a better position to continue lying down. However, Yuan Se had different opinions. Don't worry. If you enter the circle now, you will easily be beaten by other teams. We have a car, and we can enter the circle through the poisonous circle in the end. Yuan Se said. Yes, I agree with Yuan Se's idea. Su Shi immediately agreed. Zhuang Xuer naturally supported Wang Hao, so differences arose within the team. If they were close to the safe zone, Wang Hao would have taken Zhuang Xuer and left first. But now, they were relatively far from the safe zone, and they had to pass through a large plain. Without a car, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and decided to stay and wait to leave with Yuan Se and the others. Wang Hao knew very well that he could only compromise on this matter. Yuan Se and Su Shi had higher ranks, and those with higher ranks had the right to speak in the team. This was the default unspoken rule. Therefore, Yuan Se and Su Shi would not compromise. Yes, they would not allow themselves and Zhuang Xuer to drive away. But even though he stayed, Wang Hao always felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. Chapter 40 blocked. It's almost done. Let's go! Seeing that the poisonous circle was about to come over, Yuan Se finally decided to change the focus. The four people immediately jumped off the tall building, got in the car, and headed towards the safe area. At first, Su Shi, who was driving, did not step on the accelerator. He just drove along the poisonous circle, and the speed of the car was about the same as the speed at which the poisonous circle refreshed. But soon, something unexpected happened. Duh. While the four of them were turning around, gunshots suddenly sounded. Then, bullets hit their car. Yuan Se, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was unfortunately shot twice. Although he was not hit, it fell, but it also lost half of its health. Holy shit. There's someone. Yuan Se was shocked when he saw that his blood volume was instantly reduced by half. On the slope, Wang Hao said in a deep voice, and then made a mark. There is danger ahead. Seeing Wang Hao's mark, the remaining three people also saw the three people lying on the hillside. Only their heads were exposed, and their bodies were on the other side of the hillside. The three people were lying on the ground, with their guns pointing towards them. Bullets flew towards them like raindrops. Step on the accelerator. Turn and go this way. Yuan Se made a decision immediately. If they continue on the original route at this time, they will only become a living target and give the trio on the hillside enough shooting angles in time, so their end will inevitably be annihilation. Upon hearing Yuan Se's order, Su Shi immediately stepped on the accelerator and dialed the steering wheel hard. However, Su Shi forgot that this was a wasteland, not a flat road. The road here was bumpy and uneven. It was very dangerous for him to turn the steering wheel like this. Sure enough, the next second, the car overturned and fell into the field. Crackling. Bullets continued to fire. And the car was already smoking. Get out of the car quickly. This car is going to explode. Wang Hao immediately warned. The 4 people got out of the car quickly. However, after getting out of the car, the 4 people without cover became the targets of the 3 people on the hillside. Bullets continued to shoot towards them. And the intensity was even more intense than before. Your teammate Yuan Su was knocked down by player Jin Quan using N416. Bad news came. Yuan Su, who was dissatisfied with his health, was the first to be knocked down. Feng Yin. Save me! Yuan Su yelled immediately. The smoke was gradually rising. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had already taken out smoke bombs when they jumped out of the car. However, it also takes time for smoke bombs to release smoke. Before the smoke enveloped Yuan Su, the 3 people on the opposite side had already concentrated their firepower to cover him up. Holy shit! Yuan Su, who had become a box, couldn't help but curse. It was so frustrating to die. From being attacked to turning into a box. He didn't even fire a shot before he became a box. His death was too ugly. Boom! At this moment, the car was blown up. And Susher, who was close to the car, was affected and knocked to the ground. Help me! Help me! Susher also sent out a distress signal. While sending it, he crawled towards where Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were now behind the car. They released the smoke bomb immediately. Then, with the help of the smoke bomb, they moved slightly away from the car, so they were not affected. After the car exploded, he returned to the place where he got off the car, using the car as a cover to resist the attacks of the players on the hillside. Zhuang Shuer, go save him, Wang Hao said solemnly. Okay. Zhuang Shuer bent down and ran to Su Shi's side and started to rescue. Wang Hao continued to observe the pedestrians on the hillside. The current situation is quite unfavorable to Wang Hao and the others. Although they are temporarily safe due to the cover of the car, it is only temporarily safe. The poisonous circle has been brushed over, because they have been living alone in P City before. So the smoke bomb, there aren't many drinks and painkillers. So I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Now they were in an awkward situation. If they wanted to enter the circle, they had to rush over. But there was a plane in front of them without any cover, and they did not have enough smoke bombs to cover their entry into the circle. But if they don't enter the circle, they will be poisoned soon. The poisonous circle has already arrived. This is already the 6th circle. The poison is very powerful. With the amount of drinks and painkillers in their backpacks, they won't be able to last long. What should we do now? After rescuing Su Shi, Zhuang Shuer came to Wang Hao's side again. Su Shi next to him also looked at Wang Hao, obviously waiting for Wang Hao to make a decision. Su Shi also knew how difficult their situation was now. Anyway, he had no idea. Su Shi, give me your sniper rifle, Wang Hao said to Su Shi. Ah? Su Shi didn't react for a while. Stop. Hurry up. Okay. Su Shi immediately threw the sniper rifle to the ground before he had time to think about it. Later, you two run out of the smoke to attract their attention. Remember not to run too far. Run a little, and then return to the smoke again. Pretend that you want to forcefully enter the circle. Wang Hao changed into Su Shi throwing down 98k. He said to the two of them, You want us to be cannon fodder? Su Shi obviously found it difficult to accept. Run away if I tell you to. Don't talk nonsense. Zhuang Shuer had no objection to Wang Hao's decision. In yesterday's competition, Wang Hao asked her to do similar things. And it turned out that trusting Wang Hao was right. Therefore, this time Wang Hao asked her to be the target again. And she still chose to trust Wang Hao. Hurry! There's no time, Wang Hao urged. Zhuang Shuer ignored Su Shi, stood up, and ran in the other direction. Duh. The moment Zhuang Shuer ran out of the smoke, bullets flew towards her. Zhuang Shuer had long known that this would be the case. So when she ran, she did not walk in a straight line, but ran irregularly. In this way, she minimized the risk of being hit. But even so, she was alone, exposed to the opponent's field of vision. 3 people hit her one by one, and her blood volume also dropped rapidly. Go quickly, Wang Hao urged Su Shi. Seeing this, Su Shi hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and ran out of the bunker. He and Zhuang Shuer ran wildly to attract each other's attention. With Su Shi sharing, Zhuang Shuer's situation improved a lot, and almost everyone on the opposite hilltop attracted their attention. Bump! A dull sound sounded, and then a knockdown prompt appeared. Your teammate Wang Hao used Car 98K to knock down the player Jin Quan. Wang Hao knocked down the opponent. Su Shi was stunned for a moment, and his movement slowed down a bit. The opponent seized the opportunity and was shot again. He quickly started running again, but at this time, the nervousness on his face was much less. In its place is hope. Maybe they can turn the situation around and escape from here. Chapter 41. The third party is coming. Continue. Wang Hao said to Su Shi and Zhuang Shuer while changing his ammunition. At the same time, Wang Hao was secretly lamenting that it would be great if his shooting skills were more accurate. Although there is a headlock that can guarantee that as long as it hits the target, it will hit the head. However, how to hit the target is not a big problem for Wang Hao. It took him a long time just to aim. Fortunately, the three people on the opposite side were all focused on Su Shi and Zhuang Shuer. They beat the two so hard that they lay there motionless. This gave Wang Hao a chance. Otherwise, Wang Hao really wouldn't have dared. Make sure you can hit with one shot. Looking at it this way, the auxiliary function of range damage is better. Wang Hao thought in his mind, if range damage is combined with lock, the lethality will be even stronger. Of course, if there are perspective, the more you think about it, the more auxiliary functions you want. But you don't have enough redemption points. When Wang Hao took aim again, the mountain on the opposite side had already exploded. Holy shit. What the hell is going on here? I was actually killed. Come and save me. Jin Quan panicked and asked for help from his teammates. Just now, he had been immersed in the joy of target shooting and didn't notice what was happening at all. As a result, he was shot down by someone and shot to the head with a powerful shot. Here we come. Don't panic. Teammate Lei Mao said as he came to Jin Quan's side and started to save people. The sound of gunfire came from below. Someone should be sniping. Tian Chung, the remaining teammate, said. The marksmanship is quite accurate. But it's okay. They are far away from us, and they don't have a car. So they can't get through. Bump! Just as Tian Chung was talking, there was another gunshot. And then Tian Chung felt that he had been hit. His whole body flew out instantly. And when he fell to the ground, he was already kneeling on the ground. You were knocked down by player Wang Hao using the sniper rifle Car 98K. Damn it! It's him again. Why is his marksmanship so weird? Another headshot? Tian Chung exclaimed after being knocked down. Just now, he was looking for where the other person was. But as a result, he was hit. Moreover, like Jin Quan, he was hit in the head and was knocked down with one shot. Why are you so careless? Lei Mao said. Climb back and don't let him touch you. I'll save Jin Quan first. Okay. Tian Chung said as he crawled back. I'm here. He has no vision and can't hit me. With the slope as a cover, Wang Hao really couldn't hit him. But correspondingly, they couldn't hit him. And they couldn't even see Wang Hao. Right now, charge. On the plane. After knocking down Tian Chung, Wang Hao didn't even think about refilling his gun. Instead, he immediately put away his gun and ran into the circle. He didn't have that time. And the opponent wouldn't give him a chance. At this time, the only option is to rush into the circle. Su Shi and Zhuang Shuer also changed direction immediately and followed Wang Hao towards the circle. The three of them knew very well that there was not much time left for them. The opponent must be rescuing people, and they had to get into the circle as soon as possible. However, just as they ran nearly halfway and were about to enter the circle, there was a sudden burst of gunfire on the hillside above them. Then, the three of them saw the elimination prompt on the left. And the three people on the top of the mountain were eliminated one after another. Wang Hao's expression changed instantly, because he knocked down two of the opponents. He knew the names of two of the three people on the hillside. Now, those two names appeared on the elimination announcement on the left. And they still appeared as the targets to be killed. That's in the message. Obviously, a third party is involved. Moreover, the opponent also took advantage of the opportunity of two of the hillside trio to be knocked down and wipe them out. This is not good news for Wang Hao and the others. One is that his own kill was robbed. The second thing is that this means that the position just now is likely to be replaced by another team. Sure enough, what Wang Hao was worried about happened soon. Two people suddenly appeared at the place where the trio had been lying. Those two people obviously knew the location of Wang Hao and the others. And they attacked Wang Hao and the others as soon as they appeared. Make a violent attack. Wang Hao and the others are still in the poison circle. Their signal value is constantly decreasing, and they are also under attack. Therefore, they will lose a lot of blood every time they are shot. As a last resort, Wang Hao and the others could only stop and shoot at the people on the hillside. Those two people were very smart. They were fighting and dodging at the same time. Instead of fighting Wang Hao and the others, they were just dragging Wang Hao and the others. Watching the circle progress bar getting shorter and shorter, Wang Hao's heart became heavier and heavier. We can't get in, Wang Hao said in the team channel. Su Shi and Zhuang Shuer did not refute. They also knew their current situation. If this third-party team had not appeared, they might still have been able to seize the opportunity to rush into the circle. But now, this hope is basically gone. They are being held above their heads, and they are still in the poisonous circle. Once the 7th circle is refreshed, they are all finished. If they can't get in anyway, we'll poison them to death without giving them any heads, Su Shi said rather unwillingly. After saying that, he threw several smoke bombs one after another, and threw all the smoke bombs in his backpack. Wang Hao and the other two were soon enveloped in the smoke bombs. Wang Hao smiled bitterly. Although he felt that there was little hope, he continued to rush forward with the help of smoke bombs. But soon, the 7th lap was refreshed. Wang Hao and the others jumped seconds. They had to slow down their running speed and start spraying medicine. However, this circle was too poisonous. They had to keep taking medicine to survive without being poisoned. But they don't have much medicine to begin with. How can they withstand such consumption? Soon, Su Shi, who had the least amount of medicine, was poisoned and fell to the ground, followed by Zhuang Shuer and Wang Hao. The three of them were poisoned to death one after another. But the two people on the hillside really didn't get the kill count from them. Hey, it's just a little bit close, Su Shi, who was in a state of nothingness, said with some reluctance. Wang Hao sniped down the two people on the hillside. He thought they could escape. Who would have thought that a third team would appear and reap the benefits? Moreover, they would have more medicine and more smoke bombs. If so, they might be able to break into the circle. But unfortunately, they are short of these two supplies. You still have the nerve to say that if you hadn't overturned the car, we would have been in the circle a long time ago, Yuan Se, who had become a box early, complained. Su Shi was already in a bad mood. When he heard Yuan Se's complaint, he immediately became furious. You still have the nerve to criticize me? If you hadn't been staying in P City, we wouldn't have known how to be trapped in a poisonous circle. There won't be any medicine or smoke bombs in the end. Can you blame me? Didn't you all agree with me when I made this decision? Who knew you were so stupid? You shouldn't have listened from the beginning. Yours, and because of following Wang Hao's command. Chapter 42 Xiao Tianlei's Provocation. Wang Hao listened silently to the quarrels and complaints between Su Shi and Yuan Se. This is not the first time he has seen this situation, and it is definitely not the last time he has seen it. Many teams will have conflicts after losing the game. After all, no one wants to be eliminated, and once they are eliminated, they will definitely feel unhappy. In this mood, it is not surprising that conflicts break out within the team. Even teams that seemed harmonious before may have internal strife at this time, especially those teams that were formed temporarily. This is what Wang Hao and his team are like. From the beginning until being eliminated, it can be said that Su Shi and Yuan Se got along very well. But even so, after being eliminated, the two still had a war of words. However, all this has nothing to do with Wang Hao. He did not participate in the war of words between the two. Complaining at this time has no meaning and cannot change anything. Moreover, he and these two people are only a temporary team, and they will probably not be together in the future. We won't meet him again. If that's the case, why are you talking so much? Soon, the whole game ended, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer returned to the school again. The appearance of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer once again attracted the attention of many people in the class. When they saw that both of them were empty-handed and Zhuang Shuer's face was not very good, many people secretly rejoiced. They didn't rush to apply to form a team. It seemed that the game between Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer didn't go very well. Wang Hao didn't seem to be a top student. Yesterday's game was probably caused by luck. Wang Hao ignored everyone's looks. He led Zhuang Shuer out of the classroom, and the two of them came to the corridor. If I had known earlier, we should have acted alone just now. There was no one else around, and Zhuang Shuer finally couldn't help but complain. In fact, when she was in the game, Zhuang Shuer wanted to complain, but Wang Hao stopped her with his eyes. But this did not mean that she had no resentment in her heart. In Zhuang Shuer's view, Yuan's command was a failure. He completely suppressed Wang Hao's performance. If Wang Hao and her were allowed to act alone, their results would definitely be better than they're now. In the end, Yuan was poisoned to death. It also requires a lot of responsibility. It's meaningless to say this now. Wang Hao said, through the game just now. I think we still need to find fixed and reliable teammates. This temporary team formation is not an option. Although Wang Hao did not complain. There were also complaints. Moreover, the quarrel between Yuan and Su Shi in the end also reminded him that this kind of temporary team was not strong. It was not a long-term solution. It was okay to have fun with passers-by occasionally. If it continued like this, it would definitely affect the team. His results? Zhuang Shuer nodded in agreement, and then said with some distress, "It's just that we don't have suitable teammates now. This is what troubles the two of them. It's not that the school can't find other people to form a team, but those people are either not strong enough, or have bad character, or they already have a fixed team and don't want to change. In short, it is definitely not easy to find a fixed and reliable teammate." Seeing Zhuang Shuer's frowning face, Wang Hao couldn't force this matter and could only take his time. "Zhuang Shuer, I heard that you guys just fell into a box in 4 rows?" Just as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were discussing how to find suitable teammates, Xiao Tianlei came over. "I have told you a long time ago that he is a student in the ordinary class and is unreliable. If you don't believe me, look, he is in a big loss now. Isn't he?" Xiao Tianlei looked concerned. "Who did you hear to say that we fell into a box?" Zhuang Shuer asked with a frown. "Everyone says so," Xiao Tianlei said. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Although the results in the game just now were indeed not ideal, they wouldn't be said to have failed. Right? Moreover, the news spread so quickly. How many people are paying attention to them? Moreover, most of them probably want Wang Hao to lose as badly as possible. After all, it is very satisfying to see a top student who is highly regarded by the school leaders fall from the pedestal. Wang Hao didn't explain it. He couldn't explain this kind of thing, and it was unnecessary. "Zhuang Shuer, let's continue the duel queue. Shall we? I haven't played the duel queue today yet, and I've been waiting for you." Xiao Tianlei launched another verbal attack. Obviously, he has not given up his plan to play the duel queue with Zhuang Shuer. "I've already played double row today," Zhuang Shuer said. "With whom?" Xiao Tianlei was startled, then pointed at Wang Hao angrily and said, "Is it him?" "You don't care who it is," Zhuang Shuer said. "Xiao Tianlei, I have made it very clear to you. I won't play with you again in the future. Stop pestering me and go find a new teammate. How am I inferior to him?" Zhuang Shuer did not deny it. In Xiao Tianlei's view, this was an admission, which made Xiao Tianlei very angry. If the new teammates Zhuang Shuer found were Jiang Ji and others, although Xiao Tianlei would be angry, he could accept it. Originally, it was very common to find stronger people as teammates, although they were regular teammates and had already formed a team together. The team has been together for a long time. But after all, there is no contract or agreement between the two. Therefore, it is normal for anyone to find new teammates. This situation is also very common in other teams. But what Xiao Tianlei couldn't accept was that the new teammate Zhuang Shuer found was actually a student from the ordinary class. Even though many people praised Wang Hao yesterday, Xiao Tianlei didn't think Wang Hao was so good. It was mostly luck. As a result, as expected, Wang Hao's secret was exposed today. In Xiao Tianlei's opinion, he was much better than Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer had no reason to reject him and choose Wang Hao, which was really difficult for him to accept. "You can't compare to him," Zhuang Shuer said with a cold face. This is not the first time Zhuang Shuer has hit Xiao Tianlei like this. But he is also very angry. "Wang Hao, if you are interested, you can quit the team yourself." Seeing that he could not convince Zhuang Shuer, Xiao Tianlei pointed the finger at Wang Hao. "She is not something you can afford. You should find her from your class 12 teammate. What if I don't retreat?" Wang Hao looked at Xiao Tianlei. "Then don't blame me for being rude," Xiao Tianlei threatened. "Xiao Tianlei, what are you doing?" Zhuang Shuer heard this and glared at Xiao Tianlei. "If you go crazy again, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Zhuang Shuer's angry expression, Xiao Tianlei was stunned for an instant. In front of Shuer, he still couldn't stand up. However, this does not mean that Xiao Tianlei has given up. Since he cannot use force, he will find another way. "Wang Hao, do you dare to compete with me?" Xiao Tianlei looked at Wang Hao and said, The two of us will enter the game in double queue. After entering, we will each play our own game. In the end, we will see who has better results. The loser will leave from now on. Zhuang Shuer. Stay away. Chapter 43 Modifying the Bet. Xiao Tianlei. What do you think of me? Before Wang Hao could speak, Zhuang Shuer became angry. Are you treating her as a prize? Who wins? Zhuang Shuer was already conflicted with Xiao Tianlei. But when she heard Xiao Tianlei's words, she became even more disgusted with him. Zhuang Shuer. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. Seeing Zhuang Shuer angry, Xiao Tianlei panicked. However, Zhuang Shuer had a cold face and ignored him. She even had a look of disgust on her face. Obviously, she didn't believe Xiao Tianlei's explanation. Wang Hao looked a little speechless. Although Wang Hao has never been in love, he also knows that what Xiao Tianlei just said was so senseless. When you say that, have you not considered Zhuang Shuer's feelings? Taking Zhuang Shuer as a bet. You actually dare to say it directly in front of Zhuang Shuer? It would be fine if Zhuang Shuer was a fool. But it was obvious that Zhuang Shuer was not stupid. Xiao Tianlei's words completely destroyed his own image in Zhuang Shuer's heart. Although Zhuang Shuer didn't have a good impression of him before. I won't accept this bet. Wang Hao shook his head and said, What? Are you scared? When he heard Wang Hao's refusal, Xiao Tianlei immediately turned around and looked at Wang Hao, wanting to use words to stimulate Wang Hao, without bothering to explain to Zhuang Shuer. However, Wang Hao obviously didn't agree with him, and said with a smile, Yes. I was scared. Are you satisfied now? This? Xiao Tianlei was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Hao at all. He didn't play his cards according to common sense at all. If he said so, shouldn't Wang Hao be very angry after hearing this, and be stimulated to agree to his bet? But why did Wang Hao give in? Isn't he afraid that if this matter spreads, he will become a laughing stock in the eyes of other students? Of course Wang Hao is not afraid. He is not a child, and will not be so impulsive. Now, the most important thing for him is to find good teammates and earn exchange points. As for other things, he doesn't really care. Seeing that Wang Hao wanted to leave, Xiao Tianlei was unhappy. He rushed to Wang Hao, stopped Wang Hao and said, Wang Hao, as long as you admit in public that you are inferior to me, and if you avoid me when you see me in the future, I will let you go. I'll pass you. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Tianlei speechlessly and said, Are you childish? In the game, the loser admits in public that he is inferior to the other party, and will avoid the other party when he sees him in the future. Xiao Tianlei learned the lesson and did not use Zhuang Shuer as a bet this time, but changed his bet. Not interested. Wang Hao shook his head and refused again. Wang Hao has no interest in such boring things. If he has that time, he might as well train hard. Wang Hao is still very eager to improve his marksmanship. No, you can't leave. Xiao Tianlei stopped Wang Hao and said, Tell me, how do you want to compete with me? I'm not interested in anything. Wang Hao said, If you don't agree to compete with me, I will pester you. Xiao Tianlei said, I pester you every day. Wherever you go, I will follow you and I will pester you to death. In order to allow Wang Hao to compete with himself with one hand, Xiao Tianlei can do anything. He can do anything. Wang Hao looked at Xiao Tianlei speechlessly. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Those who didn't know better thought there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. However, it has to be said that Xiao Tianlei's threats are still quite lethal to Wang Hao. He doesn't want to be followed wherever he goes every day. In that case, he will be annoyed to death. How can he train well? You must compete with me? Wang Hao asked. Definitely. After one round of competition. You won't be entangled in the future? Absolutely not entangled. Okay. I will compete with you. Wang Hao said. But how to compete? Just listen to me. Okay. You say. Xiao Tianlei was instantly happy when he heard Wang Hao agreed to compete. He could finally defeat Wang Hao head-on and prove to Zhuang Shuer that he was stronger than Wang Hao and that choosing himself was the right decision. About the issue of bets, Wang Hao said, If you lose, I don't need you to admit that you are inferior to me. And I don't need you to avoid me when you see me. You can just transfer 500 exchange points to main. Of course, I lose. I will also transfer you 500 redemption points. Compared with those superficial things, Wang Hao values reality more. Exchange points are what matters to him. If the competition is for exchange points, Wang Hao is still interested in participating. 500 exchange points? Xiao Tianlei hesitated upon hearing this. It's not like he has never seen games where he bet on exchange points. However, in the past, the exchange points for these games were within 100. After all, exchange points are very precious. Most people rarely use them as bets. And many people do. After obtaining the exchange points, go to the mall building to exchange supplies. Therefore, you will not have too many exchange points on your person. Therefore, when Xiao Tianlei heard Wang Hao say that the bet was 500 exchange points, Xiao Tianlei subconsciously wanted to refuse. What? You don't dare anymore? Are you scared? Wang Hao saw the hesitation on Xiao Tianlei's face and said with a smile. This time, it was Wang Hao's turn to stimulate Xiao Tianlei. Am I afraid? Xiao Tianlei is not as calm as Wang Hao. He can't stand being provoked by Wang Hao. Compete. 500 is 500. But not today. I don't have 500 redemption points. Let's compete tomorrow. Xiao Tianlei, of course. He was not completely brainless. Although he was stimulated by Wang Hao to agree to the bet, he did not regret it because he always believed that he was stronger than Wang Hao. He would definitely win the bet. Therefore, no matter how much he exchanged, it doesn't really matter. He will be the winner anyway. Okay, Wang Hao said. Then, wait. Just as Wang Hao was about to continue, Xiao Tianlei interrupted him. What's wrong? Do you regret it? It's still too late to regret it now, Wang Hao said. Would I regret it? Xiao Tianlei said. I doubt you can come up with 500 exchange points. Don't think I don't know. You don't have parents. You yourself only entered the virtual battlefield yesterday. In one day, you will definitely make a profit. Less than 500 exchange points. If you can't get 500 exchange points, this bet is meaningless. Xiao Tianlei said this, which really stumped Wang Hao. He was just thinking about earning exchange points from Xiao Tianlei. But he forgot that he was just a new member of the virtual battlefield and didn't have that many exchange points at all. If Xiao Tianlei didn't see his bet, Xiao Tianlei would definitely not agree. Although his mind is not very good, he is not really a fool. How about, if he loses, I'll help him pay the bet. Chapter 44 Women's Intuition. If he loses, I'll help him pay the bet. It was Zhuang Xuer who spoke out. Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei looked at Zhuang Xuer almost at the same time. The difference was that Wang Hao's face was surprised, while Xiao Tianlei's face was filled with disbelief and anger. In fact, Wang Hao was just about to take the initiative to lower the bet. He didn't have 500 exchange points, but he still had 100. However, even if he won, the exchange points he could earn from Xiao Tianlei would be much reduced. But it's better than nothing. However, Wang Hao did not expect that Zhuang Xuer would speak before he finished speaking. Zhuang Xuer, you actually did this for him. Xiao Tianlei looked at Zhuang Xuer in disbelief and said. Zhuang Xuer's words just now hit him hard. Very hard. Why did he pester Wang Hao to compete? It's not just for Zhuang Xuer. In order to win back Zhuang Xuer's heart, let Zhuang Xuer realize how powerful she is. But Xiao Tianlei didn't expect that Zhuang Xuer would actually vouch for Wang Hao. This was more uncomfortable than killing him. Xiao Tianlei even felt like he was being cuckolded. Although, he actually has nothing to do with Zhuang Xuer now. Xiao Tianlei, can you speak more clearly? Zhuang Xuer's face turned slightly red. I don't know. I don't know what to think after hearing what you said. I just believe in Wang Hao. There is no way he will lose. Of course, this exchange point is my investment. Wang Hao, if you win, how about half of it? Investment? Wang Hao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, okay, it will be less if you win. Half the profit. But you can also earn 250 exchange points, which is much better than 100. What's more, with Zhuang Xuer as a guarantee, you don't have to compensate for the exchange points if you lose. In short, this is a sure profit deal for him. And Wang Hao has no reason to refuse. Seeing Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer actually reaching an agreement in front of him, Xiao Tianlei was about to explode with anger. They were completely ignoring his existence. Xiao Tianlei wanted to regret it and stop gambling with Wang Hao. But after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. First, if he regrets it now, it will definitely have an impact on his reputation if word spreads about it. And he may even become a laughing stock in the eyes of others. Secondly, when he wins, he can be generous and give up Zhuang Xuer's exchange points. In this way, Zhuang Xuer will definitely be greatly moved. And it is not impossible for him to change his impression of himself. It has to be said that Xiao Tianlei is a qualified dog licker. Even at this time, He is still thinking about pleasing Zhuang Shuer. Okay. Okay. Xiao Tianlei thought about it, and readily agreed. Since you have no objection, then the matter is settled, Wang Hao said. Okay. Let's see you tomorrow. After Xiao Tianlei finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Hao and turned around to leave. Zhuang Shuer. If you watch, you will know tomorrow who is the strongest man. I'm definitely your best teammate. Xiao Tianlei was full of confidence when he left. He believed that after tomorrow's competition is over, Zhuang Shuer will change his mind and form a team with him again after seeing how strong he is. Why do I always feel that this guy's nerves are a little abnormal? Wang Hao said while looking at Xiao Tianlei's back. Leave him alone. Zhuang Shuer obviously didn't want to mention Xiao Tianlei. So she said to Wang Hao, Wang Hao, are you sure about tomorrow? What if I say no? Wang Hao said. Ah. No way. Zhuang Shuer's little face fell. And she said pitifully, that's 500 redemption points. I've saved them for a long time. Then you will vouch for me? Wang Hao said. I don't believe you. Zhuang Shuer said. It seems that even for your trust, I have to do my best tomorrow. Wang Hao said. That's necessary. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and said. As long as you try your best, I believe you can win. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer and wondered why she had so much confidence in him. You know, from yesterday to today, the two of them only played 2 games together as a team. In both games, they failed to win the chicken smoothly. Especially in the 4-0 game that just ended. They even lost money. In this situation next, Zhuang Shuer actually still had full confidence in him, which made Wang Hao very confused. Zhuang Shuer didn't know that she could use the auxiliary function. Where did she have confidence in herself? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. A woman's intuition, Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. However, there seemed to be a hint of shame in her smile. Intuition? Zhuang Shuer's answer made Wang Hao a little confused. Does she trust her intuition that much? Just because of your intuition, do you have to play in a team with yourself? Just because of your intuition, you actually dare to vouch for yourself? Wang Hao shook his head. Somewhat incomprehensible. However, Zhuang Shuer's intuition was quite accurate. Wang Hao couldn't help but think. The two chatted for a while, and then separated. The bet between Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei soon spread throughout the school. You don't need to think about it. It must be Xiao Tianlei's big mouth who said it everywhere. This guy wants this to happen. Everyone knows that when the time comes, he can steal the show by defeating Wang Hao in front of everyone's attention. Wang Hao was speechless about this. But it didn't matter. However, he didn't expect that Ding Yuning would actually talk to him because of this matter. I heard about what happened between you and Xiao Tianlei. How is it? Are you sure? Ding Yuning asked Wang Hao Dao. A bit. Wang Hao didn't finish his sentence. However, this is also Wang Hao's true thoughts. His biggest reliance is naturally the auxiliary function. However, the auxiliary function is random. Wang Hao is not sure whether he can randomly find the auxiliary function that he is satisfied with in tomorrow's game. If not, then he's going to have a hard time. However, you can choose one of 3 auxiliary functions. Even if you are not lucky, you can't have all 3 auxiliary functions bad. Right? As long as there is a good auxiliary function that is helpful in combat, it will be fine. Moreover, this is a competition after all. Even if Wang Hao does not have satisfactory auxiliary functions randomly, he can still win if Xiao Tianlei performs crotch stretching. A bit? Ding Yuning frowned after hearing this. So, you are not completely sure? If I say that I am completely sure, it would be a bit false. Wang Hao smiled and said, after all, Xiao Tianlei is not Yongshou. I have been in the game for a long time, and I have only been in the game for 2 days. The gap is a bit big. In that case, I will help you mediate this matter, said Ding Yuning. If I can't, we'll come forward. Xiao Tianlei will not give up. Ding Yuning now takes great care of Wang Hao. And when he heard Wang Hao said that he was not sure, he immediately wanted to come forward to help Wang Hao solve the matter. Chapter 45 Endless. No need, Wang Hao said. I want to give it a try. Wang Hao, you have to think about it carefully. 500 exchange points is not a small amount. Ding Yuning frowned after hearing this, although I will help you apply for some funding. But the school may not be able to reimburse you for all the 500 redemption points. Ding Yuning means that once Wang Hao loses, she can help Wang Hao apply for some funding and get some redemption points. But it is impossible to fund it. The 500 exchange points were not for study after all, but just for temporary motivation. It was impossible for Guanling to reimburse them all. It was already very rare for Ding Yuning to apply for some funding for Wang Hao. Thank you, teacher. Wang Hao was very grateful for Ding Yuning's care, however. I have thought about this matter clearly, and I want to give it a try. When Wang Hao said he wanted to give it a try again, Ding Yuning stopping him. Okay, teacher. I believe you. Ding Yuning said, however. The college entrance examination is around the corner. After this incident, no matter what the outcome is, I hope you can calm down and focus on the college entrance examination. How big the impact of the college entrance examination will be. I think you know it too. Ding Yuning was afraid that Wang Hao was young and energetic, and could not withstand other people's words. If that happened, Wang Hao might have countless entanglements in the future. Okay, teacher. Wang Hao had planned this even if Ding Yuning didn't say anything. The reason why he agreed to compete with Xiao Tianlei this time was that he was tired of being pestered by Xiao Tianlei. Secondly, Wang Hao also wanted to give it a try. If he won, he would be able to earn 500 exchange points. At that time, he could keep one permanently. The auxiliary function will be very helpful for his future games, and even the college entrance examination in 2 weeks. Therefore, although Wang Hao was not completely sure, he still wanted to give it a try. Well, as long as you understand. Okay. School is almost over. You go back first. Ding Yuning nodded and said. Okay. Goodbye, teacher. Ding Yuning looked at Wang Hao's leading figure and frowned slightly. Since yesterday's game, she has been paying close attention to Wang Hao. It can be said that she knows everything Wang Hao does in school. She knows the bet between Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei. And she also knows that Wang Hao in the 2 games that Hao has played today, he failed to get first place. Although even top players cannot guarantee to be ranked first in every game. Wang Hao's performance yesterday was so impressive that many people, including Ding Yuning, have great expectations for Wang Hao. Seeing Wang Hao lose one after another today, he will naturally be disappointed. Coupled with Wang Hao's poor performance in the training session this morning, people can't help but have bad associations. Although Ding Yuning was not completely disappointed with Wang Hao, her heart was no longer as excited as yesterday. She believed that Wang Hao had talent. Otherwise, she would not have won the first place yesterday. But now, she is convinced of Wang Hao's talent. The height was slightly lowered, and she thought that Wang Hao might just be a student with decent talent, rather than a genius student whose talent far exceeded everyone else's. Although Wang Hao has pretty good talents, because he entered the virtual battlefield for too short a time, his talents have not yet been fully realized. In this case, if he competes with Xiao Tianlei, who is also very talented, he will probably suffer a loss. It doesn't matter if you suffer a little loss. I hope that this time you will be able to calm down and study hard. Ding Yuning said to herself, however. Zhuang Xuer from Class 1 is actually willing to bear compensation for Wang Hao. Could it be that, between them, although Ding Yuning is no longer a young man, he can't help but gossip. After all, 500 exchange points is not a small amount for anyone. Zhuang Xuer is actually willing to bear it for Wang Hao, saying that there is nothing between the two, which is not so convincing. Of course, Ding Yuning only gossiped a little bit, and she was not prepared to intervene. First, in the context of the apocalypse, the human population has been reduced a lot. This has also led the surviving humans to advocate early marriage and early childbearing in order to survive and continue civilization. And even many although Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer are still high school students. It is allowed if they get married now. Secondly, Zhuang Xuer's talent is also very high. In Ding Yuning's opinion, Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer are a good match. In today's era, when people are looking for lovers or even marriage partners, they pay more attention to the virtual battlefield. Both Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer have good talents in this area. They are a perfect match. If they really get together, they can work together to achieve great results on the virtual battlefield in the future. Also, there are only a few days left before the college entrance examination. Ding Yuning doesn't want to affect the mentality of 2 good students because of her insistence on beating Mandarin ducks. If it is because of her that Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer fail to perform in the college entrance examination, okay, then she is the center among the 12. On the other side, Wang Hao left Ding Yuning's office and was on his way back to the classroom when he met Jiang Ji and Heng Lishan. What? Is something wrong? Looking at the 2 people standing in front of him, Wang Hao had no enthusiasm on his face. Although the 3 of them had played games together, the process was not very good, and there was no friendship between Wang Hao and the 2 of them. I heard that you made a bet with Xiao Tianlei. Jiangji asked. That's true. Wang Hao did not deny it. Thanks to Xiao Tianlei, this matter has spread almost throughout the school. Jiangji and Hong Lisheng knew that it was normal. Wang Hao had no need to lie. He was just curious about what these two people came to see him for. Encourage yourself? Or do you guarantee yourself like Zhuang Shuer? These are obviously impossible. Wang Hao doesn't have such a good relationship with him. That's good, Hong Lisheng said. We came to you because we also want to have a bet with you. Yes. Jiangji Dao. You also want to bet? Wang Hao frowned. Is this not over yet? Or are you saying that you think you are easy to bully? So everyone comes to bully you. Why? You don't dare to accept it? Hong Lisheng said. We all know the bet between you and Xiao Tianlei. We also placed the same bet. 500 per game. 4 heads. How about it? Do you dare to accept it? If everyone comes to compete with me like you, wouldn't I be too busy? Wang Hao said. If you don't dare to answer, don't dare to answer. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jiangji said. Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, It's not impossible. Did you take it? Upon hearing this, Hong Lisheng and Jiangji both looked happy almost at the same time. Wang Hao was even more speechless when he saw their expressions. What's the matter? Everyone is determined by their own appearance. Do they really think they are soft persimmons? Chapter 46 The Unusual Zhuang Shui. I would like to take it, but I don't have that many redemption points. Wang Hao said. You also know my situation. I can't have too many redemption points. We can't control this. Jiangji said. Since you can receive 500 exchange points from Zhuang Shui, we believe that you can definitely borrow 1,000 exchange points from other people. You really think highly of me. Wang Hao didn't know whether to be happy or not. It's time to get angry. Do you know what 1,000 redemption points is? Of course Jiangji and Hong Lisheng knew. If they were asked to come up with 1,000 exchange points now, they wouldn't be able to come up with it at all. The reason why they approached Wang Hao to compete was, firstly, because they were unconvinced by yesterday's game and wanted to regain their position from Wang Hao. Secondly, the two of them also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make extra money. 500 exchange points is a lot for them. If they can earn it, they will be very happy, especially since the exchange points are earned from Wang Hao. They are even happier. As for whether he will lose, the two of them didn't think much about it. Although they had seen Wang Hao's operations, they believed that luck was more important. As for Wang Hao's performance in the training class this morning and the results of the 2 games this afternoon, they had heard about it, which made them even more certain that Wang Hao's performance yesterday was all due to luck. And his true level was no different from other students in the ordinary class. Aren't you a genius student? With your name, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow 1,000 exchange points. Jiangji said. That's right. The principal values you so much. It's just 1,000 redemption points. It's not a big deal to you. Hong Lisheng agreed. In order to earn 500 exchange points from Wang Hao, the two said things against their will. But in their hearts, they never thought that Wang Hao was a genius student. Wang Hao looked at the performance of the two people and was quite speechless. Sure enough, for money, people can break through their own bottom line, and exchange points are obviously more precious than money. I'll think of a way, Wang Hao said. Jiangji and Hong Lisheng wanted to earn Wang Hao's exchange points, and Wang Hao also wanted to earn their exchange points. Anyway, they had already agreed to compete with Xiao Tianlei, so there was no harm in adding 2 more. Come on! We believe in you. Yes, you can do it. Wang Hao quickly took 2 steps to get rid of these 2 guys with fake smiles on their faces. After thinking about it, it seems that the only ones who can lend themselves to exchange points are Ding Yuning, Zhuang Shuer, and Su Guangyuan. However, it is obviously not good for Ding Yuning to turn around after he just refused. Zhuang Shuer has already lent him 500 exchange points, and borrowing another 1,000 is really a lot. As for Su Guangyuan, the exchange points on him, there are definitely not 1,000 points. This Wang Hao can be sure of. As for myself, I don't have much either, barely over 100, and still far away from 1,000. Looking at it this way, it seems that I can't raise 1,000 exchange points, Wang Hao said to himself. Borrowing money is a difficult thing. Not to mention that the exchange point is more important than money. It is undoubtedly more difficult to borrow the exchange point. Moreover, the amount Wang Hao wants to borrow is not a small amount. First ask Zhuang Shuer to see how much she can get, and then ask Su Guangyuan to get it together. If it's really not enough, then we can only reject Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng. What they say will definitely be very unpleasant, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao arrived at class 1, found Zhuang Shuer, and explained his purpose. You want to borrow an exchange point? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao in surprise. How much? 1,000. 1,000? Zhuang Shuer was even more surprised. Why did you borrow so many exchange points? Didn't I guarantee your bet with Xiao Tianlei? There is no problem with Xiao Tianlei. The key is that Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng came here again, Wang Hao said helplessly. The two of them are also looking for you to compete? Wang Hao nodded. What two annoying guys. Zhuang Shuer seemed a little angry. These guys are all looking for trouble. Isn't this bullying? Don't be afraid. Take it. If you lose, I will pay for you. In Zhuang Shuer it seems that Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng's behavior was very excessive, and they were just adding insult to injury to bully Wang Hao. You help me pay? Can you still come up with 1,000 exchange points? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer in surprise. Although Wang Hao asked Zhuang Shuer to borrow 1,000 exchange points, he never thought about borrowing so many from Zhuang Shuer. It would be good to have a few hundred. When the time comes, he can borrow some by himself and borrow it from Su Guangyuan. Borrow some. Collect as much as you can. At the worst, discuss with Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng to lower the stakes. If they don't agree, you won't compete with them. I believe they will agree. But Wang Hao didn't expect that Zhuang Shuer would lend him 1,000 exchange points without much thought. Didn't this woman just guarantee 500 exchange points? Now you can take out 1,000 exchange points so readily. Is it so arrogant? This is so white and rich. Who are you looking down on? Zhuang Shuer said a little arrogantly. I may not be able to compare with you in terms of skills. But as for exchange points, let alone 1,000. Even if you had 0, I can take it out. That's not what I said before. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer and said, when you took out 500 exchange points before, you said that you had saved up with great effort. Now you actually said that you can take out 10,000 casually. The changes before and after are too big. Wang Hao was not surprised that Zhuang Shuer was able to use 500 exchange points. After all, Zhuang Shuer entered the virtual battlefield before him, and Zhuang Shuer's talent was not bad. It is not impossible to accumulate 500 exchange points in such a long time. But now Zhuang Shuer said that she could easily withdraw 10,000 redemption points, which surprised Wang Hao. 10,000 redemption points is not something that anyone can take out casually. It is definitely a quite large number. It is quite difficult to accumulate redemption points. Sometimes after playing the game in a day, not only can't you get redemption points, but also spend redemption points. When Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer's expression, he didn't seem to be lying when he said this, which made Wang Hao very curious about Zhuang Shuer's family background. Obviously, Zhuang Shuer alone, even if she has been in the virtual battlefield longer than Wang Hao, cannot accumulate 10,000 exchange points. The reason why she can come up with so many exchange points is obviously due to the strength of her family. It seems that this Zhuang Shuer is not an ordinary person. What's the big deal? Do you still want these 1,000 exchange points? Zhuang Shuer's eyes flickered, looking a little guilty. Yes, you must, Wang Hao said without hesitation. Chapter 47 The Chaotic Slums. In the end, what Wang Hao took from Zhuang Shuer was not 1,000 exchange points, but 2,005. Among them, 500 was the bet with Xiao Tianlei. 1,000 was the bet with Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng. As for the remaining 1,000 exchange points, it was prepared by Wang Hao for the night. He still has a dual queue to play today. After returning from school, he plans to play with Su Guangyuan. There will be a competition tomorrow. In order to increase the chance of winning, Wang Hao plans to retain an auxiliary function after the dual queue ends in the evening. In this case, tomorrow in the game, he can have 2 auxiliary functions, and his confidence will be greater. If I had known that Zhuang Shuer was Bai Fume, I would have borrowed an exchange point from her before, Wang Hao muttered on the way back. Of course, this was just a casual talk. After all, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer had just met. If he hadn't been preparing to compete with Xiao Tianlei and others this time, Wang Hao wouldn't have thought of borrowing an exchange point. Moreover, Zhuang Shuer's exchange point was not blown by strong winds. If you borrow too much, people will probably not be happy. After that, Wang Hao directly called Xiao Tianlei, Jiang Ji, and Hong Lisheng together. I have already borrowed the exchange point, Wang Hao said to the 3 of them. Since you all want to compete with me, let's not go to so much trouble and just line up for The outcome will be determined in one round. For rank? Xiao Tianlei was a little surprised. He looked at Jiang Ji and Hong Lishan, and then asked, "What are the rules?" "Winner takes all," Wang Hao said. "The bet is 500 redemption points for each person. Who has more kills? Whoever wins can take away all the redemption points." Xiao Tianlei and the other three listened clearly. In other words, they have to use 500 exchange points to gamble for 1,500 exchange points. If they win, they will earn 1,500 exchange points. If they lose, they will only lose 500. There's something going on. The three of them were instantly moved. This matter seems to be a good deal for the three of them. Of course, the main reason why they are excited is that they are full of confidence in themselves and believe that they are stronger than the other three. In this way, they naturally have a greater chance of winning. I agree. I agree too. I have no objection. Xiao Tianlei and the other three agreed one after another. So, the matter was settled. The four of them dispersed. And not long after, the news that the four of them were lining up tomorrow spread throughout the school. Both teachers and students knew about it, and everyone was very concerned about it. Wang Hao returned to the classroom, packed up his things and went home. Back at the residence, Su Guangyuan next door has not come back yet, and he is probably working part-time outside again. However, with Wang Hao taking him in a double queue, the speed of obtaining exchange points will increase a lot in the future, and Su Guangyuan's life will soon improve. After Wang Hao had a quick bite, he saw that Su Guangyuan hadn't come back yet, so he went out for a walk. This was Wang Hao's first time visiting a slum. His first impression of the place was that it was poor, dirty and chaotic. The houses here are very dilapidated and crude, and there is no one to clean up the garbage everywhere. There is a faint stench in the air, which makes Wang Hao unable to help but cover his nose. However, the people living here seem to like the environment and smell, and no discomfort at all. While walking, Wang Hao saw that there were actually quite a few residents here. However, they were all dressed simply or even in tatters, and most of them had numb expressions on their faces. Most of them had sallow complexions, similar to what he saw in the wealthy area yesterday. Those people are completely different. Sure enough, the gap between rich and poor exists everywhere. Even in the apocalypse, it still exists, and it seems to be even greater. No wonder Su Guangyuan's biggest dream is to move away from here. I couldn't help but want to leave after seeing it. The environment here is really so bad. Wang Hao whispered to himself. If you live here all the time, even a sunny and happy person will become depressed and autistic. Moreover, the environment here is really bad. If you live here for a long time, even if you have no mutations, you will become infected with various diseases. Sick. Wang Hao has decided to move out of here when the college entrance examination is over. Even if he has no money to buy a house in a wealthy area, he will buy one in a civilian area. Just when Wang Hao was sighing secretly, a robbery occurred in front of him. The person who robbed was a man, and the object of the robbery was a woman. Women were obviously not as strong as men. Although they struggled to fight, it was still difficult to change the situation. What made Wang Hao even more incredible was that there were many people around where the robbery took place. However, those people either pretended not to see it or looked like they were watching a show, and no one stepped forward to stop it. In the apocalyptic environment, people's lives are very difficult, and many people have become numb. Especially in this slum, people do not care much about other people's affairs except themselves. In this society, it is already difficult to keep oneself alive. Wang Hao did not step forward. This was not a game. If you die here, you will really die. The slums are very chaotic. No one knows whether the man has a knife or a gun in his hand. Wang Hao has nothing in his hand, and may not have enough strength. If the other party is bigger, the past will not help. Soon, the man snatched the package from the woman's hand. The woman got up from the ground and glanced at the direction the man was leaving. Then, she turned and left. As if nothing happened, her already numb face became even more desperate. When Wang Hao saw this, he just sighed quietly and became more determined to move out of the slum. This place is too dangerous and chaotic to stay any longer. Xiao Hao. Just when Wang Hao was about to turn around and leave, a middle-aged man came to him and shouted uncertainly. Who are you? Wang Hao looked at the visitor in confusion. It's really you. The visitor seemed to confirm Wang Hao's identity, with a smile on his face, and said, I'm your Uncle Gao. Why don't you remember me? Wang Hao looked at it carefully, and then shook his head. Wang Hao had some impression of the person in front of him, but he really couldn't remember his identity. It's normal if I don't remember. I haven't been back to the slums for many years. I remember that the last time I saw you, you were only about 7 or 8 years old. If your face shape hadn't changed, I wouldn't have recognized you." Uncle Gao was a little confused. He said with emotion, in a blink of an eye, "You have grown so big. Your parents know it secretly, and they will probably be happy for you." Wang Hao looked at the man in front of him, who was lost in self-reflection, but still couldn't remember his name. "I'm your Uncle Gao, and I'm friends with your parents." Uncle Gao looked at Wang Hao and said, "However, I moved to a civilian area many years ago, so it's normal if you don't remember me." Wang Hao nodded. "But the vigilance in my heart has not disappeared. The slums are a mixed bag of people, and there are people of all kinds." It is impossible for Wang Hao to believe the other party just because of his few words. Chapter 48. The news brought by Uncle Gao. "You are quite vigilant." Uncle Gao saw Wang Hao's thoughts, and did not blame him. Instead, he said with a smile, "Living in a slum, it is right to be vigilant. Here, except for yourself, there is no one else. No one can believe it, because you don't know when the other party will stab you in the back." While Uncle Gao was pleased with Wang Hao's vigilance, the look of emotion on his face became stronger. "Although I haven't been back for many years, the slums are still slums, and this place is still as dirty and messy as it was back then. Fortunately, I moved away from here. Otherwise, whether I could survive to this day is still unknown." "Uncle Gao?" Just as Uncle Gao was sighing alone, a familiar voice from Wang Hao came. "Si Yuan?" Uncle Gao was stunned at first when he saw the person coming, and then his face lit up with joy. The person who came was none other than Su Guangyuan. Judging from the name Su Guangyuan called this man, it was obvious that he knew this man. Therefore, this man did not lie to Wang Hao just now. So, he is really a good friend of his cheap parents? However, since he had moved out of the slum, why did he come back? As far as Wang Hao knows, everyone who has moved out of the slums never wants to come back. There is nothing here worth remembering. They even hope to never live here, and don't want to have any memories here. "Uncle Gao, it's really you." Su Guangyuan ran over with excitement on his face. "I just looked at the image on the back, but I didn't expect it was really you." "Si Yuan, have you grown so big in a blink of an eye?" Uncle Gao looked at it with a smile. Su Guangyuan said, 20 already. Right? 21. Su Guangyuan said. Uncle Gao nodded happily. "I'm a lot stronger." "Uncle Gao, why are you here?" Su Guangyuan asked. "I'm here for you." Uncle Gao looked at Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan and said. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan looked at each other, and Su Guangyuan asked doubtfully, "For us?" "Yes." Uncle Gao's face became a little more serious. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to your residence first." "Okay." Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan led Uncle Gao back to their residence. After Uncle Gao arrived, he did not talk about business immediately. Instead, he looked at their residents with a look of distress on their faces. "You two have suffered a lot in these years. It's all because of Uncle Gao's incompetence. It would be nice if I could pick you up earlier and take you to the civilian area. Uncle Gao, we have been very good these years." Su Guangyuan was very optimistic, with no complaints on his face, only a smile. Xiao Hao is taking the college entrance examination this year. His talent in the virtual battlefield is very good. He should be able to get into a good university. "Really?" Uncle Gao looked at Wang Hao happily. "Not bad. Not bad. If your parents know about you, I will definitely be happy if I get into college. But it's a pity. Uncle Gao, you haven't said why you came to us." Wang Hao quickly changed the subject. He doesn't have much impression of his cheap parents. Firstly, he has never met them. Secondly, your parents have passed away many years ago. He was still young at that time. And now he doesn't have a deep impression. What's more, it's not his real life. As parents. After hearing Wang Hao's words, Uncle Gao's face became serious. "I'm here to take you to live with me in the civilian area," Uncle Gao said. "Uncle Gao, we accept your wishes. However, we live a good life here, so we won't bother Uncle Gao." To Wang Hao's surprise, Su Guangyuan, who had always wanted to move out of the slums, directly rejected Uncle Gao's offer without much consideration. "No, you must come with me this time," Uncle Gao insisted with a serious look. "Uncle Gao, did something happen?" Wang Hao asked. Uncle Gao himself said that he had not returned to the slums for many years, and now he suddenly came back after many years, and insisted on taking them away. There must be a reason for this. "Xiao Hao, you are very smart." Uncle Gao looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Uncle Gao. Something really happened? Su Guangyuan asked. Yeah. Uncle Gao nodded heavily, lowered his voice subconsciously, and said, a few days ago, when I was doing odd jobs in a wealthy area, I overheard the family talking about something. I overheard. They said the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city have been gathering abnormally recently, and they are likely to take the initiative to attack the city. Once the city is breached, the slums will be the first to suffer, so it will be very dangerous for you to stay here. Uncle Gao. Mutant beasts and zombies. This is not the first time that zombies have attacked the city, but they have been repelled every time, so we will be fine here. Su Guangyuan was not too worried. After all, Silver Light City is one of the 9 major cities in China. The city walls are quite strong, although mutant beasts and zombies are ferocious. It is not easy to break through the city wall defenses. In past history, this has also happened. There have been siege incidents by mutant beasts and zombies, but every time, Silver Light City has been successfully defended. Su Guangyuan does not think there will be any surprises this time. This time the situation is different. Uncle Gao said seriously. This time the mutated beasts and zombies behaved abnormally, and there were a large number of them. Although the walls of Silver Light City are thick, they are still in danger of being breached. Uncle Gao, your news is reliable? Wang Hao asked. At this time, Wang Hao had already begun to complain in his heart. I had just traveled through time. Why did this happen to me? Are you so unlucky? Although it is said that mutant beasts and zombies have attacked cities in the past, the number of times has been very few. Due to human efforts, an isolation zone has been cleared around the 9 major cities in China. Mutated beasts and zombies are very easy to attack. It is difficult to break through this area. The 9 major cities are relatively safe. Being beaten to the wall by mutant beasts and zombies only happens a few times. And it only happens once every few decades. I just came here, and I encountered this. This is something that happens only once in decades. I am really speechless. The news is very reliable. Uncle Gao said. The person who talked about this matter is a well-established and powerful family in our Yingguang city. Wang Hao frowned when he heard this. Uncle Gao said this, so it was probably true. Wang Hao felt a little bitter in his heart. Can't the mutated beasts and zombies come later? I have just traveled through time and have not developed yet. And now they are here? You don't even give yourself some time to develop? Wang Hao was not as confident as Su Guangyuan. After all, he had never encountered this kind of thing before. And letting mutant beasts and zombies come close was a very dangerous thing in itself. No one knew which time the city wall would be breached. Uncle Gao, even if there are a lot of mutant beasts and zombies, they may not be able to pass through the isolation zone. Our Silver Light City's military strength is still very strong. Su Guangyuan insisted. Moreover, if the mutant beasts and zombies really break through the city wall, even if we go to civilian areas, we may not be able to avoid this disaster. Chapter 49 Stay. Su Guangyuan's words make sense. Silver Light City can repel mutant beasts and zombies time and time again, and it can stand firm in this apocalyptic world. Its military strength cannot be underestimated. Secondly, the difference between civilian areas and slums is only the distance from the city wall. There is not much difference between the two. Once the slums are captured, the probability of surviving in the civilian areas is low, which is different from the rich areas. The rich area is located in the central area of the city, built around the virtual mall building, and is the farthest away from the city wall. More importantly, there are isolation belts and fortifications between the rich area and the civilian area. Moreover, the rich area, the largest number of troops are stationed in it. Therefore, even if mutant beasts and zombies break through the civilian areas, they may not be able to enter the rich areas. The rich areas are the safest places in a city, which is why rich people live there. The reason is not just because of the good environment. Why are you so stubborn? Uncle Gao said angrily. Anyway, the urban areas are definitely much better than the slums. If you and Xiaohao go there, I can feel more at ease. Gao uncle, we can take care of ourselves. Su Guangyuan insisted. We have taken good care of ourselves these years. However, Uncle Gao still insisted on taking Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan away. Seeing Uncle Gao's insistence, Su Guangyuan could only say, let's do this. Uncle Gao, after Xiaohao's college entrance examination is over, we will move into the civilian area. He is now at the critical moment of the college entrance examination. Moving to a new environment may affect his studies. Condition. After hearing this, Uncle Gao looked at Wang Hao and asked, Xiaohao, what do you think? Wang Hao is actually more inclined to move to a civilian area. The environment in this slum is really difficult. The people here are a bit unbearable. And more importantly, the people here are too mixed, and it is quite unsafe. Wang Hao is not surprised if someone breaks into his home one night. Civilian areas are obviously relatively safer, with better public security and environment. However, when he saw the look Su Guangyuan gave him, Wang Hao changed his mind. Uncle Gao, what Brother Su said makes sense. It's better to wait until I finish the college entrance examination before moving to a civilian area. Mutated beasts and zombies won't be able to fight for a while, Wang Hao said. Seeing Wang Hao say the same thing, Uncle Gao frowned, thought about it, and said, Okay, then I'll wait until you finish the college entrance examination before moving here. After that, Uncle Gao stood up and said, Since you guys if you don't want to follow me today, I'll leave first and come back after Xiaohao's college entrance examination. Uncle Gao, please stay and have a meal before leaving, Su Guangyuan persuaded. No. After saying that, Uncle Gao walked out without looking back. Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan walked out of the door. They didn't turn back until Uncle Gao left. Brother Su, who is this Uncle Gao? Wang Hao had a lot of doubts in his heart. Now that Uncle Gao was gone and only he and Su Guangyuan were left, he could finally ask. The first is the identity of Uncle Gao. He still doesn't know the specific identity of the other party. Uncle Gao's real name is Gao Zhen. He is a friend of my dad and your dad. The three of us lived together before. We often moved around each other, and had a very close relationship. Su Guangyuan seemed to know what Wang Hao wanted to ask. So he sat down and explained to Wang Hao patiently. In this slum, it is normal for several families to gather and form a small team. Otherwise, it is easy to be bullied and even die without knowing how. This is the case for our three families. What happened next? Later, by chance, Uncle Gao prescribed a genetic potion on the virtual battlefield. Moreover, it was a very precious and rare kind. Instead of using it himself, Uncle Gao resold it. After selling it and getting a sum of money, he went to buy a house in a civilian area and moved out of the slums. Su Guangyuan continued, Uncle Gao rarely came back after he moved away. This is normal. Many people moved out of the slums. After that, he never came back. Uncle Gao came back a few times, which was pretty good. He mainly came back to see our two families. Later, my parents and your parents had an accident and died outside the city. Uncle Gao, after learning the news, he came back and wanted to take us to his home. But his wife, Aunt Gao, did not agree. In fact, Aunt Gao was still very good when she was in the slums. But after moving to the civilian area, Aunt Gao became a bad person. She didn't want to have anything to do with the slums anymore. This was actually understandable. No one wanted to have anything to do with the slums. What's more, Uncle Gao didn't have much money left after selling the genetic medicine and buying a house. He also has children, and usually only works to make money. If the two of us go there again, their family will be under great financial pressure. So, was it mainly because of Aunt Gao that you didn't agree to go with Uncle Gao just now? Su Guangyuan nodded and said, I don't want Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao to quarrel because of me. Wang Hao, will you blame me for helping you make the decision? Wang Hao shook his head. Wang Hao could tell that Su Guangyuan spoke more restrainedly. What Aunt Gao said and did might be more extreme than what Su Guangyuan described. Although Wang Hao also wanted to move out of the slum, he didn't want to be dependent on others and spend every day receive the other person's eyes and verbal sarcasm. What's more, Wang Hao has auxiliary functions to help him, so it will be relatively easy to make money, and there is no need to rely on others. As long as you don't blame me. Su Guangyuan said, however, although we will not move to Uncle Gao's house, we must move out of the slums. The news brought by Uncle Gao is very important. Although the city wall may not be breached, it is still possible to prevent it. In case you have to. During this period, you study hard and I make money. And try to get us to go to a civilian area after you finish the college entrance examination. Even if you can't afford a house, it's good to rent a house there. Civilian. House prices in the area are not cheap. Even renting a house costs a lot of money, which is not affordable for ordinary people. The money people in the slums usually earn is only enough to make ends meet. It is very difficult to save money. Wang Hao nodded. Obviously, even though he had just agreed to move to Uncle Gao after the college entrance examination, Su Guangyuan still had no plans to live in Uncle Gao's house, but was planning to find a place to live by himself. Of course, it would be difficult, especially for two of them, 2 children from the slums. However, no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Neither Wang Hao nor Su Guangyuan want to be trapped in this slum for the rest of their lives. Now because of the news about Uncle Gao, the two of them want to move out of here even more urgently. Next, Su Guangyuan simply ate something and started the double queue with Wang Hao. Chapter 50 Mutated Beasts and Zombies Moving Outside the City. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please choose one of the following 3 options as an auxiliary for this game. Listening to the familiar prompt, Wang Hao felt inexplicably nervous and expectant. This is not the first time he has heard such a voice. But today is different from before. Today, he is planning to retain the auxiliary function. But auxiliary functions are not just reserved. First of all, you have to win the game. If you don't win, you are not eligible to choose auxiliary functions. Secondly, the auxiliary functions must be useful. If the 3 auxiliary functions are not very good, Wang Hao will obviously not waste the redemption points. In Wang Hao's nervous and expectant mood, the system's arrangements for the auxiliary functions of this game also came out. 1. Heavenly Punishment. Level 1 you can control the bombing area, bomb the designated location, and bomb the players killed. The number of kills will be counted on you. 2. Destiny Circle. Level 1 your location is the safe zone. 3. Invisibility. Level 1 you can become invisible once every 5 minutes. The duration is 30 seconds. In the invisible state, other players cannot see you, cannot hear your footsteps, and there is nothing displayed on the minimap. Your teammates can see you. When you take the initiative to attack, the invisible state immediately disappears, and the auxiliary function enters the cooling time. Note, players can use redemption points to enhance the auxiliary function. Please choose this auxiliary function. Listening to the 3 optional auxiliary functions in this game, Wang Hao was a little confused, stunned. Before the 3 auxiliary functions appeared, Wang Hao was still worried that the auxiliary functions of this game might not be very good. In that case, the exchange points he prepared would be in vain. But now, the 3 auxiliary functions that appear in this game are actually good. Wang Hao even wished he could have these 3 auxiliary functions immediately. He could only choose one at a time, which really made him uncomfortable. Why can I only choose one auxiliary function in a game? I am an adult. Why do I still have to do multiple choice questions? I want all 3. However, complaints are complaints, and choices still have to be made. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao made a decision. I choose the 3rd one. Stealth. Select OK. As the mechanical voice sounded again, Wang Hao's auxiliary function for this game has been confirmed. The 3 auxiliary functions are undoubtedly very useful, and Wang Hao wants them all. But Wang Hao has to consider one thing. That is, if he wants to choose to permanently retain certain auxiliary functions of this game, he must win the chicken. If he cannot win the chicken, he is not even qualified to choose. In the absence of other auxiliary functions, among the 3 auxiliary functions that have appeared, the 3rd one is undoubtedly the most helpful to Wang Hao. The first 2 auxiliary functions are also good, but they may not guarantee Wang Hao's success. Only the 3rd one is the most helpful. 1. The effect is the most obvious. Of course, Wang Hao now chooses the 3rd auxiliary function as his assistant in this game. This does not mean that he must retain the 3rd auxiliary function in the end. If he can successfully win the chicken, he still has the opportunity to choose again. What he has done now, the choices made are only for this game. Brother Su, let's be a little more careful in this game, Wang Hao said to Su Guangyuan in the team channel. Although Wang Hao has the stealth skill, it will be much easier for him to kill enemies. But there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. So far, no master dares to say that he can win every game. In the game, there will always be various unexpected situations occur. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Wang Hao decided to focus on Go in this game, and eat the chicken first. After all, eating the chicken is the prerequisite for retaining the auxiliary functions. Okay. Su Guangyuan agreed to Wang Hao's decision without thinking. In reality, he was the one taking care of Wang Hao. But in the game, it was Wang Hao who commanded him. As the countdown ended, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan appeared on the plane and officially started the double row game. While Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan were playing double row, in the meeting hall in the central area of Silver Light City, the city lord Wu Haomi was holding a meeting. Those attending the meeting were the commanders of the major legions in the city, and the captains of several top teams. There are 10 legions in Silver Light City, each with a number ranging from 30,000 to 50,000, and many battle teams. It is these military forces that protect the safety of Silver Light City and allow Silver Light City to stand firm in the apocalyptic environment. Everyone, I have called you all together today because I have something to say. City Lord Wu Haomiu sat at the head of the table and looked at the military leaders in the city with a solemn face. Wu Haomiu, 50 years old this year, has a virtual battlefield single-row rank as high as Ace 2 star, and a 4-row and double-row rank as high as Ace 1 star. He is a well-known master in the city. Since becoming the city lord, he has devoted a lot of energy to in the management and construction of the city. He has a share of credit for Silver Light City being able to remain standing over the years. Normally, Wu Haomiu would rarely call all the heads of military forces in the city together for a meeting at the same time, unless something big happened. You may have heard of this news recently. Wu Haomiu continued, outside the city, there are a large number of mutant beasts and zombies gathering, including many 3rd and 4th level mutant beasts and zombies. At present, we know the purpose of their gathering, but they are most likely coming to our Silver Light City. City Lord, is the news reliable? Huang Nai, the commander of the 3rd Legion, asked. The news is absolutely reliable, Wu Haomiu said. The number of mutant beasts and zombies that have been gathered so far is nearly 100,000. And this number continues to increase. Hiss. When everyone heard this, they all took a breath. Everyone's expressions became extremely solemn. Wu Haomiu was right. They had indeed heard a lot of news about mutant beasts and zombies gathering abnormally in the past few days. But the news was scattered and not comprehensive enough. Therefore, they did not know that the matter had become so serious. A large number of 3rd and 4th level mutant beasts and zombies. The number of people gathered exceeded 100,000. No matter which one it is, it's definitely not good news. After many years of dealing with mutant beasts and zombies, people use their own understanding of mutant beasts and zombies and their strength as the basis to classify them into good levels, ranging from 1 to 10. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. Generally speaking, 1st level mutant beasts and zombies pose little threat to humans. They move slowly, are weak in strength, and have low attacks. An ordinary adult will basically be able to face mutant beasts or zombies of this level as long as they do not act foolishly, able to escape or even kill them. But as the level increases, the strength of mutant beasts and zombies also increases rapidly. Compared with the 1st level mutant beasts and zombies, the strength of the 2nd level mutant beasts and zombies has been greatly increased. It is difficult for ordinary adults to defeat them alone, and they must use weapons. As for the 3rd level mutant beasts and zombies, anyone facing them alone must be very alert. Chapter 51. Take the initiative. Come here. I'm afraid they are birds. I will kill as many as you come. Yang Lai, the commander of the 5th Legion, slammed the table and roared with murderous intent. That's right. We have killed more mutated beasts and zombies over the years than we can count. This time, they are just a little more numerous and stronger. We will still tell them to come and go. Lu Yuan, the commander of the 6th Army Corps, then he agreed. Both of them are well-known evil stars in Silver Light City. Normally, mutant beasts and zombies cannot come, so they would take the initiative to go out of the city to look for them. Now that they learned that mutant beasts and zombies were going to attack the city, not only were they not afraid at all, but he looked like he was gearing up and eager to give it a try. Wu Haomiu glanced at the two of them and said, "Don't be careless. This gathering of mutant beasts and zombies is a bit unusual. This has never happened before. Don't underestimate the enemy." And, at this point, Wu Haomiu's face became a little more serious. Furthermore, I have news that similar situations have occurred around the other 8 major cities in China. Several of our city owners have communicated and suspected that this was a premeditated conspiracy. Gather. There might be someone behind this group of mutant beasts and zombies. It's such a coincidence? Who can command these brainless guys? This situation is a bit complicated. Everyone started talking after hearing Wu Haomiu's words. If they only encountered such a situation in Silver Light City, then everyone would not pay too much attention to it, and would just treat it as an ordinary siege by mutant beasts and zombies. This kind of thing has not happened before in history. But this time the number and strength of mutant beasts and zombies are just a little stronger than before. But it's not a big deal. The defenses in their city are no joke. But now, Wu Haomiu said that several other cities have encountered similar situations, which is a bit unusual. In the past 100 years or so, almost every city has been attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. The number of times varies, but no one is spared. However, even though such things have happened in all cities, There has never been a time when all cities were attacked by mutant beasts and zombies at the same time. If such a thing happened, it would definitely be the first time in history. Everyone's expressions became a little more solemn. As for Wu Haomia, everyone thought it was impossible that someone was commanding those mutant beasts and zombies, because mutant beasts and zombies basically had no command and would not obey any command, especially those low-level mutant beasts and zombies. Their actions are quite mechanical, even sluggish, and they have no ability to think. High-level mutant beasts and zombies do have some intelligence, but their behavior is more based on instinct. Can anyone control such mutated beasts and zombies? What I just told you are all confirmed news so far, as well as the inferences we have made based on these news. Wu Haomia looked at the crowd and said, I know this matter is a bit unbelievable, but this explanation can explain why all the cities were besieged by mutant beasts and zombies, and it all happened at the same time. City Lord, who do you think this person can be who can command mutant beasts and zombies? Su Biao, commander of the First Legion, asked. It's not clear. We don't have any clue. We even have no way of knowing whether the person who commanded the mutated beasts and zombies is really a human. Wu Haomia shook his head and said, at present, they still have too little information, and it is very difficult to draw any useful conclusions from the information they already have. Although humans have survived with the help of the virtual battlefield, the living conditions are still very difficult. The number of mutant beasts and zombies has not decreased, but has continued to increase. These mutant beasts and zombies are also capable of reproduction, and their reproductive ability seems to be stronger than that of normal humans. Therefore, in these years, although the surviving humans have used things obtained from the virtual battlefield to try to open up a wider space, they are still struggling. There are still a large number of mutant beasts and zombies outside the 9 cities. Take Silver Light City as an example. There are a large number of fortifications built within 1 kilometer outside the city. The outer 2 kilometers of the fortifications are an isolation zone. The surrounding area is empty, and the view is excellent. Beyond the fortifications, it is no longer a safe area. There are mutant beasts and zombies appearing here at any time. And the further away from the isolation zone, the more mutant beasts and zombies there are, and the stronger they are. It is not that the troops in Silver Light City have not thought about opening up a wider security area, but it is easy to develop, but difficult to defend. As the security area expands, the defensive power they need will also increase. Once the defensive power is not enough, it was easy for mutant beasts and zombies to retake the position. After several attempts with no good results, the army in Silver Light City had basically given up on the idea of opening up a safe area. They maintain a delicate balance with the mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. But this time, this balance may be broken. Otherwise, before the mutant beasts and zombies are completely assembled, we take the initiative and defeat them. In this way, the crisis will be resolved. Yan Lai put forward his own suggestion. Yes, why should we sit back and wait for death? Take the initiative and catch them off guard, Lu Yuan said immediately. Well, Wu Haomia lowered his head and pondered, neither agreeing nor objecting. City Lord, I think this suggestion is feasible. Gao Lianjun, the commander of the 8th Army Corps, said, by taking the initiative. We have the initiative. If things cannot be done, we can also retreat. Moreover, we are now targeting those who are gathering outside the city. We know too little about the mutant beasts and zombies. Even if we can't win by taking the initiative, we can get more information, which will also be beneficial to our subsequent defense and preparation. It makes sense. I also agree to take the initiative. Among the people at the scene, many people agreed to take the initiative. After listening to their analysis, Wu Haomia felt that it made sense. So he said, it's okay to take the initiative. But because we don't know much about the situation there, we can't rush it. Send out a large army, leaving the city defense empty. In this way, Yan Lai and Lu Yuan, you will each detach an elite team and take the initiative. The Wild Wolf team, the Tiger team, the Valley Bird team, your teams will also leave the city. Yes. The people who were called stood up at the same time and responded in unison. Chapter 52 Gene Potion. Good luck. While the senior officials of Silver Light City were discussing how to deal with mutant beasts and zombies outside the city, Wang Hao had already taken Su Guangyuan to eat chicken. Today's game is definitely the most tense and exciting game that Wang Hao has played so far. Even with his incredible stealth skills, Wang Hao is still in trouble. The stealth skills that could have been used for offense were also used by Wang Hao. Hao Liang is used for defense and life-saving. But even with the invisibility skill, Wang Hao almost hated Cece several times, thanks to Su Guangyuan's timely appearance to help him block bullets. Poor Su Guangyuan failed to be saved when he helped Wang Hao block bullets for the third time. Die early? Because the whole game was tight. Wang Hao only killed 2 people in this round, one of which was a man-machine. He survived to the 7th circle, plus the 10 redemption points for the final chicken reward. Wang Hao's total in this round earned 19 redemption points. In the past, I played 4 games with Zhuang Shuer in school, although I only got 8 redemption points in the final game, because the costs of double games and 4 games were reimbursed by the school. These 8 redemption points were purely earned. The total number of Wang Hao's personal redemption points has reached 2,663. Of course, 2,500 of the redemption points were borrowed from Zhuang Shuer. He himself had only 163 redemption points won from the virtual battlefield. But even if he only earned 163 redemption points, the speed at which he earned redemption points was already quite astonishing. After all, he had only entered the virtual battlefield for 2 days and participated in 6 games. Unboxing. Su Guangyuan rubbed his hands and walked towards the airdrop box excitedly. Even though he had already had the experience of unboxing, he was still excited at this time. God bless. We must find a baby. Su Guangyuan stretched out his hand and prayed. Looking at Su Guangyuan's actions, Wang Hao smiled. He didn't have much expectations for the unboxing this time. He was more concerned about retaining the auxiliary functions after unboxing. That was his focus today. Pistol. P1911. When Su Guangyuan took his hand back from the airdrop box, there was already a pistol in his hand. This pistol is the P1911 on the virtual battlefield. Su Guangyuan's face was slightly disappointed. This pistol can also be redeemed in the virtual mall building, and it's on the 1st floor. The one that can appear on the 1st floor of the building is naturally not a treasure, and its price is only 40 exchange points. However, the disappointment on Su Guangyuan's face only lasted for a while, and he soon returned to normal. And he even played with the pistol with a joyful expression. Although this gun is not a good gun, it is still worth 40 redemption points. Moreover, if you get this gun out of the box, you will get it for nothing. So there is nothing to be dissatisfied about. Wang Hao, go touch it quickly and see if you can find any treasures. Su Guangyuan urged Wang Hao. Baby? I don't want to do it anymore, Wang Hao said as he walked towards the airdrop box. As long as it's no longer a bandage. Obviously, Wang Hao felt very resentful when he took out a bandage from the airdrop box last time. Wang Hao has no hope for his own luck. Now he just wants to earn exchange points, and then use the exchange points to exchange for supplies from the virtual mall building. Wang Hao casually put his hand in, touched it, and quickly took it out again. What is this? Wang Hao looked at the needle-like thing in his hand in confusion. There was a little red transparent liquid in it. Gene potion. While Wang Hao was still wondering what the thing in his hand was, Su Guangyuan next to him had already exclaimed, "Is this a genetic medicine?" Wang Hao was stunned when he heard Su Guangyuan's words. Since coming to this world, he has heard the term gene medicine more than once, although he has never seen this thing. Through the news he has learned, he knows that genetic medicine is a very precious thing. It can improve and enhance people's physique. There are rumors that as long as enough genetic medicine is used, it is not impossible for ordinary people to become supermen. This shows how valuable genetic medicine is. However, genetic medicines are quite rare, especially those with strong effects, which are extremely rare. Each one can be sold for a sky-high price, attracting everyone to rush for it. It's really a genetic potion. Su Guangyuan ran to Wang Hao's side with excitement on his face. He looked at the needle in Wang Hao's hand and trembled with excitement. And it's a strength potion. Do you know him? Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan. Yeah, Su Guangyuan said. I saw it from afar when I was working before. Genetic medicines are divided into many types according to their different effects. Moreover, the same type of genetic medicines are divided into different categories according to their different effects. Yours, this gene potion, should be a strength potion, and it should be a second-level strength potion. After using it, the power can be doubled, Su Guangyuan said. The one that Uncle Gao got before. The agility potion is also level 2. At this point, Su Guangyuan looked at Wang Hao excitedly and said, "If you sell this potion, you can buy a house in a civilian area." Wang Hao, you are so lucky. Unbelievable. Wang Hao is still in the bronze rank, and to be able to prescribe a level 2 gene potion in such a low-rank game is simply unlucky. Is it really so magical? Wang Hao took the potion and looked at it. Then he shook his head and said, I won't sell this potion. Not. Su Guangyuan seemed a little surprised. Yes. Wang Hao nodded and said, as you said, genetic medicine is extremely rare and cannot be found. Now that I have encountered it, how can I sell it for money? There are many things that can be exchanged for money. I can definitely do it. There is no need to sell precious genetic medicines to make money by selling other things. Gene medicines are not something you can buy with money. They are too rare. So forget it if you don't come across them. Now that you get them, you won't. Maybe sell it for money. With the help of auxiliary functions, eating chicken is not an impossible task for Wang Hao. He will have many opportunities to eat chicken in the future. And there will be many opportunities to open airdrop boxes. There is no need to sell genetic medicine. Su Guangyuan was a little confused at first. But looking at Wang Hao's serious look, he quickly came to his senses. Genetic medicines are indeed very precious. The first reaction of ordinary people, especially the poor, after obtaining genetic medicines is to sell them and make a lot of money. This is what Uncle Gao did at the beginning. But Wang Hao obviously did not think so. He seemed to have other plans. I plan to use it myself. Wang Hao tightened the gene potion in his hand and said, Really? Su Guangyuan was not surprised by Wang Hao's words. He had already guessed it when Wang Hao decided not to sell. Chapter 53. Auxiliary skills can also take effect in reality. I support you, Su Guangyuan said solemnly. You don't blame me? Wang Hao was a little surprised. Selling the genetic medicine can be exchanged for money. And you can buy a house in a civilian area, which can immediately bring about earth-shaking changes in their lives. Su Guangyuan has always wanted to move out of the slums and go to a civilian area. Now the opportunity is in front of him, and he can realize it immediately. Dream. Wang Hao thought that he would persuade him to sell the genetic medicine. But he never thought that he would actually support him. How could I blame you? Su Guangyuan said with a smile, You got this genetic medicine in the first place. And it is up to you to decide how to deal with it. Moreover, I believe that if you use this genetic medicine, it will be more valuable than selling it directly. If someone else obtained the genetic medicine, or Su Guangyuan himself obtained the genetic medicine, then Su Guangyuan's attitude was probably that he sold the genetic medicine in exchange for money. Although the genetic medicine was good, it was a waste to use it on themselves. And it was far worse. It's cheaper to sell it for money. But now that the person who obtained the genetic medicine was Wang Hao, Su Guangyuan's attitude was different. In Su Guangyuan's heart, Wang Hao is already a genius-level figure. He believes that Wang Hao will definitely be able to carve out a world on the virtual battlefield in the future. And if he can stand out on the virtual battlefield, he will definitely be able to change reality. After all, the virtual battlefield is too important to today's human beings. Genetic medicine can help Wang Hao grow better and faster, allowing him to realize his talent as soon as possible. Therefore, Su Guangyuan supported Wang Hao's use of genetic medicine. Genetic medicine was a waste when used on him, Su Guangyuan, but it was put to good use when used on Wang Hao. As long as you don't blame me. Su Guangyuan's attitude made Wang Hao relieved. Although Wang Hao can decide the use of this genetic potion by himself. The two are good friends after all. Moreover, this is a double row trophy. And Su Guangyuan has contributed to it. If Su Guangyuan insists on letting Wang Hao sell it, Wang Hao will also have a headache. Fortunately, what he worried about did not happen. After putting away the genetic potion, Wang Hao's most anticipated moment of this game has finally arrived. Players can use redemption points to choose one of the 3 randomly selected assistants to keep permanently. The system's voice came as promised. Heavenly Punishment, level 1 800 redemption points. Circle of Destiny, level 1 500 redemption points. Invisibility, level 1 1000 redemption points. This, with the appearance of the prices of the 3 auxiliary functions, Wang Hao was a little stunned. From the beginning of this game, Wang Hao had a soft spot for the 3rd auxiliary function, invisibility. And he had already decided that the auxiliary function he would retain this time was invisibility. But Wang Hao didn't expect that the price of this invisibility would be so high. 1000 redemption points. The spare 500 exchange points I borrowed from Zhuang Shuer were obviously not enough. What to do? Keep it. Or give it up. If he really wants to keep it, Wang Hao's exchange points are enough. However, he has to use the exchange points prepared for tomorrow's game. By then, he will inevitably have to borrow more exchange points. But Wang Hao would not be willing to give up. The auxiliary function of invisibility is very good. He is very satisfied. Those who redeem it early can use it early. Moreover, no one can guarantee that this auxiliary function will still appear in the waiting list in the future. If it never appears, Wang Hao will it's useless to eat chicken. Forget it. This opportunity is rare. Don't miss it. At worst, you'll have to ask Zhuang Shuer to borrow an exchange point. Wang Hao quickly made a decision. With a friend like Zhuang Shuer, who is rich and fair, Wang Hao is very confident. Just when Wang Hao was thinking about asking Zhuang Shuer to borrow another exchange point, he suddenly remembered that he got a good thing during the solo queue today, a coupon. Holy crap! How could I forget it? Wang Hao was instantly overjoyed. Coupon! With this coupon, keep any auxiliary functions and enjoy 50% off. Good stuff. The invisibility auxiliary function that originally required 1000 redemption points only costs 500 after using the coupon. In this case, just exchange the points yourself. That's enough. I choose to retain the stealth auxiliary function. Select OK. Congratulations to the player. You have permanently obtained the invisibility auxiliary function. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years old. Address, District 38. Silver Light City, China. Rank, Solo Row, Hot-Blooded Bronze V, 1298, Double Row, Hot-Blooded Bronze V, 1287, for Rows, Hot-Blooded Bronze V, 1261, Redemption Points, 2163. Team Affiliation, Non-Legion, Non-Auxiliary Function, Stealth, Level 1. Upgrade requires 5000 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. Every 5 minutes. You can become invisible for 30 seconds. In the invisible state, other players cannot see you or hear your footsteps. Mini-map. There is no display on the screen. Your teammates can see you. When you take the initiative to attack, the invisibility state disappears immediately, and the auxiliary function enters the cooling time. Realistic effect. Every half hour and minute. You can become invisible once for 30 seconds. In the invisible state, no other creature can see you, hear your footsteps, smell your scent, or see you. To your shadow. When you take the initiative to attack, the invisibility state disappears immediately, and the auxiliary function enters the cooling time. Wang Hao was shocked. After retaining the invisible auxiliary function, Wang Hao immediately opened the personal information panel to see its changes. When he saw the introduction of the invisible auxiliary function, Wang Hao was shocked. This auxiliary function can actually be used in reality? Regarding the effect of the stealth auxiliary function on the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao was not surprised, because its introduction was the same as before. What surprised Wang Hao was that after permanently retaining this auxiliary function, there were actually more a realistic effect. And the realistic effect is actually so strong. What a profit. A big profit. Wang Hao looked ecstatic. With just one effect on the virtual battlefield, this auxiliary function is worth 1000 redemption points. Coupled with the effect in reality, the price of this auxiliary function is increased tenfold. Wang Hao thinks it is worth it. You know, the real world is actually very dangerous, especially outside the city, where mutated beasts and zombies are rampant, which is extremely dangerous. With the auxiliary function of invisibility, Wang Hao's life-saving ability has been greatly enhanced. Even in the wild, he has the ability to save his life. Such a powerful auxiliary function only cost him 500 exchange points. Wang Hao was very happy now. He was also glad that he had borrowed the exchange points from Zhuang Shuer in advance. Otherwise, he would have missed such an excellent auxiliary function. Chapter 54. The terrifying demand for exchange points. Since the auxiliary function of invisibility can have an effect in reality, does it mean that all auxiliary functions have the effect of virtual battlefield and reality? Wang Hao thought to himself. This is very possible. Before this, Wang Hao had not permanently retained the auxiliary function, so he did not know that the auxiliary function could not only be effective on the virtual battlefield, but also be effective in reality. From the introduction point of view, this invisible auxiliary function is no different from other auxiliary functions. Therefore, since it can work in reality, there is a high probability that other auxiliary functions can also work in reality. The more Wang Hao thought about it, the hotter his heart became. He wished he could retain 10 or 8 auxiliary functions now. In that case, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in this dangerous apocalyptic environment? Wang Hao, are you okay? Su Guangyuan's voice pulled Wang Hao back from his fantasy. I'm fine. Wang Hao quickly calmed down and replied. Retaining auxiliary functions is not something that can be done by simply doing it. First, you have to win the chicken. Secondly, you have to have redemption points. And finally, the auxiliary functions to be selected must have good effects. These 3 are indispensable. This matter cannot be rushed. It's really okay? Su Guangyuan didn't believe it. Wang Hao's expression just now was too rich. He was ecstatic, surprised, and thoughtful. Su Guangyuan couldn't figure out what Wang Hao was doing, and how he could have such rich expression changes. It's really okay, Wang Hao said. Su Guangyuan nodded. Since Wang Hao said so, he couldn't ask more questions. Maybe he was overthinking. The next second, the two were teleported back to the real world. Wang Hao, did you feel that something was wrong with the virtual battlefield just now? Su Guangyuan asked Wang Hao with a confused look as soon as he returned to reality. Wang Hao's heart moved, but his face remained calm. No. I feel everything is normal. But why do I feel that this time is a little different from last night? Su Guangyuan said, yesterday we came out after touching the airdrop box. It seems that we stayed a little longer today. Although this time is not long. It seems that we have been delayed for a while. Wang Hao thought to himself. In fact, Wang Hao is to blame for today's incident. It was mainly because he hesitated for a while when choosing the auxiliary function. At that time, he forgot that he still had a coupon, which ended up delaying it for a while. Otherwise, he would have chosen it earlier. They had been teleported out a long time ago. Although there would be a slight time delay, the time was basically negligible, and Su Guangyuan would not feel it. Maybe you feel wrong. Or maybe the time after touching the airdrop box on the virtual battlefield until it is teleported is not fixed, Wang Hao said. In short, I think there is no problem. Su Guangyuan thought about it, thinking about it. He nodded in agreement and said, there will be no problem with the virtual battlefield. It should be that I feel wrong. Or like you said, this time is not fixed. Although Su Guangyuan played for a few times in the virtual battlefield for 20 years, he had never eaten chicken before playing in a queue with Wang Hao. Therefore, up to now, he has only eaten chicken twice. As for the duration after eating chicken on the virtual battlefield, he didn't quite know. Moreover, the virtual battlefield has existed for many years and has never had a problem. How could he discover a problem that no one else has discovered? After thinking about it like this, Su Guangyuan didn't think about it anymore. Seeing that Su Guangyuan had no doubts anymore, Wang Hao secretly warned himself that when choosing to retain the auxiliary function in the future, he must not delay it for too long. But not everyone is as easy to fool as Su Guangyuan. After the double row ended, Wang Hao also returned to his home. Lying in bed, Wang Hao couldn't sleep. From time to time, he would take out the personal information panel and look at it, especially the invisible auxiliary function. He looked at it over and over again. Good stuff. Good stuff. Wang Hao lay on the bed, with a crazy smile on his face unconsciously. He had originally thought that this auxiliary function would allow him to cheat in the game, making it easier for him to earn redemption points. But he never expected that he had underestimated the ability of this auxiliary function. It actually works in reality. This ability is really powerful. Wang Hao had previously thought that he would never leave the city in the future, and would stay in the city for the rest of his life. The city was relatively safer. After making money from the virtual battlefield, he and Su Guangyuan would move to a wealthy area and live a happy life. The life of a rich man. But now, Wang Hao found that he didn't seem to have to stay in the city all the time. He could also go outside the city. To be honest, Wang Hao is still very curious about mutant beasts and zombies. Wang Hao had only seen these things on TV before, and when he was still on Earth, Wang Hao was very curious whether the mutant beasts and zombies really looked like that. But no matter how curious he was, Wang Hao had no plans to leave the city before. After all, it was too dangerous outside the city. In his situation, leaving the city now would be courting death. Wang Hao would not risk his life just for his curiosity. But things were different now. Now that he had the life-saving auxiliary function of stealth, Wang Hao felt that he might be able to venture outside the city. But not now. Wang Hao said to himself, the duration of the first level invisibility is too short, and the cooling time is too long. It is still not safe enough. However, if you want to upgrade, it requires too many redemption points. 5,000. To upgrade the invisibility auxiliary function from level 1 to level 2, you actually need 5,000 redemption points. This is absolutely an astronomical figure for Wang Hao now. The auxiliary functions are good, but the redemption points required for this upgrade are too many. Wang Hao sighed again. Wang Hao can be sure that the upgraded auxiliary functions will have stronger effects. Of course, he also wants to upgrade, but it requires too many redemption points. Moreover, this is still level 1 to level 2. After level 2, there is a high probability that it will still be there. There are other levels, and you may need more redemption points to upgrade. Just getting redemption points from the virtual battlefield is not enough. Wang Hao said. The virtual battlefield can only be entered 3 times a day. Even if he plays chicken, he may only earn over 100 redemption points in one day. Compared with others, this amount is definitely a lot. But for auxiliary functions, it's far from enough. What's more, even with auxiliary functions, Wang Hao can't guarantee that he will win the chicken. Wang Hao will never have only one auxiliary function in the future. Just upgrading these auxiliary functions will require an astronomical number of redemption points. He must find other ways to earn redemption points. Chapter 55 Driving Training. The next morning, Wang Hao received a lot of attention as soon as he arrived at school. The competition between him and Xiao Tianlei was now known to the whole school. Because of his performance yesterday, many people were not optimistic about him. Wang Hao didn't care. Before he got the invisibility auxiliary function, he dared to give it a try. What's more, now that he had the invisibility auxiliary function to help, Wang Hao was even more confident. How are you? Are you feeling stressed? Zhuang Shuer was waiting for Wang Hao again at the school gate. I have to say that there is pressure. Can you help me persuade them to stop? Wang Hao said with a smile. It's not impossible. Zhuang Shuer said noncommittally. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer in surprise, feeling more and more mysterious that Zhuang Shuer was quite mysterious. He could tell that Zhuang Shuer was not joking when she said this, which meant that she was really sure that she could persuade Xiao Tianlei to retreat. 3 people. This made Wang Hao a little confused. Where did she get the confidence? Fortunately for Xiao Tianlei, he was Zhuang Shuer's senior licking dog. He didn't dare to ignore Zhuang Shuer's words. But Jiang Ji and Hong Lishan were not Zhuang Shuer's licking dogs, and they didn't care that much about Zhuang Shuer's attitude. Don't look at me like that. You look scary, Zhuang Shuer said. Forget it. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I want to try. Okay. Zhuang Shuer didn't object. Isn't it just a little exchange point? If you lose, you lose. A little exchange point? What a loud tone. That's a 1,500 exchange point bet. When it comes to other people, no one dares to say that this is a little exchange point. This is definitely a huge number. However, Zhuang Shuer said this, which was not a big deal. She could easily borrow Wang Hao's 2,500 exchange points. This mere 1,500 exchange points was really just a little to her. That's all. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were talking and walking. As they approached the classroom, Zhuang Shuer said, Then our 4th row is out of business today. Wang Hao shrugged and said nothing. This is obvious. These bastards. Zhuang Shuer muttered. She was obviously talking about Xiao Tianlei and the other 3. The morning classes went on as normal, with Ding Yuning still taking the first class. Today she was talking about matters that need to be paid attention to during operations and transitions. It has to be said that people in this world have really thoroughly studied virtual battlefield. On Earth, people just regard it as a relaxing and entertainment game. But here, people regard it as a savior. It is the last hope for human survival. 2 different attitudes have also resulted in different levels of research on this game. After the first class, Ding Yuning met Wang Hao alone again, and the conversation was still about the competition. The principal and others also know about this matter. Ding Yuning said, If you change your mind now, it's still too late. Obviously, Ding Yuning still lacks confidence in Wang Hao, and at the same time, she does not want Wang Hao to focus on this kind of thing. As for fighting spirit, the college entrance examination is coming soon. The most important thing for Wang Hao right now is to review well and strive to get a good ranking in the college entrance examination instead of doing such meaningless things. Thank you, teacher, for your concern. Wang Hao declined Ding Yuning's kindness. Hey, Ding Yuning sighed and said, Okay, since you have to go, I won't stop you. Again, after this competition, no matter what the result is, you have to concentrate on your review. You know? I know. Wang Hao could tell that Ding Yuning had high hopes for him. She might have selfish motives in this, but her concern for Wang Hao was also genuine. The remaining 2 classes in the morning only review 1 content, vehicle driving. On the virtual battlefield, there are a variety of vehicles, including cars, jeeps, 3-wheelers, bouncers, bicycles, etc., and even gliders. Driving on the virtual battlefield is a very common thing, and it is also a very important thing. This is not a game. All vehicles need to be driven by yourself. A driver with superb driving skills can greatly improve the survivability of oneself and the team. and driving skills are particularly important both in discussions and in the pursuit. Therefore, in reality, training on driving skills is essential and even a very important part. Wang Hao followed his classmates to the training ground. Here, he saw a variety of vehicles and even gliders appearing in the virtual battlefield. But there was a lack of ships. The environment required for ship training is quite special. The land area is not small, but it is impossible to dig out a large area of water for boat training. In fact, there are very few schools in the entire Silver Light City that have separate training venues for sailing, because the outside of the city is occupied by mutant beasts and zombies, and all surviving humans can only live within the city. Therefore, the space inside the city is extremely precious. It is too extravagant to open up a separate water area in the school for training on sailing, and few schools have the financial resources and capabilities. Training on sailing skills is usually carried out in a simulation warehouse. Occasionally, they will go to the natural waters in the city for actual operations. Practical operations are relatively less. This is actually related to the sailing itself. On the virtual battlefield, the probability of driving a car is obviously much higher than that of driving a boat. Few people will choose to drive a boat unless they have to. Therefore, the training of driving a boat is not as important as the training of driving. The teacher in class first explained some precautions in the operation. In fact, these contents have been mentioned in daily teaching. Therefore, he talked in a relatively general and simple way, and everyone did not care. After all, we usually teach everything that should be taught. Okay, now it's just the final review. After the teacher finished speaking, it was time for actual operations. The space was limited, so everyone could only do it in batches. Wang Hao's driving skills can only be said to be average. Before he traveled through time, he actually didn't drive a few times. After coming to this world, Wang Hao rarely drove by himself on the virtual battlefield. Most of the time, he drove a car by himself. Let teammates drive. However, driving skills must be trained. Not to mention other times, when playing solo, it is obviously not possible if you don't know how to drive. Without teammates, he can only drive by himself. Therefore, Wang Hao trained very seriously. There is another reason why Wang Hao takes it so seriously. In the context of the apocalypse, cars and gasoline are precious resources with limited quantities. That is, within the school, there will be schools that provide venues and vehicles for training. Once you graduate, driving is hard. But buying a car of your own is even harder. Most of the vehicles and gasoline owned by ordinary people are obtained from the virtual battlefield or exchanged for them. But few people can actually afford them, precisely because the opportunity is rare. Wang Hao cherishes this training opportunity even more. Chapter 56: Lack of Physical Fitness. During the entire 2 classes, everyone was practicing driving skills. Not surprisingly, Wang Hao's unskilled skills once again became the focus of discussion. Especially now that everyone knows that Wang Hao is going to compete with Xiao Tianlei, and seeing Wang Hao's driving skills. Many people lack confidence in Wang Hao. Classmate Wang Hao, don't leave in a hurry when get out of class is over. Teacher Zhou, who was in charge of the class, came to Wang Hao and said, "Okay, teacher." Although Wang Hao was doubtful, he still nodded and agreed. After the 2 classes ended, the students left one after another, except Wang Hao. Get in the car. Teacher Zhou came to Wang Hao and said, "Let's start with the car. It is one of the most common means of transportation in AE86 virtual battlefield, and is also one of the most stable means of transportation. Its defensive power." Teacher Zhou asked Wang Hao to get in the car, while giving Wang Hao a detailed introduction to the advantages and disadvantages of this car on the virtual battlefield. Turn on the stove. Looking at Teacher Zhou sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Hao suddenly realized. Before, he thought why Teacher Zhou wanted to keep him. But now, he finally understood that Teacher Zhou wanted to tutor him alone. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." Wang Hao, who understood, thanked him gratefully. "Practice hard," Teacher Zhou said calmly. "You are the hope of our class 12. Even if you are not as good as the top students in the key class, you still have to show the pride of our class 12. It can be seen that this Teacher Zhou also has little confidence in Wang Hao. But his class has a strong sense of honor. Even if he doesn't have much confidence in Wang Hao, he still encourages Wang Hao and supports Wang Hao with practical actions. Yes. Wang Hao nodded heavily. At this moment, Wang Hao was very fortunate that when the principal asked him to transfer classes, he chose to stay in class 12. Although class 12 was not a key class, and even the educational resources were not comparable to those of key classes. The teachers here treated him particularly well. Even if rumors spread, the teachers in class 12 are still supporting him. Even for these teachers, he must perform well. Within more than half an hour after that, Wang Hao began special training on driving skills under the individual guidance of teacher Zhou. Wang Hao is not stupid. Even without the help of auxiliary functions, he is definitely not a scumbag. Under teacher Zhou's careful teaching, Wang Hao's driving skills have improved very quickly. Next, he only needs to practice a lot. Except for a very small number of people who are extremely talented in this area. The improvement of other people's driving skills depends on the accumulation of experience. Teacher Zhou finally said to Wang Hao, only by driving more and more often can you drive quickly. It's still some time before the college entrance examination to improve your driving skills. During this period, you can come to me anytime if you want to practice driving. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Wang Haozhong nodded. This stove is turned on a bit too much. You know, even in school, you can't practice driving at any time. After all, vehicles and gasoline are precious resources, and few people dare to use them arbitrarily. Students in key classes are better off, and students in ordinary classes can spend a week there was only one practical driving course, and the rest of the time, training was basically conducted in the simulation warehouse. This was the reason why the principal wanted to transfer Wang Hao to another class. The educational resources of key classes and ordinary classes are different. But even students in the key class of No. 5 middle school cannot practice driving anytime and anywhere. Teacher Zhou is obviously taking special care of Wang Hao by promising Wang Hao now. Teacher Zhou nodded, and then let Wang Hao leave. Since training alone took some time, Wang Hao had a simple meal, and then started the afternoon class. The afternoon class is still physical education. Whether on the virtual battlefield or in reality, physical strength is extremely important. Therefore, people in this world attach great importance to physical training, even more than the training of driving skills. After all, in the context of the apocalypse, not everyone can own a car. Many times, running is the inevitable choice to rush or even escape. The same is true on the virtual battlefield. The map there is very large. If no transportation is found or the transportation is blown up, running is inevitable. 2 consecutive classes were all about physical training, which was very difficult for Wang Hao. Before time travel, Wang Hao could not be said to be a deadbeat. But he also lacked exercise, and his physical condition was very poor. This is also a common problem among contemporary young people. After arriving here, compared with those who value physical training, Wang Hao is weak. Exploded. You must be over 18 years old to enter the virtual battlefield. But related training, such as driving, physical fitness, shooting, etc., can be trained in advance. This is preparation for entering the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao, a person who lacks exercise, is naturally weak compared to other people who have been exercising since childhood. Wang Hao ignored the strange looks in his eyes, and only focused on his own training. Wang Hao is very aware of the importance of physical fitness. He is too weak in this area now, and must exercise. Of course, in addition to exercise, there are other ways to improve physical fitness, such as injecting genetic agents. Genetic medicines can significantly improve physical fitness. Injecting enough genetic medicines can even turn ordinary people into superhuman beings. However, genetic medicine is too rare and difficult for ordinary people to obtain. However, Wang Hao has won. I went to bed last night after I went back. I didn't have time to inject the genetic medicine yet. Wang Hao said to himself. Genetic medicines are of course meant to be injected early and benefited early. Moreover, this thing is too precious. If the news that you have genetic medicines is leaked, it will immediately attract a large number of peepers. The slums are already an extremely chaotic place. People can do anything. I'll use it when I go home tonight. Wang Hao made a decision in his heart. It's not a problem to keep that thing in your hand forever. It's best to use it as soon as possible. Soon, the 2 physical education classes were over. Wang Hao, a weakling, had to take 2 physical education classes in a row, which was like killing him. What? You're paralyzed? Not long after Wang Hao returned to the classroom, Xiao Tianlei and 3 others came together. After 2 physical education classes, it was time to enter the virtual battlefield. And it was also time for Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei to compete. The 3 of them seemed to be afraid that Wang Hao would run away. So they found the classroom of class 12 right after the physical education class. In principle, students from different classes are not allowed to mix in classes at will. But such unspoken rules are naturally in vain for top academics like Xiao Tianlei. Top academics often have privileges. Chapter 57 Principal's Office OB. You've only had 2 physical education classes. And you're so tired? Classmate Wang Hao. Aren't your physical fitness too bad? Jiangji said with a smile. With this physique? My 3-year-old nephew is stronger than you. Han Lisheng said contemptuously. If you ask me, Wang Hao, you might as well pay us 500 exchange points each. Anyway, you will lose in the competition. Pay it directly and save everyone's time. You can also have a good rest. Right? Xiao Tianlei looked like a well-meaning person. Appearance. I think this suggestion is good. It saves everyone time and effort. Jiangji said. Wang Hao, do you think the 3 of us think more about you? Ha ha ha. Han Lisheng smiled proudly. Wang Hao was quite speechless as he looked at the 3 people who sang and seemed to be sure of themselves. Are you so sure that you can beat me? Wang Hao asked, looking at the 3 of them. Of course. The 3 of them said almost in unison. The matter has been spread to the whole school by them. So the 3 of them are not worried that Wang Hao will regret it at this time. In that case, Wang Hao will be even more embarrassed. Therefore, they do not mind revealing their true inner thoughts at this time. Okay, then let's compare, Wang Hao said calmly. Just when the 4 were about to start the 4-0 competition, a teacher came to notify them, and the principal asked the 4 of them to go to the principal's office. Wang Hao, are you asking the principal to cancel this game? Xiao Tianlei looked at Wang Hao suspiciously and asked. Jiangji and Han Lisheng also had the same expression. The 3 of them all know that the principal attaches great importance to Wang Hao, although the 3 of them think that Wang Hao is not actually a top student. It seems that the principal does not think so and treats Wang Hao very well. If Wang Hao really asks the principal to appear to coordinate this matter if so, the principal probably wouldn't refuse. With the principal coming forward, Wang Hao doesn't even have to bear the reputation of being timid and afraid to compete. How despicable. Han Lisheng looked at Wang Hao with disdain and said, originally, the 3 of them were certain that Wang Hao would not regret it at this time. But they did not expect that Wang Hao would actually bring in the principal as a reinforcement. The principal came forward to coordinate, but they couldn't agree even if they wanted to. Keep your mouth clean, Wang Hao said in a deep voice. Why? You have the nerve to do it, but you don't allow others to say it? Jiangji said. What did I do? Wang Hao asked. Do you think I would ask the principal to help coordinate? Idiot! Isn't it true? Xiao Tianlei said. Won't you know if it's true or not when you go there? Wang Hao said. After saying that, Wang Hao immediately left the classroom and headed towards the principal's office. Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 looked at each other and immediately followed. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the principal's office. What surprised the 4 of them was that Principal Guanling was not the only one in the principal's room at this time. But there were others, the grade leader, the dean of students, and Wang Hao's class teacher. All of them were there. Such a big battle? Wang Hao and the 4 others were a little surprised when they saw this. Come in. Guanling let the 4 people in, and then said, your teachers have advised you before. Since the 4 of you insist on competing, let's compete. However, this competition is here. It will be conducted at the expense of the school. It turns out that we are not planning to cancel the competition. Xiao Tianlei and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Guanling was right. Before this, not only Ding Yuning had advised Wang Hao, but also Xiao Tianlei and their 3 head teachers. After all, the college entrance examination was coming soon. At this time, there was really no need to waste time on irrelevant things. Energy. No matter what the final result is, there will definitely be people whose mentality will be affected by this incident. So seriously that it will even affect the college entrance examination 2 weeks later. Therefore, Xiao Tianlei and their respective head teachers also advised them not to compete in this boring competition at this time. However, the attitudes of Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 were even more determined than Wang Hao's. How could they listen to their head teacher's advice? We will watch the whole process of the game. Do you have any opinions? Guanling looked at the 4 people and asked. Wang Hao and the other 4 shook their heads at the same time. The principal has already spoken. What other opinions can the 4 of them have? Everyone now understood why so many people gathered in the principal's office. Xiao Tianlei and the others were eager to have as many people watching the match as possible. This time, they planned to earn Wang Hao's redemption points while ridiculing Wang Hao. At the same time, they also wanted to strengthen their image as masters and academic masters. It would be best to have the principal and others witness this game. Only Wang Hao was a little worried. Of course. Just a little bit. The auxiliary function of stealth is visible to teammates. Wang Hao is not worried that this auxiliary function will be exposed. As for the alternative auxiliary function selected for this game, he only needs to pay attention to it. What's more, with a few people who have traveled through time, Wang Hao has already known the authority of the virtual battlefield in people's hearts in this world. No one will doubt that someone can cheat on the virtual battlefield. After so many years of research, so many scientists have not been able to develop a way to cheat on the virtual battlefield. And it is naturally even more impossible for ordinary people. Therefore, even if they see something unreasonable during the game, they will not associate it with cheating. Okay. Since you all have no objections, let the game officially begin, Guanling said to the four of them. Wang Hao nodded. He saw Ding Yuning cheering him up and smiled at her. Afterwards, the four of them formed a team and entered the virtual battlefield. When Wang Hao and the other two disappeared from the principal's office, the principal's assistant worked on the projection nearby. Then, the picture of the four Wang Hao and others on the virtual battlefield clearly appeared on the projection. This is from the official OB perspective. However, not everyone can get an OB. 0B requires specific equipment. This equipment is either obtained from the virtual battlefield or redeemed from the virtual mall building. The former requires luck, and it is extremely high luck, while the latter requires a large number of redemption points. The price it's not something ordinary people can bear. Even if you have specific equipment, you still need to pay a fee if you want 0B. This fee is naturally an exchange point. Moreover, you need to pay a fee for every OB. And the fee is very high. Most people really can't afford it. Therefore, during the previous mock exam, there was no OB. This time, the principal took out this device and paid a large sum of redemption points in order to watch the competition between Wang Hao and the four of them. Tell me, who do you think can win? The principal looked at the four people in the projection and asked slowly. The projection is divided into 4 small pieces, each piece corresponding to a person. Everyone can clearly see every action of Wang Hao and the 4 people on the virtual battlefield. Chapter 58, Who is optimistic about? Xiao Tianlei. As soon as Guanling finished speaking, Zhao Fang, the head teacher of the first class, immediately replied. Zhao Fang is the first class teacher, and Xiao Tianlei is her student. It is understandable that she supports her students. However, she didn't finish her words. Besides, I think Wang Hao from class 12 has the worst grades. Zhao Fang continued. Zhao Fang knew that Guanling wanted to put Wang Hao into her class, but Wang Hao actually refused. Could it be that my key class is not as attractive as an ordinary class like class 12? Zhao Fang didn't hold grudges against Wang Hao because of this incident, but she was very unhappy with Wang Hao's choice. Whether it is Xiao Tianlei, Jiang Ji, or Han Lisheng, they are all students in the key class. Needless to say, they are talented. The educational resources of the key class are not comparable to those of ordinary classes. Moreover, the 3 of them entered the virtual battlefield. The time spent is longer than that of Wang Hao, and the experience is naturally richer than that of Wang Hao. Zhao Fang analyzed. Zhao Fang's analysis makes sense. As for whether it is mixed with selfishness, only she knows. I agree with some of teacher Zhao's views. Luo Qiji, the head teacher of class 2, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and continued. I also think that the one with the worst grades among the 4 should be Wang Hao from class 12. His performance in the first game was indeed very good, and he even ranked first in the whole grade. However, it is unknown how much luck was involved in it. Judging from his performance in the next class, his reputation as a top student was somewhat lacking. It's not that convincing, compared with the other 3 people who have been tested over time. Wang Hao's strength is a bit weak. At this point, Luo Qiji paused and then continued. However, I don't agree with Xiao. The teacher predicted that Xiao Tianlei would get the first place. Xiao Tianlei's classmate is not bad, and he is also a famous little master in the school. However, in most of the past results, he has been ranked lower than Jiang Ji. Compared with Jiang Ji, Xiao Tianlei's performance is not very stable. So I think Jiang Ji should be the first among the 4. I don't think so. Kai Ling, the head teacher of class 3, said. Among the 4, Han Lisheng has the best chance of winning. As his class teacher, I know his level of strength very well. And more importantly, his mentality is very stable when facing the enemy, and he can often fight back without hesitation. Although he was not the first in the last few mock tests, his performance has been consistent. They are very stable. I believe that he can come out on top in this competition. The three head teachers spoke one after another, each expressing their own opinions. It is not difficult to see from their speeches that they are very optimistic about their students. This is inevitable. In this situation, no matter what they think in their hearts, they will choose to support their students. If others are stronger, doesn't it mean that their teaching ability is not as good as others? What's more, they do believe that their students are more powerful. Guanling listened to the three people's answers and did not make any judgment. Instead, he looked at Ding Yuning, who had not spoken. Teacher Ding, please tell me your opinion. When the principal asked Ding Yuning, everyone at the scene looked at her. Zhao Feng and the other three had a little contempt in their eyes. If it weren't for Wang Hao, Ding Yuning would not be qualified to appear on this occasion at all. A competition like this between experts should not be involved in their ordinary class. As for Wang Hao, Zhao Feng and the others didn't think he was really a genius or a top student. His first result had a lot of luck. The principal and Ding Yuning regarded Wang Hao as a top student because of his outstanding performance. This is inappropriate. Today, Wang Hao competes with a real top student, which is the best time to expose his lie about being a top student. Presumably, Ding Yuning must be very upset now that she was unable to persuade Wang Hao. Once Wang Hao's lie about being a top student is exposed, Ding Yuning will also be embarrassed. As for Wang Hao, when others praise him a few words, he really doesn't know how much he weighs, and really thinks that he is a top student. Ding Yuning looked at everyone, hesitated, and said, Principal, I think Wang Hao can win the first place in this competition. Huh! As soon as Ding Yuning finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed, and Zhao Feng was even more nervous. Laugh out loud? Teacher Ding, I know Wang Hao is your student. It's understandable that you support your student, but you can't support it blindly. Right. Zhao Feng said, Wang Hao can't do it regardless of his talent, strength, or experience. Compared with the other three, how could he win over the other three? Yes. Teacher Ding. Luo Qiji continued, I can understand that you want a genius to be among the students in your class. But genius studies. It's not easy to be a tyrant. Otherwise you could be called a genius. Wang Hao may have some talent, but compared with the other three, he is far behind. One result cannot mean anything. This time, in the competition, as long as Wang Hao is not the last one, then he has performed exceptionally well. As for the first place, it is absolutely impossible. Kai Ling said confidently. Obviously, the three of them did not believe that Wang Hao could win first place. This was not only because they believed in their students more, but also because they did not believe that Wang Hao really had such a high talent. Ding Yuning actually lacks confidence. After all, Wang Hao has participated in virtual battlefields too few times. Too few games have little reference value. Moreover, his experience is definitely not comparable to that of the other three. Sometimes, in-the-game experience in the game can even affect the development of the battle situation. What's more, Wang Hao's performance in training is indeed not that convincing. However, Ding Yuning said that she believed in Wang Hao, not just because Wang Hao was her student, but also because of Wang Hao's eyes. She saw confidence and calmness in Wang Hao's eyes. That look was definitely not that of someone who felt guilty when facing a master. It should be. What the three teachers said makes sense. Ding Yuning gritted her teeth and said, But I still believe that Wang Hao can win. Ding Yuning's reaction, in the eyes of everyone, was a tough talk, and any of the other three could have done it. It is absolutely impossible for Wang Hao to win. But only Wang Hao. Later, the grade leaders and deans also expressed their opinions. Their attitudes were relatively vague, and they did not say who would win the first place. However, they had one thing in common. That is, they all felt that the possibility of Hao winning first place is very small. It can be seen that they are also not optimistic about Wang Hao. After everyone expressed their opinions, Guanling smiled and said, Let's watch the live broadcast together. Perhaps, the final result will surprise many of them. Chapter 59 Jump Point. G-Port. What does the principal mean by this? Will the result surprise many people? Could it be that he is also optimistic about Wang Hao? Everyone was shocked and confused. Seeing that Guanling had no intention of elaborating, they didn't hesitate to ask more questions. At this time, Wang Hao did not know what was happening outside. He was listening carefully to the system prompt. The game is about to start, and the auxiliary function is turned on. Please select one of the following three options as auxiliary in this game. 1. Dwarf, Level 1 your body shrinks to 1/10 of the original size. 2. Dimensional supply storage. Level 1 you can summon dimensional supplies every 5 minutes. Warehouse. Materials are randomly refreshed in the dimensional supply warehouse. 3. Perspective. Level 1 other players within 200 meters can't hide in front of you. Note, players can use exchange points to enhance auxiliary functions. Choose the auxiliary function for this game. I choose 3. Perspective. After hearing the 3 auxiliary functions for this game, Wang Hao made his choice immediately without any consideration. Perspective. Only those who have used it know how good this auxiliary function is. And Wang Hao is one of those people who has used it. Wang Hao didn't know how many auxiliary functions there were in Virtual Battlefield. But before this game, the auxiliary functions he had heard about were never repeated. This made Wang Hao quite annoyed that the first game ended. At that time, there were not enough redemption points to retain the see-through auxiliary function. Wang Hao was worried that this auxiliary function would not appear again in the future. But now, Wang Hao is relieved. Clairvoyance is back for a limited time. More importantly, Wang Hao now has a lot of redemption points. Although those exchange points are bets. As long as you don't lose in this game, those exchange points will still be there. If you have enough exchange points, you can retain the auxiliary function. This time, I won't miss the perspective anymore. Wang Hao secretly decided. The auxiliary function of perspective is so powerful that Wang Hao even believes that this auxiliary function is the best one so far. With this auxiliary function, he never needs to worry about others stealing his back when he is on the court. What's more, accessibility works in real life too. This is what Wang Hao cares about most. Wang Hao has never seen how dangerous the world outside the city is. But he has heard a lot of relevant information from many people. It is definitely another world. Wang Hao, if you want to leave the city, you will definitely not dare to do so without some life-saving means. Moreover, even if you stay in the city, you may not be safe. Any city is in danger of being invaded by mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, life-saving means must be available. Invisibility is great and perspective is definitely not bad. Once you can possess invisibility and clairvoyance at the same time, your chances of surviving when facing mutant beasts and zombies will be greatly improved. This is what Wang Hao cares about most. This, perspective, auxiliary function must be obtained. However, if you want to retain this auxiliary function, in addition to having enough redemption points, you also have to eat chicken. It seems that we have to compete for first place in this game. Wang Hao said to himself. Wang Hao, where are you going to jump in this round? We'll let you choose first. Xiao Tianlei's voice came from the team channel. Are you afraid that I will follow you? Wang Hao said. It's good to know. Jiangji said immediately. We agreed that the 4 of us will dance in one place without helping each other. Just for fear that some people will dance very close to us on purpose. Who is Jiangji targeting? It goes without saying. Wang Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him. Virtual Battlefield relies on technology, not words. I choose G-Port. Wang Hao took the lead in making the choice. Choose G-Port? You really dare to choose. Xiao Tianlei was quite surprised by Wang Hao's choice. Port G. That is the holy land of steel guns. In every game, there will be a fierce battlefield there. There may not be people jumping in other places, but there must be people in G-Port. Moreover, there are quite a lot of people in every game. If the route allows, people who like steel guns will go there. There, Wang Hao actually dared to choose G-Port. I have to say that he was really brave. But in the eyes of Xiao Tianlei and the others, this choice is tantamount to courting death. Wang Hao, this is your own choice. No one forces you. Jiangji said. Jiangji's words were full of gloating. At this time, the 4 people had already boarded the plane. From the route, we could see that the plane would pass by G-Port. With such a route, it was destined that there would be many people jumping to G-Port in this game. We are competing for heads, and there are indeed many people in Hong Kong. Wang Hao, you don't think you can come out of Hong Kong alive, do you? Hong Lisheng said with a smile. Obviously, Hong Lisheng, and even Xiao Tianlei, and Jiangji believed that Wang Hao chose G-Port as a jumping point because he was stimulated by the competition between the 4 of them. After all, they were competing for the number of enemies killed, not who could survive. In the end, therefore, killing is the most important thing. It was with this in mind that Wang Hao chose G-Port, where the steel gun is the most intense. As the jumping point, we'll know later whether we can make it out alive. Wang Hao jumped off the plane. At this time, the plane had passed near Port G. Following Wang Hao's parachuting, many more people were parachuting almost at the same time. Nearly 20 empty seats were instantly vacated on the originally full plane, and almost all of these parachuting people were heading to Port G. A big battle and a melee are about to take place in Port G. Why did Wang Hao skydive? Where was he going to jump? In reality, everyone in the principal's room was shocked by Wang Hao's actions. They could not hear the communication between the 4 people in the game. So, they were unprepared for Wang Hao's actions. Looking at the landing, it seems to be Port G? Fei Chong said with some uncertainty. It doesn't seem like it. It's G Harbor, Guanling said in a deep voice. At this time, everyone was also sure that Wang Hao landed at Port G. This could be judged from the direction of his flight. Seeing that Wang Hao actually chose G Port as a jump point, everyone in the principal's room had different expressions. The head teachers of classes 1, 2, and 3 all had expressions on their faces, as if they were watching a good show. Ding Yuding's face was a little ugly, with worry evident. As for Guanling, his expression was as usual, and no one knew what he was thinking. There are at least 15 people jumping to G-Port in this game. Wang Hao. It's difficult, Fei Chong said while looking at the projection. Wang Hao is too impulsive, Xiao Fang said, although this is not a high-end game. They are not rookies either. The terrain of G-Port is complex, and there are many people. It is very difficult to get out of there alive. But it is a box after landing. The possibility is very high. Chapter 60 Chaotic G-Port. Although Xiao Fang's words contained a bit of schadenfreude, they were also true. The terrain in Port G is very complicated. Even experts cannot guarantee that they can escape from this place every time. If you want to escape from here, luck and strength are both indispensable. Luck is an elusive thing. As for strength, at least most of the people in the principal's room don't think Wang Hao has the strength to break out of G-Port. Young people are just too impulsive. Luo Qixi said, there are many good players in Port G. But if you want to get heads, you have to be able to kill them. Wang Hao must have been affected by the competition. I just looked for a crowded place, but after all I still lacked experience. In this kind of game, you don't need to jump to places with too many people. Just kill a few in the early stage to ensure your survival. When the final round comes, there will be many players to kill for you. In a word, there are infinite possibilities. Obviously, Luo Qixi also believed that Wang Hao's choice this time was caused by impulse. Let's take a look first and then talk, Guanling said. In his heart, Guanling was a little confused and disapproved of Wang Hao's choice. Port G was really dangerous, and no one could guarantee that he would come out alive. Once Wang Hao died there, even if he killed someone before he died, it is basically impossible for Wang Hao to win the internal competition between 2 and 4 people. Why did he choose G Harbor? Is it impulsive or relying on something? Guanling thought in his mind. Guanling was not like Xiao Fang and others, who were not optimistic about Wang Hao at all. He had been in contact with Wang Hao, although it was not many times. Wang Hao gave him the feeling of being very calm and not a person who likes to do impulsive things. Because of this impression of Wang Hao, Guanling didn't understand why Wang Hao made such a choice. In everyone's speculation, Wang Hao is getting closer and closer to the ground of G-Port, and the messy containers of G-Port have appeared in sight. While Wang Hao was flying, he observed the surrounding situation to ensure that there was no one else around him. Wang Hao now has 2 auxiliary functions, namely stealth and perspective. These 2 auxiliary functions are very effective, but they are not helpful for face-to-face gunfire. Therefore, Wang Hao must first ensure that he is in the first wave, survive the melee. When Wang Hao jumped to G-Port, Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 also made their own choices. Xiao Tianlei chose P-City, which is also one of the holy places for steel guns. However, it is slightly worse than G-Port. Moreover, the numerous buildings can better ensure his survival, provided that he does not encounter the old 6 players. Jiangji chose Y-City, and Hong Lishing chose the Research Institute. There are relatively few people jumping in these 2 places, especially City Y, because of its remote location. There are even fewer people jumping. Moreover, there are large areas of houses there, and abundant resources. Even if other teams jump there, there are buildings to hide in. The chance of survival is also greater. In short, the choices of Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 are not as radical as Wang Hao's. But it is not just a matter of points in the jungle. After all, it is the number of enemies killed, and it is not enough to be divided. Here, Wang Hao has landed first. After landing, he jumped up and down on the container while picking up supplies. Duh. The entire G-Port instantly erupted with gunfire. Crackling, The container next to Wang Hao also heard the sound of being hit by bullets. And Wang Hao's heart tightened. Although he has deliberately avoided other players. The entire G-port is so big. And he landed on the container. So it is naturally easy to attract the attention of other players. Fortunately, due to the distance, although many bullets flew towards him, he was only hit once and his life was not in danger for the time being. However, this is only temporary. If he continues to stay on the container, he will easily become a target for other players. And then, he will not be shot. After Wang Hao collected some supplies, he took the initiative to jump out of the container, and then ran around the container a few times. While searching for supplies inside the container, Wang Hao was also observing the movements of other players who landed here, including Wang Hao. A total of 18 players chose Port G as their landing point in this round. These 18 players belonged to 6 teams, 3 of which were fully formed, another team with 3 players, and 1 team with 2 players, people, and Wang Hao, the lone wolf. Since the gunfire started, it has basically never stopped. Wang Hao can clearly see all the movements of the other 17 players in his field of vision. TSK. 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 The team of 2 people was wiped out by the group. They died miserably. 2 of Okura's full formations fell. And the team next to them should press forward. The trio is very brave. Ah! He actually took the initiative to attack another full formation? Wang Hao was observing every move of the other players around him like an outsider. However, other players obviously don't want Wang Hao to have too much leisure. Soon, 2 players ran towards Wang Hao. They didn't notice Wang Hao. They were probably going around to pull the gun line and attack another team. However, they passed by Wang Hao. Wang Hao is hiding in the container. His stealth skill ready to be activated at any time. Just when the 2 people were about to pass by the container where Wang Hao was located, gunfire suddenly sounded, and one of the 2 people was knocked to the ground in an instant. Shanzi, you set up your gun and I crawl back. He can't hit me. The player who was knocked down immediately communicated okay with his teammates. Okay. Teammate Shanzi fired back fiercely in the direction from which the gunfire came, blocking the player from that team from shooting to kill his teammates. The teammate who was knocked down knelt on the ground and crawled until he reached the middle of the 2 containers. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Shanzi, come and save me. They don't know my specific location. There is enough time. After confirming that he was safe, the man immediately asked his teammates for help. Okay. Shanzi observed the situation and felt that his teammates could be rescued. With the container as a cover, the 2 of them did not have to worry about being killed instantly. The other party's people would not be able to run away, and they would not be attacked by other players in the process. Even if no one attacks them, the time it takes for him to run over is enough for him to pull up his teammates. As long as they can rescue their teammates, the 2 of them will have the strength to fight. Even if they can't beat them, they can use the containers here to pull against each other and escape smoothly. Shanzi put away his gun without hesitation and ran over to save his teammates. Fortunately, there are containers blocking it. But when did a team pass over there? I didn't notice it before, said the rescued player. Who knows? We were just playing with the other team and didn't pay attention to that direction, Shanzi said casually while rescuing. What the 2 didn't know was that there was a person hiding in the container less than 10 meters away from them. This person is none other than Wang Hao. Chapter 61 Shit Luck. At this time, Wang Hao, who was hiding in the container, was also surprised. He thought the 2 people would pass by him. But unexpectedly, they stopped not far away, and one of them fell to the ground. If we don't take action now, when will we wait? The reason why Wang Hao chose to jump to G-port was to wait for this moment, to catch the leak. Wang Hao's plan was to use his invisibility and clairvoyance to lurk in Port G, and while others were fighting in full swing, he would wait for opportunities to make mistakes. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy to pick up leaks. But Wang Hao has stealth and perspective, especially the auxiliary function of perspective, which allows Wang Hao to see everything happening in G-port, where there is fighting, where he could see clearly when someone fell to the ground. It is precisely because of these 2 auxiliary functions that Wang Hao chose to come to G Hong Kong. However, Wang Hao did not expect that the opportunity would come so quickly. Without any hesitation, Wang Hao immediately jumped out of the container where he was hiding. Before the 2 people could react, he had already fired. Wang Hao's target is not the player who fell to the ground, but Shanzi, who is rescuing people, because the incident happened suddenly, and the distance between the 2 sides was no more than 10 meters. Almost all of the bullets clearly fired from the spear in Wang Hao's hand hit Shan Zi. Shan Zi didn't even have a chance to resist, and was killed by Wang Hao. Hao fell to the ground. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shanzi knocked down. Holy crap! There's someone here. Damn it. 6th. I'm so angry. I'm going to lose a lot of points in this game. Shanzi and the two looked at Wang Hao who was approaching. In the team channel complaining like crazy. Both of them obviously didn't expect that there was someone hiding here. And they were caught off guard this time. However, no amount of complaining could change the fate of the two of them being eliminated. Wang Hao would not show mercy to them. Duh. With a flurry of bullets, the two of them were eliminated one after another and turned into boxes glowing red. Wang Hao squatted next to the two boxes and licked the materials inside with his hands and feet. Damn. These two are so fat. They are level 3. Level 3A. It's a pity that level 3A was destroyed, Wang Hao said to himself while licking the box. The entire G-port is very rich in supplies, which is why many people still jump here even though they know it is dangerous. Wealth can be gained through danger. Wang Hao didn't search for too long after landing, so his supplies were not very rich. However, the two people he had just killed had quite a lot of supplies, including medicines, firearms, and bullets. After Wang Hao finished licking the two boxes, he directly exchanged the shotgun for the cannon, and the whole person instantly became rich. After licking the box, Wang Hao immediately moved away. He did not forget that these two people did not die directly. They also had teammates, and the people who had just knocked them down were still there. Wang Hao did not hide in the previous container, but after running around the container for a while, he found another container and hid in it. Keep hunting. On the other side, Guanling and others who were watching the battle naturally saw Wang Hao's operation. That's 2 kills? That's okay, Guanling praised. These 2 kills were largely due to luck, Beichong said. Everyone except Ding Yuning nodded in agreement. Indeed, if those 2 people had not happened to be knocked down and fell not far from Wang Hao would not have been able to get these 2 eliminations. You can't say that. Wang Hao's reaction this time is still very fast. Moreover, his presence there is also a reflection of his strong ability to select points, Ding Yuning retorted, when others were not optimistic about Wang Hao before. Although Ding Yuning had some rebuttals, she did not have enough reasons and confidence. After all, Wang Hao's performance in the training class was indeed average. Even if Ding Yuning wanted to defend it, she could not say it with her eyes open. Lie. But things are different now. Among the 4, Wang Hao was the first to be eliminated, which gave Ding Yuning the confidence to argue. Even if there was luck involved in these 2 eliminations, it would not affect her defense of Wang Hao. After all, everyone knows that on the virtual battlefield, strength is important, and luck is equally important. In many cases, luck is even more important than strength. What makes you so good at selecting points? It's just bad luck, Luo Qiji said unhappily. Not only Luo Qiji was unhappy, but the other 2 head teachers were also unhappy. They were all full of hope for their students. As a result, the person who was eliminated first was not their student, but Wang Hao, whom they had always disliked. How can this make them feel comfortable? Hey, Teacher Luo, don't be so harsh, Guanling said. Wang Hao's performance is pretty good. We can't deny that there is some luck involved, but his daring to jump to Port G is a manifestation of courage. Moreover, this wave of reaction is indeed not slow, and it is rare to seize the fleeting opportunity in time. Seeing Guanling speak for Wang Hao again, Luo Qiji and others felt a little confused. They didn't know why Guanling was speaking for Wang Hao. Ling seems to value Wang Hao very much and speaks for him again and again. As for Ding Yuning, she was naturally happy to see the scene. Okay, let's continue watching the game, Guanling said to everyone. Everyone's attention returned to the virtual battlefield again. Damn it. Wang Hao, you're not dead? Kill 2 in a row? Wang Hao, are you cheating? Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 were also shocked by the elimination notification, and their faces were all full of shock, looking surprised. In their view, Wang Hao was looking for death by jumping to Port G. Landing in a box was a high probability event. Even if he was lucky enough to survive the landing, it would be difficult to leave Port G alive, and killing someone was even more unthinkable. As a result, what they were waiting for was not the news of Wang Hao's elimination, but the broadcast of Wang Hao's kills. And there were 2 reports in a row. This was unacceptable to Xiao Tianlei and the others. Shit luck, Xiao Tianlei muttered. Jiang Ji and Hong Lisheng nodded with deep understanding. In their opinion, Wang Hao was still able to kill 2 people while not dead. This was definitely bad luck. Such luck makes them envious and jealous. Wang Hao ignored the 3 of them, and was observing the situation on the field intently. Port G is still a melee. So far, 2 teams have been eliminated. One of them is a team of 2 people, and the other is a team of 4 people. This team of 4 people has very bad luck. Surrounded by another full formation and the 3-man squad. An attack from the left and right. This 4-man formation was not able to hold on for long. Of course, after this team was eliminated, the 2 teams surrounding them started fighting again. In short, the situation in Port G is very chaotic. There are gunshots everywhere, and no place is absolutely safe. Chapter 62 picked up another one. The opportunity has come again. Through. Wang Hao saw 2 groups of people exchanging fire in front of him, one of which consisted of 3 people. These 3 people were not far away from him. Moreover, one of them was knocked to the ground, and the other 2 should also be. Residual blood state. Gao Ming. Crawl back. I don't have time to save you now. Zhu San shouted to his teammates. He is the commander of this 3-person team, with a rank as high as Silver 3. The current situation is a bit stalemate. One of the 3 people on their side has been knocked down. He and the other person are not at full status. Of course, the opponent is also not at full status. But if someone on their side is knocked down, the opponent will definitely beat them. More radically, at this time, he and his fallen teammates could only prevent the opponent from charging forward, and could not save the fallen teammates for the time being. Okay, there is a container next to it. If I crawl over, they can't hit me, Gao Ming replied while crawling. Yeah, Zhu San responded. But he didn't even look at him. He didn't have the energy to care about Gao Ming at this time. As Gao Ming climbed, he prayed that the person on the other side couldn't make up for him. After about 7 or 8 seconds, he finally climbed to the back of the container. Seeing that his view was blocked, Gao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful. I'm safe. Ta. Before Gao Ming could say the word Quan, he was suddenly shot away by a hail of bullets. You were eliminated by player Wang Hao using the assault rifle M416. Oh heck! The shock on Gao Ming's face instantly turned into irritation. Gao Ming, what's going on? Zhu San also saw the elimination announcement and asked immediately. There are people hiding in the nearby containers, Gao Ming said angrily. Where? Zhu San was shocked when he heard this. If there are people behind them, wouldn't they be attacked from both sides? I don't know. I was picked up without seeing anyone else, Gao Ming said. Be careful. This person must be Lao Lu. I don't know if he has any teammates. Okay. Zhu San agreed. One sentence. No. The other side is coming, another teammate exclaimed. Zhu San took a closer look, and sure enough, the 3 people on the opposite side were pressing towards him. They didn't necessarily notice that Gao Ming was eliminated, but they knew that Gao Ming was knocked down, because they were the ones who knocked down Gao Ming. If a person is clever enough to knock down his side and reduce the number of troops on his side, the opponent will definitely seize this opportunity to attack fiercely. If it was just a 2-on-3 fight, Zhu San might not be afraid. After all, the 3 people on the other side would definitely be dissatisfied with their condition. But now, Zhu San knew that there were people hiding in a container behind them, and the specific number of people was unknown. The unknown location made him fearful. What should I do? Asked his teammates. Retreat. Zhu San quickly made a decision. Retreat to the middle of the container group, because the containers and their pull. But, Gao Ming said, I can't control that much. And besides, I can't hide. The person on the other side should not be the one on the other side. If the person on the other side rushes in, there is still the risk of being ambushed, Zhu San said. Zhu San's analysis is undoubtedly correct. If they stay here to fight the 3 people who are attacking, the 2 of them are likely to be attacked from the front and back. But if they retreat to the middle of the container, the 3 people on the opposite side are also in danger of being ambushed. The tables may turn. With the decision made, Zhu San and the others quickly retreated. The 3 people on the opposite side thought that Zhu San and the others were afraid, so they chased after them. Holy shit. What's going on? Wang Hao, who hid in the container again, panicked when he saw 5 more people around him. He couldn't withstand the siege of 5 people. What made him somewhat relieved was that these 5 people were not on the same team, and they did not know his specific location. Perhaps I can pick up another wave of leaks. Wang Hao calmed down and began to carefully observe the movements of the 5 people. In reality, everyone in the principal's room was also watching Wang Hao's scene. Although there were 4 small screens, the other 3 were relatively quiet at this time and were not fighting. Therefore, Guanling and others' attention was basically focused on all on Wang Hao's side. This time, he may not be so lucky, Zhao Fang said. Zhao Fang felt unhappy just now when she saw that Wang Hao had picked up another kill. Xiao Tianlei had not killed a single person for the time being. Wang Hao had already eliminated 3 people, which gave her a slight sense of crisis. Fortunately, now that Wang Hao was about to be surrounded, it was unlikely that he could escape this disaster, which made Zhao Fang feel a lot more comfortable. The other 2 head teachers were in the same mood. The 3 of them were all looking forward to Wang Hao dying from random gunfire. However, what they don't know is that Wang Hao, who has clairvoyance, can see all the movements of the other 5 people. He is completely waiting for work. What's more, he still has an invisibility function that he has not used. It has to be said that Zhu San is quite capable. Due to the pulling and moving of the container, he actually successfully knocked down one of the opponents. Although the other 2 players on the opposite side were chasing after him, he did not have time to make up for the player. But after knocking down one of the opponent temporarily lost a combatant. Now the 2 sides were 2-2, and the situation was no longer as dangerous for them as before. Wang Hao, who had been observing the situation, naturally discovered this situation. However, he did not rush to attack. The advantage of having see-through is that he can know everyone's movements at any time. Now, Zhu San and others are still there near the player who fell to the ground. Wang Hao attacked rashly, and would only become a target for the remaining 4 players. Wang Hao's patient waiting was rewarded. The few people pulled by the container quickly moved away from the fallen player. Seeing this situation, Wang Hao decisively attacked, trotted over, and shot the fallen player with a burst of bullets. It was harvested. And then, without even licking the bag, he ran away quickly and found a container to hide again. Under the cover of the container, Zhu San and others did not see Wang Hao's movements. Only the 2 people who were fighting against Zhu San became furious after seeing that their teammates were eliminated. They also knew that there was a 3rd party nearby. The power exists, and I feel a little more cautious. But in reality, everyone in the principal's room clearly saw Wang Hao's operation, and everyone suddenly showed surprise and confusion. Picked up another one. Fei Chong looked at Wang Hao, who was hiding in the container again, with a surprised look on his face. But the question is, how did he know that someone fell to the ground there, in the place where he was hiding before? He could not see the fallen person. Local players. This is what others at the scene were confused about. The container blocked Wang Hao's view of other players, but it also blocked his own view. The player who fell to the ground was not far from Wang Hao, but across several containers, Wang Hao should not be able to see. It's the one who reaches the other party's specific location. But just after Wang Hao came out of his hiding place, he went straight towards the fallen player. This was obviously because he was sure that someone fell to the ground there. How did he know? Chapter 63. How did he know? This is not normal, Zhao Fang said immediately. How did he know that someone had fallen to the ground there? Judging from his actions, it was obvious that he knew that someone had fallen to the ground there. But he could not see the person who fell to the ground at all. Teacher Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that Wang Hao is cheating? Ding Yuning asked. I didn't say that, Zhao Fang said, although she wanted to say that Wang Hao's actions looked like cheating. As we all know, cheating is not allowed in the virtual battlefield. If she said that Wang Hao was cheating, it would only add to the laughing stock. But that's what you mean, Ding Yuning said reluctantly. From the beginning, you have been prejudiced against Wang Hao. Now, you have even found excuses for cheating. Teacher Zhao, you are also a teacher. Can't you hope that students will do well? Can't you admit that Wang Hao is excellent? Although he is not a student in your class, he is also a student in our No. 5 middle school. You continue to find fault with him again and again. Teacher Zhao, you are going too far. Ding Yuning's attack released the emotions he had been holding back. From the beginning, in the principal's room, except for her and Guanling, no one was optimistic about Wang Hao. Even so, Zhao Fang and others continued to criticize. Even if Wang Hao had a wonderful performance, Zhao Fang and others it wasn't praised, but all kinds of weird things, which made Ding Yuning, Wang Hao's class teacher, very unhappy. However, she is only the head teacher of the ordinary class, and her status is not as good as that of Zhao Fang and others. Moreover, Wang Hao's performance in the training class is indeed not very convincing. Therefore, even if she is unhappy, Ding Yuning has been enduring it. But now, she can't help it anymore. Zhao Feng actually suspected Wang Hao of cheating. This is absolutely ridiculous. In order to belittle Wang Hao, Zhao Feng even came up with such a poor excuse as cheating. This behavior was really too much. Zhao Feng blushed at Ding Yuning's words, but was unable to refute. Okay, Teacher Ding. Calm down. Guanling came out to be the peacemaker. Teacher Zhao didn't mean that Wang Hao was cheating. She just couldn't figure out Wang Hao's operation. You are all teachers in our No. 5 middle school. Don't such an unnecessary quarrel occurred. After persuading Ding Yuning, Guanling looked at Zhao Feng again and said, Teacher Zhao, as a teacher, you should pay attention to your words when you speak. Teacher Ding is right. Although Wang Hao is not you. Students of No. 5 middle school. As a teacher of No. 5 middle school, you should not be critical, but should be proud of having such a talented student in our school. Principal. I understand. Zhao Feng bowed. Road. The same goes for you too. Guanling looked at Luo Qiji and Kailing and said, although Wang Hao is a student in the ordinary class, he is also a student in our No. 5 middle school. I hope you can stop taking them with you. Look at him without prejudice. This is the most basic professional ethics for a teacher. Yes, Principal. Luo Qiji and Kailing replied at the same time. Guanling nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he had long been dissatisfied with the attitude of Zhao Feng and the others. As teachers in the school, they were too prejudiced against Wang Hao. Just because Wang Hao came from an ordinary class, they believed that Wang Hao's talent was mediocre. Even if Wang Hao was there as a wonderful operation. But the first thing they think of is not to be proud of Wang Hao, but to find fault. This is obviously not acceptable. Guanling originally planned to talk to these 3 teachers after this game, but he didn't expect Ding Yuning to explode. So he took advantage of the situation and educated the 3 of them. With Guanling's words, the atmosphere in the principal's room relaxed a lot. Everyone's attention returned to the game again. In the game, Wang Hao had already attacked again, sneaking up on someone and raising his kill count to 5. It's only one step away from becoming the elimination king. The battle around Wang Hao is ended. Only Zhu San of the 2 teams survived. However, after winning the battle, he did not dare to stay in the container group because he was the only one and his condition was dissatisfied. There were people hiding in one of these containers. Zhu San didn't know exactly how many people there were. He was cautious and chose to escape instead of searching them one by one. Wang Hao didn't chase him. He jumped to the port just to pick up the slack. Not to be tough. As time went by, the gunfire in Port G gradually became sparse, and finally only a 3-person team and Wang Hao remained. Under this situation, it was impossible to pick up the leak again, so Wang Hao prepared to evacuate. However, it is difficult to get completely safe from G Port, because the periphery of G Port is a large plain with almost no cover. If you run openly, you can easily become a target. Fortunately, there was a car parked on the roadside of Port G, and Wang Hao was about to drive it away. However, the remaining 3-person team was still searching for supplies, and Wang Hao was unable to approach the car quietly for the time being, unless he uses stealth skills. However, the group of people was now very close to the car. Even if Wang Hao got into the car, he would probably be kicked out by the 3 of them when driving to evacuate. This was still unsafe. Thinking of the invisibility auxiliary function, Wang Hao suddenly had a bold idea. Seeing that the 3 people had almost collected the supplies and were about to head towards the car, Wang Hao started the car first and arrived at the car before the 3 of them. Then, he clicked ride instead of drive. Soon, 3 other people arrived in the car one after another. One of them naturally got into the driver's seat, and the other 2 got into the passenger seat and the back seat. The car started, and the trio took Wang Hao towards the circle. 30 seconds later, Wang Hao's invisibility effect disappeared. However, because of the darkness under the lights, none of the 3 people in the car noticed that there was an extra person in the car. Wang Hao followed the group of people into the circle leisurely, and this scene was clearly seen by people in the principal's office. Wang Hao is so courageous. Ding Yuning secretly felt worried for Wang Hao. Sure enough, esports does not require vision, Fei Chong said with some emotion. Situations like this kind of darkness under the lights are not unheard of on the virtual battlefield, but the frequency is relatively small. However, on the virtual battlefield, there are indeed a group of fools whose eyesight is very bad. Even if he couldn't even see the enemy lying on the grass next to him, However, Wang Hao's operation is safer than lying under the other person's nose. After all, few people will look to see if there is an extra person in their car while driving. No one suspected that there was anything wrong with Wang Hao's operation. They just felt that Wang Hao was so courageous, and that the trio was careless enough. Chapter 64 Sneak Attack. Where are we going? Yin Hong asked while driving. Let's just drive, and find someone to do it. Now we don't lack equipment. Let's just find someone to fight. Zhao Liang, who was in the co-pilot seat, looked eager to try. I think it's better for us to play it safe. This is only the second lap, and it's still very early before the finals. We have one less person. If we take the initiative to fight, it will be troublesome if we encounter a full formation. Xing Ding in the back row seemed some caution. We are not afraid if we encounter a full formation. We have already fought our way out of G-Port. Who are we to be afraid of? We all have level 3 suits now. All we need is the airdrop gun. If we encounter a full formation, we will be able to fight. Zhao Liang insisted. Road. These 3 people were the same team that came out of Port G, being able to fight out of G-Port. Their equipment is naturally not bad, and they can give it a try if they encounter any team. Yin Hong, what do you think? Xing Ding asked Yin Hong. The 4 of them are real friends, and they often line up together. There is a tacit understanding, but no matter how high the tacit understanding is, they can't guarantee safety in a place like G-Port. They can fight out of there at the cost of only 1 attrition, which has been reflected. It turns out that their strength is not weak anymore. I think it's better to be on the safe side. Yin Hong thought for a while and said, our equipment can indeed compete with a full formation, and no one is afraid of it. But if we really want to fight, there is a high probability of attrition. No matter who dies, he will be killed. This is not what everyone wants to see. What's more, Xing Ding is 7 points away from the silver medal. Let's not take the risk. We dare to jump in Hong Kong. But are we afraid of fighting? Zhao Liang said unconvinced. That was when we were at full strength. We have reduced our numbers now, so we naturally need to be more cautious. Xing Ding said. Okay. Don't argue. Our car is out of gas, and we can't leave even if we want to. Let's go into the housing area in front and look for gas first. Yin Hong said. None of the 3 people had any gas on them, and the car was not full of gas at the beginning. By the time we drove here, the gas level had bottomed out. The other 2 people did not refute Yin Hong's words. Whether it was Go or Gang, it was absolutely impossible for the car to run out of gas. But on the way, they only saw Bang Bang and motorcycles. As for the Jeep and the car, they didn't see a single one pass. Therefore, finding oil is a must. Soon, the car came to the nearest housing area. However, there were only 2 buildings in this housing area. After seeing Yin Hong and Xing Ding jump out of the car and run to a building, Zhao Liang did not get out of the car. You go ahead and search. I'll wait for you in the car, Zhao Liang said. The other 2 people didn't have any objections. They didn't lack equipment. They just needed to find fuel. It wouldn't be a problem if Zhao Liang didn't come. Zhao Liang sat in the car, squinting his eyes to see if any airdrop planes were coming. He never gave up the idea of activating the gun. If he wanted to find someone to use the gun, chasing airdrops was undoubtedly the best choice. Just as Zhao Liang was observing the surrounding situation, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a person jumping out of the back seat of his car. Zhao Liang thought he was hallucinating at first. There were only 3 of them left. Yin Hong He and Xing Ding went to search for gasoline. He was the only one in the car. How could another person appear? Duh. Before Zhao Liang could react, a volley of bullets swept him off the car. After that, the other party changed his gun and continued shooting. After a few more gunshots, he turned into a box glowing red. Holy shit! What's going on? Everything happened so fast that Zhao Liang turned into a box before he could even react. Why are there gunshots? Hey, Zhao Liang, why are you dead? Yin Hong, who was busy searching for gasoline, suddenly saw the elimination video and was shocked. How the H, I know. Zhao Liang, who was irritated, couldn't help but swore, I was sitting well in the car, and suddenly someone jumped out of the car. Fortunately, I was brave. Otherwise, I would have been killed by this damn old man. I'm scared to death. Outside the house, the car roared and Wang Hao, who had killed Zhao Liang and wounded him, had already driven away in his car, killing people and robbing cars, all in one go. Duh. Yin Hong and Xing Ding, who ran to the window, only had time to fire a few shots before they watched the car that belonged to them cross the slope in front and disappear from sight. There is someone in the car. But we didn't even notice it. Zhao Liang couldn't help complaining. This Wang Hao is such a thief. He has been hiding in the car. He is so tolerable. Yin Hong said with emotion. He should have got on the bus at Port G. Xingding said. The question is, how did he get on the bus? Yin Hong shook his head. Among the three, he was the first to get on the bus. But at that time, he didn't notice anyone in the car at all. Okay. Without further ado, let's find a car to transfer, Xingding said. It's still quite a distance from the safe zone. Yin Hong nodded. The only car was snatched away by Wang Hao. If they wanted to enter the circle, they had to find another car. It was too dangerous to just run into the circle on two legs. There is a car just passing by. It is only more than 100 meters away from here. I will drive it over. You wait for me here, Yin Hong said to Xingding. Okay. Be careful. Then, Yin Hong jumped out of the window and ran towards the bungee not far away. The trampoline can only seat 2 people. Zhao Liang was still alive before, so naturally he couldn't drive it. But now that Zhao Liang is dead, they only have 2 people left. So the trampoline is completely sufficient. However, just when Yin Hong was about to run to the side of the trampoline, a bullet suddenly came. Being suddenly attacked, Yin Hong was obviously a little panicked. He just ran over with his gun in order to speed up his running. If he wanted to fight back, he had to take off his gun first. However, when he took off his gun, his blood volume was already gone. Bottomed out. You were knocked down by player Wang Hao using the M416 assault rifle. Holy crap. It's him again. Xingding. He's not gone yet. Yin Hong, who was knocked down, looked at the elimination announcement with shock and anger. Click. 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 A shuttle of bullets flew. And Yin Hong, who was knocked down, turned into a box in an instant. Killed another one. Wang Hao looked at the box not far away with satisfaction. He didn't actually walk just now. After he drove over the slope, he didn't go towards the safe area, but used the slope to cover it and went around the bouncer. Wang Hao had been sitting in Yin Hong's car before, so he knew that there was only one car like this nearby. If Yin Hong and the others were to enter the circle, they would definitely come to get the car. So Wang Hao ambushed here in advance. If they had come together, Wang Hao might not have taken action. But now, with only Yin Hong coming, how could Wang Hao let him go? Although his marksmanship was average, the place where he ambushed was not far from the trampoline. Once the bullets fell, Yin Hong could only kneel to the ground. Even though he was a mighty man. 7 kills. Wang Hao looked at the 2 buildings not far away, and Xingding's position was clearly visible. Fight or go. Chapter 65, the last one. Beat. Without much hesitation, Wang Hao made his decision. After making the decision, Wang Hao immediately got on the tram and headed straight for the 2 buildings. The 2 buildings stood side by side, and Xingding's field of vision was blocked by the building next to him. Therefore, he could not see Wang Hao and could only hear the roar of the motor of the tram. But Wang Hao, you can use the perspective auxiliary function to clearly see Xingding's every move. This was the main reason why Wang Hao dared to fight. Because Xingding couldn't see him, and he could rush downstairs to the next building without injury. Xingding did not choose to rush downstairs to fight, but hid in the building where he was. He did not leap the slightest step. He did not want Wang Hao to know his exact location. With a few points left to advance, Xingding was more cautious than before, or a lot more timid. However, what he didn't know was that no matter how well he hit it, he was still clearly visible in Wang Hao's field of vision. State. The sound of pulling out the thunder sounded, and Xingding's heart skipped a beat. He knew without thinking that the person who pulled out the thunder must be Wang Hao, who had just rushed downstairs next door. It's okay. He doesn't know my exact location. He just throws around. As long as I don't move. He doesn't know where I am. Xingding comforted himself in his heart. However, the next second, a round object hit the wall next to him, rebounded, and landed in front of him. Not good. It's a grenade. When he saw what was flying towards him, Xingding panicked. However, before he could get up and run away, the grenade exploded. Boom! Instant thunder. The grenade thrown by Wang Hao blew Xingding into a box without giving him any chance to escape. 8 kills. Wang Hao's number of eliminations increased to 8. Wang Hao's marksmanship level is average, but this does not affect his ability to throw grenades, especially at close range. He also knows the specific location of the opponent, and the opponent is lying there motionless. So it is normal for his grenades to be effective. After getting rid of Xingding, Wang Hao began to lick the bag leisurely. There were no players within 200 meters in his field of vision. Wang Hao could lick the bag casually. There were 3 boxes here. The entire battle between Wang Hao and Yin Hong's team was watched by everyone in the principal's room in real life. So, no one said Wang Hao was lucky this time. Right? Ding Yuning felt elated and looked around at everyone with a proud expression. This wave of battles cannot be summed up by just the word luck. It can even be said that there is not much luck in it. Wang Hao was able to win this wave of 1-on-3 battles because of his resourcefulness. Xiao Fang and the other 3 did not speak. They had just been taught a lesson by Guanling. Now they did not dare to criticize Wang Hao. What's more, in the battle just now, there was really nothing to criticize about Wang Hao's operation. Guanling had a smile on his face and looked at Wang Hao with admiration in his eyes. Perhaps, Wang Hao can bring big surprises to this college entrance examination. Guanling thought secretly in his heart. In recent years, the college entrance examination results of their 5th middle school have not been very satisfactory, and they have been severely suppressed by the 1st and 2nd middle schools. As the principal of the 5th middle school, Guanling naturally has a shameless face. He is also a person who wants to save face. However, his subordinates, the students, cannot fight for this face for him. But this time, Wang Hao's appearance was a surprise, and he had great expectations for Wang Hao. This is why he has always been optimistic about and supported Wang Hao. Although Xiao Tianlei's level was good, it was not enough to bring surprises. Only the sudden appearance of Wang Hao was an uncertain factor. Guanling naturally hoped that Wang Hao could shine in the college entrance examination. Boom! At this moment, the projection of Jiang Ji's game image suddenly went black, leaving only Wang Hao and his 3 figures on the big screen. What's going on? Guanling, who was just thinking about the matter, didn't notice what happened. He was a little surprised and confused when he saw Jiang Ji's image suddenly disappear. Jiang Ji is dead, Fei Chong replied. Dead? How did you die? Guanling looked a little surprised. I met the old 6th player, Fei Chong explained. Jiang Ji just entered the room to search, and was stolen by the old 6th player who was ambushing inside. So careless? Guanling frowned. The other party is too insidious. The door of the room is closed. Jiang Ji probably didn't expect that there was someone hiding inside. Luo Qiji defended his student. In a place like Y City, there are a lot of supplies, but there are also a lot of 6ths. Just find a room to lie down and wait for someone to come to you depending on your luck. Unfortunately, Jiang Ji became the trophy of a certain old player. I remember he only killed one. Right? Guanling said. Yes. And it's a personal computer, Ding Yuning said. Luo Qiji's face was extremely ugly, but he could not argue because what Ding Yuning said was the truth. It was not difficult to tell whether it was a real person or a human machine. The person Jiang Ji killed was indeed a human machine. It seems that the last place in this game has been determined. Guanling said, Teacher Luo, after this game is over, you have to talk to classmate Jiang Ji. He has strength and talent. There is no shortage. But he has been too impatient recently. Fortunately, this game is not the college entrance examination. Otherwise, he may fail. It is not long before the college entrance examination. Let him restrain his mind and focus on reviewing before the college entrance examination. Don't worry about it anymore. What kind of mess are you going to do? Jiang Ji ended the game with 1 kill, while the other 3, Wang Hao, had 8 kills, and Xiao Tianlei and Hong Lisheng also had 2 kills. Obviously, the last one has been determined. Jiang Ji. Guanling's words were obviously intended to be a warning, criticizing Jiang Ji for being too distracted. Originally, only Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei participated in today's game. Jiang Ji had nothing to do, so Jiang Ji had to get involved. Obviously, his mind was not entirely on the review before the college entrance examination. I understand. When he comes out, I will talk to him, Luo Qiji said. He is indeed ready to talk to Jiang Ji. If he loses this game today, he will lose. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is not unacceptable. If this game wakes up Jiang Ji, it will be a good thing for Jiang Ji. After all, this is just an internal competition, not the final college entrance examination. Jiang Ji still has a chance to make a comeback. Guanling nodded and said nothing more. In the game, time passed quietly, and Wang Hao and others played the game according to their own ideas. Xiao Tianlei and Han Lisheng have a good technical foundation. They have an advantage when facing ordinary players. However, because they are fighting alone, they will be under great pressure once they encounter many people. Therefore, they behave more cautiously. Compared to them, Wang Hao seemed much more unrestrained. After adding his bags, Wang Hao drove around in his car, looking for other players. Chapter 66 Finals. Wang Hao dares to be so unrestrained. So he naturally has someone to rely on. The perspective auxiliary function is what he relies on. Moreover, the cooldown time of the stealth auxiliary function has also ended. And Wang Hao has one more life-saving skill. It is precisely because of these two auxiliary functions that Wang Hao dares to drive around so openly. With the see-through auxiliary function, Wang Hao can always find the enemy first, which greatly improves his safety. However, Wang Hao didn't just rush when he saw someone. After all, he was only one person and his marksmanship was average. Therefore, his targets were lone wolves, or the two parties that were fighting. Relying on clairvoyance, Wang Hao has captured two lone wolves. Facing these two lone wolves, Wang Hao did not go on a rampage, but chose to use grenades. Seeing that Wang Hao actually made meritorious deeds with grenades one after another, everyone in the principal's room spoke highly of Wang Hao's skill in throwing objects. Wang Hao's number of eliminations came to 10. A sure winner. Seeing that Wang Hao's number of eliminations continued to increase, Han Lisheng couldn't sit still. This is not an ordinary game. Although the four of them are called teammates, they are actually competitors. This is a bet involving 2,000 redemption points. Seeing Wang Hao killing people constantly, how can Han Lisheng not be anxious? No, we can't sit back and wait here anymore. We have to take the initiative. Han Lisheng thought secretly in his heart. His jump point was the Research Institute. In this game, he was the only one to jump to the Research Institute. Therefore, he happily searched all the rooms in the dormitory building. There was no shortage of supplies. In the process of searching for supplies, he also killed two Mamashing. This start made him very satisfied. However, I don't know if he is lucky or not. No other players have come to the Institute. He originally planned to stay at the Institute and use the terrain of the Institute to wave other players. However, after waiting for a long time, no other players came. Players arrive. If it was normal, no one would come. If he stayed here and got through the early stage smoothly, the survival reward would be good, but not in this game. In this game, he had to compete with Wang Hao for the number of eliminations. He had to stay here all the time. Here, he was bound to lose. Especially after seeing Wang Hao killing people repeatedly, he became even more intolerable. Unable to sit still, Han Lisheng chose to leave the dormitory building. After finding a car on the roadside, he followed Wang Hao's example and wandered around looking for other players. Soon, Han Lisheng got his wish. He saw a car approaching from a distance. However, before Han Lisheng could smile, he suddenly saw three bodies leaning out of the car. Duh. Bullets came like raindrops. Fire truck. Full of fire engines. Holy shit. Han Lisheng couldn't help but curse, and then immediately turned around and prepared to escape. When he was alone, he encountered a full firepower vehicle in the wild. He had no other choice but to escape. Crackling. Bullets kept hitting Han Lisheng's car, causing countless sparks to fly. The car was soon riddled with holes, and black smoke even billowed out of the rear. Phew! To make matters worse, the right rear wheel of the car driven by Han Lisheng was blown out by the opponent. The car instantly lost its balance. Han Lisheng, who was in panic, made a mistake and overturned the car. Han Lisheng jumped out of the car decisively and prepared to fight back. However, at this time, the car behind him had already caught up with him. Before he could shoot, he was hit by countless bullets and was knocked to the ground instantly. Duh. Another bullet flew, and when the car behind drove up to Han Lisheng's side, Han Lisheng had completely turned into a box. Han Lisheng died. In reality, Kai Ling's face in the principal's room was as ugly as black coal. During the same drive, Wang Hao was not only safe, but also got 2 eliminations. On the other hand, his student Han Lisheng not only did not kill any of them, but also took his own life. Han Lisheng ended the game with 2 kills. Now, only Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei are left in the game, and the final winner of this internal competition will be chosen from these 2 people. However, in the minds of everyone at the scene, the suspense of this game has basically disappeared. So far, Wang Hao has killed 10. while Xiao Tianlei has only killed 3. Although Xiao Tianlei's results surpassed Jiang Ji and Hong Lishan, they were too far away from Wang Hao, and it was already very difficult to surpass them. As time went by, the game soon entered the 6th circle. This circle was already very small. During this period, neither Wang Hao nor Xiao Tianlei gained anything. The number of eliminations for the two of them was still 10 and 3. It's not that two of them don't want to kill the enemy. They really don't have a good chance. At this time, there were only 14 people left in the entire battlefield, including Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei. It can be said that Wang Hao has won this internal competition. He no longer thinks about the competition. It's about focusing on yourself and eating chicken. You know, among the 3 optional auxiliary functions in this game, there is the skill invisibility that makes him covet. If he can't choose to keep it this time, he doesn't know that he will have to wait until the next time he encounters this auxiliary function. When is it? Therefore, in this game, he must win the chicken. Also wanting to be first is Xiao Tianlei. Xiao Tianlei knew very well that in this game, he had no hope of making a comeback. At this time, what he could look forward to was not to surpass Wang Hao in eliminations, but to be able to win the chicken smoothly and get 10 redemption points as a reward, when a chance to touch the airdrop box. Therefore, the two of them chose go by chance. The gunshots continued to ring out, and the final round came to a vast plain. There were green grass everywhere, and there was nothing else. Not even a blocking obstacle. This final round is destined to be more intense. Sure enough, the number of survivors on the field continued to decrease, and soon reached less than 10. And this number continued to decrease. Both Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei are not in the circle, and both of them must choose to enter the circle at this time. This final circle is not big, so the distance between the two is not far. As they ran, the two came to a distance of no more than 5 meters apart. The two looked at each other without any communication. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of a car came from behind. The two of them lay down almost at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. Wang Hao is in danger, compared to Xiao Tianlei, where Wang Hao was lying on his stomach, and closer to the direction where the car sound came from. When the car came over later, the first thing he saw would definitely be Wang Hao. Xiao Tianlei crawled a little distance on the ground. When the other person was attracted by Wang Hao, he was ready to shoot at the same time and shoot down the people in the car. Chapter 67 Prize, Power Boots. The roar of the car motor is getting closer and closer, and the car icon is also displayed on the mini-map. Soon, a blue car appeared in the field of vision of Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei. The blue car was indeed coming towards Wang Hao. Xiao Tianlei's mood was a little complicated. On the one hand, he hoped that Wang Hao would die under the opponent's wheels or be shot to death randomly. On the other hand, he hoped that Wang Hao could survive. Anyway, Wang Hao had no hope of winning the game. With Wang Hao here and one more teammate, there was one more hope of winning first place. Soon, the complicated expression on Xiao Tianlei's face turned into shock. The blue car actually roared past Wang Hao without running over Wang Hao. And no one in the car shot at Wang Hao. Didn't see it? It shouldn't be. There wasn't even a bunker in front of Wang Hao. In fact, the grass was very sparse. The car was so close to Wang Hao. There was no reason why Wang Hao couldn't be seen. Is the driver blind? Are the other people in the car also blind? Xiao Tianlei was very confused. However, he didn't have much time to think about it, because the car was getting closer and closer to him. Xiao Tianlei immediately opened fire, shooting wildly at the blue car. At the same time, a player appeared from the passenger seat of the car and shot in the direction of Xiao Tianlei. Just when Xiao Tianlei's blood volume continued to decrease, 2 more shots rang out. One of the gunshots came from the direction of Wang Hao, and the other gunshot came from his left front. The target of these 2 firepower points was the blue car. Boom! Under the concentrated fire of the 3 people, the blue car exploded, and the 2 players in the car were killed immediately. What left Xiao Tianlei speechless was that the last shot that blew up the car came from Wang Hao. Damn it! Why is he so lucky? First he escaped being crushed by that car, and now he got 2 eliminations. Xiao Tianlei complained in his heart. However, he didn't have much time to complain. The player in front of him on his left immediately opened fire on him after seeing the car being blown up. This player's marksmanship was quite accurate, and Xiao Tianlei, who was already dissatisfied with his condition, had his blood volume instantly emptied. However, before Xiao Tianlei could be replaced, that player was killed by another player. There were only 3 people left at the scene. One is Wang Hao. One is Xiao Tianlei, who fell to the ground. And the other is the player who was just eliminated. Xiao Tianlei knelt on the ground and did not move, let alone his relationship with Wang Hao. Even if they had a good relationship, it was impossible for Wang Hao to save him in this situation. I just don't know who can win. Just as Xiao Tianlei was speculating in his mind, he suddenly saw the grass in front of him moving. Someone. That person was obviously not Wang Hao, but another surviving player. Xiao Tianlei hesitated to give Wang Hao a mark. Wang Hao was not far away from him. If he could mark the mark in time and let Wang Hao see the player, there was a high probability that Wang Hao would be able to kill the player and win the 3rd place. 1. To remind or not to remind? Xiao Tianlei was very hesitant. Just when Xiao Tianlei was hesitating, the player suddenly opened fire. The target of his attack was none other than Xiao Tianlei. Stupid guy. Xiao Tianlei cursed, and the person turned into a box. Sure enough, gunfire rang out the next second. But this time it was Wang Hao who fired. And the target of Wang Hao's attack was the player. When the player attacked Xiao Tianlei, the sound of gunfire exposed his position. Wang Hao decisively seized the opportunity and shot, eliminating the player. Good luck, Xiao Tianlei. Jiangji and Honglisheng, who had already formed boxes before, slowly fell down and appeared next to Wang Hao. The 3 of them looked at Wang Hao with complicated expressions. Wang Hao naturally deserves the most credit for winning the 1st place in this game. The 3 of them should be grateful to Wang Hao and should be happy. But thinking about the bet between them and Wang Hao, the 3 of them couldn't be happy. That's 500 exchange points. Even if they want to earn 500 exchange points, it will take a long time. The 3 of them all looked down on Wang Hao. But they didn't expect that Wang Hao would win 1st place, which was really hard for them to accept. Bang! The airdrop box fell heavily in front of the 4 people, and their attention was attracted by the airdrop box. Put other things aside for now, and touch the airdrop first. Xiao Tianlei and the others walked towards the airdrop box, and reached into the airdrop box impatiently. Wang Hao did not fight with them. In this game, what Wang Hao cares about most is the bet with the other 3 people. After all, it is 1,500 exchange points. The second is the auxiliary function of see-through. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to retain this auxiliary function, Wang Hao would have just prepared to become actor. You've got a great performance. Holy crap. It's actually mineral water. That's rubbish. I'm better than you. I touched 60 rounds of 5.56 bullets. What a piece of rubbish luck. I only touched 1 pan. Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 complained. It was obvious that the 3 of them had bad luck today, and none of them were able to get anything good out of the airdrop box. Have you finished touching them? Wang Hao stepped forward and said, Give me all. I see what good things you can find. Jiangji said, unconvinced. In today's game, he was the biggest loser. Not only did he not earn any exchange points, he also had to lose 500 exchange points to Wang Hao. What a big loss. If you can't get good things, you can't get them. Anyway, I still have an extra 1,500 exchange points. I made a lot of money today. Thank you 3 for your generosity. Wang Hao hit Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 casually, hand reaching for the airdrop box. Wang Hao's words made Xiao Tianlei and the others look extremely ugly. When Wang Hao took his hand out of the airdrop box, he already had a pair of shoes in his hand. Ha! A pair of shoes? Jiangji smiled happily, seeing that what Wang Hao touched was a pair of ordinary-looking shoes. His depressed mood instantly improved a lot. Xiao Tianlei and Honglisheng also had smiles on their faces. Sure enough, your own happiness is based on the pain of others. Wang Hao earned a lot of redemption points in the game today, and also won many of their redemption points. He took all the good things. Now that he sees Wang Hao's luck in touching the airdrop box, it is nothing more than that. And the 3 of them are naturally in a good mood. A lot. The shoes are good. But Wang Hao put on the shoes on the spot. The ordinary-looking shoes immediately changed significantly according to the shape and size of Wang Hao's feet. They perfectly fit Wang Hao's double-click, and the surface of the shoes also became much brighter. Then, Wang Hao stepped back lightly, and he flew out from the place. After drawing a perfect arc in the air, he landed steadily more than 10 meters away. Power boots. The eyes of Xiao Tianlei and the others instantly turned red. Chapter 68, the second permanent auxiliary function. Power boots. That's the treasure on the virtual battlefield. Having power boots can greatly increase the wearer's jumping ability. Some places that are difficult to reach under ordinary circumstances can be easily reached after wearing power boots. In reality, it also has a magical effect. Whether it is climbing, rushing, or escaping, power boots can play an extremely critical role. In a word, power boots are a very rare treasure. In the past, every time power boots appeared on the market, they would be snapped up and sold at sky-high prices. There was never a shortage of buyers for power boots. Its value even exceeds 500 exchange points. Seeing that Wang Hao actually touched such a treasure, how could Xiao Tianlei and the others not be jealous? Damn it. Why did Wang Hao take all the good things? Not to mention earning a lot of exchange points. And now I have touched such a treasure. It is simply too abominable. Ah, why is it not me who touched the power boots? At this moment, the jealousy of Xiao Tianlei and Wang Hao in their hearts has risen to the sky. While Xiao Tianlei and the others were jealous of Wang Hao's incredible luck, Wang Hao was doing more important things. For Wang Hao, power boots are a good treasure. But now there is something better than power boots waiting for him. Accessibility. Perspective auxiliary function. Players can use redemption points to choose one of the 3 randomly selected assistants to keep permanently. Dwarf, level 1 400 redemption points. Dimensional Supply Warehouse, level 1 500 exchange points. Clairvoyance, level 1 1000 redemption points. The long-awaited voice appeared in Wang Hao's mind. Without any hesitation, Wang Hao made a decision. I'm keeping the see-through accessibility feature for now. Select OK. Congratulations to the player for getting the perspective auxiliary function permanently. Name, Wang Hao. Age, 18 years old. Address, District 38. Huaxia Yingguang City. Rank, Solo, Hot-Blooded Bronze 5, 1298. Double row, Hot-Blooded Bronze 5, 1287. Fourth row, Hot-Blooded Bronze 4, 1301. Redeem points, 1193. Team affiliation, none. Regiment affiliation, none. Auxiliary functions, invisibility. Perspective. Perspective, level 1. Upgrade requires 5,000 redemption points virtual battlefield effect. Other players within 200 meters can't hide in front of you. Realistic effect, within 200 meters, any other creature has no way to hide in front of you. Sure enough, the perspective auxiliary function also works in reality. This is consistent with Wang Hao's previous guess. All auxiliary functions, once permanently possessed, will not only be effective in the virtual battlefield, but will also be effective in reality. It's just that there doesn't seem to be much difference between the real-life effect and the virtual battlefield effect. Wang Hao thought to himself. At the same distance of 200 meters, other creatures can also be seen. The difference is that one can only see other players, while the other can see any creature. In comparison, it seems that the actual effect is better. The scene changed, and Wang Hao and the 4 returned to reality. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Wang Hao and others came back, they heard a burst of applause. The person leading the applause was the principal Guanling. There was no joy on the faces of Xiao Tianlei and the others, because they knew that the applause was not for them, but for Wang Hao. Not bad. Not bad. Well done. Guanling looked directly at Wang Hao and said with a smile, Classmate Wang Hao, you played this game very well. There were several operations, but it made our eyes shine. Seeing Guanling openly praising Wang Hao in public, the faces of Xiao Tianlei and the others became even more ugly. Thank you, Principal. Wang Hao smiled and said, It's just good luck. You are not just lucky. Guanling said with a smile, Don't be overly modest. We all see your operations. Maybe some of your foundations are not solid yet, but your operations have ideas and are good. The idea is very worthy of recognition. Guanling and the others watched Wang Hao play a whole game, and naturally they could see that some of Wang Hao's basic operations had flaws. The most obvious one was his marksmanship, which had a lot of room for improvement. Wang Hao, great job. Ding Yuning came over and said with a smile on her face. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Okay, the game is over. It's time to cash in the bet. Guanling looked at Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 and said, although they were reluctant, Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 still transferred 500 redemption points each to Wang Hao. Seeing that they were short of 500 redemption points, the hearts of Xiao Tianlei and the others were bleeding, especially because this redemption point was lost to a student in the ordinary class like Wang Hao, which made it even more difficult for them to accept. Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 felt uncomfortable, but Wang Hao felt much better. It just cost 1,000 redemption points to retain the see-through stealth function. And now it has been replenished immediately. However, not all of the 1,500 exchange points belong to Wang Hao. Half of them belong to Zhuang Xuer. Okay. The game is over. You all should go out first. Guanling said to everyone, classmate Wang Hao. Please stay here for a while. Xiao Tianlei and the other two glanced at Wang Hao with envy and jealousy, and left the principal's office with their head teacher. Soon, only Wang Hao and Guanling were left in the principal's room. Sit down. Guanling looked at Wang Hao with a smile on his face and said, Student Wang Hao, the college entrance examination is coming soon. Do you have any ideas? I want to take the A-level exam. Wang Hao said. A university is the best university in Yingguang City, and the university with the richest educational resources. It has many top teachers gathered here. Many of the middle and high-level commanders in the major legions in Yingguang City are from a university. It is not an exaggeration to say that University A has supported the military strength of the entire Silver Light City. A university? Guanling was slightly surprised. But thinking of Wang Hao's strength, he still nodded and said, This is a good goal. I am optimistic about you. If you can be admitted to a university, I will represent the school, give you a scholarship. You know, no one from their 5th middle school has been admitted to a university for many years. As the best university in Yingguang City, a university has a very high threshold. Not just anyone can get in. The number of students admitted each year is not very large. And the teaching quality of No. 5 middle school is not too bad in the entire Yingguang City. Good. Far inferior to No. 1 middle school and No. 2 middle school. Therefore, it is very difficult for students from No. 5 middle school to get admitted to a university. Even for Xiao Tianlei and others who Guanling was optimistic about before. He does not think they can get into a university. It is possible to go to a general key university. However, Guanling has extraordinary expectations for Wang Hao. Perhaps, this talented student from the ordinary class can break the embarrassing situation of no one in their 5th middle school being admitted to a university for many years. If Wang Hao can really do it, Guanling will not mind awarding Wang Hao a scholarship. Chapter 69 Failure to Pay Debts. Congratulations! In the corridor of the 3rd grade of high school, Zhuang Xuer congratulated Wang Hao with a smile. You know everything? Wang Hao smiled. Of course. Zhuang Xuer said. Not only do I know about this, I'm afraid all the teachers and students in the school know about it. Is that an exaggeration? Wang Hao said in surprise. How long does it take for the game to end? The news that he defeated Xiao Tianlei and the other 3 people spread out? This is too exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration at all. Zhuang Xuer said. Don't you know that all the teachers and students in the school are paying attention to this game? When the game is over, the news will naturally spread throughout the school. I guess not many people were optimistic about you beforehand. Now that I'm afraid everyone's jaw dropped. Zhuang Xuer guessed right. Before this game started, not many people were optimistic about Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei. No matter which one they were, they looked better than Wang Hao, more likely to win. However, the result was beyond most people's expectations. The winner was actually Wang Hao. Many people know Wang Hao's performance in the classroom these 2 days. In their opinion, Wang Hao even performs poorly in ordinary training classes. And it is even less likely that he will perform well in the game. If he loses contest is almost certain. But the fact is that Wang Hao won the game. And the advantage was not just a little bit. It was a big victory rather than a narrow victory. So, you are here to block me and ask me for a bet? Wang Hao said with a smile. Don't be so narrow-minded. Okay, I'm here to congratulate you. Zhuang Xuer rolled her eyes at Wang Hao and said, Of course, I'm here to take my share of the bonus. According to the agreement, Wang Hao she had to share half of Hao Ying's exchange points. Wang Hao won 1,500 exchange points, of which 750 belonged to her. Zhuang Xuer. Looking at Zhuang Xuer, who was full of expectations, Wang Hao hesitated. What? You're not trying to cheat, are you? Zhuang Xuer saw Wang Hao's hesitation. I'm not cheating, but I still have use for this exchange point. Wang Hao said, Can we discuss it? I will pay you 2,600 exchange points first, and I will give you the rest in a few days. Zhuang Xuer borrowing 2,500 exchange points from Wang Hao, plus the 750 exchange points for one side of the bet to be distributed to Zhuang Xuer. Wang Hao needs to pay back a total of 3,250 exchange points to Zhuang Shuer. Although Wang Hao won 1,500 redemption points from Xiao Tianlei and the others, his current total number of redemption points is only 2,693, which is still far from 3,250. This hole is naturally caused by Wang Hao retaining two auxiliary functions one after another. The two auxiliary functions cost Wang Hao 1,500 redemption points. This was after he used coupons. Otherwise, he would have spent more redemption points. You want so many exchange points. What are you going to do? Zhuang Shuer didn't say whether it was possible, but she was curious about Wang Haoliu having so many exchange points. I'm useful. Wang Hao couldn't elaborate on the matter. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao and said something that surprised Wang Hao. Is it enough to keep those exchange points? If not, don't rush to transfer these 2,600 exchange points to me. Put them in your place first. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer in surprise, not expecting her to be so grand. What? You don't know me anymore? Zhuang Shuer said with a smile. I know you. I know you. Wang Hao said. You are my rich man. How can I not know you? Zhuang Shuer rolled her eyes at Wang Hao again and said. Then this exchange point. I'll keep it first. Wang Hao said immediately. Just kidding. He plays games every day. And every game has the opportunity to retain the auxiliary functions. Now that he has realized the benefits of permanently retaining the auxiliary functions, he naturally wants to keep more. But he does not have enough redemption points. So obviously he cannot as expected. Now that Zhuang Shuer took the initiative to speak, Wang Hao naturally took advantage of the situation and kept all the exchange points. You are really not polite at all. Zhuang Shuer smiled. We have many friends. Why are you so polite? Wang Hao also said with a smile. Okay. Just because you are my friend, I don't have to rush you to repay the debt. Zhuang Shuer said. You can pay me back when you have enough exchange points. Great. Wang Hao said. Zhuang Shuer gave a thumbs up. When Zhuang Shuer did this, she naturally had her own thoughts. First of all, she did regard Wang Hao as a friend. Since Wang Hao was in urgent need of exchange points, she simply told Wang Hao not to pay back in a hurry. Anyway, there was no big difference between owing a few hundred and owing thousands. Secondly, it is almost certain that Wang Hao will be her double and 4-row teammates in the college entrance examination. Wang Hao is in urgent need of redemption points, which may be related to improving his abilities. Zhuang Shuer does not know that Wang Hao needs redemption points to retain support function. But she knew that some of Wang Hao's basic abilities were relatively poor. She thought that Wang Hao was in urgent need of redemption points in order to improve his abilities in these areas. Wang Hao's improved ability is also good for Zhuang Shuer. After all, the two are going to be teammates in the college entrance examination. Wang Hao is stronger, so she, as a teammate, can also benefit. There is one final reason. Investment. Zhuang Shuer is also very optimistic about Wang Hao. Making friends with Wang Hao now, or even giving Wang Hao some help, is also an investment in the future. While Wang Hao is still in his prime, give him some help, etc. When Wang Hao becomes prosperous in the future, the value of this kindness may be higher than those exchange points. In short, for Zhuang Shuer, if she temporarily borrowed Wang Hao's thousands of exchange points, she would not lose anything and would get a good return. Why wouldn't she do it? Wang Hao didn't know what Zhuang Shuer was thinking. He was very grateful for Zhuang Shuer's generosity and heroism. Without Zhuang Shuer's generosity, he wouldn't even be able to compete with Xiao Tianlei and the others. And naturally, he wouldn't be able to win. Then the exchange points. And now, Zhuang Shuer is not in a hurry to ask for the exchange points, which also gives Wang Hao enough room to choose. 2,693 redemption points can retain at least two auxiliary functions. Wang Hao instantly became more confident. After returning to the classroom, many students gathered around to congratulate Wang Hao and inquire about the details of the competition. Zhuang Shuer was right. The fact that he won the 4-person internal competition had spread throughout the school. As Wang Hao's classmates, the students in class 12 knew this very well. Originally, these students saw Wang Hao's poor performance in the training class. Most of them thought that he was not a top academic or a genius, but that he was relatively lucky. They were also not optimistic about the internal competition between Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei, thinking that Wang Hao this time we basically lost. But none of them expected that Wang Hao actually won, and won with a big advantage. This surprised everyone, and at the same time, it also aroused their inner curiosity. What is Wang Hao who performed so average in the training class? How to crush the other 3 people in the game and get first place. Chapter 70 Goal, University A. Faced with the excessive enthusiasm of his classmates, Wang Hao was really overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ding Yuding came quickly and rescued Wang Hao. Why are you all gathered around Wang Hao? You all have nothing to do? Have you memorized all the test points I mentioned in class this morning? Have you finished watching all the game videos you should watch? Ding Yuding scolded with a straight face. The people around Wang Hao dispersed in an instant. After returning to their seats, they all pretended to start reviewing. In fact, many people are just pretending. There are less than 2 weeks until the college entrance examination, and everyone's level has been basically determined. Of course, there are extraordinary performances in the college entrance examination every year, but they are a very small number. Most of them, whatever a person scores before the college entrance examination, will be similar in the college entrance examination. Therefore, with a little time left, many people have actually given up, especially students in ordinary classes. Many people think that they cannot improve much no matter how much they review in such a small amount of time. Therefore, their attitude towards review is not very good. Ding Yuding has been a class teacher for many years, so she naturally knows this situation. She has chatted with students many times. However, only a few can really listen to her words. Looking at the pretentious students, Ding Yuding sighed inwardly and didn't say anything else. She usually said what she needed to say, and she said it more than once. However, some people didn't listen, and she couldn't do anything about it. Wang Hao, come out for a moment. Ding Yuding's eyes looked at Wang Hao, and her eyes softened significantly. After comparing with other disobedient students, Ding Yuding became more satisfied with Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao had not been in the virtual battlefield for a long time, he was extremely talented and worked very hard. In the past few days, Ding Yuding has been paying attention to Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao's performance in the training class was not very good, every teacher said that Wang Hao was very serious in class and studied very hard. The level is beyond the reach of many students. Talented and willing to learn. What teacher wouldn't like a student like this? Okay. Wang Hao responded and left the classroom. I heard from the principal that your goal is to go to a university. Ding Yuding asked. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Did the principal publicize this matter? Wang Hao was not afraid that he would be embarrassed if he failed the exam. But if the news spread, it would inevitably cause some unnecessary discussion. After all, no one from their 5th middle school has been admitted to a university for many years. That's not true. Ding Yuding smiled and said, the principal only told me about this matter. He would not tell anyone else. He also told me not to tell anyone about this matter for fear of bringing pressure and harassment to you. Wang Hao nodded. Obviously, Guanling also considered what he had considered. The principal told me this because he hopes I will take good care of you. Ding Yuding said with a smile, you are the principal's favorite now. He has high expectations for you. It will break the record that no one in our 5th middle school has been admitted to a university for many years. Our hope is placed on you. The principal has said that we will try our best to satisfy you if you have any requirements. During this period, I hope you will focus on the game and not think about other things. Speaking of this, Ding Yuding looked at Wang Hao seriously and said, it is not easy to get into a university. Even from the 1st and 2nd middle schools, which are recognized as the best 2 high schools in Yingguang City, no one can get into a university every year. How much? Since you set the goal to be a big one, you have to work harder and learn more things. Wang Hao nodded. Of course, he knew that it was difficult to get into University A. If it weren't for the help of auxiliary functions, he wouldn't dare to say that he dared to apply for University A. However, with the auxiliary functions, of course, you still need to have some training. If the basic skills are not solid, you may not be able to achieve good results even if you have good auxiliary functions. Of course, the teacher has confidence in you. A smile appeared on Ding Yuding's face again. If anyone from our 5th middle school can be admitted to a university, the teacher believes that person must be you. Thank you, teacher, for your trust. No matter who I trust, it's useless if he doesn't have that strength. Ding Yuding smiled and said, okay, go back to the classroom. Don't pay attention to too many things in the outside world during this period, even if they are your classmates. Same thing. Obviously, Ding Yuding also saw the trouble caused by the students in the class to Wang Hao. She could ask other students not to disturb Wang Hao too much, but not everyone would be obedient, especially since graduation was not long ago, and some had already given up. If the students are confident, They may not take her words to heart. Wang Hao should pay attention to it himself. Wang Hao nodded. To put it bluntly, after 2 weeks, he will no longer interact with most of the students in the class. So there is no need for him to spend time getting to know each other deeply. After returning to the classroom, there were still students who couldn't restrain their curiosity and whispered to Wang Hao. Wang Hao was just perfunctory. He had just come to this world not long ago and didn't have a deep friendship with other students in the class. There is no need to waste your time just to satisfy their curiosity. After sending away the curious classmates, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield again. In the 4-row game that just ended, Wang Hao's rank has been improved from Bronze 5 to Bronze 4. However, his single and double row ranks are still Bronze 5. Although the rank does not completely represent a person's actual level, the master's rank is usually not low. And if the rank is too low, it will not sound good when spoken out. Wang Hao's single Q points have reached 1298 points. In other words, in this single Q game, as long as he does not fall into a box, his position improvement is almost certain. The role of rank is not just as simple as looking good. It also affects the floors in the virtual mall building. Those with lower ranks can only go to lower floors. And there are usually no good things on low floors. If you want good things, you must go to high floors. And if you want to go to high floors, you must have a high rank. Therefore, improving your rank is very important. With 2 permanent auxiliary functions, Wang Hao is undoubtedly more confident. And this is also true. Wang Hao's solo queue once again successfully won the chicken. His points increased by 47 points. His solo queue rank reached Bronze 4, 1345 points. The number of redemption points also increased by 27. And the total number of redemption points reached 2720. It is a pity that the 3 auxiliary functions of this game are not very satisfactory, considering the preciousness of redemption points. Wang Hao did not choose to retain any of the auxiliary functions. Chapter 71 The News Spread. Second level package. This is Wang Hao's treasure from the airdrop box. The secondary bag is about the same size as a normal school bag, and even the style is similar. However, the internal space of this thing is much larger than that of a school bag. Every backpack from the virtual battlefield is actually a storage space. The first level bag can store 1 cubic meter of supplies, the second level bag can store 3 cubic meters of supplies, and the third level bag can store 10 cubic meters of supplies. First level packages are relatively common, and the probability of second level packages appearing is significantly lower. As for third level packages, they can be regarded as treasured items, and the probability of appearing in airdrop boxes is extremely low. 3 kinds of backpacks can be redeemed in the virtual mall building, but they are located on different floors. The first level package is on the 4th floor, the second level package is on the 10th floor, and the third level package is on the 25th floor. In contrast, the prices of the 3 backpacks are also different. The reason why the third level bag is precious is not only because it has more space, but more importantly, it is the only backpack that can store living things other than people. This is something that neither the first level nor the second level backpacks can do. Another point is, each person can only carry 1 type of backpack. That is to say, if you carry a second level backpack, you cannot carry a first level backpack. Almost everyone who likes to venture out of the city has a backpack like this. However, most of them have first level bags, and very few have second level bags. As for third level bags, they are quite rare, and there are not many people in the entire Silverlight City have. Wang Hao was very satisfied with being able to open the second level package from the airdrop box. With this second level package, it will be much more convenient for Wang Hao to travel in the future. Seeing the secondary bag that suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's hand, the other students in class 12 were all envious. It is very difficult for them to eat chicken. Sometimes, they can only eat chicken once in a month or 2. This is still a matter of luck. Those who are unlucky are like Su Guangyuan, who has never eaten chicken. Such people are not around yet. Few. Now it seems that Wang Hao has had several firsts in just a few days. How can they not be envious of this? Feeling the hot gazes from around him, Wang Hao seriously considered whether he should leave his solo queue after school to avoid being watched. As soon as it was time for school to end, Wang Hao immediately packed up his things and went back. Along the way, he once again attracted the envious eyes of many people. In the evening, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan played another double-row game. Unfortunately, they failed to win the game. If you fail to win the chicken, you will naturally have no chance to retain the auxiliary functions. At the same time, you will not be able to open the airdrop box. However, Wang Hao's double row points also exceeded 1,300, reaching 1,312 points. And his double row rank was successfully promoted to Bronze 4. This should be considered the only good news. By the way, when I went out to work this morning, I saw a lot of troops gathering in the city. They seem to be preparing to leave the city. I don't know if it has something to do with what Uncle Gao said. After the game was over, Su Guangyuan mentioned casually. What I saw this morning. The army is gathering? Could it be that the army in the city is taking the initiative to attack the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city? Wang Hao asked. I don't know. Su Guangyuan shook his head and said. I was busy going to work, so I didn't ask any more questions. Wang Hao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Su Guangyuan's recent thoughts have been on work. He is now obsessed with moving to a civilian area as soon as possible. Making money is a must. Wang Hao didn't think much about it. At present, these things have nothing to do with him. He is just a rookie in the bronze rank. If there are mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city, his little strength will be very limited. With so many troops in the city, this shouldn't be a problem. Right? Wang Hao thought to himself. Silver Light City has been defended for so many years. You can't just get here and have Silver Light City be attacked. Right? I am not a bad guy. Wang Hao originally thought that he would have time to inquire about this matter. As a result, when he came to class the next morning, he heard many people talking about this matter. Did you hear about it? Yesterday, the defenders in the city suffered heavy losses. More than 10,000 troops went out, but only 7,8,000 came back. Many of them were injured. I have also heard about this. My friend, my uncle's brother is serving in the 5th Army Corps. He also went out of the city yesterday. According to him, the scene was so miserable, with arms and thighs flying all over the place. Hey, no wonder when I came to school this morning, I saw people in the city. Many troops are being mobilized. Probably because they are afraid that the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city will attack the city at this time. Many students in class 12 gathered together to discuss this matter. All of them frowning and worried. Although they are just students and the war has nothing to do with them for the time being. They are also members of Silver Light City after all. In the context of the apocalypse, no one can survive alone. Once Silver Light City is breached, all of them will be unlucky. And even it is possible to die at the hands of mutant beasts and zombies. When Wang Hao heard everyone's discussion, his eyes twitched, and he took the initiative to come over and ask, What are you talking about? Many people felt a little flattered when they saw Wang Hao taking the initiative to talk. Ever since Wang Hao showed his talent in virtual battlefield, he and the students in class 12 seemed to be separated into two worlds. Everyone knew that with Wang Hao's talent and demonstrated level, after graduation, they and Wang Hao were no longer in the same world. Many people were envious, jealous, and even felt that Wang Hao was superior to them. Now seeing Wang Hao taking the initiative to chat, everyone was surprised. Everyone consciously moved out of the way, and then talked to Wang Hao about the information they knew. Wang Hao, haven't you heard? The mutant beasts and zombies outside the city have been moving recently. They seem to be gathering on a large scale. Some people suspect that the mutant beasts and zombies are preparing to attack the city. Yes, this incident started yesterday. Suddenly spread in the city. Not many people knew about it. However, yesterday the city lord mobilized the 5th and 6th armies totaling 10,000 people, plus some elite teams to take the initiative to go out of the city to attack mutant beasts and zombies. As a result, the news began to spread, and people in the city were panicked. Many people were worried about mutant beasts and zombies attacking the city. I heard that the city lord's palace issued a notice to remind everyone in the city that the latest news has happened. It is best not to leave the city. If you must go out of the city, you should go together to avoid the activities of mutant beasts and zombies. At the same time, the city lord has also issued a reward for warriors to find out the details of the gathering of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. Listen to the bounty is said to be very high. But I guess not many people would dare to leave the city at this time. Chapter 72 Ding Yuning's Reminder. Wang Hao listened to what the classmates around him were talking about and probably figured out something. The news that mutant beasts and zombies are gathering abnormally outside the city is true. This matter has now spread not only among senior executives, but ordinary people have also learned about the news. In addition, the city lord sent more than 10,000 troops out of the city to actively attack mutant beasts and zombies, hoping to defeat them before they could complete their large-scale assembly. But they ended up being defeated. This failure led to the leak of the news. At the same time, the survivors in the city were also worried because of this failure. at the city lord's palace, while asking ordinary people not to leave the city. They also offered high-priced rewards to powerful people to go out of the city to find out detailed information about mutant beasts and zombies. An important reason for the defeat of the city defenders this time was that the information they had was limited. The city lord obviously realized this. 1 point. If you want to master more information, mastering more information will be of great help whether it is to take the initiative again or to defend the city. However, due to the defeat of the defenders in the city, many people were afraid, and no one dared to accept the reward for the time being. Now, the defense level in the city has been improved by more than one level. Almost all the defenders have given up their vacations and are gathering on standby. The entire Silver Light City is also filled with a depressing and tense atmosphere. This is the news that Wang Hao learned from the students around him. Wang Hao's classmates are basically residents living in civilian areas. Their living environment is much better than Wang Hao's. But after all, they are not residents of wealthy areas, so the information they can get is limited. However, even if this information is not comprehensive, Wang Hao can still feel the seriousness of the current situation. Wang Hao did not expect that what Uncle Gao said would be verified so quickly, and the matter seemed to be more serious than what Uncle Gao said. More than 10,000 troops left the city, but they all returned defeated. Moreover, these more than 10,000 troops were carefully selected elites. This shows the strength of the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. Because of this huge defeat, it is understandable that the survivors in the city are worried. Once Silver Light City is breached, everyone will suffer disaster. Of course, it is not that easy to break through Yingguang City. There are not only 10,000 defenders in Yingguang City, but hundreds of thousands. In addition, when it comes to a life and death moment, the ordinary people in the city will also for those who have been on the front line. Under the training of the virtual battlefield over the years, ordinary people are also very capable of fighting, and they are not weak chickens. However, no one wants things to develop to that extent. If it really gets to that extent, Silver Light City will be really dangerous. As for the reward order from the city lord's mansion, although no one may have accepted it yet, Wang Hao believes that someone will definitely go. And there will be more than one. There must be a brave man under the heavy reward. Not everyone can be unmoved when they see those bounties, especially those living in slums. For them, the temptation is huge. Of course, if they are reduced to living in slums, they should not be that strong. No matter where you go, if you really want to accept the reward and leave the city, it will be a disaster. To complete this bounty mission, you need a real master. To be honest, Wang Hao was also moved, because the reward for this bounty is not ordinary coins, but exchange points. The exchange points are exactly what Wang Hao needs urgently, even though he still has more than 2,000 exchange points. They all belong to Zhuang Xuer. Wang Hao borrowed it, and he still needed more than 3,000 exchange points from Zhuang Xuer. Although Zhuang Xuer did not urge Wang Hao to pay back the redemption points, it was not a problem to keep owing him so much. Moreover, Wang Hao also wanted to accumulate more redemption points. In that case, whether it was to retain other auxiliary functions or upgrade the existing auxiliary functions. That gives me confidence. Let's go to the city lord's mansion after school, Wang Hao thought to himself. Soon, Ding Yuning came to the classroom. As usual, the first class was still hers. However, after arriving, Ding Yuning did not start the class immediately, but also talked about what happened yesterday. You must have heard about the gathering of mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. Ding Yuning looked at everyone and said, I want to remind you. Don't think too much. These things are not what you should consider now. Naturally, someone will go thinking about this matter. All you have to think about now is the college entrance examination in less than 2 weeks. This is the top priority for you. At this time, I don't want you to be distracted by other things and thus affect your state. If you do not perform well in the college entrance examination, it will be a lifelong regret for you. When Ding Yuning said this, her eyes swept over Wang Hao from time to time. Obviously, she was most worried about Wang Hao. Wang Hao is the most promising person in her class, and the most promising person in the entire 5th middle school to be admitted to a university. If her status is affected because of this incident, it will be a regret not only for Wang Hao, but also for her and the school. But Wang Hao lives in the slums, which is the closest to the city gate, and the first line of defense after the entire Silver Light City is breached. Therefore, the people living there should be the most worried about this matter. Wang Hao saw Ding Yuning's gaze and understood her worry. He nodded towards Ding Yuning, indicating that he understood what she meant and would not think too much about it. However, only Wang Hao himself knew the true thoughts in his heart. Afterwards, Ding Yuning began to attend class. The atmosphere in the class seemed to be as usual. But in fact, there was still a faint feeling of worry. How could it be possible not to think about it at all? This matter is related to everyone's life and death. If you can't get into college, there are other means of making a living. But if the city is breached, there will be nothing. Ding Yuning also saw that the atmosphere in the class was abnormal. But she had no good solution. She had already said what needed to be said. And she also knew that it was not just a few words that could completely eliminate the fear in everyone's hearts. After all, this matter is too big and has a great impact on everyone. It is difficult for everyone not to think about it. After class, Ding Yuning called Wang Hao to the office again. Wang Hao, do you remember what I said before class? Ding Yuning asked. Remember? Wang Hao nodded. Just remember. Ding Yuning said, don't think about it. It has nothing to do with you. Our Silver Light City is not that easy to be breached. Your first priority now is to train well, review well, and strive to succeed in the future. During the college entrance examination, if you get good grades, don't forget that your goal is A-level. So you can't be distracted at this time. Ding Yuning couldn't help but remind Wang Hao again. I know. Wang Hao nodded and said, I won't think too much about it. Chapter 73 Zhuang Xuer's Kindness. Do you really not think too much about it? Ding Yuning was a little skeptical. However, since Wang Hao had said so, it was hard for her to say anything more. It's best if you think so. Ding Yuning said, I will discuss with the principal later and give you some financial help. It is best for you to move out of the slum as soon as possible. Obviously, Ding Yuning is also afraid that the city gate will be breached. The slums are the most dangerous place. And she doesn't want to see anything happen to Wang Hao. Even if Wang Hao doesn't have such a high talent and is just an ordinary student of hers, she doesn't want anything to happen to Wang Hao. In the entire class, only Wang Hao lives in the slums. At the same time, moving out of the slums can also prevent Wang Hao from thinking too much about this matter. Although people in the city are now panicked, even if they live in a civilian area, they will still worry about mutant beasts and zombies outside the city. But living in it's better to live in a civilian area than in a slum. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Wang Hao did not refuse Ding Yuning's kindness. Although Wang Hao felt that there was not much difference between moving to a civilian area and living in a slum. Once the city was really breached, it would be very dangerous. However, this was Ding Yuning's kindness after all, and Wang Hao could not refuse. What's more, who can't get along with money? Ding Yuning nodded and said, Okay, you go back to class. After Wang Hao turned around and left, Ding Yuning also left the office and was going to talk to Guanling. To Wang Hao's surprise, on the way back, he bumped into Zhuang Xuer again. Wang Hao, have you heard about the gathering of mutant beasts and zombies outside the city? Zhuang Xuer asked. Obviously, Zhuang Xuer specially waited for Wang Hao here. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. I can help you move out of the slum. Zhuang Xuer said straight to the point. Thank you. Wang Hao smiled and said, But Teacher Ding just talked to me. She said she would help me get funding to move to a civilian area. How big is the difference between a civilian area and a slum? To Wang Hao's surprise, Zhuang Xuer looked very disgusted. If the city gate is really breached, there will be no big difference between you in the civilian area and in the slums. You mean, you can help me move to going to the rich area? Wang Hao asked in surprise. You know, you can't just enter a wealthy area. You don't have to be rich to live in a wealthy area. It can be said that everyone who lives in a wealthy area has money. But some may not be able to live in a wealthy area. If you want to live in a wealthy area, in addition to having money, there are other restrictions, such as your rank level, your actual combat level, your merits, etc. If you don't have these, then it is okay to have someone introduce you and guarantee you. But the person who introduces and guarantees must be someone who can speak in the rich area, one of the rich among the rich, or a powerful person. In short, ordinary residents in the rich areas must be recommended and guaranteed by everyone. Wang Hao's current rank and other conditions are obviously not enough for him to live in a wealthy area. Even if he is rich, it is impossible for Zhuang Xuer not to know this situation. In this case, Zhuang Xuer also intends to bring himself into a wealthy area. Being in the human area only shows that Zhuang Xuer's identity is extraordinary. Sure enough, Zhuang Xuer listened to Wang Hao's inquiry and nodded proudly. Of course, this is not a big deal. You are awesome. Wang Hao gave Zhuang Shuer a thumbs up and said, I am very curious about your identity now. Since you can help me move into a wealthy area, it means that your identity is extraordinary. However, this does not make sense. Generally, children in wealthy areas are not all from No. 1 middle school or go to No. 2 middle school? How come you go to No. 5 middle school? No. 1 middle school and No. 2 middle school are the schools with the best educational resources in the entire Yingguang city, and the teaching quality is also the highest. Therefore, children from the rich area basically study in those two high schools. If Zhuang Shuer really comes from the rich area, moreover, he was a powerful person there, so there was no reason for him to study in No. 5 middle school, who stipulated that children in wealthy areas must study in No. 1 middle school and No. 2 middle school? Zhuang Shuer said, Don't say so much. Just say whether you want to go or not. It was beyond Zhuang Shuer's expectation. Yes. Wang Hao actually shook his head. Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao in surprise and said, You refuse? Don't you want to live in the rich area? You have to know that the rich area and the slums are two different worlds. They are more prosperous and safer there. Now mutated beasts and zombies are gathering on a large scale outside the city, and there is a possibility of breaking through the city gate at any time. If you stay in the slums, you will only put yourself in danger. Only by moving into the rich area can you ensure your safety. You? I appreciate your kindness. Wang Hao said with a smile, I know the situation you mentioned, but you don't have to worry. I won't be in danger. Of course Wang Hao wants to live in a wealthy area. You have seen how prosperous and safe the area is. However, he did not want to enter the wealthy area in this way. There is no such thing as a free lunch. There must be a reason for Zhuang Shuer to help her like this. Even if Zhuang Shuer only helped her because of the friendship between her classmates and teammates, she would have to repay this kindness in the future. Of course, Wang Hao is not a hypocritical person. If the situation is really very dangerous, and he has no ability to protect himself, then even if he knows that he will repay this kindness in the future, he will accept Zhuang Shuer's help first. After all, the only way to save his life is to save his life, is the most important. But now, with the help of auxiliary functions, Wang Hao is not completely incapable of protecting himself, so there is no need for him to accept Zhuang Shuer's help. More importantly, he still has someone to take care of who is not a relative but a relative, Su Guanyuan. Zhuang Shuer is willing to help her move into a wealthy area, but she may not be willing to help Su Guanyuan. In comparison, she has no friendship with Su Guanyuan. Wang Hao can't leave Su Guanyuan alone in the slums, with him taking care of him. Su Guanyuan can still it's safer. If he leaves, Su Guanyuan will not only be unable to earn redemption points through double Q, but will also be in danger. Wang Hao cannot do that. It was out of these considerations that Wang Hao rejected Zhuang Shuer's kindness. However, Wang Hao accepted Zhuang Shuer's intention, and he was very grateful to Zhuang Shuer in his heart. Is there no danger? Zhuang Shuer didn't know what Wang Hao was thinking about. She only thought that Wang Hao believed in the ability of the defenders in the city. No one wants the city gate to be breached. But now, even the city lord, there is no absolute certainty in guarding the city. Zhuang Shuer naturally knows more information than Wang Hao due to her status. If she can say this, it means that the city lord may not be completely sure. The situation is so serious? Wang Hao asked in surprise. He was not worried about himself, but was surprised that the situation was more dangerous than he knew. Even the city lord is not completely sure. So how dangerous are the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city? Chapter 74. Too lazy to care about you. What do you think? Zhuang Shuer said angrily. I don't want my college entrance examination teammates to disappear in such an unknown way. The city gate has been breached, and the college entrance examination is not a big deal. Wang Hao said dumbfounded. If the city gate is breached, there will definitely be a loss of life in Silver Light City. At that time, people only care about their own life and death. Why would they care about the college entrance examination? However, Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said, You may not know that over the years, the senior officials of Silver Light City have never stopped transforming the wealthy areas. It can be said that even if mutant beasts and zombie generals, it is very difficult to break through the city gates, even to level the slums and civilian areas, and to break into the rich areas. After the mutant beasts and zombies leave, people will still have to continue living, and the college entrance examination will also continue. Of course, this is just an extreme. No one would want something like that to happen. Zhuang Shuer has lived in a wealthy area since she was a child. and her family background is not ordinary. Therefore, what she knows is not that Wang Hao, who has just arrived in this world, is still living there. No one in the ghetto can compare. However, Wang Hao was not too surprised by Zhuang Xuer's words. The high-ranking dignitaries in Silver Light City all live in the wealthy areas, so they will definitely attach importance to the construction of the wealthy areas and continuously improve their defense capabilities. It is not surprising that they have the ability to resist mutant beasts and zombies. Mutated beasts and zombies cannot always occupy the city. When they retreat or disperse, the army in the rich area will fight back and regain the city territory. The surviving humans will continue to live, and the college entrance examination will soon resume. So, if you move with me to the rich area, it will definitely be safer than in the slums. Zhuang Xuer said, if the city gate is really breached, the rich area may be open to the outside world. But this is not necessarily true. And, even if it is open, not everyone can go in. It is safer to go in early. Zhuang Xuer was still trying to persuade Wang Hao. But Wang Hao still shook his head and said, I know your good intentions. But, I can't leave for now. Don't worry. I have the ability to save my life. And I won't die under the claws of those mutant beasts and zombies. If there is really danger, I will ask you for help when the time comes. And you can save me when the time comes. Wang Hao didn't say anything. After all, no one knew how things would develop. Zhuang Xuer was his last resort. If even the auxiliary function couldn't help him, then he would have to ask Zhuang Xuer for help. You are really stubborn. What is there in that dilapidated slum that is worthy of your nostalgia? Zhuang Xuer was a little annoyed at Wang Hao's stubbornness. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. You can do whatever you want. After that, Zhuang Xuer turned around and left angrily. Wait! Wang Hao called out to the other party. What for? Zhuang Xuer turned to Wang Hao unhappily. Have you changed your mind? Not yet. Wang Hao said. I want to ask you. Will the 4th platoon fight this afternoon? Fight? You're big. Zhuang Xuer turned around again and walked away angrily. Obviously, the anger in his heart had not dissipated. She came to help Wang Hao with good intentions. But Wang Hao didn't appreciate it. As if she was begging him. Love comes or not. Too lazy to care. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Xuer's back, smiled and shook his head. To be honest, Zhuang Xuer was really nice to him. First, he lent him a lot of exchange points. And now, he wanted to help him move into a wealthy area. Wang Hao felt very lucky to have such a friend. Isn't this girl interested in me? Wang Hao smiled and shook his head, throwing this slightly ridiculous idea behind him. Although Zhuang Xuer was angry when she left and was unhappy with Wang Hao's decision, she still showed up in Wang Hao's classroom on time in the afternoon. For Rose, Zhuang Xuer said to Wang Hao with a straight face. Obviously, even after a few hours, the resentment in her heart has not completely disappeared. However, this did not seem to affect her search for Wang Hao. Wang Hao smiled and did not refuse. The two lined up again, still randomly selected teammates. This time, the two of them were lucky. The teammates they randomly arrived were actually pretty good, although they didn't have much communication with Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer from the beginning to the end. Those two teammates relied on their cooperation. He also made it to the finals. Naturally, Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer did not pull their hips, and they also reached the finals. The four successfully met in the finals. Seeing that Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer also successfully entered the finals, the other two teammates also recognized their strength, and the four began to cooperate. Although it was their first time to form a team and their cooperation was not tacit enough, the four of them were not weak in strength. While fighting and communicating, the four of them made steady progress and finally succeeded in winning the battle. With a perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao's probability of winning the chicken is greatly increased. The further to the back, the smaller the safe zone is, and the stronger the effect of this perspective auxiliary function is. Yeah! Zhuang Xuer cheered excitedly. The unhappiness on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a face full of joy. The joy of winning first place made her forget her previous unhappiness. God bless me. Give me a baby. Zhuang Xuer prayed while touching the airdrop box. 45? Zhuang Xuer looked at the submachine gun that appeared in his hand, feeling a little disappointed. Of course, this is also true for Zhuang Xuer. If it were anyone else who had touched such a gun, they would have laughed from ear to ear. They didn't see that Wang Hao and the other three had cast envious glances at Zhuang Xuer. What? Among the four people, the other two got food after touching it. in the apocalypse. Although food is also very precious, it is obviously incomparable to the submachine gun in Zhuang Xuer's hand. Such a submachine gun can be exchanged for nothing, even less. Not to mention, this submachine gun comes with 35 rounds of ammunition. As for Wang Hao, he hasn't touched it yet. Zhuang Xuer has even touched a submachine gun. So I can't be any worse than her. Right? Wang Hao thought secretly in his heart. The last few times he touched the airdrop box, Wang Hao had good luck. There were genetic potions and power boots, each of which was a rare treasure. Wang Hao felt a little more confident about his luck. However, the reality is that Wang Hao made a joke. He also touched a gun, but it was the lowest level pistol, the kind that can be redeemed on the first floor of the virtual mall building. This pistol is not much worse than food, but compared with the submachine gun in Zhuang Xuer's hand, then there is a huge gap. Damn luck, Wang Hao muttered, having to accept this fact. Chapter 75. I give it to you. The scene changed, and Wang Hao and Zhuang Xuer returned to reality again. They were still greeted with envious eyes. Although this game was a smooth win, Wang Hao did not retain any auxiliary functions, because the 3 random auxiliary functions in this game were not very effective. Wang Hao does not have enough redemption points now, so naturally he has to save some money, and when the exchange points are rich in the future, he will have to retain an auxiliary function every time he eats chicken. Here, Zhuang Xuer returned to reality, and suddenly handed the MP45 in front of Wang Hao. What? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Xuer in confusion. Here you go. For self-defense, Zhuang Xuer said. After all, the slums are not a safe place. Even if there are no threats from mutant beasts and zombies, it is not safe there. Keep a gun with you to be safe. I will give it to you later. Send me some bullets. No. I have them. Wang Hao shook the pistol he had just obtained. What's the use of that thing? Zhuang Xuer glanced at the pistol in Wang Hao's hand with disdain, and then thrust the submachine gun in his hand into Wang Hao's hand. This action made the surrounding students' eyes turn red with envy. Don't refuse anymore, Zhuang Xuer said before Wang Hao could speak. This thing is not a treasure. Just take it if it's given to you. After saying that, Zhuang Xuer turned and left the classroom of Class 12. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Xuer's back, then looked at the MP45 in his hand, smiled, and without sending it back, he put it away in his secondary bag, stuffing it at the same time as well as the one he had obtained. A small pistol. Although Zhuang Xuer looked down on this little pistol, this thing could save his life at critical moments. With these 2 guns, Wang Hao's security has been strengthened. Although Zhuang Xuer was angry with Wang Hao before, it was obvious that she was still worried about Wang Hao. Otherwise, she would not have given Wang Hao the submachine gun she had just obtained for self-defense. Wang Hao also forgot about this friendship. Calm down. However, Zhuang Xuer's behavior may cause some misunderstandings. When Wang Hao and Xiao Tianlei had an internal competition before, Zhuang Xuer stood firmly on his side, and even took Wang Hao's bet. This had already made some students speculate about the true relationship between the two. After all, 1,500 exchange points is not a small amount. Ordinary students would never lend out so many exchange points. But Zhuang Xuer was able to lend it to Wang Hao without hesitation. This kind of trust is not something ordinary students can have. Now, Zhuang Xuer gave Wang Hao a submachine gun in public for self-defense, which increased other students' speculation about the true relationship between the two. Although the MP45 submachine gun was not worth the 1,500 redemption points, it was still valuable. However, Zhuang Xuer gave it to Wang Hao casually. This gift was not light. There was no relationship between the two other than classmates. It was just I'm afraid no one will believe it. Wang Hao saw the looks in the eyes of the students around him, and could guess what they were thinking. However, he did not explain it. This kind of thing cannot be explained clearly. Deliberate explanations will only make the matter darker and darker. Not to mention, Zhuang Xuer couldn't have thought of this. But she still gave the submachine gun to everyone. After all, she didn't care what these people thought. After putting away the 2 guns, Wang Hao entered the virtual battlefield again. This time, he played a single-row game. Wang Hao is more comfortable playing solo games, without teammates around him. He can use all the auxiliary functions casually, with see-through and invisibility. These 2 auxiliary functions. Wang Hao does not want to enter the finals. What a difficult thing. The 3 random auxiliary functions in this game are all pretty good, especially the second summon airdrop, which makes Wang Hao coveted. Summon an airdrop, level 1 every 5 minutes. You can summon an airdrop, No flare gun required. The introduction is simple, and the content is not complicated. But its effect is not small. You know, the airdrop boxes are full of treasures. Materials that are difficult or even impossible to find in ordinary buildings. They are more powerful and more effective. No one can refuse the airdrop materials in the airdrop boxes. The same goes for Wang Hao. And Wang Hao covets this airdrop box so much not only because of its effect on the virtual battlefield. To be precise, this effect is not what he values. What he values most is actually the auxiliary function in real-life effects. Although the introduction of the auxiliary function did not introduce its real-life effect, Wang Hao, who has retained 2 permanent auxiliary functions, can probably guess the effect of this auxiliary function in reality. This auxiliary function, in reality, can definitely summon airdrops and obtain supplies. However, the cooling time may be different from that on the virtual battlefield. And it cannot be summoned once every 5 minutes. But no matter how long the interval is, this auxiliary function is quite explosive in reality. Airdrop supplies are not only valuable on the virtual battlefield. Those things are also valuable in reality. In fact, the airdrop supplies in reality are more valuable than the airdrop supplies on the virtual battlefield. Airdrop materials are undoubtedly difficult to obtain in reality. Like other items, there are 2 ways to obtain them. One is to touch the airdrop box after eating chicken. This probability is very low. The more precious items appear in the airdrop box, the probability is lower. The second way is to redeem it from the virtual mall building. This can be obtained stably. The problem is that the airdrop materials are almost always on the upper floors. If you want to enter the upper floors of the building, you need to be of a very high rank. In addition to rank, there are other moreover. The prices of these things in the building are also very expensive, and not something that ordinary people can afford. In short, it is difficult to obtain airdrop supplies. Of course, the value of these airdrop supplies is also worthy of the difficulty of obtaining them. Because of this, Wang Hao covets this auxiliary function so much. With this auxiliary function, he will be able to obtain a large amount of airdrop supplies. When the time comes, not only can he use it himself, but he can also sell it. There is definitely no shortage of market for this stuff. However, it backfired. Although Wang Hao really wanted to retain this auxiliary function, the prerequisite was to win the chicken. With perspective, there was no problem for Wang Hao to enter the finals. But the problem was that after entering the finals, he had very bad luck. There were people in the 3 directions on the left and right. These people launched an attack on him together, as if they had agreed. At that time, Wang Hao's stealth skills were cooling down again, which directly caused Wang Hao to hate the northwest, and miss the auxiliary function of summon airdrop. Chapter 76 Accepting the Bounty Mission. No. Are they sick? Wang Hao, who returned to reality, was still a little hard to accept. What kind of bad luck is this for me? The finals were surrounded by people who only saw him and no one else. They all attacked him crazily as if they had never killed anyone. In this situation, even if he had 3 lives, it would not be enough. Damn it! It was just a close call. Wang Hao hammered his head in frustration. He really wanted the auxiliary function of summon airdrop. And it would be fine if he didn't get the chicken at other times. In this game, he really wanted to get the chicken. And he really wanted to keep this auxiliary function. However, God failed. And many people cried out. At this time, Wang Hao could only look forward to encountering this auxiliary function next time, hoping that he would be able to win the chicken smoothly. After the solo queue ended, there was still some time before school was over. So Wang Hao simply went to the training ground to practice driving. With a teacher setting up a small stove, Wang Hao can now train at any time. When it comes to driving, without special talent, practice makes perfect. The more times you drive, the richer your experience will be, and the higher your level will naturally be. After practicing driving for half an hour, it was time for school to end. After Wang Hao left school, he did not go back immediately, but took a taxi to a wealthy area. This was Wang Hao's second visit to the rich area. When he came again, Wang Hao still felt in a trance. The slums are dirty, dilapidated, and devastated, where you can clearly feel the harsh living environment under the background of doomsday. The wealthy areas are obviously different. There are many high-rise buildings, busy traffic, and bright lights. There is no sign of doomsday here. Coming from the slums to the rich areas is like entering another world. Wang Hao was filled with emotions. No wonder many people dreamed of living in this rich area. Life is here, but survival in the slums is all. Soon, the taxi Wang Hao took arrived at the outskirts of the city lord's mansion. Wang Hao paid and got out of the car. Cars, in the context of the apocalypse, are also extremely scarce materials, even strategic materials. Therefore, there are very few cars that can be used for rental. The cost is naturally very high, and most people can't afford it. The city lord's mansion is a special area. There are guard handles here, and taxis are not allowed to park at its entrance. Wang Hao can only get off the car outside, and then he can't walk. Normally, idlers are not allowed to approach the city lord's mansion casually. But it is obviously different today. There are many people surrounding the door of the city lord's mansion. The guards hold guns and watch the crowd of people watching vigilantly, but they do not do anything to disperse them. All because of the reward notice posted on the door of the city lord's mansion. The purpose of Wang Hao's visit to the city lord's mansion this time was also for it. As Wang Hao approached, the chatter of the crowd also reached his ears. TSK. 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 As long as you investigate useful information, you can get exchange point rewards. The minimum is 100 points. The maximum is unlimited. The city lord has spent a lot of money. Do you think this bounty is so easy to get? The 5th and 6th legions, tens of thousands of elites, left the city and suffered heavy losses. We ordinary people will most likely not be able to come back. There must be brave men with such a high reward. You still want to go? I guessed it right. Some people have accepted the reward and left the city. But except for those who have not come back. All those who have learned the news died outside the city. Hiss, it's so miserable. What do you think? Discussions came and went. Most of the people surrounding here were not residents of rich areas, but mainly residents of slums and urban areas. For the residents of the wealthy area, they will not choose to take risks. Although the reward is indeed very tempting. As members of the wealthy area, they have other ways to earn exchange points. And there is no need to risk their lives. They are also the safest here. Even if they know that the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city are very fierce. Many people are not very worried. However, residents in slums and urban areas are different. Their living environment is not comparable to that of residents in wealthy areas. And the ways to earn exchange points are also limited. Therefore, many people are very excited when they see this reward. However, heartbeats are heartbeats. And only a few actually turn their heartbeats into actions. Those who choose to accept the bounty either have enough confidence in their own strength, or they take the risk because of the huge bounty. Of course, there are a few who are completely it was out of curiosity that he chose to accept the reward and go out of the city to find out. Wang Hao listened to the discussions around him and looked at the reward notice. There are a large number of mutant beasts and zombies gathering abnormally outside the city today. The specific situation is unknown, or they are preparing to attack our Silver Light City. We are now offering a reward to the warriors to go out of the city to find out the details. You can go alone or in a team, according to what you find out when the information is found. The City Lord's Palace will reward you with redemption points, minimum 100 redemption points. Wang Hao was a little jealous when he looked at the reward of 100 redemption points. 100 redemption points is not a small amount. Enough to make many people willing to take risks. Especially those who are in poverty. They will take risks for these 100 redemption points. More importantly, these 100 redemption points are only the lowest level. Rewards. The more detailed and precious the information is, the more generous the rewards will be. The reason why Wang Hao's eyes are hot is because of this. Wang Hao is very short of redemption points. Even if he gets a lot of redemption points in every game, he still has a huge gap. To retain and upgrade auxiliary functions, he needs too many redemption points. Especially the latter, which requires there are simply a huge amount of redemption points. Therefore, Wang Hao must find other ways to earn exchange points, which is why he is here today. Wang Hao wants to accept the bounty. So naturally he is not dazzled by the bounty. He has something to rely on. Invisibility and perspective. These two auxiliary functions are Wang Hao's biggest trump cards. With these two auxiliary functions, Wang Hao's survivability has been greatly improved. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer delayed, but walked to a guard next to him. Hello. I want to receive the reward. The guard looked at Wang Hao, and then took out a 1/3 egg size from his arms. He handed the crystal ball to Wang Hao. You only need to point this crystal ball at the scene you see, and it will record the scene you see. Put it away. It is your certificate for completing the reward. Wang Hao nodded, took the crystal ball, then turned and left. Wang Hao's actions attracted the attention of many onlookers. Another person accepts the reward? How brave he is. This young man looks young, so he may not be very strong. Is he after money rather than his life? Looking at his clothes, he should be from the slums. That's not surprising. Chapter 77 Buying Supplies for Leaving the City. Wang Hao ignored the many comments behind him. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he went straight to the virtual mall building. As he was about to leave the city, Wang Hao wanted to go there to see if there were any supplies he could use. The virtual mall building was not far from the city lord's palace, and Wang Hao arrived there quickly. At the entrance of the virtual mall building, there was a huge crowd just like last time. This is always the most prosperous place in the city, with the largest flow of people. The Desert Eagle is sold at a cheap price. If you are interested, come here. There are still 20 rounds of ammunition. Big medical bag. I have a big medical bag here. The price is beautiful. Welcome to chat. Is there anyone out of the city together? Form a team and join us. There are currently 3 people in the team, all of whom are at silver level. We are now recruiting teammates, and we are required to be at silver level or higher. If the eldest brother takes his younger brother out of the city with him, I only want half of the reward. At the entrance of the virtual mall building, everyone. There are all kinds of voices. Some people who can't afford or are reluctant to rent a stall are selling items here. Most of these items are obtained from the virtual battlefield. There are treasures, but many of them are just ordinary items. What surprised Wang Hao was that someone here was actually recruiting team members who had left the city. Wang Hao had seen several waves of such people at the gate of the city lord's mansion before. Unexpectedly, there were also many people here, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. The defeat of the 5th and 6th armies of the city's garrison in the first battle made those who wanted to go out of the city to inquire for information a lot more cautious. At the same time, news gradually spread that some people who had accepted the bounty before and never came back after leaving the city also made others accept it. The people who offered the bounty took this matter more seriously. Now there are almost no people who dare to go out of the city alone to inquire for information. Even those who are interested in the bounty and accept the bounty will choose to go out of the city in a team. However, after listening to the team formation information of these people, Wang Hao was not optimistic about them. These people's ranks were basically around the silver level. Wang Hao listened for a while, but he didn't hear anyone whose rank was above the gold level. People recruit teammates. The silver level is really not enough to face the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. Hello, buddy. Have you accepted the reward? Let's form a team and go out of the city together. I'm ranked 4th in the silver rank. A young man took the initiative to ask. I am bronze 4. Wang Hao looked at the other person and said calmly. After hearing this, the young man turned around and left without saying a word, and then took the initiative to ask another person. Bronze 4. This position is too low. Too low. Not enough to look at. Wang Hao smiled and didn't care, and walked straight into the virtual mall building. His current highest level is bronze 4, so he can only advance to the 2nd level. Compared with the 1st level, the materials on the 2nd level are richer and better. There is food, guns, bullets, and some defensive equipment here. Of course, although the types of supplies have become much richer, the quality of these supplies is average. The food is of relatively low quality, not expired, but tastes bad. The firearms are just ordinary pistols, submachine guns, and rifles. As for the defensive equipment, there are only 1st level armor and 1st level heads. The defensive effect is generally speaking. The price is not low. Sure enough, I shouldn't have high expectations. After walking around the 2nd floor, Wang Hao smiled bitterly and said to himself, the floor is still too low, and it is basically impossible to find anything good. Wang Hao really doesn't like the materials on this level. The only ones that are of some use to him may be helmets and armors. However, the defensive attributes they can provide are too low. Wang Hao really doesn't like them. At first glance, it's not bad if it's a 2nd level defense equipment. Besides, the price of these 1st level defense equipment is not cheap. Wang Hao really doesn't want to waste redemption points on it. As for food, Wang Hao has no intention of buying it. Although there are quite a lot of types of food here, the taste is just average. Moreover, buying them costs exchange points, which is somewhat unnecessary. The food can be used outside. When purchased with money, the value of money is obviously slightly lower than at the exchange point. As a result, Wang Hao turned around, went downstairs empty-handed, and left the virtual mall building. After leaving the virtual mall building, Wang Hao went to the place where they sold lunch boxes last time. The place was still bustling with people, and there were many stalls. Visiting here was no different from going shopping. Last time Wang Hao came here to sell things, but today, he came here to buy things. After shopping around, Wang Hao had a few more things in his backpack: a kettle, a telescope, a compass, a field combat dagger, etc. The reason why he purchased these things was naturally for leaving the city, and he spent money on them, instead of an exchange point. In this way, the exchange point is saved, but a lot of money is spent. In the context of the apocalypse, nothing is cheap. After the purchase was almost done, Wang Hao was ready to go back. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure from behind: Sun Yanfeng, the second-rate dealer I met last time in the virtual mall building. This guy is chatting up passers-by again to attract customers. It can be seen that he must be doing an average job, or he is more experienced. Otherwise, he would not often go around talking to people on the streets or in the virtual mall building. Wang Hao saw Sun Yanfeng, and Sun Yanfeng also saw him. To Wang Hao's surprise, Sun Yanfeng actually walked directly towards him. Wang Hao. Sun Yanfeng took the initiative to greet him. Do you still remember me? Wang Hao smiled. It's not surprising that Wang Hao remembers Sun Yanfeng. After all, Sun Yanfeng is the only second-level dealer he knows. But Sun Yanfeng can remember Wang Hao, which makes Wang Hao a little surprised, because the nature of Sun Yanfeng's work must be to contact and know many people, and Wang Hao only had contact with him once. He could still remember Wang Hao, which really surprised Wang Hao. Of course. Sun Yanfeng smiled confidently. I don't have any other advantages. Just a good memory. Wang Hao smiled and felt that Sun Yanfeng was quite interesting. Brother, are you here to sell something? What treasures do you have? Sun Yanfeng stared at Wang Hao with shining eyes and asked. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I disappoint you. I'm not here to sell things. I'm here to buy things. Buying something? Sun Yanfeng's face did not show disappointment, but still looked forward to it. Smile. What do you want to buy? Tell me. I have a lot of treasures here. Maybe there is something you need. We are all old acquaintances. The price is easy to negotiate, and I will never cheat you. Wang Hao was slightly startled, and then realized that Sun Yanfeng didn't just buy things. He also sold things. He was a second-rate dealer. Chapter 78: Sun Yanfeng's Kindness. Sun Yanfeng enthusiastically showed Wang Hao some of his treasures: compressed biscuits, bandages, mineral water, painkillers, pans, etc., and even a bouncer. However, this bouncing car was obviously secondhand, and was close to being scrapped. You don't seem to be very good at these things. Wang Hao was slightly disappointed. These things from Sun Yanfeng are indeed very common. Even if he doesn't buy them from Sun Yanfeng, Wang Hao can buy them from other people. Ahem. I've just started this business not long ago. I've just started. Just started. Sun Yanfeng said, slightly embarrassed. It is true that he has some troubles with these things, but everything is difficult at the beginning. Sun Yanfei aspires to this industry. He believes that he can become the strongest second-level dealer in Silver City, and even the entire human world in the near future. In this way, brother and I are in love with you. You can choose any of these things and treat them as gifts from me. Sun Yanfeng said generously. Really? Of course. That bouncy car. Too? Yeah, that's okay too. Wang Hao smiled. And it could be seen that when he mentioned the bouncy car, Sun Yanfeng, he looked like he was in pain. Transportation was a relatively precious commodity in the apocalypse. Even if it was just a second-hand trampoline, its value was not low. Sun Yanfeng would feel pain in his body, which was completely normal. What surprised Wang Hao was that although Sun Yanfeng was in pain, he still did not change his words. I'm kidding you, Wang Hao said with a smile. No reward for no work. I appreciate your kindness. As for the things, I don't want them anymore. There is no free lunch in the world. Wang Hao always believes this. He and Sun Yanfeng had only met twice, and Sun Yanfeng was going to give him a gift. The other party must have something in mind. Wang Hao could probably guess what the other party was thinking, so he didn't have any resistance in his heart. Why are you so polite? Sun Yanfeng was visibly relieved when he heard that Wang Hao didn't want to jump on the car, and a heroic smile appeared on his face. Brother, there isn't anything very good here. If you don't mind, just choose the same one. When you get rich in the future, just don't forget about me. You think so highly of me? Of course. From the first moment I saw you, I thought you could do it. In time, you will definitely be a top player on the virtual battlefield. Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao as if he was very optimistic about you. Sure enough, Sun Yanfeng wanted to make early investment, just as Wang Hao had guessed. Wang Hao believed that Sun Yanfeng had definitely not only said similar words to himself, but also to other people. He was casting a wide net, And his method was a big gambling. Those who accepted his gifts may not be the real ones in the future. No matter what achievements he has made. Even if he is really prosperous. He may not still remember his thoughts. Wang Hao still admires Sun Yanfeng for being able to do this. Unable to resist Sun Yanfeng's enthusiasm. Wang Hao still accepted his wishes, painkillers. Wang Hao chose painkillers, which should be the most valuable of all Sun Yanfeng's things. Especially now that Wang Hao is preparing to venture out of the city. Its value is even higher. Brother, you have good taste, Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao with a smile. Looking at Sun Yanfeng, Wang Hao suddenly had a thought. This Sun Yanfeng often wanders among the survivors. He should be relatively well informed. Maybe I can learn some news about mutant beasts and zombies outside the city from his mouth. Thinking of this, Wang Hao asked, have you heard about the news that mutated beasts and zombies are gathering outside the city? Of course I have. Sun Yanfeng said, the news has spread throughout the city now. How could I not have heard about the information that every 3-year-old child in Silver Light City knows? Wang Hao nodded and asked, can you tell me the information you know? Why do you ask this suddenly? Sun Yanfeng was a little confused. And then he looked surprised. You don't want to take the reward and leave the city, do you? Wang Hao didn't hide it and nodded. Seeing Wang Hao's admission, Sun Yanfeng put on a serious expression and said to Wang Hao, listen to my brother's advice and don't go. The dangers outside the city are beyond your imagination. Both the elite army and the top teams have suffered a lot. Sorry. It's too dangerous to leave the city at this time. I have my own plan, Wang Hao said calmly. Sun Yanfeng looked at Wang Hao for a while, and then said, I hope you can think about it again. Let me tell you the news I know first. The 5th and 6th armies and several top teams lost the first battle. You must have heard the news. Right? Wang Hao nodded. Actually, the situation is more serious than what the outside world reported, Sun Yanfeng said with a serious face. Shortly after the 5th and 6th armies left the city, they discovered that something was wrong. They immediately sent out a rescue signal, and the city lord dispatched 30,000 people from the 1st army went to respond and rescue them. And then they rescued the members of the 5th and 6th army and several top teams back to the city. Otherwise, the possibility of their entire army being annihilated is very high. Wang Hao couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this. There is such a thing? I had never heard of this before. Everyone thought that the 5th and 6th legions retreated on their own. Now it seems that the situation is indeed more serious than what the outside world reported. The scary thing is that the people of the 5th and 6th legion suffered heavy losses. But they didn't even reach the core area. They were attacked before they even figured out what was going on. To be precise, they were ambushed. Sun Yanfeng continued. Ambush? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Mutated beasts and zombies also know the art of war. According to Wang Hao's understanding, mutant beasts and zombies are numerous, powerful, and difficult to kill directly, which is why they have not been able to kill them directly. They were completely wiped out. But they had a fatal flaw. That is, they lacked unified command, and did not know how to plan and respond. In this regard, they were not as good as the human army. But now it seems that the situation seems to have changed. I don't know. Sun Yanfeng shook his head. It's hard to say whether this is a coincidence, or the mutated beasts and zombies did it intentionally. If it's the latter, then Wang Hao's face also looked a little ugly. If it's the latter, then the mutated beasts and zombies did it intentionally. Beasts and zombies will become more terrifying and difficult to deal with. After realizing the huge threat outside the city lord issued a reward order. Sun Yanfeng continued. After the reward order was issued, many people and teams took over the mission and left the city, including some private experts and elite teams. But none of these people have come back since they left the city. Sun Yanfeng's face became even more gloomy. This is by no means good news. As a member of Silver Light City, he naturally feels the pressure. Chapter 79, A Land Outside the Law. In addition, Sun Yanfeng paused and continued. Similar things seem to have happened in China and around several other cities. This matter is very strange. It is best not to leave the city until we understand it. The seriousness of the matter was indeed beyond Wang Hao's expectation. But after thinking about it for a while, Wang Hao decided to go and have a look. First, he has a trump card, and more than one. Secondly, Wang Hao was very curious about the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city. In the past few days since time travel, Wang Hao has been staying in the city. He does not have a clear understanding of the environment in the apocalypse. Even if he lives in a slum, Wang Hao only feels that it is poorer, dirty and chaotic. As for the apocalyptic atmosphere, he didn't feel much. Wang Hao wanted to take this opportunity to go out of the city and take a look. Sun Yanfeng saw Wang Hao's thoughts and knew that Wang Hao was not moved by him. He sighed softly and then took out 2 bottles of painkillers and a flare gun for Wang Hao. Brother, I don't have anything good to give you. Just take these, Sun Yanfeng said. Although the signal gun cannot allow you to obtain airdrop supplies like you can on the virtual battlefield, but if you use it when you are in danger, someone knows your location, and someone may rescue you. Of course, it's just a possibility. It's very dangerous outside the city, and few people are willing to take huge risks to save an unrelated person. Therefore, how much does this flare gun actually cost? A bit tasteless. However, even if it was useless, it was Sun Yanfeng's kindness, and Wang Hao did not refuse. Thank you, Wang Hao said. Sun Yanfeng waved his hand and said, no need to thank you. If you are really capable, bring me some materials from the mutated beasts. Sun Yanfeng actually said this casually, and did not take it seriously. The material on the mutated beast? Wang Hao was a little curious. Don't you know that the things on many mutant beasts are treasures? Sun Yifeng looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Wang Hao shook his head honestly. Okay, let me tell you. Although you probably won't need it. Sun Yanfeng said, the reason why mutant beasts are called mutant beasts is because they have mutated and are no longer ordinary beasts. After mutation, some parts of their bodies will undergo significant changes. For example, their teeth and claws will become sharper. Their fur will become thicker, etc. These things are good materials for refining weapons and armors. And even the meat of some mutant beasts can also be used as medicine and make food. In short, there are many treasures in the mutant beasts. And the higher the level of the mutant beasts, the higher the value of the materials on them. Wang Hao nodded, expressing his understanding. Before that, he only knew that the meat of mutant beasts could be used to refine food. The meat of mutant beasts was included in the synthetic ointment eaten by ordinary people in the city. However, those mutant beasts were low-level mutant beasts, and their meat was hard and sour. The taste is very bad. From Sun Yanfeng, Wang Hao learned about the greater value of mutant beasts. However, I still hope that when you encounter a mutant beast, you'd better turn around and run away immediately. Sun Yanfeng did not forget to remind Wang Hao, your current strength is still too low. Even if you encounter the lowest mutant beast, you will be very vulnerable. It's dangerous. I tell you, you better not leave the city. As he spoke, Sun Yanfeng began to persuade Wang Hao to give up leaving the city. Wang Hao just smiled and didn't say anything. Obviously, he still hadn't changed his mind. Okay. Sun Yanfeng shrugged and continued, since you insist, I won't say anything else. Finally, let me remind you, once you leave the city, don't trust anyone except yourself. Why? Outside the city is a place outside the law, Sun Yanfeng said with a serious face. Inside the city, because of the military control, everyone is more restrained. Only the slums are a little chaotic, and occasionally some murders occur. There are disputes in other places. At most, it's just a fight, and rarely a fatal blow. But it's different outside the city. There is no military control outside the city, and it is difficult for other people to know what is going on there. Therefore, murder and robbery often happen. It can be said that, in the city, survivors are no more trustworthy than mutant beasts and zombies. Okay, I understand. Wang Hao nodded. Although I am a little surprised. If I think about it carefully, it is actually normal. In the apocalyptic environment, the legal system has collapsed. The reason why people in the city can still live in peace is because of the suppression of the army. But outside the city, there are no restrictions, not even monitoring. And the evil in people's hearts will expand infinitely. In order to survive better, it is normal to do things that usually seem to be illegal. In short, in the context of the end of the world, we must not look at people and things with an ordinary mentality. Anyway, thank you for the reminder, Wang Hao said. Of course, I also want to thank you for the supplies. Nothing. Sun Yanfeng waved his hand and finally said, I hope we can meet again in the future. It's necessary, Wang Hao said with a smile. After separating from Sun Yanfeng, Wang Hao went home directly. As for the things he bought and the supplies given by Sun Yanfeng, he put them in his backpack. With this secondary bag, it was much easier to carry things. When Wang Hao returned to his residence, Su Guangyuan had already returned. Where have you been? Are you back so late? Su Guangyuan asked. Going out for a walk. Wang Hao said casually. Wang Hao did not intend to tell Su Guangyuan about his plan to leave the city. If he did, it would only make Su Guangyuan worried. Be careful when going out these days. Su Guangyuan reminded, our Yinguang City army went out to attack mutant beasts and zombies, and came back with a huge defeat. Now many people are spreading rumors that mutant beasts and zombies are going to attack the city. The atmosphere in the city is very depressing. In this kind of atmosphere, some people will take drastic actions. Su Guangyuan apparently also heard the news about the defeat of the defenders in the city. Wang Hao nodded in agreement when he heard Su Guangyuan's reminder. Under huge threats and fears, some people cannot bear the pressure and do some extreme things. This kind of situation can happen in peaceful times. Not to mention that it is still the end of the world. Su Guangyuan didn't know what Wang Hao was thinking. So after giving Wang Hao a few words of advice, he didn't say much more. Afterwards, the two performed a double row of OK. I don't know if it was bad luck or Wang Hao was distracted and went out of town. In this double Q game, Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan failed to win the chicken smoothly. And they didn't even make it to the finals. Wang Hao was a little disappointed with this. But Su Guangyuan thought it was normal. Even the experts cannot guarantee that they will be first in every game. They have already won the first place twice before. It is completely normal that they failed to win the first place this time. After the double row ended, Wang Hao left Su Guangyuan's residence. However, he did not go back to his home, but headed towards the city gate. He is leaving the city. Chapter 80, First Encounter with Mutant Beasts. What are you doing? As soon as Wang Hao arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by the soldiers at the city gate. The city gate has always been guarded by guards. What's more, the current situation is quite special. There are obviously many more guards at the city gate than before. I want to go out of town, Wang Hao said. Leave the city? The soldier who asked was obviously a little surprised. He waved his hand and said, No. The city gate is not open at night. If you want to leave the city, come back during the day tomorrow. But I accepted the reward, Wang Hao said. Accepted the reward? The guard looked at Wang Hao in surprise, then shook his head and said, It won't work if you accept the reward. The city gate is not open at night. Not to mention this special situation now. And it is impossible to open the city gate at night. Wang Hao tried to persuade him, but the guards didn't open the door. So he had no choice but to go back. Fortunately, the next day was the weekend and school was on holiday. Wang Hao returned to his residence and slept for a few hours. At dawn, he came to the city gate early. Why are you here again? The guard who stopped Wang Hao last night was still there. And he obviously still remembered Wang Hao. I accepted the reward, so I must leave the city, Wang Hao said. It's dawn now. I should be able to go out. Right? The guard looked at the time and said, It's not time yet. There are still 10 minutes to go. Okay. It's only 10 minutes. But Wang Hao doesn't have any objections. Of course, it's useless to have opinions. How old are you? There was only an ordinary man like Wang Hao at the gate of the city. The guard was fine, and simply started chatting with Wang Hao. 18. 18? That should just be the time to enter the virtual battlefield. Right? You dare to accept the reward and leave the city? And you are still alone. Are you not afraid of death? The guard asked. If you accept the reward, you won't necessarily die. Right? Wang Hao said. At least in the past 2 days, I haven't seen anyone who accepted the reward return. The guard said calmly. Maybe I'm the first one. Wang Hao smiled. You are very confident in yourself. The guard also smiled and said, I hope you are confident because of your strength. Not blind confidence. Soon, the time to open the city gate came. However, due to the special situation recently, therefore, even if the city gate is opened, it is only half open. Remember, come back before 6 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, you will have to spend the night outside the city. The guard told Wang Hao. 6 o'clock is the time when the city gate closes at night. Wang Hao nodded. Then, Wang Hao walked out of the city gate. Looking at the outside world, Wang Hao felt a little excited and curious. What catches the eye are the fortifications one after another, starting from the city gate and spreading forward. There are some fortifications at regular intervals. There are army soldiers hidden in these fortifications. The entire fortification spread about 1 kilometer forward. After passing through these fortifications, there is a wide area. This is the isolation zone outside Silver Light City. The view here is broad, and there is no obstruction. Once mutant beasts and zombies appear in this area, they will be trapped within the fortifications. The soldiers patrolling the city discovered it. After passing through the isolation zone, you are completely out of the safe zone, and you may encounter mutant beasts and zombies at every step. When Wang Hao was about to cross the anti-isolation zone, he found that many people were leaving the city one after another behind him. Some were loners like him, and some were forming a team. Obviously, stimulated by the high reward, many people are willing to take risks. Wang Hao shook his head, ignored them, and continued to move forward. Passing through the isolation zone was a small forest, and Wang Hao soon discovered the first mutant beast, a rabbit half a meter high. This rabbit is 60 or 70 meters away from Wang Hao. The rabbit's fur is gray. However, its hair does not seem bright and smooth. Instead, it has a dry and messy feel. In addition, one of its eyes was blood red, but the other was blue. There was no life in the eyes, and they looked quite stiff, as if they were two glass balls embedded in them. Just decorations, not real eyes. This is the first time Wang Hao has seen mutant beasts. Before this, his knowledge of the end of the world only existed in novels, and film, and television dramas. It was also the first time that he felt the impact of mutant beasts in the context of the end of the world. A sense of terror. Just when Wang Hao was about to go around, the giant rabbit suddenly turned its head and looked towards him. Although the distance between the two sides was 60 or 70 meters, Wang Hao was sure that it was looking at him and that it had discovered him. Immediately afterwards, the giant rabbit suddenly lay down and then ran towards him quickly, like a gray lightning. Holy shit! So fast? Wang Hao immediately started his power boots and used their super jumping ability to jump onto the nearby tree. In the blink of an eye, the giant rabbit had arrived under the tree where Wang Hao was. It raised its head and glanced at Wang Hao, and its dull eyes actually shone with bloodthirsty light. What are you looking at? Are you still able to come up? Wang Hao said to the giant rabbit. I don't know if the giant rabbit understood Wang Hao's meaning. It kicked its hind legs hard on the ground, and then its whole body flew up. Holy shit. It's really here? Seeing that the giant rabbit was about to pounce on him, Wang Hao quickly started his power boots again and jumped onto the tree next to him. This time, he was at a higher height. What a danger! Fortunately, the cooling time of the power boots is over. Wang Hao stood on the tree next to him, watching the giant rabbit fall back to the ground with lingering fear. The jumping ability of this giant rabbit has definitely been enhanced. Just now, Wang Hao was 4 or 5 meters above the ground. As a result, this giant rabbit jumped up easily. This jumping ability is really terrifying. This also allowed Wang Hao to see the horror of mutant beasts for the first time. The giant rabbit fell back to the ground, but did not give up attacking Wang Hao, and the bloodthirsty color in its eyes became more obvious. I saw it quickly came to Wang Hao's tree, and then jumped again. The cooling time of Wang Hao's power boots has not ended yet, and he cannot jump away again at this time. Fortunately, Wang Hao is already 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The jumping ability of this giant rabbit is good, but after all, it still cannot jump like this. Hi! Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the giant rabbit couldn't touch him. Later, Wang Hao took out the AUM-45 submachine gun from his backpack and fired at the giant rabbit. When school was over yesterday, Zhuang Shuer sent some more bullets. Wang Hao also purchased some when he went to the rich area in the evening. His current bullet reserve is still sufficient. Although Wang Hao's marksmanship is average, at such a close range and with such a large body, it is difficult to miss. The bullet hit the giant rabbit's body, instantly ripping its skin and flesh to pieces. Then, what flowed out of its body was not red blood, but an unknown green liquid. It also emitted a foul smell at night, which made people sick to smell it.